Jingle bell, a story I must tell. I asked you to like and share, but you ignored the bell. So I climbed down your chimney, with cookies in my hand. Then took your gaming setup. Now do you understand? Smiling face with horns. Subscribe right now, be part of the squad. Or next time I'm taking your cat, your snacks, and your mod. Smiling face with sunglasses. Chapter 1. Early morning. The weather was cool and the rain stopped. In early autumn, the leaves of the woods are yellowish, and the muddy path in the woods extends to the front of the single wooden house. A ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and fell on the raindrops on the eaves, reflecting a crystal clear luster. At the moment, the atmosphere in the log cabin restaurant is mild. A family of 3 sits warmly at the dining table, looking happy and happy. There is a delicate preserved egg and lean meat porridge on the table for breakfast, sprinkled with some chopped green onions, served with perfectly fried eggs, and freshly squeezed soy milk, a simple but delicious meal. A nutritious breakfast. Alan's resolute and handsome face showed a smile, and said softly, "Sivir, I find that the breakfast you make is getting more and more delicious." "Yes, my mother's cooking has improved a lot." Avril drank a big mouthful of porridge, and her cheeks were bulging. After swallowing it hard, she smacked her lips and nodded her evaluation. "You two are glib, don't finish your meal soon, it will be cold in a while." Sivir said this, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he did not forget to reach out and touch his daughter's little head. Alan next to him looked at the warm scene of mother and son. There was a soft light between his brows. He couldn't help but smile, his expression suddenly a little dazed. "It has been more than 20 years since I unknowingly crossed into this world." Yes, he is a transmigrator. To be precise, it is a reborn person, reincarnated as an Asian fetus. It's just that he was abandoned at the gate of the orphanage as soon as he was born. If the kind nun didn't accept him, he would have sacrificed to heaven at the beginning. If it is acceptable to be abandoned by his biological parents, he will survive anyway. But later at the age of 3, when Alan understood why his parents abandoned him and ignored him, he gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. He turned out to be a mutant with the X gene in his body. Although it can't be seen from the outside, he accidentally discovered that he could breathe underwater during a drowning. As for why you think it's a mutant? Because he stumbled across Professor X and Stark Industries in the newspaper one day. These 2 points associated with his physical condition are enough to indicate that this world is the Marvel Universe. And he was born with super ability, but was abandoned by people. There is only mutant. For Alan, who yearns for peace, it is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. How low is mutant in the Marvel Universe? In the eyes of many people, mutant's blood may not be as good as a southern sheepdog. And Alan's variant ability is still very bad. It is an ultra-low version of Aquaman Namor. Only infinite underwater breathing and small control of the water source. Although with age, his ability to control water is obviously enhanced, and various bodily functions and blood circulation systems are beyond ordinary people. But in the world of Marvel, where disasters and terrifying events often occur, it is simply not enough to watch. So have a good time. Alan didn't go to any Marvel organization, but lived a normal life and started his own family. Now a family of 3 with high-paying jobs. It is not a kind of happiness. "Alan, why are you staring at me?" Sivir sensed the fiery gaze, and Lu Mei frowned slightly and asked softly. She kept staring at her, somewhat embarrassed. Alan Ying smiled and responded, "Sivir, I find that the longer I spend with you, the better looking you are. I don't know if it's an illusion." "Bah, you're full of oil in the morning." Hearing this, Sivir blushed slightly. "Mom is an old husband and wife, and she's still shy," Avril said with a smile. Sivir raised his eyebrows and pretended to be stern. "Wire, eat well, or I'll take care of you. You mother and son eat slowly, I'll go to work first." Alan glanced at the time and realized that he was going to be late, put down the bowl in his hand, grabbed his coat and strode out the door. "Father, bye." "Alan, pay attention to safety when going to sea." The breeze blew across the Krakow embankment pier, ripples on the sea surface, and several fishing boats swayed with the wind. "It's only 7 o'clock now, and most people in this town haven't gotten up yet. At the dock, there was already a group of sailor porters busy at sunrise. Several of the sailors hurriedly repaired the rigging, rolled up the rope neatly, and placed it on the cleaned deck. Alan parked his motorcycle in the dock parking lot and walked towards the busy fishing boat on foot. On the deck, Chakal saw a familiar figure coming, waved his hand and squeezed a smile on his rough face. "Look who is here. Chakal, how are you today?" Alan got on the fishing boat and asked. His job was to be a deputy on this fishing boat, and the burly middle-aged man in front of him was the captain. Coming to this place a few years ago, he became the best sailor in the area with his mutant ability. No one could have imagined that the most outstanding sailor in town would be a mutant. Then Alan was recruited by Chakar and got the enviable high-paying job. Nothing bad. Chakal is a typical fisherman from a lighthouse country. His brows are stern, and he often shows his big yellow teeth when he speaks while smoking a cigarette. After saying hello, he turned and called for the anchor to be pulled up. "The weather is a little weird." Alan put his hands on the railing, looking at the deep sky with strange eyes. The sky was overcast, the flickering breeze suddenly disappeared, and the sea was surprisingly calm now. The air instantly became a little depressing. There is an indescribable strangeness, like the tranquility before a storm. Moreover, as a mutant with 5 senses that are far superior to ordinary people, coupled with his sensitivity to water sources, he keenly smelled the moisture in the air. "I'm afraid this is not a prelude to wind and rain. A strong wind may not be a big deal on land, but if you are unlucky in the sea, even people and boats will sink to the bottom of the sea. Similar things happen all over the world every year." Alan looked at the captain and said, "Chakal, there's going to be a strong wind, or we'll go to sea later." "Holy gift crab, our young deputy is actually afraid." A black sailor, baring his white teeth, patted him and laughed. Hearing that, the other sailors also laughed and laughed. Their grades are a few years older than Alan. They have many years of experience in going to sea, and they have great courage. Hearing this, I just feel that young people are short-sighted. "Don't worry, my deputy. Don't you believe me, an old guy who has been at sea for more than 20 years. Chakal patted his chest and assured, "I'll make sure you can go back tonight and warm your wife's bed." "All right." Alan nodded with a smile and said nothing more. Chakar is a good person, but he cherishes money like his life, and he can't make money without letting him go to sea. However, the old guy has more than 20 years of experience at sea, and he has never had an accident 100 times at sea, and he will never risk the life of the entire ship. Woo, chug chug. When it was finally time to go to sea, the ship's engine rang. The sailors on the fishing boats shouted back to their posts. The boat gradually moved away from the shore and headed out of the pier, gradually becoming smaller and smaller into a black spot. In the end, it sank into the boundless sea horizon. However, at the moment, the originally calm sea suddenly blew a strong wind, stirring up the fog. The entire sea area was violently turbulent, sweeping the surging waves. The grey and silent sky is gradually darkening. Chapter 2. The boundless Wangyang Sea is filled with white fog. A fishing boat broke through the fog and sailed alone on the turbulent sea. Alone, so small. "It's windy." In the cockpit, Alan looked out the window. The wind picked up and it started to drizzle. The ship swayed more and more with the wind, and several loose cargo boxes on the deck slid around. "Alan, reduce the speed to 3 knots. Captain Chakal didn't have the slightest panic on his face, and walked to the deck unhurriedly to tell the sailors to get ready. "Secure all cargo boxes on the deck and cover with plastic sheeting." Chakal has been at sea for many years and his mood is as stable as an old dog, and there is nothing to be afraid of like a strong wind. He lit a cigarette and sat in a chair. In order to protect the waters of Krakow, the governor has stipulated that no fishing is allowed near the coast. So every time I go out to sea, I have to drive more than 20 minutes, and now it is almost 10 minutes away from the fishing spot. The wind was getting stronger, but no one on the boat cared. The sailors were leaning against the railing and talking and laughing. On the contrary, Alan in the cockpit looked solemn. He felt the fish in the sea restless, and the humidity in the air became heavier and duller. Chakal patted him and smiled, "Relax, nothing will happen to me. At this time, the sailor on the deck suddenly shouted, "Captain, look over there. What are you yelling about?" Chakel frowned and looked in the direction of the sailor, and his voice stopped abruptly. At the moment, a strange black line appeared on the horizon, surging towards their location. A strange black line divides black and grey and white, and the sky covered with grey and white clouds is stained into a black haze by the black line at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the entire sea area was shrouded in darkness, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing. The roar of the wind swept the waves and slapped the hull. The black cloud weighs the city, and the city is about to be destroyed, and the fishing boat is the city that is about to be destroyed. The shaking of the fishing boat intensified. Facing the vast Tianwei, everyone restrained their smiles and grabbed the rope, their faces extremely solemn. The sky is full of dark clouds, and the horizon is endless. Storm. Chakel put out the cigarette butt with a condensed expression, turned back to Alan and said, "It's down to 1/4. After speaking, he hurriedly walked outside, waving vigorously for the sailors to prepare for the storm. "Quick! Quick! The storm is coming! Quickly move all these things into the cabin! Hurry up, don't linger! Tighten the sails, I can't drive a spaceship!" Chakel is indeed a seasoned veteran. He has no fear in the face of the storm. He leaned on the swaying deck and ordered everyone to do things in an orderly manner. "Okay. Everyone go back to the cabin for me." The wind howled and ravaged the entire fishing boat. If they stayed on the deck again, they would be swept away by the strong wind, and everyone would hide in the cabin without any hesitation. A dozen people made the cabin extremely small, and the lights flickered under the influence of the storm. It was raining outside, and the rain fell heavily on the window like hail in the endless gust of wind. The smashing boom sounded, and the window of the cabin trembled slightly under the impact of the violent gale. The violent shaking caused the item to fall to the ground. Boom! At the moment, the sky was as vast as ink and black, and a fierce dark blue lightning tore through the black clouds, drawing bright rays of light in the deep space. In an instant, it was reflected in the turbulent sea. In the torrent of sea water, schools of fish move. Whoosh! The hurricane is agitated, and the white waves lift the sky. The swept waves once overwhelmed the fishing boats and slapped heavily on the fragile boats. The sea water poured into the cabin, and the bone-shattering washed on everyone. Fake squid, the storm seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Shit! What should the captain do now? The sailors were covered in cold sweat on their foreheads, and they all looked at Chakel, who was holding the pillar. Hearing that Rao is an experienced chucker, his face paled slightly. He had seen today's weather forecast and knew from years of experience that there would be heavy rain. "But I didn't expect this storm to be so violent." Seeing the silence of the old captain, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Thunder, waves, and crashing sounds were heard outside, and the lightning flashes shone on the frightened faces. Their pupils tightened and their lips trembled in fear. Now the whole ship is like being in the abyss, and no one can save them. Cha! Alan in the upper cockpit jumped down, and now the steering wheel can no longer control the direction of the ship, and everything can only be left to fate. He didn't need to stay on it either. He originally planned to ask Chucker's thoughts when he came down, but when he came down to see his low face and heavy atmosphere, he dismissed the idea. He had never seen the careless Chucker show such an expression. It was the fear of death. In fact, Alan felt the terror of the storm, and the water in the sea became more and more ferocious, and he had no intention of stopping. It won't be long before this fishing boat will be rolled into pieces. "I don't want to die, I still have a family, I have a child and a wife." The previous black sailor suddenly cried, his voice extremely hoarse and trembling. As a sailor, he knew how terrible the storm was. "Captain, think of a way. God save us! My children are still waiting for me to come home. Whoever can save us, no matter who it is." A group of rough men in the cabin actually burst into tears, praying with their hands folded and their mouths folded. Alan's heart was touched when he saw this scene. Human beings are so fragile, and they have no power to resist in front of nature, so they can only be slaughtered. Humans are too weak compared to mutants. Yes, he didn't cry, no complain, no fear, his mutant ability can survive in such an extreme environment. The rest of the ship will die shortly after. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. He glanced at the crew members who had been with him for many years and fell silent. These people are the pillars of the family, the fathers of the children, and the backers. I have been with them for many years. How many times we have faced bad weather on the sea together, how many times we have laughed together. Alan's expression was tangled, and the thunder rang out for a long time. For a moment, he took a deep breath as if he had made a major decision, and slowly stood up and walked outside. Alan, what are you doing? Seeing his actions, Chakal mistakenly thought that the young man was going to commit suicide. Rescue. Alan seemed to use all his strength to take off his jacket, turned his head and glanced at the people behind him, his eyes flashing with a faint blue light. There is a trace of kindness in people, it is not the virgin, but human nature. Hopefully, they have good intentions too. How could Alan's eyes light up? He's mutant. He went out. In the small cabin, people have different expressions. Whispering, Alan had already opened the iron door and walked towards the deck, and an endless biting storm poured in. The strong wind raged, and the heavy footsteps were washed away. Bah! The iron door closed. Looking through the window, I saw a dark and dead sky. The black spots that cover the sky and the sun are crowded towards the fishing boats, and the boundless expanse is like a sky-falling waterfall. Enveloped deep space, suffocating. Boom! However, the huge waves that lifted the sky were even more terrifying. A mad roar is coming. Breathing Changhong. The dark clouds all over the sky revealed strands of thunder and lightning, which was extremely dazzling. Everyone's faces turned pale when they saw the apocalypse. Can a mutant's ability really save them? At this moment, the answer is given from outside. On the deck, Alan opened his arms and took a deep breath, feeling extremely nervous. In fact, he was not sure of controlling the monstrous waves. After all, the original variant ability is not strong. If it is strong, how can he choose to live in seclusion, but he is willing to try to save people. At this moment, Alan's eyes were closed and his teeth were clenched, his handsome face was hideous, and the blue veins of his fists were bursting out. The blood flowing in the body surged and the X cells split non-stop, releasing all the strength of his body outwards. Next moment. What? He roared angrily, opened his scarlet eyes and burst into endless light, and the veins on his neck glowed blue. A violent energy erupted from the body and swept out. Boom! The powerful energy roared and pushed the surrounding sea water, pushing the ships in the rolling waves to the direction of the pier. Alan couldn't stop the storm, but he was able to take the fishing boat out of the deep sea. Just get out of this area and it's safe. His face gradually paled, and his blood was boiling. For the first time, he felt that using the mutant ability was burning life, but he was still enduring the piercing pain to push the seawater to propel the fishing boat. Let the 10,000 ants devour the heart to ravage the whole body, as if the body is constantly torn. I don't know how long ago. Finally, I saw the outline of the pier emerge in the fog. In the cabin, Chakal and others saw the coast ahead, opened the window and shouted. Alan, hurry up! The wharf is ahead. When we get there, we'll be saved. Go! I can't wait to go back and take a hot bath. They didn't seem to notice that Alan's face was extremely bad, and they were venting their emotions for the rest of their lives. After a while, the fishing boats entered the shallow waters completely, which would not be affected by the storm again. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, his legs slumped to the ground, his face pale and his eyes gradually lost his spirits, allowing the fierce rain to wash over his body. At the rear, Chakal restarted the fishing boat and moved towards the pier with all his strength, and returned to the shore pier soon without the strong waves blocking it. Many people on the wharf were anxiously waiting here, all of them family members of the crew. When they saw the familiar fishing boat docked at the pier, they immediately swarmed up to lock the boat firmly on the post to prevent it from being swept away by the storm again. An anxious crowd then poured onto the deck. Seeing Alan sitting on the ground, one of the little blonde boys said in a worried voice, "Uncle Alan, what's the matter with you?" Hearing this, Alan looked up, the blue light in his eyes had long since dissipated. Before he had time to speak, Chakel's voice came from behind, Kurtz. Then I saw Chuck L come to him, pull the blonde boy to his side, then looked at Alan for a while and said, "Thank you." Alan got up to catch the strange look in his eyes, and nodded slightly. Then he glanced meaningfully at the other sailors, jumped off the deck and disappeared into the crowd. Seeing that the person was completely gone, Chucker's eyes showed the contempt and disgust that had been hidden for a long time. "Dad, what happened to Alan, uncle?" Curtis wondered. "Don't ask, stay away from him in the future." Hearing his son's words, he reprimanded sharply. The little boy looked puzzled. "Why? Alan, aren't you a great role model?" "Do not ask." Chakel seemed to feel unlucky and was reluctant to talk about this matter. Chapter 3. Outskirts of the town of Krakow. Cozy single house in the woods. Whoa! In the misty bathroom, the lights flickered brightly. Alan's handsome face frowned, his eyes were closed and the hot water sprayed from the rain on his head was drenched on his body. Call. After a long time, he turned off the rain and took a long breath, opened his eyes and revealed tiredness. Not only the damage caused by the variant ability, but also the worry about the exposure of the variant ability. "I don't know what Chakel will think. I hope the people of Krakow don't hate Mutant." Cha. Alan put on his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked downstairs to the living room. As soon as he stepped into the first floor, he could smell the good smell of meat. Just after the rain, drink a bowl of soup to warm up. In the kitchen, Sivir brought a bowl of soup on the dining table, with an alluring smile on his pretty face. Seeing the virtuous Sivir, Alan felt more and more self-blame in his heart. Although Sivir is not a mutant, and his daughter does not inherit the X gene, he will not be targeted by the government, but if he is accused, his wife and daughter will live in the rejection of others in the future. Don't underestimate the human hatred of Mutant. In their eyes, Mutant is an alien, a freak, even if it is a descendant that does not inherit the X gene. Will always be shrouded in shadow. And after years of learning about the universe, any mutant would go to prison. It even became an experiment, and finally died tragically on the cold operating table. With his mutant strength, it is destined to be difficult to escape from prison in the future. What's wrong? Seeing that he had something on his mind, Sivir asked, "Is it about going to sea?" Alan couldn't bear to deceive Sivir and told the truth, "My mutant ability has been exposed." He briefly explained what happened on the ship, and the premise was to tell Sivir to give her a psychological preparation, which was better than being suddenly captured at that time. After listening to Sivir pulling him to sit down, he comforted softly, "Captain and the others are very good people, and they are reasonable people, so they won't do that kind of thing. Besides, not everyone hates Mutant, like me, isn't it always by your side? There's always someone who sees the good side of Mutant." Alan leaned on her lap and sounded a little drowsy. Today, his supernormal mutant ability had a great impact on him. Until now, it has not recovered, and the dizzy body is still sore. Wire is out of school this afternoon. Let's take her to the amusement park together. In the end, he didn't respond to Sivir's words, just squeezed her pale face, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Sivir's mouth was optimistic, but Lume frowned slightly and was full of worry. At the moment evening. The thin clouds on the horizon are orange-red, and the afterglow falls on the treetops in early autumn. Everything seemed peaceful and quiet. During this time period, many passing tourists stop, and locals also have free time. The flow of people in Krakow Amusement Park is far more than during the day. The atmosphere is also extremely lively, with colorful lights shining on the faces of tourists. "Dad, Wire will come to the playground next week to play." Avril held Alan's hand with a happy smile on her fleshy face. "Well, as long as Wei-er is obedient, she can come every week." Alan picked up his daughter, kissed her fleshy little face and smiled. The little guy reached out and hooked Sivir next to him. "Mom is coming too. Without mother's consent, does father dare to bring you here?" Hearing this, Sivir pinched Wire's nose and pretended to speak viciously. Looking at the warm interaction between the mother and daughter, Alan felt warm in his heart, then raised his eyes and glanced at the self-service photo studio in front of him. He said, let's go take a family photo together. Sivir knew her husband's concerns, and nodded in a low voice. To take a family photo, I want to sit on Dad's shoulders. Avril raised her hands high and said happily. The family of 3 walked into the shooting room of the self-service photo studio. A dazzling flash of light flashed past, and the retro camera took them in with a few clicks. This self-service photo studio can be said to be the earliest batch, and you need to go to the store behind to print the photos. Wire and Mother are waiting here, I'll print the photos. After speaking, Alan turned around and walked towards the store. It's 2008, Stark started black technology as early as the 1940s and 1950s, but it was rarely popularized in civilian life. So, printing photos is not fast. Nearly 10 minutes later, Alan just ran out with a bag of photos, but the moment he stepped out of the photo studio, his energy suddenly became tense. Because there were a lot fewer people outside, and the people around looked at him with strange eyes. From Mutant's natural illusion, he felt a sense of crisis. Call. Sure enough, the next second, 2 sharp figures on the left and right suddenly swept out, carrying the strong wind and coming straight at him to reload. Alan's eyes sank, a physique close to the peak of human physical fitness. Although slightly weaker than Captain America, but far more than ordinary people. He reacted extremely quickly, and suddenly raised his legs with lightning speed, and a powerful gravity round kick kicked the 2 sneak attackers into the air, like a kite with a broken string hitting the wall. I hit someone. Shit. It's a fight. Go to the police. Sheen, don't be impulsive. The crowd of onlookers immediately slammed when they saw this scene, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Some of them knew him and raised their heads and shouted a few words. Alan ignored the passers-by. He found that Sivir and Avril were gone, and there was no mother-daughter figure around. He realized that the situation was not good, and immediately strode up the moaning attacker on the ground, and asked sharply, "Where are my wife and daughter?" Cough cough. The man was kicked and vomited blood. He hasn't recovered yet, and has been coughing. But a voice from the back answered the question, "Hey, Alan, right?" Hearing the sound, Alan dropped the person in his hand and turned to look at a group of people in special uniforms walking out of the chaotic crowd. The person who spoke was the blonde man at the head, and behind him stood several familiar figures, especially Chakal and the sailors on the boat. Josh showed his credentials and said indifferently, "I'm Josh from the FBI. I heard that someone saw something unreasonable when they went to sea today." Then he asked Chakal again, "Hey, Chakal, is that the yellow-skinned pig you're talking about?" It's him." Chakal lowered his head slightly and responded. While speaking, many soldiers in special uniforms slowly walked out from all directions, and red dots with rifles in their hands fell on Alan. You let my wife and daughter go, and I'll go with you." Alan's voice was slightly hoarse and trembling, and his unfathomable eyes looked directly at Chakal and the others who were dodging behind him. The fist clenched unintuitively, and finally loosened it slowly. After all, he was still too young to have saved so many lives, yet he could not be treated well. He didn't even do evil things, and his life was like an ordinary person, like a blank sheet of paper. Josh waved, "It's one thing to another, bring them here." At this time, Sivir and Avril were brought over. The little guy's face was full of horror, and he had been hiding in his mother's arms. Seeing Alan, the little guy immediately ran over with his mother without hesitation. "Dad!" Josh, who took everything into his eyes, was full of disgust. He hated Mutant because Mutant once murdered his family. So even a mutant without black spots is a sin that deserves death in his eyes. The mutant in front of him not only has a successful career, but also has such a happy family. This made him stare at the eyes of the family of 3, dark light emerged, and he clenched the gun in his hand. Chapter 4. The adjutant at the back noticed Josh's movements, lowered his head and said softly, "Sir, Mutant is our target." "I know." Josh withdrew his hand and looked gloomily at the hugging family of 3, wondering what they were thinking. "Excuse me, sir, what did he do, Alan?" At this time, an old man walked out of the crowd, with doubts on his wrinkled face. "Yeah, Alan is the best sailor we have here, and it's impossible to commit a crime with his conduct," is it a mistake? Alan helped me with a big problem the other day. Sir, I vouch for it with my life. If Alan does something, it must not be his problem. People around Alan who were familiar with Alan started talking. Almost all the economic sources of the town of Krakow come from fishing, so an excellent fisherman is highly respected here. And Alan is not only powerful, but also has an excellent character and is friendly to others. He is a person who does his best to help his neighbors and friends. In the eyes of many people, it is the most perfect object, a role model for countless children in the small town of Krakow. Now suddenly seeing someone from the FBI show up, it's somewhat incredible to take him away from everyone. Everyone, be quiet. Josh heard everyone's praise for Mutant, his gloomy face was stiff, and he tried his best to calm down his anger and said solemnly, I know you are very confused, but today Captain Chakel encountered a storm when he was out to sea. I am very happy with so many the compatriots are back safely, but... With that said, he turned to look at Chuckle behind him. He encountered something very unreasonable, Mr. Chuckle told them. Chucker raised his head just to meet Alan's deep eyes, and those eyes were so unfathomable that invisible hands choked their throats. It's tingling and scary. Don't be afraid, he is a turtle in a urn now and won't threaten you. Josh enjoyed the moment. He knew that Chuck and this mutant had known each other for years, and the two had an excellent relationship. Only now everything is shattered. It's ridiculous that a dirty race is also delusional to integrate into human society. Hearing this, Chakel made up his mind and said loudly to the crowd, Alan, he is mutant. The voice just fell. The noisy crowd fell into silence in an instant, with a look of astonishment on their faces. Mutant. These three words are not unfamiliar to anyone, they are dirty, cruel, horrible. The people who stood up before all subconsciously took a few steps back, and the confusion on their faces turned into panic. My God, Alan is a mutant. No wonder he helped us so much, he did too many bad things before. Fake. I let a dangerous mutant into my house the other day. I actually spoke to the damn freak just now. The words full of disgust and contempt were like a tide, pouring out of the surrounding people. People who used to revere Alan, after knowing that the other party is mutant. Some are just endless disgust, those scarlet eyes can't wait to go up and tear Alan apart. Alan's face was cold, and the hand that held his daughter was shaking. No. My dad isn't a freak, he's a good guy. Avril next to him had red eyes and shouted at the adults around him, defending his father. But even with a little girl, these people also did not have the slightest sympathy, and more vicious words spit out of their mouths. This damn little beast is a mutant, and it's definitely not a good thing. She is the embodiment of bad luck, she should be burned to death. Sheet. And this lowly woman, so lowly that she has S*X with a mutant. Josh saw that Alan's face was cold and he didn't dare to resist. He could only stand there in a loss and be slaughtered by others, and suddenly felt unprecedented satisfaction. What a mutant, even with extraordinary ability. In the end, it is not only a prisoner, unable to even protect his family. Thinking, he grinned, then snapped again, this morning's storm is the work of this damn mutant. He wants to kill Chakel and take all the revenue share. Fortunately, God bless, let Chakel survive. Otherwise we will never know the truth. In fact, Josh knew that Alan rescued the people on the fishing boat, but he would not give up any chance to sully Mutant. Also, will the people around you care if it's true or false? No, it won't. They are now engulfed in anger and disgust and will not seek the truth. I knew this guy was a hypocrite from the moment I saw him. It really made me guess. Mutant is really a dog who can't stop eating shit. He has always looked like this disgusting look. Chuckle and him have known each other for so many years, this beast can actually do such a crazy thing. Alan remained silent all the while, holding his wife and daughter tightly in his arms, and looking at Chucker and the others, the people he saved at the risk of burning his life. At this moment, it is like a cold stone sculpture standing there with cold eyes. No one defended him. Let the absurd lies spread. Ah! Dad, why are they doing this? There were tears in Avril's innocent eyes. She didn't understand why the friendly uncle ants suddenly became terrifying. Them. Alan fell silent, not knowing how to answer his daughter's words. They just misunderstood Dad, but let's clear the misunderstanding. Sever touched the little guy's head, his tone was gentle, but his eyes were red. At this time, bah! A collar was lost. Put this on and come over. Josh narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was contemptuous, as if the opposite was not a person, but a dog. Alan looked down, he recognized the collar. It is a mutant ability suppressor, as long as it is worn on the neck, even if it is as strong as Deadpool, it will be slaughtered by others. He knew how powerful the collar was, but for the safety of his family, he silently squatted down and picked up the collar on the ground. Sever trembled. Alan. Take care of Avril, see you when you have a chance. As he said that, Alan buckled the collar around his neck, and the blue light came on with a click sound, and then he suddenly felt a lot weaker, and the restless X gene in his body suddenly calmed down. The function of the suppressor is to prevent the activation of the X gene. As long as the gene is not activated, the variant ability will not be generated. Dad, we're going to be away for a while, and Wei has to obey her mother's words. Alan stroked her daughter's face, kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Where is Dad going?" Avril choked up and hugged him tightly. Although the little guy was still young, she had a hunch that her father left this time and might never be able to come back again. Feel sorry. Alan took a deep breath and pulled his daughter away, strode forward and looked at Josh indifferently. Let my family go. Josh frowned slightly, obviously he was dissatisfied with only taking Mutant, but what can be done now? He had no reason to do anything else out of bounds, so he could only snort and nodded. Yet at this moment, a petite figure rushed out quickly, and looked closely at Avril. Her eyes were red, and she tried hard to rush in front of Alan to block his way, so that Dad wouldn't be taken away. Sever, who was behind, turned pale and followed, trying to hold the petite girl. Seeing this, Josh's eyes slammed. The reason, isn't this coming? This little beast, what a surprise! He snapped, this little beast is also a mutant, hurry up and shoot. The crowd of onlookers who heard the words suddenly dispersed, and Alan's face suddenly turned pale. Bah! In the next second, the fire is everywhere. In an instant, endless bullets shot out from the dark muzzle like a storm. Sharp bullets ripped through the air. Like a small beam of light, it landed indiscriminately on the two figures in the center. Call! White smoke rises. The mother and daughter had blood holes all over their bodies, and the blood flowed out like a gushing out, and then collapsed in a pool of blood. Chapter 5. The body Alan rushed over stiffened in place, and his entire head fell into a blank space, allowing the blood to splash and stain his face. Boom! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was like a thorn hitting his heart. Not long ago, the lively daughter Avril, at the moment became a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood, and her expression was frozen in the moment she opened her mouth. Alan could see that her daughter wanted to call him, but she could never speak again. As for his wife, Sever, who was trying to protect her daughter, she was shot by a hail of bullets, and countless blood holes appeared in her body, beyond recognition. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Alan was shivering coldly, his eyes were scarlet, and he wanted to step forward, but his legs slumped to the ground. He fell to the ground helplessly, staring blankly at them. A sense of suffocation came to my heart, and death god seemed to choke Alan's throat while taking away his wife and daughter. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make any sound. The crowd scattered around stopped, and they walked back. Familiar faces of Alan appeared in front of him. These people looked at the corpse indifferently, with undisguised relief on their faces, without any pity, and some even revealed disgust. Finally dead. Just now this little beast went crazy and scared dead man. It's a pity that Sever died too. Isn't it? You want to be a BCH too? Aren't you afraid of being haunted by bad luck? Avril is just a little girl, so she can't die. Hehe, mutant should be damned, anyway, she is destined to be as vicious as her father in the future. If it wasn't for Chucker and the others, a dozen lives would have been lost. A series of ruthless and indifferent voices rang in Alan's ears. At this moment, his personality seemed to be shattered. The broken gap is filled by a brand new one. Those deep and friendly eyes became hideous, and endless dark light emerged from them. Then came the sound of footsteps from behind. It was Josh. He strode around Alan, walked over to the corpse, leaned over and glanced, and said, "Unfortunately, dead." However, at this moment, a strong wind roared like a storm from behind, followed by a monstrous anger. When Josh's heart tightened, he turned around suddenly, and saw Alan's eyes were scarlet and ferocious, like a cheetah rushing fiercely, and suddenly, his body was like an afterimage, making bursts of sharp noises when it was swept out. This is not the power brought by the variant ability, but it stems from the hatred and anger in his heart. Boom! Alan, who was completely filled with hatred, had the most primitive wildness in his heart, and his fists like a storm rushed towards Josh desperately. Facing the surging fist, Josh had no time to stop it. I just felt a flower in front of my eyes, and a severe pain suddenly came from my face. Fake! He cursed and hurriedly took out the remote and pressed it hard. Sizzle sizzle! Then, a violent electric current appeared from the collar on Alan's neck, which instantly wrapped around his neck, causing his body to twitch. He gritted his teeth, trying not to let himself fall in front of the enemy. Kin. In the end, Alan did not have a mutant ability body and fell to the ground limply. However, after being subjected to a powerful electric current, he did not faint with perseverance and hatred. Instead, he opened his eyes like an abyss, always falling on Josh. "I can't wait to tear it to pieces. Sheet, someone take him to me." Josh covered his bleeding nose, and his good mood was completely ruined by this punch. He looked down at Alan on the ground, and when he met those terrifying eyes, he trembled. In order to hide his embarrassment, he cursed incessantly, "Damn beast! How dare you look at it!" He wanted to lift his foot to step on it, but the severe pain on his face prevented him from making violent movements. He had no choice but to wave angrily and ask his subordinates to escort Alan away. "Hurry up!" The two soldiers pushed Alan towards the escort. The latter lost his soul and seemed to be lifeless, and let him be pushed away. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd dispersed one after another, as if they encountered an object of extreme disgust and dared not approach half a minute. Some schadenfreude whispers. In fact, many people are jealous of Alan's excellence, with a happy family and a high-paying job, and a life that countless people envy. Witness the brokenness now. These people are in a good mood. When passing by Chakel, I don't know if the soldier slowed down intentionally or unintentionally. Chakel looked at the gloomy Alan, swallowed and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." Hearing the sound, Alan walked into the escort car without any response. At this time, Josh walked over to Chucker outside, put ice cubes on his face, and laughed, "Mr. Chucker, you did a very good job, the bonus will be distributed soon, now let's go have a drink. To celebrate, clear another monster." Chuckle just smiled when he heard this, and looked at the escort car in dismay. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the person inside looking at him, and that look was no different from Death God. At the moment, in the escort car, Alan was silent. After experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, he was heartbroken and pierced, like a walking dead. The soul, body, mind, and soul have long since dissipated. The former look between the eyebrows was completely annihilated, only the endless pain wrapped in hatred. Call. Suddenly, there was silence in the blank mind. A stiff mechanical sound quietly sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host's hatred value is full. Awakening the strongest destruction system. Chapter 6. Ding! It is detected that the host's hatred value is full. Awakening the strongest destruction system. The voice was stiff and cold, but it resounded like thunder in Alan's mind. The previously powerless rage silenced his torn heart, but the sound of the reminder sounded in his mind now moved his indifferent face. The strongest extinction system? Alan recalled the past with his wife and daughter, his trembling fists subconsciously clenched tighter, and there was no emotion on his indifferent face. Destroy the world! He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and trembling, without the slightest emotion. While contemplating, the system prompt sounded again. The strongest eradication system, this system detects the hatred value in the host and was born. Get rewards by completing tasks issued by the system. The information of the system poured into Alan's mind. At present, the content of the system is very simplified. You only need to complete the tasks issued by the system to get rewards. Congratulations to the host, get the Superman template, the strongest version of Krypton bloodline. Congratulations to the host, getting the new variant ability, Transformation. Congratulations to the host, get the contract. One after another system prompts are heard endlessly. Alan's icy face was touched, the extreme despair of falling into hell, and the dawn of revenge was seen at the corner, which made him a little uneasy. The system actually gave him a great super template directly. Although the template of Integrate does not immediately get the ability of the Peak Super, but this template can evolve infinitely. That is to say, as long as he is given enough time, his strength will become stronger and stronger, and eventually he will become an immortal existence. It is even possible to surpass the Silver Super in the strongest period. Blow out the multi-universe in one bite. There is also a new variant ability Transformation, which, as the name suggests, can transform any biological structure. As long as you can use it skillfully, you can create a powerful existence out of thin air. Integrated Superman template, the strongest version of Krypton bloodline. Integrated new variant ability, Transformation. Alan didn't finish reading the previous two rewards, and suddenly a whole new blood swept through his body, but it made him look completely new in an instant. Originally, the body was weakened by the electric shock, but now it has gradually recovered, and the strength restricted by the ability inhibitor has also recovered. It seems that his X gene is no longer restricted by the suppressor under the influence of the new variant ability. And when the cells of the body come into contact with a ray of sunlight coming in from the window, they begin to undergo subtle changes quietly. There is always a way out. Alan raised his head and closed his eyes to feel this wonderful transformation. A smile appeared on his originally indifferent face, and he laughed madly. Ha ha ha! Since there are no nostalgic people in this world, what about destroying it? Sudden laughter filled the escort car, and the two soldiers who were in charge of escorting him in the carriage looked astonished, looked at each other and then turned to him. This beast is crazy. He doesn't think he can get out of mutant prison, right? Poor, my family is dying in front of my eyes and nothing can be done. I think I got shot too. Alan didn't care about them and smiled to himself. Experienced despair, saw the dawn again. Such complex emotions are indescribable. Hey! Be quiet! A soldier was a little scared when he saw his crazy appearance, and threw out the butt of his gun and smashed it on his temple. Bah! The hard butt of the gun landed on Alan's temple, but he couldn't stop him. Instead, his blood-red eyes became more and more maddening. His legs suddenly stood up and slammed into the abdomen of the soldier who said he had fired a gun before. Although the body of steel only absorbed a few rays of sunlight, the power it exerted was far beyond that of ordinary people. Abruptly turning the soldier's face blue, he stood up angrily, raised his fist and hit Alan. BD. Do you think your mutant ability can still be used? You are just a waste that can't even protect your family. I should kill you too, and reunite you with your family. The soldier punched Alan's stomach heavily, and the insults continued. However, Alan didn't groan, instead he raised his head and sneered, "Het! Court death!" The soldier looked ruthless, and was ready to continue to teach this unknowing beast. It's just that he never expected it. Alan, who seemed to be extremely weak at first, suddenly burst out again, like a high-speed cannonball ejecting and knocking him to the ground. Immediately, he saw Alan raised his chained hands and slammed them down fiercely. In an instant, the soldier's eyes were blurred, his head was like a cracked watermelon, and bright red blood flowed from it, soaking the iron plate. Fake! Another soldier saw this scene and touched the communicator on his waist in horror. Kin! Alan has his eye on him. In seconds. Krakow playground. Josh sat on a chair near the escort car, drinking and laughing, and occasionally made fun of Mutant's ugliness. Boom! Just then, the heavy iron door of the escort car opened. The bodies of the two soldiers fell out of it and landed on the ground, causing huge amounts of movement. Hearing the sound, the nearby special soldiers immediately surrounded the escort vehicle with guns. Fake. What's going on? Josh picked up the pistol and walked towards the compartment door, looking gloomily at the man whose head was split on the ground, and then saw Alan sitting inside through the huge amount of gap. His hands were stained with viscous blood, drop by drop on the ground, spattering tiny blood flowers, as if he sensed someone approaching. Those hideous eyes looked over, saw that it was an acquaintance, and smiled. Josh, you are so pitiful, you are not disgusted with us, but fear. Because mutant is the future, the inevitable evolution, the true successor of the Earth. Alan's face stained with the blood of the soldier once again revealed a brutal sneer. Although at the moment he has activated the system. And the system directly gave him the super template. This template, while ready to use, takes time to grow. If Alan at this moment has the strength of the silver superpower, why should he be at the mercy of others? Shut up! Josh was so angry that if his superiors hadn't asked for the experimental body, he would have killed this guy long ago. Someone, give me a stun. Do you think sending me to mutant prison is over? No, that's just a fresh start. Alan felt the huge electric current coming from the collar, and he endured the severe pain, and a strange smile formed on the corner of his mouth. It made everyone outside who saw this scene horrified, until he fainted. The feeling was still fresh in his memory. This BD's gossip. He probably won't be able to get out of mutant prison in his life. Ignore him, no matter how strong mutant is, he is not our prisoner. Hehe, just a coward like him who can't even protect his family. Beast, before leaving, he killed 2 innocent lives. Chapter 7. Federal Psychic Prison. Commonly known as Mutant Prison, because this prison contains almost only mutants. Cha. The door at the end of the dark corridor opened, and the ceiling lights turned on in sequence. Several heavily armed special forces armed with rifles, pushed a figure and walked in. This person was Alan, who had just been brought back. He was wearing a dark blue prison uniform, wearing a restrained collar. His hands and feet were wrapped in chains and he walked forward step by step. The iron chains slid across the ground, making a light sound. Jingle bell. The soldier behind reminded loudly, hurry up. Don't try to play tricks, there is no way to escape from this place when storm comes. Alan ignored him, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The decoration here is very different from that of ordinary prisons. There are copper walls and iron walls everywhere that are airtight and full of technology. The corridor is 3 meters wide, and every few meters there is a heavy mechanical iron door. No wonder the soldiers are so proud. The variant ability is restricted, and it is hard to escape if you stay in such a place. And Alan found that all the cells in the cell were mutants wearing collars, not like ordinary people, and mutants were imprisoned together. 9527, go to the place and go Indiana. The soldier took him to the open cell 666 and called out his number. Crack, Chuck. Bah. After Alan walked in, the chains of his hands and feet were taken away, and the mechanical iron door behind him slowly closed. The newcomer's attention, don't make trouble, get out and gather when the bell rings tomorrow. The person who spoke was the prison guard who arrived later. He saw that the prisoner had already sat on the bed before leaving. The single cell has a monotonous interior without windows, like an iron box. There is a toilet 2 meters away from the bed, and there is only a sink and a toothbrush cup and towel. The ends of the plastic toothbrushes are all blunt to prevent brutal prisoners from self-harming or hurting others. Call. Alan lay on the bed and looked at the harsh environment. If he were another mutant, he would have collapsed and gave up when his ability was suppressed. But he was not worried at all, his expression was indifferent. As if everything was under control. Because. Item, contract. Effect, holding a contract. You can sign a contract with others and make the other party surrender to you, but this item cannot force a contract, and the other party must agree to surrender, regardless of any means and circumstances. Current contract number, no. Alan read the prop information in his mind, and the dark light in his eyes became more and more strange. This contract is also a reward given by the system, as long as the person who signs the contract with him will be firmly controlled. As long as the contracted person violates his heart, he will be noticed by the host. And the host only needs a thought to make the contracted person have a splitting headache, and his body can't move half a minute. The reason why Alan came to mutant prison is to win over other mutants, make good use of the modified mutant ability, and form a powerful mutant army. Secondly, he needs to recharge his batteries and absorb the light and radiation emitted by fixed star to improve his strength. This body has unlimited potential that has not yet been developed, and this prison will be a good location. In addition, Alan knows that the Marvel world is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are many strong people who will not come forward easily, so only with strong strength can they fight against the world on their own. Hey! Alan took out the photo in his pocket, which was taken at the playground this afternoon. In the photo, the family of 3 looked happy, warm, and happy, but now everything has vanished. What's more sad is that the self-service camera's photo is grey and white. Everything seems to be destined. Before he knew it, his eyes turned red with a handsome expression of pain. He closed his eyes and unconsciously remembered the scene of his wife and daughter before they died. Alan wet his face with tears and muttered to himself, "Give me some time." The next morning, the cafeteria. The spacious canteen is surrounded by guards patrolling back and forth, and the mutants sit at the long table and bow their heads to eat breakfast. The TV on the wall at this point also broadcasts the news, which is the only way for mutant to get information from the outside world. A piece of news about Tony Stark was playing on the TV. Alan raised his head and glanced at the sound, but stopped paying attention to watching other people while eating. "Hey, you're new here, haven't you met Tony Stark? His life is my dream, Playboy eats and drinks every day." A mutant next to him patted him and said excitedly. "He's got bad luck and something is going to happen." Alan glanced and responded casually. "It's not nonsense, the news said Tony was going to Ahan to sell arms. If the universe didn't go wrong, Tony would be taken away by terrorists if he didn't use it." The man frowned slightly. "Unfortunate." Alan ignored and continued to observe the people nearby, picking the right person. Soon a figure caught his attention. "She looks familiar." At the dining table in the distance, a green-haired woman sat drinking porridge with her head down. When she raised her head, her delicate and pretty face came into view. Alan recognized her. The green-haired woman turned out to be Polaris Lorna. Dane. Who is she? Magneto's daughter with unlimited potential. Absolutely a great candidate and fits Alan's criteria. It's just that this Polaris looks very immature, and looks only 17 or 18 years old at most, but his eyebrows reveal a profound and perseverance that his peers do not have. Alan wasn't stupid enough to jump on it abruptly, but planned to observe for a while. After all, if a stranger suddenly came to you, anyone else would be vigilant. Doing so will only startle the snake. Besides, who knows how the Polaris of this universe is different from the Polaris he thought. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A few guards came over, and the leader said coldly, 9527, please come with us. The prosecutor is looking for you. Prosecutor? Alan was a little puzzled, not knowing what the hell these people were up to. But looking at Josh's attitude, he knew that there would never be much good news when he was caught. But he didn't resist, got up and followed the guards out of the confinement area. Chapter 8. Trial Room. Alan's hands were locked on the table, and his ankles were tied to the floor. The guards took him here and left. It took nearly 10 minutes for the door lock to move. 2 figures came in from outside, and the appearance of one of them made Alan's eyes glow dark. This person was obviously Josh from yesterday, and behind him was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, holding a document in his hand. "Hello Alan, oh no, it's 9527, long time no see." Josh's provocative gaze fell on the number of the prison uniform, and a playful smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Alan's gloomy eyes stared at the enemy, his fists clenched squeaky, and now he can completely break the chain and rush up to kill this man. With the current strength, it is almost the same as Captain America. But if he did, he would never be able to go out with his at-the-moment strength. And a mutant that can't be restrained by a suppressor will also be heavily cared for. So worthless. He gritted his teeth. Because Josh is only one of them, it's not worth ruining the overall situation for a moment. Besides, Alan would never let this man die easily. He wants all those who have hurt Sivir and Avril to die. Pay a terrible price. You are angry. Josh put his hands on the table and looked at him, always shaking his head with a sneer on his face. Unfortunately, God can't help you, dirty mutant. The last few words were intensified, filled with disgust and disgust. Josh stood there with a high-sounding look, as if yesterday's murderer wasn't him. It was Alan with a gloomy face in front of him. Ridiculous. The man in handcuffs was the victim. Enough. Josh invites you out. The prosecutor at the back saw that Alan was emotionally unstable, so he couldn't stand it any longer and said sharply, "I leave this to you." Josh sneered, turned around and walked out. Wait for the door to close. The prosecutor rubbed his brows and sat on the chair opposite Alan. Sorry, Josh is a little out of his mind. Forgot to introduce myself, I'm Reed Strucker, the prosecutor in charge of Mutant. Reed Strucker habitually stretched out his hand, and then quickly retracted it after thinking of something, with an apologetic smile on his face. Reed Strack. Alan was slightly taken aback when he heard this, then looked up at the elegant man with a full beard, with a typical politician's face. This made his originally gloomy eyes flash with a light. Reed Strucker. Come to think of it, he's the prosecutor Mutant hates the most, because he's always dealing with mutants' cases. It's just that this excellent prosecutor never imagined that his 2 children were also mutants. Later, he was forced to join the mutant organization, and gradually saw the grievances mutants suffered and the difficulty of living, and felt sympathy for this. Hey? Are you listening? Reed waved his hand and shouted twice. Alan nodded, thinking in his heart, and then said, You and Josh are familiar. No, we've only met once. Reed said, digging out a document and stating the purpose of the trip. The FBI has charged you with multiple counts, suspected of deliberately murdering Chacker and others, and suspected of murdering 2 police officers. These 2 things are extremely bad. But as long as you confess and be lenient, the government is willing to defend you. After speaking, he pushed the document in front of Alan, and took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket, which was very obvious. Ask Alan to sign a guilty plea. I saved them. Alan sneered, as if his heart was no longer so fragile after so much. Hearing someone slander him again, he didn't care. Perhaps, the only thing that can move him now is the death of his wife and daughter. Reed took out another document from the briefcase and put it on the table. I'd like to listen to you, but all the evidence. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Mr. Prosecutor, I would like to ask about the incident of my wife and daughter, what do you think? Alan smiled, a morbidly terrifying smile. As if it was Satan from hell, the corners of his mouth grinned like the scythe of death god. It's chilling, sweat dripping down your forehead. Sorry, that's not my business. Reed felt a chill in his body, and the man who handed out the document subconsciously took it back. After a while, he continued, I'm doing this for your own good, to save you, otherwise people outside will never make you feel better. Alan was silent, smiling without saying a word. Does Reed really not know? No, how could such a good prosecutor as him not know? He may even have seen the videotape of the playground and witnessed 2 innocent ordinary people being shot to death. Witnessing 2 soft people fall in a pool of blood. However, he didn't want to cause trouble and chose to ignore it. This is human nature, and always egoists. Anything that supports justice and righteousness is hypocritical. The whole system is already corroded. Alan's abyss-like eyes stared at Reed's eyes, and a thought emerged in his mind, Mr. Reed, do you know how to make state laws? Learn. Reed didn't know why he said that. Maybe for a moment, he felt that if he answered incorrectly, he would die because of it. Your answer saved you. You know what I'm thinking, sometimes the most disgusting is always around. Alan's words left Reed at a loss. He felt that the young man in front of him might have been stimulated to go crazy, and he actually said such frivolous words, but he didn't think so. He looked obviously normal. Even weirdly scary. In the end, because Alan refused to sign, Reed had to let the prison guards take him back. After the people left, the prosecutor, who had seen countless mutants, breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the chair. What is the origin of this mutant? The description in the data is far weaker than any other mutant, but it is a little suffocating when you see it. That oriental face made Reed feel like he was a sleeping lion, gradually waking up. Didn't he sign? At this moment, Josh pushed the door and walked in. No, leave his affairs to others, this kid is too weird. Reed glanced at him, packed his file bag and walked away without looking back, leaving Josh standing alone. Don't sign it. He glanced at the list of experimental subjects in his hand, which had a name: Alan. Exon, number 9527. One more reason. Josh showed a frantic smile. I really hope that this beast's bones can be so hard when it comes to the experiment. Ever since the family was mutilated by Mutant, his heart was gradually twisted and perverted, and he liked to watch Mutant being dissected and the pain and helplessness of Mutant being slaughtered by others. Chapter 9. Federal Psychic Prison Zone. At the moment is the free time in the morning, and the mutants in the cell will be put into the playground surrounded by high walls. The playground is no different from an ordinary prison, with simple fitness equipment and ball games. It's just that the huge playground is divided into two sides. In order to prevent conflicts, the warden separates the male and female mutants. The warm sun of the open-air playground fell on the ground, reflecting on the faces of the mutants, drowning the flashing lights of the collars around their necks. In the rare free time of the day, everyone seemed excited. On the other hand, Udeo's figure seemed out of place. He was lying on the chair by the wall with his eyes closed, and there was no movement from beginning to end. This person is Alan, who just returned from the interrogation room. Alan has no interest in other things, and the only thing that attracts him now is the burning sun above his head. It may be due to the influence of the super template. He is desperate for the sun now, and his skin starts to absorb it crazily after touching the sun. The radiation and heat from the fixed star make the pore relax like a stream of heat swept through the body. Makes people feel extremely comfortable. At the same time, the absorbed sunlight subtly awakens the cells in the body, transforming it into another wonderful force, gradually causing the awakened cells to divide. Alan could feel a great force in his body, recovering at an extremely weak speed. That's right. Just recovering. Because Dacheo's super ability is innate in the blood of the Kryptonian, not an acquired mutation. Those super strength, super flight, super vision, even super brain, super hearing and vision, an unparalleled steel body. They were originally hidden in Dacheo's body. Just need to activate and wake them up by absorbing the radiation and heat of fixed star. Call. Alan exhaled a long sigh, and he could clearly feel the awakened Kryptonian blood, which made his body visibly stronger. He felt that it would not take long for the instincts in his body to recover one by one. At this time, the system prompt sound that had been immersed for a long time sounded in my mind. Host new mission. The tasks issued are long-term and short-term, and the host can choose to complete it. Alan was slightly taken aback. The mission finally came, and relevant information about the mission flooded into my mind. Long-term tasks are goals to be completed in the long term in the future, while short-term tasks are tasks to be completed in the present. The above two quests are main quests and must be completed before they can be refreshed. In addition to this, there are side quests that will be refreshed regularly, but they have not been promulgated yet. I don't know what task the system will issue this time. Short-term mission, Mutants Revolt. Content: Mutant has been brutalized in this world. Humans hate and despise mutants' dirty blood, but on the contrary, they try to extract mutants' abilities for use. The host needs to find a suitable one in the prison. Personnel to form a mutant organization. Reward: rating based on task completion. Alan was a little surprised that the short-term mission of the system was similar to the plan in his mind. And from the content of the mission, the mutant held in this prison will eventually be sent to the laboratory. Long-term mission: build the mutant kingdom. Content: sometimes violence is the best revenge, not only in the body, but also in the mind. In this land, build a powerful mutant kingdom on them, let fear reign over them, and gradually devour them. Reward: rating based on task completion. Using violence to overcome violence. Alan, who was lying on the bench, suddenly sat up. He had the idea of building a kingdom. Otherwise, Reed wouldn't have been asked that question in the interrogation room. The tasks now issued by the system further intensified the desire to move. If this world is destroyed directly, the pain will only be a momentary thing. If you are a former slave prisoner, become the master of the world, become the ruler of the world. What could be more painful torment than this? Ah! Alan looked up at the scorching sun above his head, his eyes were bright, and his pupils shone with a crimson shimmer. At this moment, a certain ability in the body. Slowly awakening under the strong desire, Alan's mouth outlined a strange smile. "Newcomer, why are you giggling alone?" A heavy voice came from the side, followed by footsteps. "Crazy, I heard the prison guard who sent him in yesterday said that this kid's wife and daughter are all dead." Originally, Alan didn't want to pay attention to it, but when he said the next sentence, his indifferent face suddenly turned gloomy. He turned to look at the speaker, and said coldly, "What did you say?" "Yo, you can talk, I thought you were dumb." Jetterson grinned, baring big yellow teeth, and his fat, oily face wriggled as he spoke. The people who followed him also smiled contemptuously. Alan swept over them gloomily, and then his keen senses sensed a fiery gaze and looked up. In the building on the side of the playground, a familiar figure stood there. "It's Josh." Since the light blocked half of his face, the playfulness on his face could still be seen. Alan sneered. No wonder these fellow mutants suddenly came to provoke him for no reason. It turned out to be Josh's lackey. To sacrifice their lives for the victims of compatriots, even those who trample on their dignity. But this is also human nature, and there is no shortage of animals in Mutant. Alan will never be soft on this kind of person. In other words, anyone who is an eyesore will become his undead. "Boy, we don't want to look for trouble, but the newcomers have a ritual, which is to duel with the old man. No one can be special." Jetson walked towards him slowly, his constantly rubbing fists rattling. Everyone around knew that Jetterson was a lackey of the Federal Bureau, and they all cast sympathetic glances at Alan. Generally, if Jetson is looking for trouble for no reason, 80% are targeted by a certain Federal Bureau. A playground separated by a barbed wire wall. There's something special about that new one. The two figures looked through the barbed wire towards Alan, who was surrounded on the other side. The speaker was a woman with burgundy hair. The woman's pupils are as deep as gems, and the subtle ripples fluctuate in the beautiful eyes, which looks a bit strange. Lorna next to him heard the words, "Sweet dream, what did you find?" "I just said it casually, wearing this thing can't use mutant ability." Mei Meng tugged at the collar on her neck, pursed her lips, her charming and pretty face was full of helplessness, and then said, "It's not easy to be found by the Federal Bureau." Hearing that, Lorna's eyes fell on Alan, and her emerald green eyes showed a strange light. Chapter 10. Dark room, in front of the bay window. Josh looked at the playground below through the glass, and looked at Alan surrounded with interest, his eyebrows revealed contempt. "Sir, why are you targeting an ordinary mutant?" The adjutant next to him was puzzled. He had seen Alan's information file, which was too ordinary to be seen in this prison. "I don't understand why his superiors are targeting him like this. You don't get the joy of it." Josh looked at Alan below, like he was looking at a plaything. He did this because he saw something in Alan that other mutants didn't. That kind of unyielding, fearless attitude. Even when he was hit so hard and fell into such a desperate situation, his eyes were still full of perseverance. Especially the way Alan looked at him, tough and unhurried. Thinking of this, Josh's expression became ruthless. "I'm afraid this beast didn't understand the situation, so he would personally kill the beast's state of mind and make it completely disintegrated." Meanwhile, in the playground. The entire playground stopped and looked at Alan and the others, but no one stood up to discourage them, because most of the mutants who came here had already been taught by Jetson, and they were afraid of him in their hearts. The people in the Bureau made the mutants dare not resist. They know that if they resist, they will not suffer from simple flesh and blood. They will even be sent out for excuses, no one knows where they will go, only those who go out never come back. So they swallowed their anger and lived in humiliation all the time. At the moment, the atmosphere in the air is getting more and more anxious. But Alan didn't seem to notice anything. Sitting on the bench, his heart was still water, as if the big men in front of him were air. Just ignore them. Fake squid. You damn coward, are you deaf? Seeing that he hadn't looked at him from the beginning to the end, Jedson immediately rolled up his sleeves and strode over in anger. But only one step away. Alan, who had been bowing his head for a while, suddenly raised his head. Those ferocious eyes were like the gaze of Satan, full of great chill. Makes everyone who touches horrified. Even the menacing Jedson saw the devilish look in his eyes, and froze in place, obviously wanting to get close but didn't know why, so he didn't dare to take the next step. At this time, Alan was just standing up, which scared the five around Jedson back a few steps. Seeing this, Alan took a step forward and smiled contemptuously. Who do you think is a coward now? A person who is willing to kneel and lick the Federal Bureau, or a person who will never yield in his bones? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. This thin-looking young man actually did what they wanted to do the most, but didn't dare to do. Is he not afraid? Sonia Simonson, beautiful dream, looked a little surprised when she saw this scene. He's not afraid, but that doesn't mean he won't be killed. Lorna shook his head, and with Jackson's temperament, he would never let him go easily. It's too reckless to do so. In the upstairs room, Josh cursed when he saw this scene. What is Jedson doing? On the playground. Court death. Hearing the whispers of the people around him, Jedson felt that the new Alan had made him lose his face, clenched his fists with blue veins, and glared at Alan with tight concave and convex muscles. In the next second, his eyes sank and suddenly burst out, and his angry fist slammed straight forward. Who? Bang! The 1.9-meter tall Jederson's body was like a mountain. When he stepped on the ground, his body squeaked and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the thin Alan fiercely. It's over. Even if this big man is restricted by the collar, his strength is at the top level among ordinary people. Can the newcomer resist a punch? Many people shook their heads secretly. Just when everyone thought Alan would be knocked down with a punch. Boom! A heavy muffled sound echoed in his ears. What? What followed was a heart-piercing scream. Alan, who seemed to be thin, caught Jedson's huge fist with one hand, and broke the big man's wrist with all his strength, and blood came from the crack. Flowing out, the twisted bones are exposed in the air. And then in full view, Alan smashed Jackson's ankle with one foot, forcing him to his knees. Let me go. Jedson's face was pale, and the severe pain made his voice tremble, and even his speech was slurred. Only one sentence could be repeated. But the only response to him was a heavy punch. The powerful impact made his bones dent, his nasal bones shattered, and his eyeballs protruded as if they were about to fall out. The surrounding mutants looked at Jedson's tragic state. The blood had soaked the ground, their faces were stunned, their pupils were shrunk, and they could not recover from it for a long time. What happened just now is almost like a flower in front of my eyes. I saw the muscular Jedson kneeling on the ground. The other four looked at each other in dismay, not daring to take a half step forward. How could he have such power? Is this the reaction speed and strength that normal people can do? My God, you must know that the suppressor is worn around the neck, and the mutant ability can't be used. At this moment they looked at Alan with frenzied eyes. That's right. In the eyes of the mutants, Alan is not a freak, but a powerful being. I am in awe of the power he has displayed. I don't know why, this scene even made their silent hearts inexplicably frenzy. Lorna, he's really special. Sonia's pretty face was shocked, her eyes sparkled, and she hugged Lorna next to her and exclaimed. Slow down, it hit my neck. Lorna shoved her best friend while watching Alan, her eyes also full of disbelief, and murmured, he seems to be a good helper. At the moment, in the upstairs room, Josh stared at the scene below, the blue veins popped up on his forehead, and he punched the window, and the glass cracked endlessly. He didn't expect that Alan would be able to exert such great power under the restriction of the suppressor. Although it is not the kind of rock-breaking power, it is the top among ordinary people. This is far beyond his expectations. You must know that Alan's variant ability is not in the flow at the time of detection. Now reality hit him hard in the face. But after Josh was angry, Nuala calmed down. No matter how you behave, it's not an experiment in the end. It's just more perfect. He didn't think that the suppressor failed, it was only possible that Alan's physique was special. Yet at this moment, Alan's powerful voice sounded in the huge playground, attracting all the attention. Chapter 11. Everyone, be quiet. Alan threw Judson in his hand to the ground, turned and walked to the bench, spreading his arms to signal the restless crowd to calm down. That magnetic and majestic voice resounded in the huge playground. It seemed to have magical power to make everyone quiet in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Maybe it was what just happened that made the mutants feel in awe. After all, the grievances that had been suppressed for so long, Alan's actions released them, and now everyone feels extremely boiling. Lorna, what is he doing? Sonia looked at the mysterious man and wondered. Lorna shook her head. But a figure appeared in her mind. Alan really looks like that guy. And the former is even crazier. Those eyes were completely unscrupulous and fearless. It seems that even if it is destined to be irreversible, there will be no retreat. Josh stared at Alan standing on the chair with a gloomy tone. What the hell are you doing? Although I know that Alan is now a turtle in a urn, no matter what I do, it is a useless struggle. And in a few days, he will be sent to the laboratory. But Josh doesn't know why when he sees him, he feels incomparable disgust in his heart. He always sees perseverance between the eyebrows of the other party. Just like a cockroach, there is no way to crush it. Alan? What makes you grit your teeth and persevere after experiencing despair? Hate? The death of two close relatives must have made you very painful, right? Josh took a deep breath and looked gloomy. In 2 days, I will make you fall into the abyss with my own hands. Seeing his gloomy expression, the adjutant said cautiously, do you want to call the prison guard, sir? No, I want to see what he has to say. Josh narrowed his eyes slightly and waved back. At the same time, I want to ask, how many of the compatriots arrested here are innocent? Alan spoke below, and the new variant ability was transformed, giving him a subtle telepathy. Because the transformation originally has this, but his current variant ability is not strong enough. However, he could feel that most of the mutants present were extremely frenzied and angry, and their grievances that had been squeezed for a long time had nowhere to vent. He did this because he wanted to create chaos. At the same time, they gain the prestige in the hearts of these mutants, paving the way for attracting people, and there is an important point that will be revealed when the matter is over. At this time, many people who heard Alan's words were in an uproar. The voices of thousands of mutants were chaotic. Almost all the mutants here were caught for no reason, and many of them didn't even use the mutant ability in public. However, the Federal Bureau of Arrests, regardless of the reasons. Except for those mutants who have the protection of Charles in the academy, others will be persecuted. Alan noticed the mood swings of the crowd and continued to rise. I know that many people are innocent, why are we being arrested? Because they hate us. Lorna from the playground next door shouted through the barbed wire. Hey, Lorna, we're here for a crime. Sonia was a little guilty and reminded. Who cares? Lorna was only 17 and still in the rebellious period, with an indifferent expression on her face. Besides, she felt that Alan had an indescribable charm. The other party was a little crazy, but he seemed to have everything in mind. Hate. I hate my mutant ability, it makes me an alien. My parents abandoned me because of the mutant gene. The mutant gene is bad luck, a disaster, a bad omen. This answer. In an instant, a look of inferiority appeared on most of the mutants' faces. Although they are mutants with superhuman abilities, they also hate the mutant genes in them. Because it is these genes that make them lose the peaceful life of ordinary people, and can only live in the dark underground to guard against the pursuit of the enemy. From the moment the mutant gene was discovered, their lives were destined to be hunted and hated. Countless people's illusions are willing to pay any price if they can eliminate mutant genes. I thought this beast was going to say something, but it was just to expose the scars of his companions. Josh looked at the expressions of the mutants below and felt satisfied. It seems that these filthy beasts still have self-awareness and know that the blood in their veins is lowly. In addition, it was him who looked up to Alan, and the guy was babbling now. Tisk tisk. If Alan knew about the bodies of his wife and daughter, and no one buried them, would they collapse completely? At this time, the familiar voice spread again among the depressed crowd. Alan's sharp voice spread throughout the playground again, no, no. They don't hate us, they fear us. Some people get irritated by a wolf acting like a sheep, because they are used to being on the top, and when they see our great power, they are terrified, and they will kill us indiscriminately. But before killing us all, he covets powerful abilities and keeps us in captivity like now. They even forget that the X-Men are mutants too. How many lives have they saved? After hearing these words, many mutants looked at the young man on the bench with frenzy. The words of the young man in front of him awakened the sleeping side of some people in a trance. Under long-term oppression, people will have some mental problems to some extent. This is how they have been oppressed for a long time, and they are always vigilant. Sometimes, as soon as awakening arrives, they see acquaintances taken away and never come back. Many people are afraid that the next target will be themselves. Now hearing what Alan said, a seed was planted in my heart, and it gradually took root. Alan's perception made many people become manic and restless, and they wanted to vent, so they looked up at Josh. The guy was still standing there, but after hearing the words in front of him, his face seemed to be a lot gloomier. Alan smiled at him, the X gene in his body surging. The transformation of the new variant ability exerts a subtle spiritual touch, quietly waving the already tense nerves of the mutants. Then he shouted, "Mutants are the superior successors of this world, including everything else. Because we are the future and an inevitable evolution." Chapter 12. Because we are the future and an inevitable evolution. Is the future? It is inevitable evolution. Alan's sonorous voice echoed inside the high wall. The strong and attractive voice constantly stimulates many people's tense and straightened nerves on the verge of rupture. Let the eyes of the mutants tremble, and there is a voice in their hearts telling them, "I shouldn't have been subjected to this kind of humiliation, I shouldn't have been imprisoned in a prison like a prisoner, and life and death are controlled by others." Soon this sentiment spread among the crowd. It was like a boulder smashed into the water, setting off huge waves and violent ripples. Fact. They are just afraid of our strength. They are afraid and worried. The human rights we should have, but only because the X gene in our body is awakened, we should be abused. We are not mutants, we are evolution. A burst of frenzied excitement resounded on the playground. At this moment, under the urging of Alan telepathy, Mutant, who has been imprisoned for a long time, is desperate. And they also understand. Even if you stay here like a dog, you will end up dead. The people of the Federal Bureau will never let anyone go. In the eyes of these hard-hearted people, mutants' life is not life. Worthless like a mustard. People like Josh even thought that people who had an affair with mutant deserved to die, when doing such maddening things. There will never be any mercy. Lorna, how did he do it? Sonia covered her mouth and swept through the crazy crowd, her pretty face stunned and shocked. One person is crazy, but also brought a group of people. I don't know, but he's right, mutant is stronger than humans from the beginning. Lorna looked at Alan standing on the bench with undisguised admiration and excitement. She's had enough time in hiding. Alan is right, mutants are powerful. If the mutant is condensed, it will be able to get rid of the hellish days. This is the idea that originated in the girl Lorna's heart, she calculated. It's a pity, the people from the Federal Bureau will definitely not let him go easily. Sonia frowned slightly and said with a sigh. The perverts of the Federal Bureau like to torture mutants like Alan, causing him to gradually break down. And Alan has shown extraordinary physical fitness before, and he will definitely become a key experimental subject. She sighed again, he is too reckless. If he can bear his temper, he will definitely be our good helper. Hearing this, Lorna glanced at the members of the Federal Bureau standing in front of the bay window, and fell silent. Now it's all up to fate. Boom. At the moment, upstairs in the Federal members' single room, Josh heard Mutant's voice coming from his ear. His face was extremely gloomy, his clenched fists trembled slightly, and the day when his family was killed unconsciously flashed in his mind. In fact, it was Josh who took the initiative to provoke the mutant that day. He thought the man was just a useless tramp. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be Mutant, and he came to his house late at night and killed his wife and children. But he doesn't think he is wrong, he thinks Mutant is an ugly monster and shouldn't exist in this world. So from then on, Josh hated the mutants so much, and started hunting them. The extremely distorted psychology made him perverted to torture Mutant. Do not hesitate to kill innocent children. Like Alan's wife and daughter, but one of them. So Alan's words and Mutant's voice hit his pain point hard. But Josh wasn't so irritated that he lost his mind. After all, no matter how much Alan encouraged people, he couldn't escape from the cage, and in the end, he wasn't toyed with applause. Oh, let me personally make these beasts sober, otherwise they really think that dogs can turn over and become masters. Josh's tone was contemptuous, and his eyes just collided with Alan below when he turned around. Unlike before, don't know why. For the first time, Alan looked at him with such an indifferent expression, and the former wished to swallow him alive the first few times we met. Little did Josh know that this was just the tranquility before the storm. At the moment, the playground was chaotic, and under the urging, everyone had begun to wantonly destroy and vent their suppressed emotions. Alan sat back silently without speaking. His purpose has been achieved. After successfully building an image, Mutant rioted. Others, he doesn't care. To be honest. In fact, Alan didn't care much about Mutant in his heart. Everything he said and did from beginning to end was just paving the way for the future. Cha! As expected. The heavy mechanical door suddenly opened, and a team of prison guards in special uniforms poured in. The firearms in their hands pointed at the rioting crowd vigilantly. Mutants whose variant ability is suppressed are the same as ordinary people. Can't stand the bullets. A time. The originally manic crowd seemed to have been poured into a bucket of cold water, the fireworks in their hearts were extinguished, and they became quiet in an instant. After the madness, it is still necessary to face the reality. They're just pitiful creatures in a cage to be slaughtered. Clap clap clap. Josh came out of the crowd and applauded, with a playful smile on his face, and said unhurriedly, "What do you think you are? The most powerful race on this planet." As he spoke, he glanced at a haggard face with contempt, and then smiled, "Why? Just because you are prisoners." Looking at the group of mutants in front of him, Josh's face became more and more hideous, and his words became more and more bad. "Ignorant and ignorant, you are just beasts. Beasts at your command. Squat down for me." Hearing that, Mutant, who was wearing a prison uniform, had a gloomy face, anger in his eyes, and he was reluctant to squat down. Stupid dog stuff. Josh took out the collar controller on his waist, held it in his hand and pressed it down without hesitation. Although many people had already chosen to squat when the controller was taken out, they were still ravaged by the strong electric current on their necks. All of a sudden, Mutant on the entire playground twitched all over, his face was red and ferocious, strands of electric current spread all over his neck, blue veins burst out, and painful screams came out of his mouth. Bang bang bang! Soon one by one, the mutants could not bear the electric current and fell to the ground. Even Lorna and Sonia couldn't hold on, their pretty faces turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Josh's eyebrows revealed joy, and he seemed to enjoy the moment very much. Especially seeing the sight of Mutant being electrocuted to the point of fainting, the corners of his mouth curved even more. But the next second, his smiling face quickly faded, because all the mutants fell, and only one figure was still firmly leaning against the wall. Sturdy and unsightly. This man is Alan. The blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible at this moment, but he was still enduring the damage from the electric current. Josh didn't have any surprises, but found it more interesting, strode forward, and said solemnly, "Alan, how long can hatred last for you?" Alan didn't answer, but looked up at him. Those eyes were full of disdain and pity. "You probably haven't figured out where you're at right now. Josh's eyes sank, he turned off the electric current of the collar, and waved to the men behind him, "Take him and come with me." The surrounding mutants raised their heads weakly, and looked at Alan, who was taken away, heartbroken. After being crazy, you still have to face reality. Poor newcomer, even with great ambitions, he could not escape the murderous hands of the Federal Bureau. Lorna and Sonia looked at each other. They knew that Alan was going to be taken to the confinement area. Generally, the prisoners who violated the regulations would be sent there. Although there was no laboratory horror, few people could persevere. Those who can come back are also dying, and Alan is probably the worst. However, no one noticed. When Alan was taken away, he showed a weird grin. Chapter 13. Confinement Area. Cha. Alan's hands and feet were chained, and he walked into the dim corridor. The dim light shone on his indifferent face, and the soldiers behind kept pushing him with the butt of his gun to urge him to hurry up. Bah! At the end of the corridor, the heavy iron door opened and endless bright light shone in, instantly flooding the entire corridor. Outside the door was a desert lit by the scorching sun, surrounded by high walls. But unlike the playground, the scorching sun here seems to be stronger, and the air is filled with steaming heat. "Hurry up!" The soldier behind him pushed Alan and said sharply. When Alan stepped out of the corridor, he really felt how scorching the scorching sun was. The endless heat and radiation from fixed star fell on his skin and was continuously absorbed. The energy is constantly stored in the cells, nourishing the whole body. Suddenly, his body and mind were relaxed, and the slight dizziness caused by the previous electric shock gradually recovered. It was then that Alan noticed how special this place was. The surrounding is empty in the loess, empty only with the iron cage with the top lifted in the center. The position of the cage perfectly avoids the shadow of the four walls. Full exposure to scorching sunlight. "Put him in a cage." Josh waved his hand to let his subordinates open the iron cage door, and then he seemed unhappy, stepped forward and kicked Alan in. Alan stumbled and fell into the iron cage. The iron plate under him was extremely hot, and then he raised his deep eyes in a calm and frightening way, staring at the enemy who was close at hand. His tone was cold. "Would you this pays the price?" 9527. "Do you know how many mutants have fallen here?" Josh shrugged disdainfully, closed the cage door, and took a few steps back. "There are too many. Because the walls here reflect strong light, making the sun's radiant temperature more intense. Your bloody brethren are dying of dehydration in this place." Josh wasn't intimidating Alan, and he didn't need to. After all, he had only been in for more than a minute, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. If he stayed here for a long time, no one could hold on. The longest one had lasted was only 1 day. The man passed out the next day and was diagnosed dead shortly after. Josh is looking forward to how long this beast with such hard bones can last. Puff! Hear this! Alan didn't have any fear, but he couldn't help grinning wildly and contemptuously, as if he had heard a big joke. Before that, he would still be worried. After all, his mutant ability was related to water molecules. It's different now. He has a super template. The blood of the Kryptonian is flowing in his body, and the strong sunlight is not a punishment for him, but a great enjoyment. Alan can even feel that the cells in the body are absorbing energy much faster than before. This is all because of the blessings brought by the special walls of the confinement area. Actually, when he was in the interrogation room before, he saw the information about the confinement room, which mentioned the content of the reflection wall. And then think that Josh will never let go of the opportunity to torture him so easily. In his free time, he used some means to make Mutant riot. While gaining prestige, he can come to this place to absorb more intense sunlight, and further and faster awaken the instinct in his body. He can't wait for revenge. The funny thing is, Josh estimated that he would never have thought in his life that one of his actions created an impending disaster. He looked at Alan, who was still unyielding, wiped his sweaty forehead, and said coldly, "You are so pathetic. But it won't take long for you to regret it. At that time, you may catch the last train with your family." After that, Josh left with a smile. With his physique, he couldn't stand the strong sunlight, so he didn't dare to stay for a long time. But he was looking forward to Alan's painful appearance from the heat. That scene must be very pleasing to the eye. Click, bang. The heavy iron door closed. Ville. Alan raised his head to feel the scorching sun, his calm eyes showed murderous intent, his pupils flushed crimson, and he forcibly retracted them under his clenched fists. Just now, he seemed calm. But that was just an appearance of self-deception. Every time he faced Josh, he enduring the conflict that would tear this beast into tens of thousands of pieces. Can't kill, can't let him die so easily. Until now, I can't calm down in my heart, I can only keep myself hypnotic ability. Driven by such a strong desire, every cell in the body splits more and more crazy, and they greedily absorb the endless fixed star radiation energy. Gradually awaken the terrifying power contained in this body. Alan doesn't know where the upper limit of this super template is, but it seems that this body will never reach saturation. And he felt the blood of Krypton, and there were several instincts in awakening. Call. Super strength, super flight. And under the more intense absorption, the body of steel increases rapidly, and the muscle density increases clearly and appreciably. Vengeance is about to begin. Chapter 14. Mutant prison in the endless desert of the West, the fierce sun shrouded in the deep space, quietly brewing a bloody storm. And in the far northeast at Xavier's school in the Big Apple, something bad is happening. At the moment. Xavier's school, a secret underground meeting room. Several figures were sitting on both sides of the conference table. The X-Men, Scott, Tempest, Iceman of the Academy, and the fledgling Colossus and Shadowcat were impressive. In the center of the conference table, the meeting point of everyone's eyes. A bald-headed old man with deep eyes was sitting in a wheelchair with his hands on either side. His unfathomable eyes seemed to see everything in front of him as long as he looked at him. If Alan were here, he would have recognized that the old man was Charles Francis Xavier, codenamed Professor X. It's just that Charles, who always looks kind, has a slightly gloomy face at the moment. Since Wolverine Logan is back today, a mighty X-Men returning to the Academy should have been a joy. But Logan is here for help, having discovered a mutant institute in Mexico. The inhumane mutant experiment is going on there. There are even a lot of high-tech equipment, and the scale can be said to be relatively large. I don't know how many compatriots died in the cold laboratory. Damn it! Even if they blatantly set up a prison for ability users, there is still such a large-scale mutant institute. Scott was extremely angry, he was gentle and calm. But when faced with persecution of compatriots, it is difficult to control the anger. The prison of abilities? It's like mutants' hell. You haven't seen it. All the prisoners in it are mutants. Hearing this, Logan sneered, and anger appeared in his eyes. Anyone with eyes will know that the so-called prison of superpowers is only to prevent conflicts on the surface. In fact, these prisons are all mutants captured by the Federal Bureau and the Secret Service. If they hadn't been sheltered by a professor, the X-Men would have ceased to exist. Some are just a few decadent prisoners. Okay, I'll report to the Department of Defense and be ready for action tonight. Scott, Cyclops, Orlo, Storm, Peter, Colossus, Katie, Shadowcat, ready for the mission. Charles looked solemn and said solemnly. Iceman Bobby frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Professor, what about me? Poppy, you stay at the Academy. Charles looked serious and rubbed his eyebrows. I always feel that something bad is going to happen recently, and I need you to protect the Academy. In recent days, I don't know why he always felt huge amounts of crisis. But he used the brainwave strengthening machine many times, and he searched the planet and found no threat. The inability to keep the situation in his hands left him distraught. There is also growing resistance to mutant from the outside world, and those so-called federal psychic prisons are a microcosm. Charles felt that perhaps the crisis came from humans. But he never imagined that the real threat would be a mutant. It was getting late, and the city that never sleeps, the Big Apple, was full of lights and feasts. Many people travel through the bustling city, and the noise is endless. On the surface, the city always looks so bright and beautiful. Like its country. The air is filled with cold air. On the balcony, an old man with the vicissitudes of life, standing overlooking the bustling city, his eyes are sharp and piercing, and he does not know what he is thinking. At this time, Mystique Raven came over, holding a document in his hand. Eric, the prison of the power user you mentioned has been found. That's right, the old man standing on the balcony. It was Magneto Eric, the other extreme in the mutant camp. He and Charles were good friends a long time ago, but eventually parted ways due to their different philosophies. Because Charles presides over the idea of peaceful coexistence with humanity. And Eric's philosophy is that mutant wants to live a safe and bright life on Earth. It is necessary to destroy all human beings and make mutant the ruler of this world. Such positive and negative poles are naturally incompatible. For decades, AI Rui has been obsessed with extreme ideas from beginning to end. He even killed the Black Emperor during his journey here. He briefly took control of the Hellfire Club, and later established the Mutant Brotherhood. Abnormal prison? Or mutant prison? Eric took over the document and flipped through it, his eyes extremely gloomy. The files are all mutants, not a single human. The Federal Bureau is doing this kind of thing in such an upright manner, hasn't his old friend seen it clearly? A world where the strong eat the weak and the fittest survive. Only the strong can survive. The weak can only follow the law and go to perdition. There are also prisons in the north, why do you set your sights on the south? Mystique was puzzled. Obviously, there is also a prison for power users near the Big Apple City. Why do you have to go to the south? A strange look flashed in Magneto Eric's eyes, and he said slowly, it's remote and convenient for attacking, so it's the best target. Get Quicksilver ready to go to the West Desert tomorrow. After Mystique leaves. Lorna. Dane. Eric's eyes fell on a name on the file with a complicated expression. Others don't know. He's targeting a prison in the West because his youngest daughter, Polaris Lorna, is there. Although he didn't recognize Lorna, he was his own blood after all. He couldn't sit idly by and let his daughter suffer. Besides, Lorna has his blood flowing in his body. From the moment she was born, it meant that she was destined to become a powerful being in Mutant. This is what Magneto wants the most. With Lorna on board, the Mutant Brotherhood will be even stronger. Charles, a new era for Mutant is coming. Chapter 15. The next day. Federal Psychic Prison Confinement Area. At the moment, although it was only the morning, the scorching sun hung high in the vast and deep sky, emitting a dazzling light that fell on the earth. The temperature in the air is extremely high, and the scorching heat wave is visible to the naked eye. Raw as the land is dry and cracked. However, in a place in the prison confinement area, the sun rays are brighter and the temperature is more terrifying. Just looking at the light reflected by the four high walls is enough to sting the eyes, and the scalding heat wave is even more turbulent. The wall made of steel plate once emitted white smoke. In a place that was as hot as hell, there was an iron cage. There was a figure sitting there calmly, his face relaxed and his eyes closed, his heart was like still water, the smirk raised at the corner of his mouth seemed to be enjoying the sun, not a cruel torture. This person, of course, is Alan. He had been here since yesterday, his dark blue prison uniform soaked with sweat. The people from the Federal Bureau didn't seem to want to let him go easily, perhaps Josh meant it. Every hour someone comes to water him. Not for anything else. It was to keep Alan awake at all times under the scorching sun and prevent him from passing out easily. If ordinary people are undoubtedly desperate in this situation, it is necessary to know that the metabolism of the human body is regular. If it is in a harsh environment, it will increase the speed of metabolism for a long time. It feels like a fever, and it doesn't kill you right away. But it will make the liver and kidney abnormal, let the body gradually get rid of deficiency, until the spirit collapses. Josh was never soft to torture him. If it wasn't for him having a super template, he would have fainted as early as yesterday. Josh has chosen another torture for himself. Alan opened his eyes slightly, his pupils twinkling dimly. Under the influence of strong fluctuations, the blood in the whole body boiled and began to frantically absorb the energy from fixed star to enrich the cells in the body. From yesterday to now, he could feel the obvious growth of the power in his body, and the whole body seemed to be gradually undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. Do not know why. Perhaps now is the early stage of the super template, so his growth rate is relatively comparable. Like heat sight. Alan was only a few hours away before he woke up. Just haven't tested the power of overheated sight. After all, Dacheo is also divided into strong and weak. Awakening this ability does not mean that it will be strong. It also takes time to grow. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, his head seemed to be stimulated, and a burst of stabbing pain filled his brain. What? Alan couldn't help kneeling on the ground and raised his head to scream, his eyes turning scarlet red under the severe stinging pain. For a while, he only felt that everything in front of him became blurred, as if there were 10,000 ants biting in his head. The pain caused blue veins to burst out on his forehead, his eyes were wide and his pupils trembled, and his whole body was sweating. The falling sweat quickly soaked the iron plate under him. System. Alan was terrified, and the severe pain made him almost roar 2 words in his heart. He was afraid that he would die just like that and would not be able to avenge his enemies. At the same time, the monitoring room in the confinement area. The large screen presents the real-time footage captured by the camera. I saw the man in the picture with his eyes closed, suddenly knelt down and screamed, his face horribly painful. What happened? Josh was sitting in a chair and saw this scene, sitting up straight to maximize the picture. He squinted slightly and stared at Alan in the picture, showing a hideous smile. Can't you hold on at last? This heart-wrenching look has been seen on many mutants' faces before. In such a hot and harsh environment, many people will have hallucinations. Like Alan now. Alan, aren't you arrogant? Josh sneered, staring at the big screen and sneering. There was no Alan in his words, and he didn't even consider him a human being, but a plaything for fun. Aren't you going to avenge your wife and daughter? If you collapse like this, I'll have to look for new prey again. At the moment, in the iron cage shrouded in the scorching sun, Alan trembled and shivered. Does it hurt? He was really in pain. But that was in the past, just after the system beep sounded. Alan couldn't care less about the pain, with a crazy smile on his drooping face. Because the Superman bloodline in the host absorbs enough sunlight and is evolving towards the Bronze Age. Was the Bronze Age Superman strong? It's not the strongest, but it's quite enough at this stage. Alan's current mind is not on this at all. He just wants to hurry up and complete the evolution, and his crazy emotions are forced to keep his consciousness awake. But, under severe pain, his vision gradually blurred, as to why this happened. The explanation given by the system is that the cells of his entire body are madly greedily absorbing the radiant heat of fixed star, and then undergoing division, reorganization, and evolution. After all, it took Dacheo more than 20 years to have a strong power, and he wanted to get it in such a short time. The cells in the body were surging almost all the time. Boom! In the end, Alan couldn't hold back and fell down, vaguely hearing someone talking in his ear. Take him to the lab, don't let him die. Josh ordered several men. Put the unconscious Alan on the stretcher and walk towards the laboratory. A soldier still has some doubts. Is this person dead? Why is his body as hard as a stone? Chapter 16. Federal Laboratories. The huge laboratory is full of bottles and jars. There was a transparent prison cell in the center. Lorna squatted low against the wall, her pretty face full of worry. She was brought here just after breakfast today. Originally, an old doctor sampled her blood, but she just answered the phone and went out. She was left alone in the confinement cell. But Lorna couldn't use the variant ability and couldn't escape from this place. She knew exactly what the current situation meant. Those compatriots who disappeared inexplicably all entered the laboratory, and then disappeared forever. Soon, Lorna will be one of them. The girl was desperate, and she was unwilling to die in embarrassment in this life. Crack, chuck. At this time, the heavy mechanical door of the laboratory opened. The two walked in talking and laughing, and Lorna recognized them. Among them, the white-haired old man wearing a white research uniform is the person in charge of the laboratory, and the other is Josh. A few soldiers came in with a stretcher cart, and the simple stretcher cart was pushed to the side of the prison cell, with a comatose man lying on it. 9527. Lorna saw the man on the stretcher clearly and exclaimed. That's right, it was Alan who had just returned from the confinement area on the stretcher. His skin was red and his eyes were closed and he looked painful. She couldn't bear it, turned her eyes away, and then angrily said to Josh, "What did you do to him? Don't be nervous, just let him get some more sundae." Josh shrugged with an innocent smile on his face, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Hearing that, Lorna's eyes flashed darkly, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Her face was so red and dry, "I'm afraid it's been from yesterday to now. It's just too deceiving." "Don't look at me like that," he asked for it. Josh sneered, "Forget what I explained to you, anyway, it will be your turn after him." Conversation room. The grey-haired Drive West, having checked Alan's file, said with emotion, "Josh, is he the guy with stable mutant genes?" "That's right, during the test the day before yesterday, it was found that his mutant gene was extremely stable, which is incredible." Josh also sighed with emotion. He was also surprised when he learned that this beast's genes were stable. What does it mean to be genetically stable in a variant? A stable gene is more beneficial to use in experiments, because it will reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. Like unstable mutant genes, when they fit human genes, variations may occur. And Alan's won't. Josh hunted mutant for many years, and it was the first time he encountered it. You must know that even if it is as strong as X-Men, the mutant gene is extremely unstable, and some people's ability will get out of control or cause damage to living things indiscriminately. Stable mutant gene. Lorna is also a little surprised. No wonder Alan can still exert such a powerful force after wearing the collar. Maybe it has something to do with his genes. It's a pity that Alan fell into the hands of these people. In the future, I am afraid it will be used all the time until all the value is drained. I want to sample his blood. West takes out the instrument, attaches the needle and holds it tightly in his hand. Then he groped Alan's arm to find the bulging blood vessels, but he frowned and said in a surprised tone, "His arm seems to be hard." Josh reached out and touched it, and found that it was really stiff. If it wasn't for the person on the stretcher still breathing, he would have some doubts that the other person was dead. But he didn't care, it should be caused by being exposed to the sun for too long. "You shouldn't do this, he'll be a perfect experiment." With anger on Westeria's face, he leaned over to find the bulging blood vessel, and stabbed the needle hard. But the next second, a weird scene happened. I saw that the sharp needle seemed to hit the stone, and no matter how hard it was, it couldn't pierce the skin. "How is that possible? Can't be pierced." Drive West exclaimed twice and took a few steps back. Seeing his exaggerated behavior, Josh also stepped forward to take a look, and his face suddenly turned pale. The skin was scratched by sharp needles, but there was not even the slightest trace on it. "How is it possible? The light of the collar is still on, how could this happen?" The first thing that comes to mind is that Alan's mutant gene has not been suppressed. In other words, the current Alan may be able to use the variant ability. Josh realized this and touched the pistol on his waist in a panic. Did the collar work against him? Why didn't he run away? Lorna, who was next to him, saw this scene through the transparent wall. His eyes were slightly startled, and his pretty face was full of shock. Since the Federal Bureau and the Sentry Secret Service developed this ring, it has become a mutant's nightmare. As long as it is worn, it is powerless to fight back against the enemy. However, the collar turned out to be ineffective for Alan. Has his mutant gene evolved? Don't be nervous, calm down. Drive West was not afraid when he learned this, but was extremely excited, and immediately put Alan into the life capsule, and then pressed the spray button. This kind of fog can make him fall asleep. Even if Magneto came, he couldn't resist. If Alan was awake to hear him, it would be ridiculous. How can Dacheo be limited by some indiscriminate things? But Drive West obviously did not know the seriousness of the situation, thinking that the fog would put Alan into a deep sleep, and took a saliva sample from his mouth. Then put it in the instrument for testing. After a while, Drive West sighed. His cells are very active, they have been dividing and have extremely tenacious vitality. Even if it has been away for so long, it still has the ability to heal. God, if we can make good use of his blood, we can even develop medicines to cure major diseases in medicine. Every part of his body can be of great value. Drive West is like a treasure, his mouth is full of praise, as if he is appreciating a commodity. Alan is the perfect experiment for a mad scientist. Josh raised his brows lightly, he didn't expect this beast to be so valuable. But after listening to the doctor's words, an evil thought appeared in his mind. Doctor, I think I can keep him in captivity. Anyway, these beasts are very tenacious, so they can always collect blood from his body. Haha, what are you talking about? West showed a gloomy smile that was very incompatible with his refined face. Does your family know that you are so beasts? Fake squid. Lorna was furious. Heard before about what these guys were doing to Mutant behind the scenes. Now I see it with my own eyes, I hear it with my ears. Only then did I deeply understand what is called a beast. Sad X-Men, sad Professor X, are they still delusional about the existence of peaceful coexistence? How unrealistic it all seemed. Oh! Who do you think you are? Josh was stabbed in the sore spot, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Rage opened the door of the confinement room, rushed up and kicked Lorna's stomach suddenly. Blah blah blah. Immediately he restrained the girl's neck, punched her stomach again and again, and said sternly, "Look. You filthy race thinks that you are very powerful, but in the end you are not yielding like a dog." In his eyes, the only value of Mutant is to serve mankind. The X-Men are so, they are responsible for protecting humanity. Alan even more so. He will become a bred blood slave and live in the ecological warehouse for the rest of his life. Cough cough cough. Lorna's face was hideous, the pain in her abdomen made her cough continuously, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Josh, that's enough, she still has value. Drive West reminded. Boom. Josh left the thin Lorna in disgust, went out and closed the door of the cell again. At this time, the siren above his head blared loudly, and the sound of huge amounts of sound resounded in his ears. Someone invaded. Doctor, you stay here, I'll go out and see. Josh looked solemn, and quickly turned around and walked out. It's not trivial for someone to invade, this place is holding the Mutant, and the government's secret laboratory. Moreover, people who dare to invade this place. Usually only Mutant. Drive West has been completely immersed in the research. He repeatedly looked at the sampling results in his hands, and his eyes revealed a color of surprise. However, he lowered his head and didn't pay attention, and Josh, who turned and left, didn't notice either. Alan, who was lying in the life capsule, trembled a few times with his fingers, and then his eyelashes trembled, as if he would wake up in the next second. Chapter 17. Boom. In the Federal Ability User Prison, there was a loud noise from the iron mesh wall several hundred meters away from the high wall of the prison area. It turned out that a passenger car along the way suddenly made a sharp turn and crashed into the iron mesh wall. The strong impact caused the iron mesh to dent, and the front of the car slammed into the iron mesh wall in half. Sizzle. Black smoke came out of the hood of the passenger car, and there was a creaking sound of electric leakage. The soldiers patrolling nearby quickly surrounded the accident site, raised their rifles vigilantly, and stared at the smoking bus. Watch your surroundings. The captain in the lead waved his hand, but he didn't take 2 steps just after he finished speaking. Under the bus, a ghostly figure shot out like a cannonball, and the cold weapon in his hand shone with a piercing, dazzling cold light, almost forcing the soldiers to slash away. In an instant, it was clear that it was a sharp sword. Whoosh! I saw a flash of sword light. Boom! The captain of the army fell to the ground in response, and he did not see the appearance of the enemy even when he died. Fake! When the rest of the soldiers saw this, their expressions changed greatly, they raised their guns in cursing, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Blah blah blah! The jet black muzzle burst into flames, and countless bullets were fired at the ghostly figure. However, with a kick of the calf, the figure turned into a sharp after-image in the blink of an eye, and the moment he stepped on the ground, the dust mist filled the air. Then he swiped all the bullets and slashed at the nearest soldier with the blade in his hand. Whoosh! Go down with a sword, blood splashes everywhere. Another down. A soldier pressed the communicator and shouted in horror, "Fuck! There is a mutant invasion from the north. Request support. The risk factor of intruders is extremely high. Request support." After the man shouted 2 words, the blade had already landed on his neck. Immediately afterwards, a pain in the neck, endless blood spurted, and fell to the ground. This is the power of mutant. Just one person can take on a squad. Shit! Seeing this, the rest of the soldiers retreated and shot frantically at the shadow. The original cold muzzle has been baptized by gunpowder, and now it has become hot and red, and white smoke is billowing. "Where are you going?" At this time, a gloomy voice came from behind everyone, like the hell of a hell demon, and it was horrifying to hear. "Don't wait for any of them to turn around." Accompanied by a roar like a beast, the mutant, who was as fierce as a beast, revealed extremely sharp steel claws and slashed the necks of the soldiers fiercely. The razor-sharp steel claws deal with these ordinary flesh and blood. It's as simple as tearing a piece of paper, killing them all with a few swings of the big hand. Kurt did a great job. Sabertooth's sharp claws were wiped clean on the corpse's clothes, and he looked up at the blue-skinned youth holding a long sword, and grinned with a hideous face. "The 2 are Magneto's men, Sabretooth and Nightcrawler. Don't waste your time, someone else is here." Nightcrawler was keenly aware of the sound of footsteps, and when he looked up, there were dozens of people coming towards them. Upon seeing this, he frowned slightly, grabbed Sabretooth, and his eyes fell on the open space behind the crowd. Then a miraculous scene happened, and I saw the 2 people who were standing on the edge of the wall disappeared out of thin air. Fake. The intruder is gone. The soldier at Sentry's Secret Service looked startled and felt his scalp tingle. Strange enemies like this variant ability are the hardest to deal with. Because it's hard for you to guess where they will attack you in the next second. "Where are you looking?" Sure enough, the disappearing 2 people appeared behind. Immediately, they suddenly broke out and attacked the soldiers fiercely, and when they swept out, they made bursts of nays. The arm with super strength is swung, and the wind is swept up. Call. 2 brutal mutants like beast, slaughtered in the crowd. Soon accompanied by the gushing and splashing of blood, the heart-piercing screams were heard incessantly. Boom! Meanwhile, south of the prison, the deafening explosion resounded through the boundless desert, and the movement it produced caused the earth to vibrate violently. Another mutant attack. The soldiers who had rushed to the north for support also turned back. At the moment, the south was already filled with black smoke. The vehicles in the parking lot were already blown apart by the burning fire, and the monstrous heat wave swept away. Let the already hot environment completely turn into purgatory. You can feel the scorching heat when you step on the ground through your shoes. Call. An endless group of people, a figure came out from the inside, and the flames around him opened his hands and poured into the palm of his hand, condensing into a fireball package. "Stop, don't come any closer." The Sentry Secret Service soldier snapped. But the only answer to him was endless flames. The fierce flame rushed out like a fire dragon, drowning the hordes of soldiers and ravaging the terrifying fire. A series of tragic voices echoed in my ears. Call. Burning Man John took a long breath and shook the gradually extinguished flames in his hands. In an instant, the blazing flames that had gradually become smaller, rekindled a monstrous fire. Main control room. The real-time footage captured by the monitor is played on the big screen, and the tragic scene is constantly being staged. Why are these damned beasts staring at this place? Josh rushed to the main control room and saw this scene. His face was extremely gloomy. The most important thing now is to stop these guys and let them release all the mutants in prison. That was a disaster. Turner, the head of Sentry's Secret Service, said solemnly. "It's okay, we have a pulse." Speaking, Josh looked at the young man who had been sitting in the corner silently. He was wearing special clothes, and his appearance was no different from that of ordinary people, but his mood seemed a little unstable, and there was a trace of panic between his eyebrows. He is the pulse in Josh's mouth. Not a human, but a real mutant. It is also the secret weapon of the Federal Bureau and the Sentry Secret Service against Mutant. They used the pulse to capture many mutants, and even most of the arrests in this prison were carried out with the assistance of the pulse. Now you. Turner tapped Pulse on the shoulder. Because we have to integrate a lot of Marvel characters and organizations, it is impossible to follow all of the movies. Some settings use comics. Otherwise, we can't explain the logic of the movie's settings, so we can only use the Scarlet Witch family. It's complicated. Chapter 18. At the moment. North of the Federal Ability Prison. Whoosh. Nightcrawler nimbly climbs the wall with a long sword in hand, his limbs naturally attached to solid objects. Therefore, he was given the ability to fight on various terrains, and his powerful physical strength even allowed him to jump more than 10 meters. Coupled with the mutant ability to travel freely between the two places, Nightcrawler is the last opponent everyone wants to meet. But now the hapless Sentry Secret Service people are going head-to-head with Nightcrawler. Facing the Nightcrawler holding a cold weapon, the firearm held by the soldier seemed so unbearable. The nimble figure climbed up the wall, wandering back and forth between the two walls like a ghost, easily dodging the bullets. Boom! Immediately afterwards, he saw the sharp sword ray cut through the sky and slashed towards his neck. The sharp blade was like cutting a piece of paper, and the soldier's head fell to the ground. Shit! There was nothing the GIs of Sentry could do, and a Nightcrawler was enough to make them panic. Not to mention, there is Sabretooth, who is like a beast possessed. His terrifying tiger claws protruded from the fingertips, the muscles on his thighs wriggled, and the whole person shot out from the ground. The wind resounded. In the face of the hail of bullets, without any fear, he rushed forward and tore the soldier's body into two pieces. The blood splattered in the air, reflecting the crystal-clear luster. The internal organs and large intestines in the body are scattered all over the place. Chi chi chi! Under Sabretooth's brutal slaughter, Sentry's Secret Service was quickly slaughtered. The empty ground is full of body wreckage, and the spilled internal organs are exposed to the eyes. God, Victor, can you stop being so cruel? Nightcrawler frowned and covered his mouth and nose, feeling a little nauseated. Ha ha ha! Sabretooth Vitek laughed wildly, showing his hideous teeth, and the blood on his hands was like a beast from the jungle. Madman! Nightcrawler cursed in a low voice, wiped the blood from the blade, looked up and looked around. Are they gone? Go in and see if you don't know. Sabretooth looked towards the door to the north, and then rushed over there on all fours. The north gate is surprisingly quiet. When Nightcrawler and Sabretooth appeared at the gate, the surveillance camera in the corner moved slightly. It's a little weird. Nightcrawler's eyes flashed with strange light. Those people just planned to hide in prison? Someone is walking towards the gate. Sabretooth's hearing is several times that of a normal person, even stronger than Wolverine, or his body index is stronger than Wolverine. Therefore, you can hear movements that are difficult for ordinary people to perceive. As predicted, the heavy mechanical iron door slammed open, and then a person was thrown out from the inside. The person was thrown heavily on the ground without any movement, and seemed to be in a coma. John. Nightcrawler squinted his eyes and saw that the person on the ground turned out to be John the Burning Man attacking the south. Suddenly he clenched the long sword in his hand vigilantly and stared at the mechanical gate vigilantly. Chi! Sabretooth's previously retracted tiger claws were also ejected from his fingertips. The strength of John the Burning Man is the best among them. It was solved so easily. This made the expressions of the two suddenly dignified. At this moment, a group of special soldiers rushed out of the gate, and then a group of soldiers also poured out to block the rear. The soldier threatened, "Mutant, you have nowhere to go. Obediently disarm and surrender." Nightcrawler's eyes were low, and he lowered his body slightly, ready to attack with a long sword in his hand. However, the Bluetooth voice in his ear stopped him. "Kurt is back." It was the voice of my mother, Mystique. In a small town far away in the desert, the Mutant Brotherhood did not come out in full force, and some of them stayed behind. Nightcrawler Kurt nodded, reaching out and grabbing Sabretooth's shoulder, signaling him to retreat. The latter picked up John, the Burning Man on the ground, knowingly. "Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Josh stepped out of the crowd, looked at him and said sharply. Sorry, can't do it. Nightcrawler's expression froze, his eyes fell on the iron mesh wall behind him, and he planned to use the ability to teleport to shift the position. This is Kit's most powerful variant ability, he can instantly reach any place within the visual range, and this variant ability has unlimited potential. His longest distance was 2 miles before. Almost invincible escape, and means of combat. Just the next second, Nightcrawler suddenly turned to look at the sneering Josh, with disbelief on his face, and his pupils shrank suddenly. What's wrong? Sabretooth, who was next to him, saw that he had not moved for a long time, and also noticed that something was wrong. My mutant ability seems to be invalid. Nightcrawler spoke slowly. On the other hand, Mystique was shocked when she heard this sentence. Mutant's biggest reliance is his own ability, but now in this prison, there is actually a means to restrain Mutant. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for Mutant. Moreover, this restraint method is different from the previously known color, and it seems that the restraint effect is achieved by means of a magnetic field. How is this possible? Sabretooth's rough face was full of disbelief, he leaned over and burst into the front of the soldiers. But he was surprised to find that his legs seemed to be pulled by a shot put, and the terrifying power before had disappeared. Facing the bullets of the soldiers like rain, he instinctively wanted to dodge. But the reaction speed was too slow, and the bullet went straight through his abdomen. Boom! Then the strong Sabretooth fell to the ground. How did you do that? Nightcrawler was not impulsive and asked in a deep voice. Although he is not young, he has been in the lower levels since he was a child and has seen the dark side of the world. Mindfulness far surpasses his peers. Conquer violence with violence. Josh stepped back to the side, a pair of golden eyes shining in the dark corridor. I saw a young man with golden eyes coming into view. His hands trembled while frowning and holding his forehead. The light in his eyes kept flickering. Even the surrounding power system was affected, and the lights flickered on and off. He is also a mutant. Nightcrawler Kurt looked startled and said slowly. He, who is also a mutant, felt the familiar aura of the other party when he saw the pulse. While surprised, the surrounding special soldiers had already surrounded him, pressed Nightcrawler and forcibly put on a suppressor collar, and the mutant genes in his body that were trying to break free in an instant were suppressed by a stronger force and gradually disappeared. Mystique, who was far away from the station, saw his son being arrested and saw the strange pulse of ability, and realized the seriousness of the matter. She looked solemnly at the bored boy sitting on the chair. Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, and the others have been caught, and there is someone in prison who can suppress the mutant ability. I need you to get them out. Hearing Quicksilver raised his head, he was extremely bored, and finally heard that he had something to do and looked excited. With me, he won't have the chance to use ability again. Talk down. Quicksilver, who was originally holding a book, turned into a gust of wind and disappeared instantly, and the open window curtains swayed violently. At the same time, in the laboratory of the psychic prison, Drive West is still sampling, studying the cellular structure of Alan's body. He found that Alan's cell vitality is so tenacious that it is difficult to kill it even under high temperature. This simply subverts scientific cognition. After studying and dissecting countless mutants, this is the first time I have seen such tenacious vitality. As if it is immortal, it will never be old. It's a pity I can't draw blood now. West muttered with regret, his eyes inadvertently fell on Alan's closed eyes, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Skin doesn't work. The most fragile eye. Thinking of this, West grinned wildly and took out the needle, walked to Alan's side, and forced his eyelids away. Lorna next to him saw this and said angrily, "What are you doing? You will regret it." "Shut up." West shook his hands and glared at her, then turned to look at Alan's eyes. Those eyes that were unique to Oriental people were as clear as black gems. But, something seems wrong. West squinted closer, staring into Alan's eyes. At the moment, he noticed the black gem-like pupils, glowing red and reddish. And, something even weirder happened. The originally calm body of Alan began to tremble slightly. Then, Drive West noticed that Alan's hand went up. Chapter 19. Alan's hand goes up. West noticed this out of the corner of his eye, and his hand that opened his eyelids suddenly stiffened. His breathing became rapid and he felt chills all over. Boom! The hand fell again. West was relieved when he saw this, it seemed like a physiological reaction. However, his fingertips felt inexplicable heat, and the eyelids he touched were trembling slightly. At the moment, Alan's eyes in the life capsule slowly opened, and a faint crimson light lit up in the pupil core. Those eyes are like Satan from hell, full of terrifying killing intent. West's pair of eyes were stunned in place, his heart suddenly burst, and a strong sense of vomiting hit. It was horror. Clusters of crimson light shone on his face, like 2 rounds of blazing scorching sun. The frantic surging energy gathered in Alan's eyes, the blue veins on his forehead burst out and he gritted his teeth, and a terrifying heat wave appeared in his red eyes. Chi! Next second, the fiery hot sight energy burst out, turning into 2 crimson beams. Boom! I saw a beam of terrifying power shot straight out, and its endless red light instantly filled the entire space. The turbulent heat vision washed away the ceiling, ran through the entire building, and rushed into the sky with the momentum of Changhong. A monstrous heat wave swept across the sky, filled with endless dust and mist. The circuits of the huge laboratory were affected, and most of the lights were dimmed due to short circuits. Lorna, who was next to him, saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and his face was so shocked that his scalp went numb. The crimson light just reflected on her face, and she could feel the trembling caused by the heat gaze. Hot sight. Is this Alan's variant ability? Call. What? When the hot eyes dissipated, a hysterical scream resounded. It was West. His arm was instantly annihilated when it touched the beam, and the intense high temperature scorched the wound black. He knelt down on the ground trembling, felt severe pain, trembled and cried, "My hand is gone." He didn't expect that he had dismembered so many mutants in his life, and this kind of thing would fall on him. Unbeknownst to West, however, his nightmare was far from over. At the moment, a figure floated up from the life capsule, and the open arms seemed to feel the powerful power in the body. In the darkness, the red eyes surging with murderous intent. Alan felt the surging power in his body, and his voice trembled, "This is what I want. Finally got the power to fight against the world. Fragile world, fragile human beings, prepare for revenge from the devil." Immediately, Alan's eyes fell on West on the ground, and then he grabbed his neck and lifted it up. The whole person was suspended in the air, and his eyes were fixed on the doctor, as if it would penetrate the person in front of him in the next second. Skull! Let me go! West felt a chill behind his back, knowing how terrifying the current situation was. He shook with all his strength, but the hands around his neck were like iron pliers, to no avail. Now, his head is full of despair. Below, Lorna froze in place and looked up at the man in the air. Flight. New variant ability? Or, a new variant of ability has appeared. What she didn't know was that the Kryptonian bloodline in Alan's body was tens of thousands of times stronger than mutant genes. Crack, chuck. At this time, the mechanical door opened, and it was the guard who was attracted by the movement of the hot sight. They rushed in with guns in hand, and they saw. In the dark space, the cracked ceiling shone brightly. A body bathed in light and shadow is like a true god in the world, and the stalwart body stands in the air. The guard was stunned for a while, and immediately reacted angrily, "Fake! Damn mutant, let go of the doctor! Just finished speaking." Buzz! The man in the air turned his head slightly, looking at them with indifferent eyes, and then endless red light converged, and 2 scorching beams shot out. Chi! Ruthlessly split more than a dozen people with firearms into 2. The elite guards couldn't even struggle, and blood burst out from the broken body of the hot sight. Immediately covered the surrounding, viscous liquid everywhere. It's like hell on earth. The deterrent power of this scene is visible to the naked eye. West is completely desperate. Alan looked at him, and his icy tone was like a whisper of a demon. "West, do you feel helpless and fearful? They slowly occupy your mind like reptiles." In the cell, Lorna looked at Alan through the glass. She felt that these were not questions, but more like self-introductions. That kind of depression and loss is not faked. What has he been through? That's right. Now Alan's mind is full of pictures of his wife and daughter, and his emotions are gradually getting out of control, and the demon hidden in his heart is awakened. How helpless, how angry, how frightened he was when his loved ones were drowned in a hail of bullets in front of him. Helpless, betrayed by a friend, witnessing the passing but unable to do anything. Anger, the unbridled madness of the enemy, trampled on his dignity countless times. Fear, the only loved one died, he lost everything in one breath. Alan recalled past memories, grabbing West's hand. As the emotions became stronger and stronger, the suffocation quickly came, and West's face gradually turned purple. He wanted to ask for help and struggle, but he couldn't make any movements. It wasn't until he was almost out of breath that the hand dropped him. West gasped greedily, "Hi! You have infected too many people's lives, and I will not let you die easily." Alan has always been awake, and he naturally heard what West said earlier. "So I don't plan to let this beast die just like that." Then he came to the door of the confinement room, integrated the door lock with his heat vision, and said solemnly, "Lorna, you are free." Saying that, Alan unlocked the collar. Ho ho! Lorna took off the collar, and the mutant genes in her body were instantly released, and her chest was no longer dull. At this point Alan spoke, his voice flat but irresistible, "I need you to release all the mutants." "Okay, okay." Lorna looked at the man with suffocating killing intent in front of her, swallowed her saliva and nodded in response. She has a feeling that if she refuses, she will be penetrated by the other party's hot eyes. Bang bang bang! Hey! Suddenly, groups of soldiers poured in and fired directly with their guns, and the bullets flew towards the figure in midair like rain. Bang bang bang! Alan turned his back to block all the bullets, then turned around and his eyes were red, and two scarlet beams randomly swept through the crowd and every corner of the laboratory. Boom! Chi chi chi! The explosion of the machine, mixed with the screams of everyone, happened in just a few seconds. It's just time to open and close your eyes. The laboratory was completely turned into a mess. The people on the ground were dying, and some even had only half of the wreckage left, and the rest turned into a pool of blood. Lab interiors and equipment are messy. In the originally bright laboratory, there were few lights left, and the other half was pitch black. In the darkness, only a pair of scarlet eyes shone around. The man looked at the bloody scene with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Like the death god who came out of hell. It seemed that a massacre was about to begin. Chapter 20. Drop drop. Warning lights flashing in the dilapidated laboratory. Lorna's face turned pale as she looked at the miserable state in front of her, and beads of sweat fell on her forehead. At the moment, she looked back at the look of fear in Alan's eyes. Because, facing such a bloody scene, Alan seemed to be enjoying himself, and the arc drawn when he grinned was like the scythe of death god. Creepy. What kind of things did he go through to make him behave so madly? Lorna looked frightened and took a few steps back subconsciously. "You are an excellent mutant, I give you a choice, would you like to surrender to me?" Alan noticed the movement and slowly turned around and asked indifferently. "Willing." Hearing this, Lorna replied without any hesitation. She was afraid that she would be torn to shreds by this man. Next second, a burst of golden light enveloped her, and a unique pattern appeared on her arms. "Congratulations on the successful host contract. Contract object mutant Polaris Lorna. Dane. Don't be nervous, you made the right choice. After the contract is successful." Alan could clearly feel Lorna's mood swings, even the surging mutant genes in his body, and what was in his mind. This girl is afraid, but also in awe. "Your mutant ability seems a little weak." Alan said that he put his hands on Lorna's shoulders, urging the transformation of the mutant ability, which was the first time to use this ability. The so-called transformation. It is through contact with organisms, transforming cells from cells, or promoting the rapid evolution of cells. This ability will gradually become stronger as the strength increases. A golden light appeared from Alan's hand. In an instant, Lorna felt a subtle change in his body, and the previously unstable mutant gene gradually calmed down. She was able to cast the variant ability more freely, reached out and tried it, and the huge amounts of metal equipment beside it were easily moved. Before the change, the weight of this level was so easy. Not a little bit tired now. How did you do that? Lorna's face is full of disbelief. Is this also his mutant ability? Okay, let's finish what I told you. Alan withdrew his hand and didn't answer her question. After he finished speaking, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his super brain thoughts diverged, everything around him became extremely slow in his eyes, and his powerful hearing instantly enveloped the entire prison. Everything was passed into the ears, and Rao Shi's subtle breathing sound was clearly captured. Then Alan keenly caught the familiar voice. Found you, Josh. Trial room. The interrogation room of the prison of ability persons is located in the prison area, separated from the free movement area by a wall. At the moment the three of the Mutant Brotherhood are being interrogated by prosecutors. Outside the interrogation room, Josh looked at the night crawlers inside through a one-way mirror, and said angrily, "Fake. Damn Mutant Brotherhood, why are these guys staring at this place?" Just then, a phone call came in. Josh, who was still angry, was stunned when he answered the phone. There was a scream from the other end of the phone. Then came a panicked voice, "Sir, the experimental subjects in the experimental area are out of control, and everyone will be killed." What? After the man finished speaking, there was a creaking sound of broken bones, accompanied by a heart-piercing scream. Silence fell for a moment. Fake? What? You talk. Josh's scalp was numb, and he shouted loudly. This call is the landline of the main control room in the experimental area, so it can't be a prank. Such a strange phone call made his heart palpitate and gave him a strong sense of crisis. If something really happened and there was no alarm, I'm afraid everyone was killed, as the truth said. Suddenly, the other end of the phone rang, "Kaka." A familiar hoarse and low voice came, "Josh, don't run away, the game has begun. The price of the loser can be quite heavy." The person on the other end of the phone hung up the phone without giving time for questioning. Alan. Josh held the phone tightly. He recognized the owner of the voice. It was Alan. This beast actually escaped from the laboratory. How dare you call me to provoke you? Did he forget that even if he was as strong as the Mutant Brotherhood in prison, he would be reduced to a prisoner? He should hide, not call to provoke. When Josh learned that the perpetrator was Alan, the fear in his heart weakened a lot. He put on his coat with disdain, and said coldly to the adjutant beside him, "Let's go to the experimental area, some experimental subjects have lost control." Instead, he wanted to see what kind of waves the trash that only played with water could create. However, before the words were finished, the sirens in the prison area blared loudly, and the warning lights in the corners flashed red. Drop, drop. Warn. 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 The prison door in Area A is about to open, all guards please get ready. Fake. What are those idiots in the main control room of Area A doing? Josh cursed in a low voice, vaguely aware that something was wrong, and immediately opened the curtain to look outside. Zone A is where they are. At the moment, through the window, I saw that the cell door of the free movement area was open, and many mutants stood on the same ground and looked at each other. They haven't figured out the current situation yet, and they thought it was someone from the Federal Bureau playing tricks again. However, the guards patrolling were shocked, and they all pointed their guns at Mutant vigilantly. But this situation didn't last long. All the collars on Mutants' necks were glowing with green light, and the rhythmic green light was like a pair of hands, and the collars were torn off. Click! The sound of thousands of collars breaking together resounded through the huge playground at the same time. Mutant, out of trouble. It's a joke. Josh hates Mutant, but he also knows the fears of this race. It's okay to only deal with a few mutants at ordinary times, after all, the ability of Pulse can suppress mutant genes. But if thousands of mutants were to break free at the same time, it would be a catastrophe. Moreover, the Pulse is limited to a few mutants at most, and it is impossible to control a large area. Not to mention, these mutants are furious. Boom! Sure enough, the next second, many mutants who have been suppressed for a long time, rage like a beast who has broken free from chains. They began to frantically attack the surrounding prison guards, armed with firearms. The guards were vulnerable in front of the fierce mutant. It was quickly submerged and the body was torn to shreds. My lord! Josh slumped on the chair, looking desperately at the scene below. Sir, let's get out of here quickly. The adjutant whispered. Go and call the pulse. Josh knew that once Mutant got out of control, the prison could be said to be completely abolished. Naturally, he didn't intend to stay any longer. He went out to gather a team to escort him and hurriedly walked towards the north gate. Passing through the promenade outside the free area, there were endless heart-piercing screams inside. Most of the mutants in the prison are insane. During their hellish days, their human nature was gradually worn away. Now their animal nature has been completely released, and they attacked the prison guards who had bullied them recklessly. There were even stumps and broken arms, which splashed out from the inside. These bastards! Josh cautiously and embarrassedly leaned over from outside the promenade, not forgetting to curse in a low voice. But he forgot that the person who caused this situation single-handedly. It's actually him. How can an innocent person be forced to be arrested in prison and tortured in every way? How can he not be twisted in his heart? But Josh felt that there was no fault at all, even X-Men he could do it. Seeing that Josh walked into the corridor, he turned around and urged the people behind him, Fake, hurry up. Who? However, at the moment a slight wind blows. There is no wind in the corridor, how can there be wind? Josh didn't take it to heart, but saw that the people behind him were all standing there, motionless. Suddenly he said angrily, Are you going to stay here and wait to die? The voice just fell. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came out from the empty corridor in front of me. Josh, going out is against the rules of the game. Chapter 21. Josh, going out is against the rules of the game. In the empty and dark corridor, the low and cold voice echoed in his ears like a whisper of a demon. Hearing the familiar tone, Josh immediately turned his head and looked back. In the dimly lit corridor, a figure slowly walked towards this side. As if Satan came out of the darkness. It was not until the faint light of the guide sign shone on the face of the figure that everyone could see the true appearance of the man. I saw a man with an oriental face. His face was stained with blood, and the corner of his mouth was like a scythe of death god, which was chilling. The dark blue prisoner was full of blood, and the blood droplets of his fists fell down, drop by drop on the floor, looking extremely strange in the silent environment. Tick-tock. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately picked up their rifles, lined up in front of their own officials, and stared at the comers with extreme caution. Josh narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was a little surprised. Alan. This is the new variant ability you are. He was surprised that Alan appeared out of thin air, which meant that the mutant in front of him might have awakening a new variant ability. Typically, mutants are born with only one power, and rarely change drastically. At most, it is only developed, and other auxiliary abilities are derived from the natural ability, but it is only a derivative variant of the natural ability. For example, Nightcrawler can teleport, and the derived variant ability can be attached to solids. Not a particularly extraordinary ability. And a special case like Alan, awakening a brand new variant ability. Undoubtedly one in a million. Moreover, he has an extremely stable mutant gene, and will not become chaotic due to two abilities. Now Josh has completely brought Alan into the possibilities in his mind. This made him very excited. Alan, you are my lucky one, a truly perfect experimental body. Originally, the fall of this prison meant the loss of thousands of experimental subjects. Alan delivered it himself. Oh, Josh, you are so pathetic. Hearing this, Alan showed a sarcastic smile, his eyebrows seemed to be covered with dark clouds, and he walked towards Josh step by step. You know, every time I see your mind flashing the scene in front of your wife and girls, I want to tear you into pieces all the time. But I think it's too cheap for you. I'll make you my slave. Torture for a lifetime. The tone of his speech became more and more serious, more and more gloomy. Every step closer to the eyes, there is an uncontrollable crimson light, and the whole body also exudes a terrifying killing intent, sweeping everyone in front. Josh's heart palpitated when he met his hideous eyes. But he was unwilling to lose to a mutant in terms of momentum, so his mouth was still mocking. How many dirty mutants in the world want my life? You're just one of them, and your wife and daughter are just the unlucky ones. You can only blame them for offending God. Shit. Forget it, that BCH and a filthy mutant ended up like this, it seems like she can only blame herself. Josh said indifferently. In his eyes, he thought Alan was the weak mutant. He was still the coward who couldn't even protect his family in the face of the siege by the Federal Bureau. Apparently self-righteous Josh thought wrong. Chi. Hi. The dim corridor lit up with a bright red light, and two fiery beams shot out. Directly pierced the Josh arm from the rear. What? A miserable roar came from his mouth, and the severe pain caused by the blood hole on his arm stimulated his nerves frantically, causing his face to turn blue with pain. His scarlet eyes opened angrily, and he shouted, "Fake squid! Shoot me and break his legs!" Bang bang bang! Before the Self-Master had finished saying these words, the soldiers had already pulled the trigger in horror. A burst of fire flickered. Countless bullets flew out, all hitting Alan. Who told you to? Seeing the indiscriminate shooting of his subordinates, Josh just wanted to reprimand. But when I saw Alan standing there completely unscathed, and bathed in the hail of bullets, he continued to walk this way. The look on his face that he used to win the game is now gradually becoming confused and hopeless. The man walking in front of him seemed to have an indestructible body, and even a violent bullet could not stop him. Even the shirt was beaten to shreds, and there was no scar on the skin. How is this possible? Josh murmured to himself, how can a person have such a fast evolution speed? Alan approached unhurriedly, his scarlet eyes fell on the face of the enemies gradually desperate, he let the bullet fall on his body, as if he was enjoying the moment. It turns out that you will also despair. Hear this. Josh's face became extremely ugly, and then his eyes paid attention to the Pulse standing behind him, and roared, "Pulse, hurry up to use your ability, or we will all die here." "I can't do it, he's too strong." Pulse held his head and trembled all over. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the other party, and he was unable to concentrate. Josh went up and kicked him, and said angrily, "Trash! Hurry up! Don't force him, he's in fear now." Alan's telepathy, clear perception to pulsing chaotic fear. "Fake! Stop talking!" The Pulse screamed in pain, and the next second, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were full of light. The golden light burst out, instantly covering the entire space. Endless golden light shines on everyone. This is the first time Pulse has such a violent side. The surrounding magnetic field is affected by the power, and there is a violent tremor, and even the range of the power cast covers the mutant in the depths of the prison. Many people's abilities instantly lost their effect. Seeing this scene, Josh showed joy. No one escapes the Pulse suppression ability. Chapter 22. What? The Pulse raised his head and made a long whistle, and a strange magnetic field was formed around it. Hum. The golden light surged violently in the eyes, and the strong light seemed to fill the dim passage. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a figure fell to the ground out of thin air, splashing dust and mist, and a look of astonishment appeared on the face of the young Quicksilver. "Gift Crab, how did my ability disappear?" Running and running, the mutant ability disappeared suddenly and almost didn't let him fall to death. But he didn't see anyone's shadow at all, some were just buildings with black smoke, and there seemed to be a riot inside. View back into the North Passage. Looking at the pulse of golden light bursting out of his eyes, he raised his head and screamed. The corners of Alan's mouth twitched into a playful arc, as if he froze in place and did not move forward. Seeing this scene, hope appeared on everyone's faces, and Josh also let out a long breath and let his heart down. Sure enough, Pulse never disappoints. His ability can cover a range of 2 blocks. As long as there are not many mutants within the range, they will be suppressed. He once suppressed the genes of more than a dozen mutants at one time, and never had any misses from beginning to end. It can be seen from the restriction of Nightcrawler Kurt, the power of his ability. However, just when Josh was completely relieved, he raised his eyes and saw Alan standing 10 meters away. His eyes glowed with red light, and the corner of his mouth had an extremely charming smile. Then two terrifying hot sights shot out suddenly, swept past Josh's temple, and penetrated the pulse's head behind. Boom! Immediately, the sound of the corpse falling to the ground came, and the sound of the heavy object falling to the ground was like being struck by a hammer. Violently shattered everyone's originally hopeful hearts. Call! Looking at those steaming eyes, everyone fell into a dead silence, and the chill of endless fear flooded into their hearts. Josh even fell into the ice hole, sweating coldly. Wow! His performance just now was amazing. Sorry, I don't really like seeing the light in other people's eyes. Alan grinned, his tone full of jokes. A soldier could not bear the huge amounts of coercion and collapsed, screaming and pulling the trigger indiscriminately. Bang bang bang! Whoosh! Die! Alan's body flashed and disappeared like air. Then a sonic boom resounded, and the ground shook instantly. Disappeared. Everyone panicked. Josh was equally terrified, and he knew that Alan would torture himself. Because he killed the beast's wife and daughter. At this time. Boom! A soldier next to him suddenly turned into a blood mist, a few pieces of the stump splashed, and the shredded internal organs flew all over the sky. Those things with a fishy smell fell on Josh's face. Is hot. His eyes were round and his pupils were constricted. The strong sense of fear made his body tremble, his legs were weak, and if he hadn't held the wall, he would have collapsed to the ground. Next up. Another soldier turned into blood mist. Then the second one. The third. Every time one dies, the defense line in the hearts of those who have witnessed all this will be broken one by one, gradually moving towards the brink of collapse. At times like this, some even wish to die first. Although it is not an instant kill, it is far more terrifying than the former. Boom! Finally, the last figure fell. Now only Josh is left, he is stiff and dare not move, quietly waiting for death to come. Sudden. Boom! A silent hand fell on his shoulder from behind. Hum! At that moment, Josh felt his heart tighten suddenly under the extreme fear of death, and he felt extremely suffocated. The people behind obviously didn't do anything, but they felt that their necks were tightly strangled, and they couldn't breathe. At this moment, the once arrogant Josh, the last line of defense in his heart completely collapsed. He fell to his knees with weak legs, crying hysterically and begging for mercy. Alan, I was wrong. Please let me go. I still have parents to support. Alan, who was standing behind him, didn't say a word, indifferently enjoying the pleading of his enemy, with a grin on June Ting's face. Crazy grin. Sivir, Vale. This damned beast will also beg for mercy, he finally realized what despair is. Then Alan grinned, leaned over and restrained Josh's neck, holding it high in the air, his palms constantly tightening. He looked at the enemy and said sternly, I said, I won't just kill you like that. I will treat you like a slave, and torture you as a dog. By the way, what did you just say? You still have parents, I'm so envious, it seems that you are going to visit their old man. Hearing this, Josh's head was blank, this was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. The next second, he broke down and roared, Beast, kill me. Don't touch my parents. They are innocent. His only close relatives are his elderly parents. Alan's eyes got lower and lower, he slammed it against the wall with force, stepped on his head again, gritted his teeth and said angrily, Shut up. Now you know they are innocent. How did you treat Sivir and Weir back then? Don't worry. I won't be partial, I will definitely let your parents feel the feelings of my wife and daughter. Chapter 23. The dark and cold passage is filled with the smell of blood. Looking around, there are fragments of stumps everywhere, blood covering the floor and giving off a stench. Lights flickered on the walls and reflected on the glossy floor. Don't beg you. Josh was stomped on the side of his face, and the thick plasma seeped into his nose for a while. The extremely viscous liquid flowed down his throat, making him nauseous. But he didn't care at all, and begged for mercy in a collapsed mouth. Give me a reason. Alan looked at him indifferently and said coldly. I really have nothing but them. Josh spat out the blood stained on his mouth, and said extremely humbly, Alan, you are a good person. Have you forgotten? You are a hero who once saved a boat. Shouldn't have done such a thing. And it wasn't me who framed you, it was Chakal, he was the culprit. And those people in town. However, these words did not calm the anger in Alan's heart, but ignited a raging fire. The person who rescued the fishing boat was the stupidest thing he had ever done in his life. That day he should have let the storm roll the fishing boat to smithereens. And Josh's parents are his all, why not Sivir and Avril? To shut up. I won't let Chakal off, nor will I let go of the town of Krakow. Alan grabbed the enemy on the ground, his hoarse voice revealed terrifying malice, and his eyes were full of anger. Let me do anything, as long as it doesn't hurt my parents. Josh is really desperate, he has never been so helpless as he is now. He regretted why he wanted to kill the innocent mother and daughter in the first place. They were innocent and innocent. Why do such stupid things in order to satisfy the deformed perverted desire in your heart? Alan just looked at him like that, and said for a moment, sign a contract with me, and I won't kill your parents. Real. Josh's face was full of disbelief, staring at those unfathomable eyes, knowing in his heart that he couldn't trust this mutant. There was no light in his eyes, there was just endless madness. But he had no wiggle room, sign the contract or be killed. But what is a contract? Similar to a paper confession? Very well, you made the right decision. Alan sneered, pinching his hand, and golden light instantly appeared. Congratulations on the successful host contract. The human being mutant hunter Josh Ecolian is the target of the contract. In an instant, Alan read everything about Josh and saw all of his torture. The mutant who was mutilated, and the madness when he attacked his wife and daughter. In his eyes, life is not life. It's just a player who is being toyed with. Even if he is a decent compatriot, he can do it. In Josh's memory, he couldn't even remember how many humans he had killed. They are all imposed on those people on various charges. Victims, men and women, young and old. You won't go back on it, will you? Josh asked cautiously. I wouldn't kill them, but I didn't say I wouldn't torture them. Alan grinned in a weird arc, and said in a gloomy tone, you also provided their address. After some searching, he already knew the addresses of Josh's parents. Hearing these words, Josh realized that the matter had come to an end, and there was no room for recovery. He could only roar frantically, no. UBD. I should have killed you in the first place. As soon as he shouted these two sentences, he felt a strong sense of electric current raging in his head. Immediately afterwards, a hysterical scream spread. Dog thing, pay attention to your words. You're just my slave now. Alan felt so relieved when he saw the enemy in so much pain, and then lifted him up and flew towards the free zone of the prison. At the moment, the entire free area was in chaos, and the bodies of prison guards piled up like mountains. Numerous mutants frantically tore the enemy's body, dismembering their large intestines, livers, and hearts on the ground. The original prison is now reduced to hell, bloody scenes can be seen everywhere, and the mutant with a powerful physique is ravaging everything. Everyone who could run in the prison ran away, but most of them were brutally torn apart. Whoosh! A silver-white figure appeared, and he looked around at the chaotic scene and the crazy compatriots. A look of astonishment appeared on the boy's face. What the hell happened here? Mystique's voice came over Bluetooth. Quicksilver, what happened over there? I haven't figured out the situation yet, but at the moment it's all in our favor. Quicksilver reached for the tiny camera on his chest and looked around to record his surroundings. But he didn't seem to see a single FBI or Secret Service person. At this time, he vaguely felt that something flew in at the gate, like a gust of wind. But the next second, a stalwart figure floated high in the middle of the sky, and his sharp eyes looked down. That person is like a tall and majestic mountain, and the terrifying coercion instantly enveloped the entire free zone. Chapter 24. How can that be? Quicksilver was shocked. The figure suddenly appeared above, and he couldn't see it clearly even when he was approaching supersonic speed. Who is this man? At the moment, Alan in the sky landed on the high platform and threw Josh in his hands to the ground, his eyes overlooking the random crowd. Everyone below felt the majestic and terrifying pressure that swept over. as well as the terrifying killing intent, all raised their heads and looked at the high platform. Many people recognized the blood-stained man above, the crazy young man from yesterday. He is always upholding mutants' dignity, even in the face of threats from the lackeys of the Federal Bureau, he will not hesitate to fight back. Even in the face of Josh's electric shock, you have to hold your body strong and not fall down. And in a prison like purgatory, the words uttered are like seeds buried in people's hearts. Alan did what everyone was afraid to do and said what everyone said. He did it even though he knew he would pay dearly for it. In this way, countless mutants are in awe. And now, they saw Alan appear again, and the once arrogant Josh was lying at his feet like an animal, and his heart was very excited. And, some vaguely guessed who had unchained them. At this time, Alan on the high platform spoke, and a low sound like thunder resounded through the high wall. Everyone, a great thing happened today, a miracle unique to mutant happened here. Trust me. An era truly unique to mutant is coming. This world belongs to mutant, no matter what means humans use, they can't stop us. One after another generous and powerful voice echoed in the ears of everyone. This sentence fell into the excited mutant group and caused an uproar. Everyone's blood was boiling for it, with excited expressions on their faces, and the mutant crowd shouted agitatedly. Mutant hail! Mutant hail! Mutant hail! The mutants raised their arms and shouted, and the deafening cries resounded through the sky. Among the crowd, Quicksilver looked around at the excited compatriots, looked up at Alan above, his eyes were full of shock. How did this man get thousands of people to cry out for him? Are you just talking about it? Certainly not, because Quicksilver heard those words from the other side's mouth. He has an illusion that the other party is not talking nonsense with a fever, but he can really do it. If it wasn't for the miniature camera on his chest, some of his people couldn't help shouting together. What are we? Alan's piercing voice resounded again. Many mutants shouted in unison, it is the future, it is the inevitable evolution. The true heir to the earth. Wave after wave of shouts shook the surrounding high walls. Amidst the cries, Lorna flew up to the high platform from the rear. She was holding an old man in the air, it was Drive West. Alan reached out and grabbed the shivering doctor, then held it high in the air, and said sharply. This beast with a human face and a beast heart, he dissected the lives of countless compatriots. What do you say? Kill him! Kill him! The scarlet eyes of the mutants stared at West, with a hideous expression that seemed to want to rush up and tear the other party to pieces. As you wish. After speaking, Alan let go of his hands, and the man in his hand fell down. Do not! West reacted very quickly and grabbed the edge tightly, clenching his teeth tightly to prevent himself from falling. However, a green-skinned mutant with a strange shape resembling a gecko, climbed up at a very fast speed, stretched out a slender tongue around its ankle, and pulled it down without hesitation. Do not! West shouted desperately, and the whole person fell into the tidal crowd. Whoosh! Creak creak! In an instant, all the mutants rushed up and quickly drowned West. Endless blood stumps splattered. Instead of using their hands and feet, they directly opened their mouths to bite, and forcibly bit down a bloody piece of meat. Seeing this scene, Quicksilver couldn't think any more. He didn't dare to stay for a long time and left the free zone in a hurry. When running, he always felt that Alan above looked at him. Who the hell is he and why are these people so crazy? Or, the crazy person is him. Quicksilver even felt that Magneto was at a disadvantage, and the terrifying aura of the other party seemed to destroy the world. There are still many beasts like him outside. Do you want those people to act recklessly outside? Alan didn't have much mood swings, and continued to incite everyone's emotions. No, these people are all damned. Death to all who hurt mutants. I'll break their bones. It's not a pity for such a person to die. They should be shown the power of mutant. The mutants who bit West raised their bloody heads, their eyes full of blood-red anger. Yes, but you are too weak to fight against insidious and cunning humans. As he spoke, Alan floated up into the air. He slowly opened his arms to face the crowd, and said solemnly, "Submit to me, and you will gain powerful strength." When the crowd below heard the words, almost all of them did not have any hesitation, and without any doubt, knelt down slowly. Because in the high sky, the figure with endless blazing light above its head. At this moment, it looks like an unparalleled true god. It's just that the extreme murderous aura emanating from the beginning to the end, and the red eyes glowing red, all indicate that this is a death god. But even so, they were still in awe of this rebellious young man, convinced that he could lead Mutant into the future. Some people are born leaders. Alan was like that, from the moment he stood up yesterday. Is already doomed. However, some people stood there blankly, not kneeling down and surrendering. Alan glanced at these people, his tone was cold and unpredictable. Why don't you surrender? I just want to live the life of an ordinary person, integrate into this society, and don't want dirty mutant genes in my body. They have been abusing us because of the mutant genes in the body. As long as these genes are suppressed, they can be accepted by people. The people standing took turns to speak, with longing looks on their faces. They were talking to themselves, but they didn't notice the change in Alan's expression. Sorry, I understand you well, but... Alan said that the crimson light in his eyes became more and more intense, and the next second fiery hot eyes shot out. Chi! The beam pierced through the forehead of one of them, and the man lost his vitality and collapsed. He gritted his teeth and said the second half of the sentence, but I forgot to say, offenders, die. Also, you guys think mutant genes are dirty, why? The place was silent. Including those kneeling on the ground, also stared at the murderous man with wide eyes. Moment. FK. This kind of person deserves to die. A ferocious mutant stood up and shouted loudly. Kill the betrayer. Death to the betrayer. This sentence was like a boulder smashed into a pool, causing the crowd to suddenly roar. Mutant rushed forward and drowned the standing people. In an instant, a heart-piercing scream resounded in his ears. The whole high wall is full of madness, anger, cruelty. That's what it's going to be. Alan grinned grimly. He felt the anger in these people's hearts. It was hatred for this world, hatred for human beings. Endless hatred makes them even more crazy. This is what Alan wants, only a hateful race can destroy the world. Chapter 25. Do you feel cruel? Alan flew back to the high platform and noticed Lorna beside him, smiled and asked. To be soft to others is to be cruel to oneself. Hearing that, Lorna shook her head and didn't feel any discomfort. For more than 10 years, she has done nothing wrong, but she has been living in fear and ridicule, and has been hunted by special organizations. He also suffers from bipolar disorder, also known as manic depression. That's why she is sometimes silent and cold, and sometimes she seems extremely excited and talkative, and is extremely vulnerable to external stimulation. Lorna had had enough of this and just wanted to live a peaceful life. Good. Alan appreciates that, and he can sense that Lorna is telling the truth. Then he remembered Quicksilver, who had just appeared in the crowd, who seemed to be a member of the Mutant Brotherhood. The reason why these people appeared here may be related to Lorna. The head of the Mutant Brotherhood is Magneto, and Lorna is his daughter. Otherwise it wouldn't take a lot of trouble to attack this prison. But Quicksilver didn't take Lorna, it seems he didn't know Lorna was his sister. Alan was puzzled and asked, "Do you know Magneto?" "I don't know, but I've heard of this guy and he's been fighting for Mutant." Lorna shook her head, only heard about Magneto, but never met the man. But Magneto is also fighting for the mutant and humanity for decades. She was in awe of this man in her heart. Hearing this, Alan confirmed his thoughts. The father and daughter did not recognize each other. At the moment, the chaos below is over. Those who refused to surrender fell in a pool of blood, without any breath. Debris everywhere, blood everywhere. Many mutants looked indifferent when they saw this tragic situation, as if what happened in front of them was nothing but a trivial matter. After suffering endlessly, they have realized that it is impossible for the two races to coexist peacefully. Completely disappointed with the world I once yearned for. What human beings, what the so-called peaceful coexistence. Everything is gone. Now all the mutants just want to build a kingdom that belongs to them alone. Supreme Lord, we are willing to surrender to you. Thousands of mutants raised their hands in unison, their faces pious, and shouted loudly. Now! The religious beliefs of mankind are no longer the beliefs of Mutant. The gods are no longer their gods. Only those who can truly lead them to glory are the real gods. This person is Alan. I'm very happy that you guys made the right decision. Alan looked at them with satisfaction, then opened his arms and covered everyone with golden light, wrapping everyone below him. The mutants sighed with emotion, their whole bodies seemed to be wrapped in warm currents, and then a strange rune appeared on their arms, which was the symbol of a successful contract. Congratulations on the successful host contract. The contract object mutant Sonia Simonson the Beautiful Dreamer. Contract object mutant Thunderbird John Prostas. Contract object mutant. A series of endless system prompts sounded in my mind. Alan caught a few more familiar names, all of whom were supposed to be friends of Polaris Lorna. When I contracted with Lorna earlier, I had the perception that she has a companion. After half a minute, all the mutants have successfully contracted. As for why no contract fails? Those who failed the contract were torn to shreds long ago. Number of hosts who have successfully contracted, 2,145 people. The number of more than 2,000 people is obviously a lot different from the original number of prisoners. There seemed to be more than 3,000 and nearly 4,000 people before. Only one person died in the chaos, and the others were unwilling to surrender and were directly executed on the spot. The host has completed short-term mission, Mutants Resistance. Quest rewards have been distributed to the system warehouse. Beep for system task completion. Alan didn't care, he flew towards the crowd below. See. Everyone made way for an open space and bowed their heads reverently to him and knelt down on one knee. They are so excited because knowing that Polaris has become so powerful is Alan's way. It will be over soon. Alan stood in the middle of the crowd, slowly closing his eyes, his clenched hands glowed with golden light, and the blood in his body gradually condensed with a powerful force. All of a sudden, boom! A powerful golden airflow swept out from the body and instantly enveloped everyone. Strands of golden light wrapped around the body, quietly changing the mutant genes in the body. This is the second time Alan has used this variant ability. Moreover, this time, more than 2,000 people were transformed, and it was in a non-contact situation. All by virtue of strong spiritual power. However, under Alan's super brain, this is nothing at all. It is very easy to spread the variant ability to everyone, and it is easy to use. Due to the large number of transformations at one time, Alan only made up for the defects in everyone's blood, and indirectly increased the strength of his abilities. Under the influence of mutant ability transformation, everyone's body gradually changed. On a huge playground. Some people's scales gradually fade away. Some people's disabled thighs gradually recover. Some people's low energy ability can evolve. In just a few minutes, the formerly decadent mutants inside the high wall have all taken on a new look. My God! Is this true? My scales are gone. The man whose scales completely dissipated touched his smooth skin and burst into tears. When he was 3 years old, he awakening the mutant gene in his body, and from that time on his body began to grow scales. Therefore, he was ridiculed by countless people, became a well-known freak in his hometown, and was abandoned by his parents. Everyone who met him thought he was the embodiment of bad luck. There were even nuns who wanted to burn him alive. But now, that kind of life won't happen again, he won't be teased for his appearance anymore, and not only that, his powers have become more powerful. All this is thanks to Alan. He knelt on the ground gratefully, and said reverently, "You are my Lord. I will follow you in this life. I will follow your footsteps forever. Alan hail! Alan hail!" The surrounding mutants also knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads. The impact that Alan brought to them is too great, whether it is the supreme leadership spirit, the cruelty to the enemy, or the terrifying strength of his own. All of them shocked them all the time, just like now that mutants can be genetically modified and evolved. Get up! Alan turned around and wanted to fly to the high platform when he saw Josh lying there, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. The ability to transform can also transform humans, as long as it belongs to the category of creatures. Can be remodeled. Suddenly, dark light appeared in his eyes, and the smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to be a ghost in the darkness. On the high platform, Josh noticed the fiery gaze, looked over and looked at it, suddenly feeling horrified. The originally peaceful big heart began to beat violently again. What is he going to do? Chapter 26. Call. Josh didn't even have a chance to react, so he was brought directly to the ground, and the surrounding mutants stared at him. He could feel that these beasts wanted to rush up to tear him to pieces. Alan, what the hell are you doing? Josh was terrified in his heart. What is this madman going to do? Wasn't it enough to have destroyed one of his arms? Why torture him? Who? Bang! What responded to him was a head-on kick, with huge amounts of impact kicking on his abdomen, making a creaky sound, as if a rib was broken and a slight depression appeared. Boom! It hurt so much that Josh curled up, before he had time to groan. Alan stepped forward, stepped on his temple, and said sternly, "Remember, be respectful to your master. I know everything about you." Josh is in tearing pain now, and he doesn't dare to make any refutation at all. He can only nod humbly, "I'm a beast, I know I'm wrong." The onlookers mutant jokingly looked at the ground, the once arrogant Federal Bureau captain, and his heart was very happy. "Everyone, this Mr. Josh hates mutant and treats us as monsters." Alan spoke calmly to the crowd, his hoarse voice like a demon whispering. "Turn him into a monster. Let him experience real pain. That's right. Since he thinks we're monsters, let him be something more disgusting than a worm. Never forgive him lightly." The mutants looked ferocious, and they talked about how to deal with Josh. Because almost all the people present had been abused by Josh and hated him to the core, wishing that the other party would live in extreme pain forever. Now the opportunity is right in front of them, and they naturally can't let it go. "No, you can't do this. Modifying the human body is against the bottom line of morality. That's the last line of life." After speaking, Josh regretted it, and these words angered the mutants even more. "Shameless! Do you really think that what a hypocrite said can persuade us? It was you who brought me in at the beginning, and I was locked in this place for 3 years, during which time I kept taking blood tests. Don't you think these words are funny? A damn hypocrite, trying to dissuade us." The manic crowd has gradually lost their minds, their eyes are scarlet, and the clenched fists have blue veins. If it weren't for Alan, the eager mutant would have rushed up and devoured him. "Mr. Josh, unfortunately, it seems that everyone wants you to be transformed." Alan moved his foot away from his temple, his voice extremely cold. "Alan, God won't let you go by doing this." Josh couldn't care about the pain caused by the broken ribs, and he cried and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. "Oh, you know. I understand how much you humans love symbolism and stand for false justice, just as you love the god of religion. But there is one thing you should understand. From now on, you have a new god." Talking. Alan opened his palm towards the filthy Josh on the ground, and the golden light instantly shone on his face. Josh wanted to run away, but no matter how hard he struggled, it didn't help. His body seemed to be losing control. Finally, his eyes darkened and he fainted. During the brief renovation process, Alan had the idea in his head. Transform the enemy in front of you into what? It is absolutely impossible for the opponent to have supernatural powers. This beast can only be reduced to a deformed low-energy monster. Then he thought of a game called Resident Evil in his previous life. There were monsters of fungus in it. They were sticky like worms. They lived in dirty sewers and lived by eating feces all their lives. It fits the dark personality of this beast deformed very well. "Josh, choose it for you." As Alan's fingers floated, the golden light also moved slowly, gradually transforming Josh's body. After a few minutes, Josh opened his eyes, and the severe pain like a tear in his abdomen made him reach out and touch it subconsciously. But the next second, he broke out in a cold sweat, and it wasn't his hand that was raised. It was a tentacle covered in viscous liquid, emitting an unpleasant stench, like a fecal mixture in a sewer. Not only that, but his body also became weak, and his legs were gone, so he could only wriggle and move against the ground. What happened? Why did his body become like this? Josh wanted to scream, but only made a faint sound. He shook his head in dismay and found a group of mutants behind him looking at him playfully, as if looking at a monster. Then, relying on the pool of blood on the ground, he finally saw his appearance. The body is like a deformed worm, the head is full of viscous liquid flowing out, and the abdomen is the same face he used to have. He became a monster. At this time, a figure like Satan came out of the crowd. At the moment, Alan changed into a brand new suit, and his handsome face was full of mockery. Look at him and be what you want to be. Alan looked down at the lump of meat on the ground and covered his nose. Your parents should like it when they see you. Josh was desperate, and he wanted to commit suicide. But under the constraints of the contract, it is impossible to do so. At this moment, he really regretted it. If he shouldn't provoke Alan in the first place, this kind of thing would not have happened. But it's too late. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of artillery fire outside attracted everyone's attention. An army is approaching. Alan heard the movement outside and said slowly, "It's time to leave this place." Hearing this, the other mutants were extremely excited, and many of them stayed in prison for an unknown length of time. I can finally go out. Alan's eyes are unfathomable, and he said solemnly, "Everyone, there are still many things outside, waiting for us to do. Chuck? My buddy. You can't imagine that one day I will come out." At the moment, outside the prison of the psychic, several tanks and armored vehicles appeared in the boundless desert, followed by an army of 10,000 people, armed with sophisticated guns and shells, and everyone's faces were solemn. On an armored vehicle. I didn't expect this prison to fall, which really surprised me. An Oxel in the back seat sighed with emotion. Where there's a mutant, there's chaos, and those brutes never stop. Another younger adjutant sneered, "But don't worry too much, most of the mutants in this prison are weak, and the battle will be over soon." 2. Oxel nodded. All the information about the prisoners in this prison is recorded in the file, and most of them are imbecile, and there is almost no offensiveness at all. After all, mutants, like humans, can't all have different abilities. Possesses extraordinary abilities. More are tasteless. However, they don't know that the imbecile mutant, after getting Alan's transformation, has seen huge amounts of changes. Chapter 27. At the moment. Federal Psychic Prison. Several huge tanks surrounded the prison, pitch-black huge amounts of gun muzzles aimed at the various gates of the prison. As long as there was any movement, the artillerymen in the cockpit would open the gates without hesitation. The other special soldiers also held their rifles and hid behind the bunkers on guard. Sophisticated weapons and equipment are specially made for mutant, with strong penetrating power. Call. The wind blows over the boundless desert, causing the dust and fog to fill the air. Listen, mutant inside, you are surrounded. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, just come out. Oxentrex got out of the armored car, picked up the loudspeaker and shouted inside. In fact, there was impatience and disgust between his eyebrows. If it wasn't for the clear explanation of the meeting, he would take the life of this group of animals as an experimental question. He estimated that he had ordered his subordinates long ago, and the bombardment passed. Crack, Chuck. In anger, the heavy mechanical door opened. The surrounding Special Forces soldiers didn't need to listen to the command at all. Rampage mutants are the most annoying, never imagine what crazy things they can do. Fake. Oxel put down the speaker in his hand, took out the telescope, and frowned at the dim door. For a moment, a large group of mutants came into view in the field of vision. These beasts are out. Another officer also looked at it through the binoculars, and then said contemptuously, "It seems that today's mission will end soon." Didn't carry any weapons and didn't hide behind cover. This does not mean that this group of mutants gave up resistance. What threat can a bunch of idiots be? Surround them up and help them put on collars. The young officer didn't care, and waved his hand to signal the soldiers to press on. Rustling. 10,000 people pressed over there at the same time, and the sound of footsteps once drowned out the fierce wind in the desert. "Stand where you are, don't move." The soldier took out a collar and shouted to mutant at the gate. However, those mutants didn't even have the slightest intention to stop, and continued to stride towards the outside. They looked indifferent as if they didn't pay attention to this army at all, and gradually clenched their fists as they walked, and the blood in their veins boiled. "Stop! Or we're going to shoot!" The young officer's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted impatiently. "Just still ignored! Mutant hail!" Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, all the mutants' expressions changed suddenly, and they dispersed in an instant, followed by the furious mutants attacking the soldiers in all directions. Almost all the mutants stepped on the ground at the same time, and in an instant, the earth trembled, and the sky was filled with dust and fog. When the figure burst out, it was like a sharp arrow. "The mutants are out of control. Shoot them!" The young officer immediately shouted loudly through the loudspeaker. But soon his voice stopped abruptly, and a sharp spike shot out. It stabbed into his head abruptly, and immediately fell to the ground. Boom! Fake! Axel was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he cursed and hid in the armored car. At the moment look forward again. What caught my eye was a horrific scene. I saw the firearms in the hands of tens of thousands of special soldiers, held up by a green mysterious force, and thrown 100 meters away. Soldiers without weapons were forced to bite the bullet and fight mutant hand to hand. But Rao is a special soldier who has received professional training and is a leader in the team, and he has no power to fight back in the face of the ferocious mutant. Whoosh! A mutant like a ferocious beast used all four limbs to slam down the two special soldiers, and immediately opened their mouths to reveal their sharp teeth, brutally biting their necks. Chi! Endless blood splattered on that mutant like a fountain, from head to toe. "I saw you!" The man noticed the person in the armored car, and suddenly turned his hideous eyes, and faced Axel in the car with a frantic expression. "Drive!" Saying that, Oxener immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and prepared to command the tank troops to fight. "But I just picked up the walkie-talkie, but I haven't pressed the communication button yet." Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the resulting turmoil made the earth tremble violently. A turbulent air wave swept across the barren desert, and the dust mist that lifted the sky spread like a dust storm. Axel was trembling and shivering. He didn't look at the direction of the explosion. He had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. Sure enough, a tank exploded. Rolling black smoke enveloped the entire sky, and the heat wave permeating the air was visible to the naked eye. The rest of the tanks were wrapped in dark green light, and they were lifted up in midair and smashed to the ground. Lorna floated in the air, her green hair fluttered in the wind, her open hands trembled slightly, and she easily played with dozens of tons of tanks between the applause, and she didn't feel the slightest effort. She exclaimed, "My power has become so strong." When Alan transformed her before, he had already felt that the mutant genes in his body had become extremely powerful. Now in actual combat, I have a more thorough perception of my own strength. With a weight of dozens of tons, she can control it at will, and all the magnetic fields around her body are within the control range. This is simply horrible. It only took Alan a few seconds to raise her strength to this level. "Lorna, there's an armored vehicle that's escaping." Below, Sonia the Dreamer raised her head and shouted at her. Hearing that, Lorna looked up and saw that the armored vehicle had already run several hundred meters away. Seeing this, she looked cold, opened her hands towards the direction of the armored vehicle, and instantly felt the weight. "The armored car in the distance is under control." What happened? Axel noticed that the car was floating, and suddenly panicked and wanted to open the door and escape. Unexpectedly, a dark green light had quietly wrapped around his neck. Fake. He looked at the green light in front of him and cursed in a low voice. Click. There was a sound of broken bones, and he suddenly fell down with a tilt of his head. At the same time, the fighting outside the prison has also ended, and the original sound of gunfire and fighting has returned to calm. Some just looked at the mountains of corpses, the thick smoke of gunpowder that filled the air. However, such a large amount of gunpowder smoke could not cover up the pungent bloody smell. The mutants ended the battle and waited at the gate. Seems to be waiting for someone. After a moment, Alan came out from the inside, took a deep breath of the air outside the prison, and his handsome face showed a light expression. "Hi, it's been a long time since I felt the breath of freedom. Then he looked at everyone, and the corners of his mouth drew a strange arc. Everyone, you did a good job. But, this is only our first battle. The beginning of a declaration of war on this world. Chapter 28. Big Apple at Night. Hell's Kitchen in Queens, in a remote building. After Quicksilver and others learned that Mutant Prison had fallen, they didn't stop and rushed back to the base in the Big Apple. As soon as they came back, they reported to Magneto what happened in the prison. Especially Quicksilver, he still has a fresh memory of Alan until now. That person gave him an extremely terrifying feeling, as if standing there and seeing everything in sight. Magneto's mood is mixed when he learns that Mystique and others' plans have failed. However, it was not because of the failure of the operation, but those videos that Quicksilver brought back. The footage was taken by Quicksilver later. After all, the two sides may become enemies in the future. Although both sides are dealing with human beings, it is inevitable that conflicts will not occur. There are videotapes to facilitate understanding of the opponent. However, the young man was originally curious about Alan's identity, so he would go to great lengths to do this. There are several of these videos. However, it was the content of these scattered video clips that made Magneto's face dignified. At the moment a picture about Alan is playing on the screen. The first scene shows Alan speaking loudly in front of many mutants on the playground of the Free Zone. All the mutants couldn't help cheering for this young mutant. Their eyes were full of admiration for Alan, and then the people from the Federal Bureau rushed in and released the electric current on the caller. However, the raging electric current failed to bring Alan down. He's always standing there. Then the video screen switches to the prison area shrouded in the blazing sun. That figure stayed under the blazing hot sun for dozens of hours, and the raised eyes still revealed hatred and perseverance. The endless dark light that emerged from the bottom of his eyes seemed to destroy the world. Magneto squinted slightly, staring at the young man in the frame. There was not the slightest light in those eyes, and there was only extreme darkness. In some clips, you can always see the person in the picture laughing in such an extreme environment. Other people must think this person is crazy. But Magneto didn't, he could clearly feel the madness of the other side. The curvature of the corner of the mouth is not a smile, but the sickle of death god. Rao is the old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life can't help but whisper, "What did God let you go through?" At the moment the screen starts to switch again. Came to a bright laboratory, filled with mutants specimens. Immediately following a scene in the video, Magneto directly rage. Lorna. The person detained in the transparent prison cell of the laboratory is his daughter Lorna. The girl squatted against the wall with a desperate look, and there was no trace of anger on her pretty face. These bastards actually attacked Lorna. Magneto clenched his fists angrily, feeling guilty for his youngest daughter. He faked his death in front of his daughter when she was very young. Therefore, Lorna has lived alone in depression for so many years, and her tragic childhood has also led to the manic depression that the girl suffers from. That's why Magneto is so raged when he sees this scene. He owes so much to his little daughter. But it didn't take long for the picture in the video to dispel the anger in his heart. I saw Alan, who was sent in later, and a strong beam of light suddenly shot out of his eyes, smashing the ceiling and running through the entire building. Saved Lorna. This is his mutant ability. Magneto was a little disappointed to see this scene. It didn't seem like it was very strong. Similar to Cyclops Scott from the Xavier Genius Academy, the power of the two is not much different. However, in the next second, Alan, who was lying in the life capsule, flew up and slaughtered a large number of guards, showing no mercy to those who came. Flight ability is good, and killing people is not soft. Magneto looked at the floating person in the video, and the light in his eyes became more intense. Decisive killing is the standard of the strong. Immediately he saw Alan in the picture, covering Lorna with golden light. What is he going to do to Lorna? This scene made him nervous, but after a few seconds, Lorna, who looked delicate at first, lifted a heavy machine just by raising her fingers, and the green glow of her eyes and hands became extremely dazzling. Control the surrounding magnetic field more freely. Her mutant genes have evolved. Magneto's eyes narrowed and his face was shocked. The young man in the video only took a few seconds to complete the evolution of a mutant gene. What is this concept? Variant genes take a long time to change, and not all of them evolve. Only a few. But Alan was done in seconds. How can that be? Magneto didn't come back to his senses, his tone was extremely surprised. If he knew that Alan had also transformed more than 2,000 mutants at one time, the worldview would be overturned. Shocked, a new video plays. This is Quicksilver's perspective, with recorded audio. Alan's figure appeared out of thin air, overlooking everyone. Magneto saw this and remembered what Quicksilver had said earlier, that the man was so fast that he couldn't even see it clearly. Know that Quicksilver's speed physiology makes him exceed the speed of sound, so fast that people lose the concept of time. Anything he thought about could not escape his eyes. But even Quicksilver couldn't capture Alan's trajectory. Not even a figure could be seen clearly. Stronger than Cyclops' sight shockwave, freewheeling flight, stronger than Quicksilver's speed. It was only now that Magneto realized how ridiculous the previous thought was. At this time, there were a series of generous and powerful voices in the video, accompanied by the shouting of countless mutants. What are we? It's the future, it's an inevitable evolution. The true heir to the Earth. Magneto, who was still feeling the Alan variant ability, heard this sentence. His aged body trembled. The future, the inevitable evolution, the true successor. Rao is the old man who has gone through vicissitudes of life to hear this, and his silent heart is gradually awakened. Alan, who the hell are you? Magneto found it interesting at the beginning, to a complicated mood, and finally to the scene where Mutant bowed his head to AI, and the look in his eyes had already turned into admiration. This man is what he is looking for. He's too perfect, both spiritual and powerful mutant abilities. All are perfect. Mystique, find him. Meanwhile, the Xavier School of Giftedness. In a study filled with the scent of books, Charles stared at the dark night outside the window with a worried look on his eyebrows. Professor, did you find me? Cyclops Scott and Wolverine Logan pushed the door and walked in. There is a prison in the west that has fallen, and thousands of mutants have escaped. I need you to investigate this matter, and this man is their leader. Charles turned around and handed out a photo of an oriental-looking man with a happy smile on his face, but the date on the bottom showed that it was taken a year ago. Isn't that a good thing? Logan thought it was a good thing, and those compatriots who escaped would no longer have to be oppressed. I know the professor. Scott took the photo, looked at the name on the back and muttered, Alan. Exxon. After the two leave. Chakel turned to face the window again, his face became extremely solemn, and the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. Hope nothing bad happens. Chapter 29. It's not just the Xavier School of Giftedness and the Mutant Brotherhood that are also following Mutant. At the moment in the prosperous Hwaju, the lighthouse country. A towering building stands out in the city, this is the three-wing headquarters of SHIELD. Even though it is dark now, the building is still lit. In an office near the top floor. The current SHIELD chief Nick Fury is also paying attention to this matter. His dark brows are wrinkled, his hands are stroking his head like a braised egg, and his face is solemn and gloomy. Troubled things have followed over the past few days, starting with the disappearance of Tony Stark, the government's food and clothing parent, and no news of him until now. Now the mutant prison has fallen, and thousands of murderous mutants have fled. As the chief SHIELD, this matter has nothing to do with him. What annoyed him even more was that the idiots from the Federal Bureau and the Sentry Secret Service even brought this up. Idiot! Nick Fury gritted his teeth, watching the new headlines. Fortunately, they didn't tell the situation, the scene was bloody, and... Boss, in fact, I'm here, and I have another thing to tell you. Phil Coulson, who was silent in front of him, couldn't help but reminded, they seem to have developed the antidote for mutant, which may be paving the way for the announcement of the antidote. Mutant antidote. When Nick Fury heard this, he immediately felt that things were reasonable. If you want mutants to take the antidote, it is to make them feel hopeless in this world. Then release the antidote to the market, so that there will be many mutants willing to take the antidote. As for those who don't eat, there will naturally be a way to make them eat. Phil Coulson also just got the news from the informant. After all, very few know about mutants' antidote. This incident will definitely anger the mutant and provoke a war between the two races. Nick Fury's wily eyes were gloomy, and he turned the computer monitor to Phil Coulson and said, "Find this guy ASAP. He's the leader of those fleeing mutant. Remember, try not to provoke him, he is no weaker than Magneto." Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment, looked at the Eastern face, and nodded, "Yes, I will try my best to convince him. S.H.I.E.L.D. has many mutants to deal with, and has its own tough tactics. However, it is generally only used when it is absolutely necessary." After Phil Coulson is gone, Nick Fury looked at the figure floating in the air in the picture, his brows furrowed, and his heart palpitated. The other party made him feel uneasy. Then he took out an old-fashioned BB machine with a surprised logo on it, and he was relieved. What am I thinking about? At the same time, at night, many people have free time. As a result, the internet became more active, and soon a news article with the headline "The Western Prisoner of Abilities Fell, the Damn Mutant Brutally Murdered Tens of Thousands of People," fermented on the internet. It seems that someone is behind it all, pushing this forward. Let this news quickly become the headlines of major news agencies. It even appeared on the big screen in Times Square in the Big Apple, where Jameson, editor-in-chief of the Clarion Daily, was reporting. His signature voice, with the unique mouth of the locals, was low. "My friends, I know what you are thinking. This matter is really bad. I also learned the sad news not long ago that tens of thousands of innocent lives were tragically killed by the vicious mutant. These soldiers who died, they are the pillars of the country and the role model for countless people. Their families, children, and parents are still at home waiting for them to go back." On the big screen, Jameson covered his face with heavy grief, and then took a deep breath. "Unfortunately, they can't go back. At the moment, countless people are paying attention to this matter and are very angry about it. Because, according to the official description, Mutant, who originally resisted the oppression innocently, was reduced to a despicable and shameless criminal who would do anything to escape punishment, even killing tens of thousands of lives. And those people in the prison with beastly hearts and accomplices of the military have been rendered as heroes. Heroic sacrifice. The reason why they dared to smear so much is because the official did not take Alan in their eyes at all. Think of him as nothing more than Magneto. What is the so-called struggle? There is no hope at all for decades. It even asked major news agencies to put up photos of several important people and present them on the big screen in Times Square. Among them, the person occupying the C position is Alan with a terrifying smile. My God, look at this guy, he's smiling like this in the face of so many people dying innocently. Is he a devil? It's just a beast, he doesn't deserve to live in this world. This person is the leader of the whole incident. So many people lost their families, fathers, and children. The sin is unforgivable. God, hurry up and punish this demon. He even annihilated his humanity. This filthy race mutant deserves to die. He actually dares to laugh. Does he really take himself seriously? Mutants are killing me. On the streets and online, everyone is protesting against Mutant. Even the children scolded them with vicious tones. And when they saw the newspapers of the news agency with pictures of Alan and several people on them, they didn't forget to step on their feet to urinate. They wish the mutant perished now. But how many people know that the vast majority of mutants in prisons are innocent, and even if they are guilty, they will not die? How many people know that Alan's wife and daughter were persecuted? Nobody knows and nobody cares. In the eyes of the world, mutants are filthy maggots. At the same time, the town of Krakow is very lively, and many people gather in the open-air venue to have a warm and happy dinner with their families. Everyone had a smile on their face. The news was playing on the TV, and it was the incident of the fall of the Western Ability Prisoner. These mutants are so rampant and lawless. It was obvious that they were put in prison just to give them a chance to reform, but they didn't know how to cherish them. When a person saw the news, he shook his head and said contemptuously, I think mutants should all die." The people at the other table immediately followed. At this moment, a black man stared at the screen, thought for a moment, and said in shock, "Alan, it seems that he is also in this prison." The words fall. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and there was a strange aura in the air. Chapter 30. Everyone's eyes fell on him, and there was a strange aura in the air. If at the moment Alan was here, it would definitely be rage. Because the black man who spoke was obviously Adams, the shipmate who cried on the stormy night. He prayed to God and hoped to be saved. God did not appear that day, but Alan released the mutant ability to save him. However, Adams turned around and reported Alan together with Charles, sending the savior into the endless abyss. Rao saw Sever's mother and daughter lying in a pool of blood, but he didn't even move him. It's just a pity that Sever's superb stunner didn't get it. Adams then used the generous bonus to buy a car and renovate a house he didn't want to spend money on for years. It can be said that the past few days have been full of scenery. Therefore, for the prison of ability users mentioned in the news, he immediately thought of Chief Josh, who left here a few days ago. That man is one of the heads of this prison. Sir Josh is one of the leaders in this prison. Adams noticed everyone's gaze and immediately explained. "Shit. You mean Alan might have escaped too?" The people at the next table immediately realized this when they heard his words. Since that incident, everyone's attitude towards Alan has been extremely disgusting. "Didn't you read ins? Alan can stand at C position." Adams swallowed his saliva and said slowly. The people around looked at each other and took out their mobile phones to check. There was Alan in the headline of the photo, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. They all knew the meaning of black people. The endless hatred in Alan's eyes when he left that day. If his eyes could kill people, they would have been smashed to pieces. The sight of what happened at the time is still fresh in my memory. Everyone in the town knew that Sever and Avril were both innocent, but they were still shot to death. Many people witnessed the tragic situation without showing any mercy, but instead sneered and mocked. Now that he's out, the first thing to do must be revenge. Vengeance on whom? To Chuck they, or rather, revenge on the whole town of Krakow. This can't help but make some people's faces a little stiff, a little sweat on their foreheads, and the food in their mouths is a little tasteless. Ha ha ha. You idiots. I really don't think that Alan can go from west to east. But the next second, Adams looked at those who were a little low, laughed with a playful look on his face, and slapped the table frantically. His charcoal black face was full of grins. He felt that he was joking, and the jokes made everyone laugh more and more crazy, and pointed to the forehead. "A bunch of idiots, how could that waste get here? What are you thinking in your minds? You don't really think the mutant in that prison is strong, do you?" The official said that mutant used inferior means to break free from the prison's shackles, and then used the mercy of the army to kill tens of thousands of innocent soldiers. Even Alan can stand in the C position. What kind of things are the others? Do I need to say more? Adams's tone was disdainful. In fact, he was very jealous of his young deputy, who was also a crew member. Now that I have the opportunity to mock, how could I let it go? Adams, fake squid. I won't be frightened by that trash. Just him, a damn imbecile. I'm not scared, just hearing the name Alan makes me sick. God, what is he doing when he's eating? Are you too full to eat? The people around saw Adam's mocking face and realized that he had been tricked. And I felt that I was actually afraid of the beast Alan, and his face was instantly hot. In order not to lose face, everyone scrambled to retort. When he was captured that day, he couldn't even protect his family. Do you think that beast has the ability to take revenge? At this moment, Chuckle walked in from the gate, his expression calm and sneering. Our hero is here. When the people at the table saw him, they all stood up, applauded and laughed. It was Chuckle's attention to inform Alan, and the rest were persuaded by him. It is definitely more that under the lure of the huge bonus amount, no one can resist. But even so, there are still many people who respect Chuckle. Because he cleared a dirty maggot for the town of Krakow. Immediately behind, it was the town sheriff Max, who said dismissively, "Don't worry, just a mutant like him, come and kill a few. Our police station will definitely protect you." When Max said these words, he raised his head high in high spirits. As if to say something trivial. Okay, don't mention that trash again. Chakel frowned, feeling that the word Alan would be unlucky, then he picked up the wine glass on the table and shouted, "Cheers everyone! For the future! Cheers! Cheers!" There were excited smiles on everyone's faces. However, they could not imagine how long it would take. To meet them, the future will be endless darkness. At the moment, west of the lighthouse country, Alan stood on the rocky mountain and looked at the barren desert, a lonely laboratory. His brows were full of ferocity, and his clenched fists were full of blue veins. At his feet, Josh wriggled his body like a dog, using the newly reconstructed vocal cords, and said in a thin voice, "Just. It's over there." "Very good." Alan's eyes were cold, and he almost gritted his teeth when he spoke, and then the top of the mountain trembled slightly. Everything around was shrouded in terrifying pressure, which made Josh suffocated and breathless. He could only relieve the pressure on his body by squirming his body, but he couldn't stop his terrified beating heart. Things to come. The reason why Alan didn't go to Krakow for revenge was that he learned from Josh's memory. Sivir and Avril's remains were not buried. Instead, they were sent to the laboratory. Even dead man wouldn't let those beasts go. They felt that the mutant gene in Avril's body was not awakened, and it had great research value. It is for this reason that they do not hesitate to attack a young child who died tragically. Alan's scarlet eyes stared at the laboratory, his hoarse voice was like a demon in the dark. "All have to die." Chapter 31. It was night, and the stars were shrouded in clouds. In the boundless desert, a building with grey walls stands. The appearance of the heads-up looks unremarkable. If someone who doesn't know it passes by, they will never take a second look. There are too many such houses in the desert of the lighthouse country. But under this seemingly ordinary house, dark and ugly things are being done. At the moment, it's almost midnight. In the bright laboratory, several researchers are staying up late to work overtime. Their haggard faces can tell that they are extremely tired, and they are yawning while recording. In front of everyone, there were two corpses in the biological warehouse. One was an adult woman and the other was a young child. It is relatively well preserved under the protection of the biological warehouse, and there is no significant decay, but there are traces of gunshot wounds and tears on the face. Although it is stitched with lines, it can still be seen. It can be seen how much abuse they were subjected to before they died, and Rao was full of bruises and scars on his limbs after his death. These two corpses belonged to Sivir and Avril. The day before yesterday, someone sent them over, and they have been intercepting horny samples for the past 2 days, and they have not yet reached the part of the autopsy. But just the simple workload has made researchers dizzy. After all, the cells of the human body are extremely complex, and one of the two corpses is the father and mutant. They wanted to find out why mutants' descendants didn't inherit the mutant gene. God, why the doctor is sleeping upstairs and we have to stay here, it's so unfair. Bob's face was displeased, and he loosened his sore neck and complained. "Be quiet, if you can get a PhD too, then you can go to bed." Skull next to him said sharply. Bob's eyes as small as a mouse rolled his eyes, then his eyes fell on the biological warehouse, and he couldn't help but tease, "Skull, I said that the body of this corpse is too good, do you want it? Take her off and see." "Fake, are you crazy? Or is your brain sick?" Hearing this, Skull turned around suddenly, staring at him like a monster. "Can you even feel a corpse?" Thinking of this colleague's abnormal psychology, he added in a cold voice, "You'd better not beat her mind. The above attaches great importance to it. If you take it for an autopsy and find that there is your fluid in it, hee." "I'm only joking." Bob smiled embarrassedly, stood there recording and scanned the corpse in the biological warehouse. The desire in the shrinking eyes became stronger and stronger. "These two looked so good when they died, I don't know what it would be like if they were still alive." Yes, he's been around corpses for so long, so he's become a necrophile. But to say it is a lover, it is actually a pervert with a twisted psychological deformity. Once he didn't know how many corpses he had done that kind of thing. Now staring at the corpse in the biological warehouse, the desire in my heart is getting stronger. He even had a subtle feeling for the young child's corpse, and he couldn't bear to touch it in his trouser pocket. The other hand is ready to press the switch of the biological compartment. The cringe-eyed face was utterly obsessed. Shit. Skull and the other two noticed his movement and took a few steps away with a low curse. This kid has been in the desert for so long, I'm afraid there is something wrong with his brain. They did not dare to step forward to stop it. It was just 2 corpses anyway, no big deal. But they don't realize that when they have such thoughts in their minds, the human nature of the personality begins to gradually distort. Mad, this kid. Leave him alone and let him have a good time. Skull and the others teased each other in a low voice, not at all aware that something was wrong. At this time, someone shuddered, and there was a creepy illusion behind the chill. The temperature of the air conditioner seems to be a little low. Skull frowned and looked around in the empty laboratory, and there was nothing unusual at a glance. The guards above didn't make any movement either. If there was any danger, the upstairs would be the first hurdle. But he always felt weird everywhere, and the temperature in the surrounding air became more and more weird, not from the cold on his body, but from the horror of being stared at by a beast, which made his scalp numb. Skull, you go and raise the temperature. Bob, who was originally confused, shivered and shouted to the people behind him. Then he continued to stare at Shiwei in the biological warehouse, and was about to press the open button of the biological warehouse. But... Call! Behind him, a ghostly figure appeared quietly, and a slight wind blew through. Bob! There's someone behind you! Skull's terrified voice came from the rear. But his reminder was too late. Bob's arm has been firmly held, and then the hand suddenly exerted force, and the whole arm was torn off. Is torn off. Not twist off. Instead, it directly tore the entire arm, and the endless blood spurted out like an out-of-control fountain. What? Bob's heart-piercing screams resounded throughout the laboratory. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he fell to the ground in pain, covering the bleeding wound, trembling against the biological warehouse and looking up at the initiator. Have you ever seen a demon? Now he sees it. Only see light rendering. The man stood in front of him, his face gloomy like a dark cloud, but he couldn't hide his vicious expression. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes that showed monstrous murderous intent, faintly past the flickering light, and the blue veins protruded on his forehead. It was like a demon crawling out of hell, with the suffocating cold air all over his body, and the stump arm clenched tightly in his hand. Under the strong grip, it was crushed into pieces. Then his Satan-like hoarse voice sounded, "How do you want to die?" Hearing this sentence, everyone in the laboratory collapsed, and a feeling of vomiting caused by fear flooded into their hearts. However, at this moment, Alan is even more broken down. The original death of his wife and daughter that could not be buried has caused him to gradually lose control. Now I see someone trying to empty his wife's body again. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid this beast would have already started. Alan, who was emotionally stable in prison, experienced 2 more shocks and gradually became mad. He originally only planned to take the bodies of his wife and daughter, and then leave the place. But now, he will dismember these people with his own hands and let them taste the feeling of being dissected. Chapter 32. Goo. Everyone's expressions were as earthy as they did not dare to pant and stiffen in place. The strong sense of fear even made them dizzy, and their chests were stimulated wildly by the beating heart. The fact that the devil-like man can appear silently means that he can kill them all in an instant. Bah! Alan moved, and he threw off the stump from his hand, blood on his palm. However, with the existence of a biological standpoint, his clothes were not splattered with blood. Now is the time to start. He loosened his stiff hands, his indifferent eyes as if looking at dead man. Bob on the ground felt the icy gaze, his face suddenly turned ashen, and he begged, "Please get around me." Whoosh! Forgive you. Alan's bloodshot eyes stared at him stubbornly, with a tone full of sadness and endless anger. Then who can bypass me? Who can get around my wife? Who can spare my daughter? Bob is just a necrophile facing the Satan-like Alan. A look of horror creeps across his face is gradually pale from the blood loss of his arms, and his mouth repeats the same words weakly, "Let me go. Tell me." Alan has already disregarded the person's life and death, and asked with his fingers clenched in a fierce tone. "Chi. Can't you answer? I still don't want to answer. Immediately afterwards, he directly tore off an arm and threw it to the back at will, grinning like a psychotic maniac, and his tone was sometimes low and sometimes violent. What? Bob, who had gradually fallen into a coma, woke up under the severe pain and let out a terrifying scream. The strong desire to survive made him struggle non-stop. The skulls in the back looked at the arm that fell in front of them, their faces as pale as a corpse. Vomit. Some people vomited directly, whether it was fear or disgust at the stump. At this moment, there was another scream from the front, and then I saw Alan slowly turning around with Bob, who had lost his limbs. Immediately afterwards, the sullen eyes fell on everyone, and there was no human emotion to be seen, only endless darkness. Cough cough cough. Bob, who was active a few minutes ago, is now dying. Chi. In the moment when a hand pierced his chest and pulled out his heart, his life was completely lost. Skull's scalp went numb for a while, and he was trembling all over and could no longer hold up the terrifying pressure. Escape. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this hell, away from this demon. If you continue to stay, there is only a dead end, no matter what method you use, even if you sacrifice your companions, you must escape from this place. Driven by the fierce desire to survive, the ugliness of human nature is vividly displayed. Boom. Fake squid. Skull. The two who were pushed down broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately followed, scrambling to follow, knocking down Skull, who had barely walked a few steps, and pressing down on the other party to keep him from getting up. Then they stepped on Skull's body, desperately running towards the iron gate. And Skull got up quickly and scuffled with them. He even bit the opponent directly with his mouth, tearing off a piece of bloody skin. They had long since collapsed, as if they felt that they could escape hell just by stepping out of this door. This idea is like a pillar to support them, or maybe they are just crazy and can't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. Interesting. Alan sneered without chasing, dropped the corpse in his hand, and crushed its head with one foot. Then stood on the spot, quietly watching the three ants struggling desperately. The corners of their mouths outlined a strange arc that could not be suppressed. That's it, struggle. The more desperate the better. Suddenly, Alan accidentally glanced at the daughter in the biological warehouse. His heart tightened. He immediately covered it with something, leaned over and said softly, "Sorry, Dad let you see such a bloody scene." As he spoke, his eyes flushed red and he resisted the tears. He opened a corner and carefully looked at the pale daughter in the biological warehouse, crawling weakly on the glass. After so many days of tragedy, we finally meet again. Kin. But he couldn't be happy in his heart. The talking little bun just lay there, without any breathing, without any heartbeat. Don't call him Dad again. Alan felt dizzy, and the warm and happy scene gradually came to his mind. It was like a movie replay, which deeply stimulated his fragile nerves. Who could have imagined how helpless he was in his heart at this moment? What? At this time, a scream came from there, interrupting his thoughts. Get out of the way. Get out of here. Let me get out first. It turned out that Skull swung the sulfuric acid next to it and splashed it fiercely on the two colleagues. The skin of the two of them was instantly burned by the extremely corrosive sulfuric acid, and they curled up in pain and screamed heartbreakingly. You brought it on your own. Skull's eyes grinned wildly, and he dropped the glass bottle in his hand and turned and ran away. One of his hands had already touched the doorknob of the ice cube, and his terrified, twisted face flashed with joy, and he was about to go out. However, he thought he could escape. Chi. Two fiery beams pierced through Skull's head, and his frantic smile instantly solidified, gradually dissipating and falling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, another fiery gaze crossed the two people who were lying on the ground and groaning. Pissed. The two heads exploded like a cracked version, and then melted under the powerful high-temperature roasting. Alan's face was incomparably stiff and he took a deep breath, restraining the red light in his eyes, and there were still tears in the corners of his eyes. He mechanically stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears, and in the depths of his trans-personality, somewhere gradually annihilated and quickly occupied by the condensed darkness. ended. Alan glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, then walked to the cabinet and turned over the water bottle inside. His hands were too dirty to hold his daughter just like that. Snapped. In the process of rummaging, a notebook fell down, with the name of the doctor of this laboratory written on it. But the doctor was probably killed by his subordinates. After all, when he first came, he pointed to hurry up to bury his wife and daughter, but he didn't expect Rao to have a super brain, and he couldn't control his anger, so he was forced to carry out a massacre. Alan flipped through the notebook and quickly saw a familiar name on the first page. Chuckle classed. Boom. That was his former captain. No, it's his enemy. When he saw this notebook, he realized that his wife Sivir and daughter Avril were actually sold by Chakal in theory. Chakar also shamelessly wrote his name in the family column. Chuckle. When I bury my family, it will be your day of death. Alan's eyes were extremely gloomy. After putting away the notebook, he turned around and came to the biological warehouse, carefully carried Avril out and put it in Sivir's biological warehouse. Then lift up the biological warehouse, take off lightly and hit the ceiling instantly. Disappeared in place. As for the mutant following him, Polaris Lorna will take care of the chores. Chapter 33. In the east of the lighthouse country, there are rolling mountains. The deep space shrouded in overcast clouds was extremely dark, and there was not a single bit of light to be seen. The endless and fierce cold wind whistled through the woods, and the leaves swayed and rubbed to make a rustling sound. At the moment, the dark sky hummed. It was as if something was flying towards the woods at high speed. Who? At this moment, bursts of sonic booms resounded in the air, forming huge amounts of sonic boom clouds, and a figure instantly appeared in the originally empty sky. With his arrival, there was also a strong wind, which dissipated the clouds above his head, and the soft moonlight reflected on the indifferent face. This man is Alan. A few seconds ago, he was still in the desert in the west, and now he has come to the boundary of the east. If it weren't for the fear of injury to the remains in the life capsule, it might only take a few seconds at the current super speed level. In fact, it was purely Alan's psychological effect. He was afraid of hurting the remains of his wife and daughter again. After all, the biological position can be wrapped on any substance, and there is no possibility of damage. This is why Dacheo's coat can remain intact during battle. Above the sky, Alan looked down at the vast mountain below, with a complicated look on his eyebrows, took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind, and slowly landed on the mountain. Then he carefully placed the biological cabin, staring at the two pale faces in the cabin. He wanted to say something but stopped silent, and the sound of the rhythm of the leaves echoed in his ears. After a long time, a hoarse voice sounded in the mouth. Feel sorry. Alan swallowed, not knowing what to say. His indifferent face reflected the loneliness in his heart at the moment, as if the ships on the waves were only endlessly silent. Desolately, he reached out to touch the cold faces of his wife and daughter, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, and his breathing gradually became short. He had previously thought about burying the remains of his wife and daughter in the small town of Krakow, after all, that was where they lived for many years. But thinking of the faces of those people in the small town, the indifference to the mother and daughter lying in a pool of blood, he felt that the dirty and ugly place was not worthy of the slightest remembrance. So he came to a place that made the most impression. I have had many good memories here with Sivir. And this place is far away from those filthy humans, and it is not easy to be disturbed. At this time, there was a slight wind noise from the rear. Polaris Lorna's shadow wrapped in dark green light fell. She stepped forward and lowered her head slightly and said, Alan, as you said, everyone has gone to the town of Krakow. It won't take long to arrive. Hearing this, Alan nodded. The town of Krakow is his next target. Those who used to ignore it, don't even try to run away. He will not let those people die easily, he will let those beasts live in extreme fear. Repeated torture. And the East will also be where he declares war on the world. Don't the officials like to reverse black and white and play with right and wrong? They quickly realize the seriousness of the matter. Realize that the world will soon change hands. Also, Josh also brought it for you. Lorna beckoned. Several mutants who came along threw Josh to the ground. His deformed and ugly body was wriggling on the ground, looking at Alan with a gloomy face in horror, and seeing the biological warehouse next to him, he immediately realized something, and quickly opened his mouth to clear the relationship. "That's not what I did. Originally, I planned to send the body to cremation. That guy Chakel did it for the money. It has nothing to do with me." Josh was so terrified that he could not speak, and his mouth was full of nonsense. He was really afraid of the demon in front of him, and he would do crazy things again. "Don't be nervous, I just want you to dig a hole." Alan looked at him gloomily, his gloomy eyes did not show happiness or anger. "Besides, there are rewards for doing well." I dig." Josh didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately nodded desperately. As for the so-called reward, he didn't want it at all, and he didn't care at all. A demon's promise, that may not be a reward, but a punishment. "Then what are you still doing?" Alan's calm tone, suddenly rage. The terrifying coercion exuded from his body was like 1,000 mountains, and Josh, who was like a worm on the ground, was suffocated. He ignored the others and dug the ground with his hands like a madman, for fear that he would provoke Alan if he moved too slowly. Who would have thought that this morning, he was still a high-ranking top executive of the Federal Bureau? Disdain for a mutant. However, everything came to nothing in an instant, and even he himself became a more disgusting monster than mutant. A complete monster. Thinking of this, Josh broke down and kept digging the ground with his tentacles, but soon the fragile tentacles rubbed the flesh and blood, and the small stones even dented into the flesh. But even so, he still did not dare to stop. "Sivir, did Avril see it? He's being called like a dog now." Alan's soft eyes fell on the biological warehouse, and he muttered to himself. Lorna next to him saw this scene and was very touched. She finally understood why Alan gritted his teeth in the face of torture, because the death of his family made the hatred in his heart never annihilated. It was hatred that was holding on to him, making him mad. But there is also a mild side, but it will only be shown to the family. This kind of look may not happen again in the future. After more than an hour, the pit was finally dug. Most of Josh's ferocious tentacles had already festered, and the sticky blood dripped and gave off a stench. Even the soil under his feet was stained with blood. His deformed and ugly face could not be seen, but it was difficult to hide the pain that twisted and twitched on his face. Even after doing this, he didn't dare to take a break and immediately crawled out to lie on the ground tremblingly, saying humbly, "The poor slave has already finished. Josh did a good job." Alan looked at him, grinned weirdly, and said solemnly, "Look up, the gift I prepared for you." "Woo!" Josh raised his head and met his bloodthirsty eyes, his heart tightened suddenly. Then he heard the familiar crying sound in his ear, and the thoughts in his heart were confirmed more and more. He turned his head to look stiffly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his head was instantly blank. "I saw a few mutants coming with 2 terrified old men. When they saw Josh, their eyes revealed fear and disgust. They wanted to break free and look away, but they were forcibly held down and looked at the worm-like worm on the ground. Monster! That! It's his parents." Chapter 34. "Look who's here, do you like this gift?" Alan grinned at this scene. When he left the prison today, he had arranged in advance to arrest Josh's parents. Just waiting for this moment. When burying wives and daughters, sacrifice them. As for the promise that Josh would not kill his parents before. Oh, why use him? For a while, some people will naturally be unable to control the distorted desires in their hearts. "Why are you doing this?" Josh lay on the ground like a dog, watching the panicked parents' heads go blank. He knew that day would come eventually, but he didn't expect the demon in front of him to capture the 2 old men so quickly. While he was drowning, Alan's icy tone poked at the thing he was most afraid of and dared not face. "You two, do you know him?" As he said that, Alan pointed to the vile, worm-like man on the ground. The cold air from the hoarse mulberry voice was like a sharp blade slicing through the old man's heart. "Do not know." The 2 old men shook their heads and looked at the sticky and disgusting monster on the ground with disgust and fear in their eyes. A monster, how could they possibly know each other? But they never imagined that the disgusting monster turned out to be a son they hadn't seen in a few days. At this time, Josh's father gathered up his courage and said cautiously, "I want to ask you, what are you asking us to do?" "Don't worry." Alan's expression was as calm as a pool of water, and he looked at Josh, who was froze all over, and said sharply, "Raise your chest." Those nightmarish words made Josh tremble with fear. But the effect of the contract made him unable to resist Alan's order, and was forced to slowly lift his hidden chest. Then a face stitched on the chest came into view. The terrifying face has dull eyes, and the mouth sometimes opens and closes as if breathing. The appearance of human faces made the surrounding atmosphere extremely strange. "Fake, why are you showing us such a disgusting thing?" The old couple cursed and turned their heads away, but Mutant next to them forcibly pressed them back. Alan was not in a hurry, grinned and said with a smile of interest, "Look at it carefully." A few seconds later, the disgusted old couple turned pale, pointing at the deformed and ugly monster, unable to say a word. The two old men recognized it, and the worm-like monster turned out to be their son. "How can that be?" Josh's mother felt dizzy for a while, her wrinkled face lost its ruddy, and her eyes gradually became sluggish. The strong impact made the old mother feel powerless to escape. If it wasn't for her husband to support her, she would have fallen down long ago. "I haven't seen each other for a few days, and my only son has turned into a filthy monster." The old couple was unable to speak, repeating the impossible words in their mouths. "Mother!" Josh couldn't hold back his emotions, and painful tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. "You did it, right? You made him like this." The old woman's heart collapsed when she heard her son's familiar voice. She glared at Alan and roared hysterically. Her wonderful son turned into a monster. "Calm." Alan was not angry either, with a playful smile still on the corner of his mouth, and said solemnly, "He is your son. Now to give you a chance to bring him back, I will do what I say." Hearing this, Josh looked at him in astonishment. "Although I don't know if what this demon said is true, there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart." He immediately turned his head to look at his grieving parents, his eyes filled with hope. He has always been the best in the eyes of his parents. Even if it becomes what it is now, it will definitely not be spurned, right? However, the old couple who were standing a few meters away and weeping looked at their son on the ground in a daze. Rao is Josh's father, the old man who used to be very optimistic about his son. His eyes gradually dimmed. "Think about it and agree. But you can't refuse." Alan's tone was threatening. The surrounding mutants, including Lorna, all had sneers on their faces. False love is ridiculous. Hearing this, the old couple's faces were extremely tangled, and their eyes were full of disgust and fear that could not be concealed. "What are you joking about asking them to bring a monster back? Even their sons can't take it." "No, that was the past. Look at Josh now is a complete monster, like living in the sewer and eating feces worms. Living in this world is a disgrace to their family." Josh looked at the visible disgust in his parents' eyes, and his heart froze instantly. For a moment, Josh's father looked ruthless and said indifferently, "Kill him." With such an answer, Josh completely collapsed with tears in his eyes, crying like his mother, "Mother, don't you want me to?" "Sorry Josh, you only have pain in this world." The old woman looked away, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and replied indifferently, "It's not that I'm going to kill you, it's them." Alan watched this scene with incomparable relief. This is definitely one of the best sacrifices. And he could feel that Josh's psychology was gradually distorted after so many things, and slowly he couldn't be himself. At this moment, Josh also experienced the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world, and being cast aside by the world. Not even a mutant. Sure enough, the next second. "Ah! Die! Die all!" Josh's face was suddenly hideous, and his huge body was squirming and rushing towards his parents. His anger made him crazy and transformed into a deformed face, opening huge amounts of blood. "Fake squid! What are you doing? Are you crazy? To kill your parents? You damn monster!" Seeing this, the father said angrily, but the mutant next to him pushed him back. Seeing that his worm-like son was about to rush to him, his eyes sank, and he suddenly pulled his wife, who had been with him for many years, to block him. The old woman never expected that her husband, who was gentle and doting on her, would do such a thing. Before she came back to her senses, there was a severe pain in her abdomen. Hey! Josh had already bitten on her stomach, tearing off a piece of bloody flesh fiercely. The ruptured large intestine showed yellow. Chi! The old man who witnessed all this was pale, turned and ran into the bushes, but tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. The mutants looked at each other in dismay, and no one went up to stop him, but stood there and watched the scene indifferently. Die! Josh's deformed mouth was full of blood, and when the old man under him completely lost his movement, those scarlet eyes suddenly looked at his father. Then he rushed over without hesitation. At the moment, a group of heavily armed people walked out of the woods and immediately surrounded everyone. Don't move! Phil Coulson looked solemn, held the gun in one hand to reveal the FBI credentials, and shouted loudly. Chapter 35. Don't move! Phil Coulson looked solemn, held the gun in one hand to reveal the FBI credentials, and shouted loudly. Roar! However, this sentence didn't stop Josh. He roared like a beast and threw the old man down, his sharp teeth biting his stomach and pulling down a piece of bloody flesh. What? The old man was in great pain, and his mouth let out a piercing scream. Bah! Whoosh! Suddenly, his stomach exploded like a sphere. It turned out that the gas accumulated in the body was detonated by severe stimulation, and countless internal organs were flying all over the sky, scattering all over the place. Then there was yellow feces sprayed out. Josh looked up and felt the feces spilled on his face, as if he suddenly lowered his head to eat like a treasure. He kept talking in his mouth, shit is delicious. Oh shit, my god! Phil Coulson blushed and exclaimed. After receiving the assignment from Nick Fury today, he left Hwaju headquarters for the first time to collect all the information about Alan. Soon I got all the information on Alan, and even the evaluation form of his childhood in the orphanage was recorded. But the matter of Mutant's identity, the database, or even anyone, didn't know until a few days ago. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D agent admires such clever concealment. Definitely Phil Coulson also learned what happened to Alan these days. Based on his feelings for his wife and daughter, he guessed that the first thing he did was not to seek revenge, but to find the remains of his wife and daughter. After all, if you don't have such feelings, how can you take such a big risk to take revenge? More than an hour ago, this was confirmed, and Alan snatched the remains of the desert laboratory. The people at S.H.I.E.L.D then used Alan's comprehensive data to calculate the most likely location for burial. So Phil Coulson immediately brought people over, but he didn't expect to encounter such a bloody and brutal scene as soon as he arrived. Rao is such a battle-hardened 7th-level agent that his stomach couldn't hold back the river and the sea, and he almost vomited out the dinner. At this moment, Phil Coulson slowed down and shouted, "Quick, stun him!" Boom! The subordinate who heard the order just picked up the stun gun, and was instantly punched to the ground by Mutant next to him. The hard stun gun was also disassembled and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The rest of the mutants were all staring at the people in SHIELD. Hey! Calm down, I'm here for peace. Phil Coulson swallowed, slowly put down the gun in his hand, stretched out a professional smile and said, "See, I'm sincere, so don't be nervous." The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D Secret Service team also put down their weapons and squatted on the spot with their heads raised. Really? So are you an FBI agent, or an S.H.I.E.L.D agent? Alan's slightly narrowed eyes revealed the danger of redness, and he asked without a smile. He recognized Marvel's goody Phil Coulson at a glance, and that familiar professional smirk was his trademark, capable of laughing at anyone. You. Phil Coulson's face changed slightly when he was exposed, and the other party actually knew his true identity. It means that this Oriental person with a bland resume knows the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Know that this organization is one of the most mysterious and powerful in the world. At least for now he thinks so. In this way, Alan's identity may not be simple. Don't be too surprised, I know everything, and don't be too nervous. I'm very grateful that you came to my wife's and daughter's funeral, so it won't make your death too painful. Seeing the changing expression of the good old man, Alan said unhurriedly. Phil Coulson noticed the gloomy eyes, and felt the pressure swept over his body, and felt horrified for a while. This is definitely not intimidation, but a real killer. He took a deep breath and tried his best to keep smiling. Alan, calm, there are many things in this world that are worth your attention. Why do you do these illegal and criminal things for some people who are not worth it? Phil Coulson stared at the pressure, his back soaking wet when he said that. What is the law? Protect people like him, or protect people like me, or protect my family? Alan's face was cloudy, and he pointed at Josh, who was swallowing feces, and couldn't help laughing. The curvature of the corners of his mouth was like the sickle of death god. Bloodthirsty in the moonlight. Sheet, I really don't know who he is, but... Phil Coulson swallowed hard, he didn't want to be like that. So he struggled to show an expression that was even uglier than crying, and said with a smile, Alan, you are a good person. You can't be resurrected from the dead. It's really not worth it. Besides, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Besides, what a person does can't be implicated. The words are only half said. Alan interrupted sharply, in a world where the strong eat the weak, the strong beat the weak and die. It's that simple. If I had the strength back then, my family wouldn't have died. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't say that. The law of the weak is the essence of this world. Perhaps the world of Marvel is a fairy tale for adults, and superhero runs rampant to satisfy the desires of many people. However, its real side is dark. What the so-called responsibility is, the greater the ability, that is just a fairy tale for Alan. If you have great strength but don't take revenge, what's the use of this strength? Alan, there are too many people stronger than you in the world, and they won't let you do whatever you want. You know you're not one of them. Phil Coulson retorted indifferently. Influenced by the superhero culture since childhood, the idol is still Captain Steve Rogers, so it is naturally unbearable to hear such misinterpreted words. Definitely Phil Coulson also knows the law of the strong, but unfortunately, how can he know Alan's mind without suffering from others? At the moment Alan's face was already cold. Not far away, Crossbones noticed the slight change in expression, and immediately took out the fog bomb and ripped off the buckle, ready to throw it towards Alan. However, a dark green glow wrapped around the mist bomb, and it lost its effect when it was gently tightened. Fuck! Shoot! Crossbones shouted immediately. The well-trained members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. special team around, immediately leaned over and picked up the gun on the ground, advancing to an advanced combat state. What are you doing? Phil Coulson was stunned. Others don't know, he knows the evaluation of the boss to Alan, but it is no weaker than Magneto. That's why, this time it's for peace talks. Instead of sending troops directly. After all, the destructive power caused by a powerful mutant is extremely terrifying. But just when I thought there were gunshots, I saw Lorna concentratingly stretch out her green glowing hand, and instantly squeeze dozens of guns into a ball under the squeeze of the green light, turning them into scrap iron and throwing them a few hundred meters away. Phil Coulson recognized Lorna's variant ability with his knowledge, and was extremely horrified, and muttered to himself, "Magnetic control." The voice just fell. Then a dagger that floated gently, the flash disappeared like a missile, and it squeaked in mid-air, weaving through the crowd around Phil Coulson. Chi! Wherever they went, one after another figure lost their lives in an instant, and fell limply to the ground. The elite Secret Service members from start to finish did not resist at all. Chapter 36. Boom! The figures around him fell one by one, the sound of the landing shaking Phil Coulson's heart. His complexion was extremely pale, and the cold made his body stiff and did not dare to turn his body. But I heard the movement in my ears. And the fading sound of breathing, with the passage of a few seconds. There was a dead silence all around. At the moment the sound of the evening wind blowing in the woods was particularly harsh. When he looked at Alan again, the other party didn't look at him anymore, but stared down at the biological warehouse with a gentle smile on his face. The gentle expression appeared on the face of the devil-like man, which seemed so contradictory and strange. Chi. After being surprised. It was also the last thing Phil Coulson saw before he died, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. The sharp dagger pierced through his chest. The light in his eyes gradually disintegrated, and then he fell heavily. Boom! Clean this up! Alan's eyes were cold, and he didn't care about Phil Coulson's death. With the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no threat to him. Even Nick Fury considers himself the strongest trump card, Captain Marvel. There was nothing to fear in his eyes. Captain Marvel is just a big virgin, and his own planet has no ability protection. She still has the mind to take care of other interstellar affairs. If she has always been protecting the Earth, how can she let Thanos do anything wrong? Yes. Lorna nodded, knowing that the boss wanted to be alone for a while, so he used the mutant ability to hold up all the corpses. The other mutants also cast a variant ability to clean up the scene. A mist filled the air late at night, and the smell of blood gradually dissipated. The surroundings fell silent and empty, except for the sound of the wind. Only then did Alan slowly lift the biological bin into the pit. He stared at the pale corpses of his wife and daughter inside with heavy eyes, took a deep breath, picked up the shovel prepared in advance, and shoveled a pile of soil onto the biological bin. Every time it seemed that he had used up all his strength, he looked a little embarrassed. He did not change the coffin, because the biological warehouse is more protective and will not be damaged for almost a few decades. So in the next time, he buried the biological warehouse with shovel after shovel of soil. The soil gradually covered Sivir and Avril, and soon the biological warehouse was submerged, forming a small hillside. Alan took out the tombstone he had prepared in advance and wrote the name of the deceased with a faint heat of sight. Then he leaned over and placed the stone tablet in front of the hillside, muttering to himself in a low voice. In the past life, my country paid attention to the safety of the earth, so that it could get its place. After a short sentence, he fell silent. When the remains of his wife and daughter were covered up, he deeply realized that he was really alone now. But he knew in his heart that there were infinite possibilities in the Marvel world, and as long as he was strong enough, it was possible to revive Sivir and Avril. It's just that that day is far away. What to do now is to take revenge and make those who hurt his family pay. Alan took a deep breath, standing in front of the tombstone with a lonely back, and his tone was sad. Today is the third day of your passing. I wonder if the Guardian can wait for you. Keeping the spirits is a kind of sustenance for the deceased in the previous life. Usually 3 days. It's ridiculous that he's been in jail for so long and came out just in time for his last night. Thinking about it, Alan just stood there silently. At the moment, it's only early morning. The bustling city of Hawaja fell into silence, and there was not half a person on the street. However, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building is still lit. The ground floor of the building. Cha! The heavy mechanical door opened. A one-eyed black man in a black trench coat walked in anxiously, ignoring the person who greeted him, and walked straight into the corner room. Boss, Phil Coulson he. When the Hill agent saw Nick Fury walking in, he immediately stood up and said in a heavy tone. I'll see him. Nick Fury stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at Phil Coulson, who was pale on the bed, his fists clenched and veins bursting out of his face. The person he trusted most in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was Phil Coulson, and he almost trained this capable young man as his successor. Now Phil Coulson is lying in bed completely out of breath. It's all about that mutant. The Hill agent next to him took a deep breath, holding his forehead, and his eyes reddened. When the team found him, he was out of breath, and the other team members also. The headquarters doctor has done his best, that is. What did Alan Exxon do? Nick Fury asked, the anger in the strongman's heart. It was made by his subordinates. Magnetic force was detected on the body, but it was absolutely inseparable from Alan Exxon. The Hill agent picked up the report on the table, and the hand holding the paper trembled uncontrollably. Hearing this, Nick Fury's face was heavy, and he seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, he said, let Phil Coulson, participate in the Tahiti project. Are you sure you want to do that? Hill agent was slightly taken aback. Project Tahiti is an experimental project that can bring people back from the dead, but it is only effective for people who have just died not long ago. People like Phil Coulson are eligible to participate in this project. And he himself was previously the project leader. However, the Tahiti plan is very unstable, there may be many sequelae, and there may even be failures. Well, you go to arrange this. I have more important things to do. With that said, Nick Fury angrily turned around and pushed the door out, with blue veins forming on his black head. You can see how angry he is now. Because Nick Fury listened to the recording of the confrontation between Phil Coulson and Mutant at the time, the other party knew the existence of SHIELD. He must also know the identity of Phil Coulson. Even so, an atrocity was committed. A little-known mutant dared to despise S.H.I.E.L.D. and even sacrificed dozens of people, one of whom was the director's deputy. It seems that his super agent is so gentle that he will be looked down upon by a prisoner. After returning to the office, Nick Fury immediately sent an email that read roughly, Western jailbreak mutants may riot in the small town of Clark, where their leader used to live. His name is Alan Exxon. The recipient of the mail is someone from the military. The army's trash searched for so long, but couldn't find Alan's whereabouts. Nick Fury was going to help this group of trash. He leaned back on the chair, stroked his aching forehead, and cursed in a low voice, "Maid Fark, why are you always so unlucky lately?" Ding! However, the phone beeped. He took out his mobile phone and saw the information on it, his face eased for a long time. Tony Stark boarded the plane to go home. At the same time, in a military base far to the east, the originally calm bass suddenly sounded loudly. All the soldiers in the dormitory heard the siren and rushed out immediately. The empty airstrip was instantly filled with people, and everyone's serious faces were a little puzzled. They didn't understand why the alarm was suddenly sounded at this point. There has never been a similar situation before. However, military orders are like mountains and cannot be disobeyed. Everyone is looking forward to it. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of the helicopter's engine sounded in the dark deep space, and then an Apache slowly landed in the open space in front of everyone. The strong wind whistled, causing the clothes of the surrounding people to twitch violently. Admiral Ross pushed open the hatch and walked out first, smiling at the officer who greeted him. "Mutant is very annoying, isn't it?" Chapter 37. The violent wind swept up by the Apache helicopter frantically ravaged the surrounding space. General Ross pushed open the cabin door and walked out against the strong wind. He smiled at the officer who greeted him. "Mutant is very annoying, right? With Lei Ting you are here, I will be more relieved." Ken Ethel gave a military salute and teased. "It's all the nicknames from the past, but I didn't expect anyone to remember it." General Ross heard the familiar name with joy on his face. Thunder is the nickname he got when he joined the army when he was young, and he often led the troops to attack violently like thunder. Later, due to his outstanding military exploits, his position was quickly promoted, and he became an Air Force general and now serves as the head of the military base in New Mexico. And participated in the research of gamma bombs. That's right, he is the father-in-law of Dr. Hulk Banner. But Ross is still just an admiral, not a general or an official. This time, I received an order from my superiors to assist the officers in the East to deal with Mutant who escaped from prison in the Western Desert. After all, he still has experience in dealing with monsters. Admiral Ross walked up to the formation of the soldiers. At the moment it was still early in the morning, and the lights from the airstrip shone on his hard and majestic face. Holding the speaker in his hand, he said sharply, "Everyone, listen. The situation on this mission is very serious, and we will face a huge amount of test. It's not just about the safety of the lighthouse country, it's about the face of the entire race. Perhaps many people have guessed that the mutant escapees from the west have escaped to the east." Sentences rang through the loudspeaker on the spacious runway. The faces of tens of thousands of soldiers in an uproar became extremely solemn, and the disgust between many people's eyebrows was difficult to hide. Mutant has always been the object of everyone's hatred. Now that everyone heard that groups of mutants appeared inexplicably in the originally peaceful East, they definitely felt very angry, thinking that these damned beasts had seriously damaged the peaceful environment. Moreover, Mutant, who escaped from the Western prison, was extremely cruel, and carried out a brutal massacre against the army yesterday. Tens of thousands of innocent soldiers died tragically at their hands. This makes more people angry, and they can't wait to kill these beasts now. But, guys, don't worry. Those dirty guys think they can get away with it, but they don't, because we'll hit him hard. It's not me, it's us. I believe that the heroic soldiers of the Great Lighthouse Country will definitely make those beasts pay a heavy price. Admiral Ross is battle-hardened and has a knack for boosting morale. Just a few simple words made all the soldiers who had just woken up from their sleep instantly become excited and excited. Together they raised their arms and shouted in unison, "Hail! Death to Mutant!" One wave after another echoed on the spacious airstrip, and the enthusiastic and generous shouts were endless. Every soldier's face is full of confidence, as if victory is within easy reach. Admiral Kennethel looked satisfied at this scene, and then sent them back to prepare for the war that was about to begin. Then he took Admiral Ross to a conference room. And a video was played on the big screen. Judging from the screen, it should be from a surveillance tape. "Admiral Ross, I think you should watch this video." Hearing that, Admiral Ross looked at the big screen. "I saw the picture presented, the scene of the army of 10,000 people facing the escape of Mutant yesterday. In the next few minutes, several heavy tanks and an army of 10,000 people vanished under the violent offensive of more than 2,000 mutants. Corpses piled up like mountains, tanks turned to scrap metal. Endless gunpowder smoke filled the air, and the thick black smoke even drowned out the surveillance cameras. The screen then fell into darkness, but the tragic situation was still vivid in my mind. They are strong." Kenneth turned off the big screen, sat on the chair, frowned, and said solemnly, "The army of 10,000 people is vulnerable in front of them, and the tank is like a toy. This is the real news of the official blockade. The army is only facing the mutant army of thousands of people, and they have no resistance. The truth of this video is revealed. I'm afraid it will cause an uproar and make countless citizens panic. The old method of the Lighthouse Country, even if the people have been caught in the water and fire, they will still choose to cover up the facts for the sake of face." But after watching the video, Admiral Ross didn't show the slightest worry, and sneered, "Kennethel, don't worry, we have super soldier Emil Blanquith. A super soldier who can rival the Green Monster." Originally, Kennethel still felt unsure after hearing the first half of the sentence. When he heard that it was enough to match the Green Monster, his face instantly showed disbelief and looked at Ross. "Believe me." Admiral Ross patted him on the shoulder and grinned. The green monster in his mouth was the Hulk incarnated by Dr. Banner. And Super Soldier Blanquith is abhorrent. Admiral Ross isn't sure if the abomination can compete with the Hulk, though. After all, after the second strengthening, Banner's whereabouts have not been found. But he thinks it is absolutely no problem to deal with those mutants. You must know that the Super Soldier Serum variant was created from the original rebirth plan of Dr. Abraham Erskine. The latter has nurtured the famous Captain Steve Rogers in history. The former is a variant obtained through strengthening several times and after decades of research and development. Therefore, Admiral Ross is looking forward to it. What kind of strength can Bronchies play in the war after experiencing the second injection of serum? Chapter 38. In the early morning, the dark clouds in the deep sky were blown away, and the stars dotted the darkness. Lighthouse Country Eastern Military Base. A camouflage barracks tent filled with yellowed ISO light. An officer sat alone at the table, the light reflected the solemnity of his face, and the darkness made him look slightly gloomy. "He is the Super Soldier Blanquith that Admiral Ross said, the head of the soldiers who hunted down the green monster Hulk. Not long ago, in the hunt for Hulk. Driven by the desire in his heart, he was obsessed with the power of Hulk, so he was willing to become a Luo experiment. After 2 injections of Super Soldier Serum, unparalleled strength was obtained. However, he was still not satisfied with this. At the moment Bronchies was fascinated by a pale blue serum, his complexion extremely complicated. This serum is a serum synthesized by Dr. Stern using Banner's heavily gamma-irradiated blood. To him, the faint blue liquid in the tube was like the blood of a demon, full of great charm, but he dared not touch it. Because super soldier serum combined with Banner's blood would be an unpredictable combination. Might turn him into a monster with only endless hatred and hatred in his mind. Call. Bronchies played with the serum a few times before putting it away. He didn't think it would be so expensive to deal with Mutant. This serum is still reserved for the showdown with Hulk. In his eyes, Hulk is a worthy opponent. The current Bronchis has only experienced one failure, so the desire for Hulk's power has not reached the level of complete obsession. Moreover, he believes that his own strength after the second injection is not much worse than Hulk. Next time you meet, you will definitely be able to capture Hulk. But he never imagined that he wouldn't be able to wait for Banner to appear. At this time, the tent was opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Blankis looked up to see him, and immediately raised his hand to salute. "Admiral Ross, everything is going well." It was Admiral Ross who had just returned from the conference room. His remarks in the conference room had restored the confidence of all the officers. The confidence a lighthouse soldier should have. Everyone's morale is very high, and I think this victory is within easy reach. He sat across from the table, looked at the strategic map on the table, and drew a circle on the words in Krakow with a thick red pen, with a dim light in his eyes, and said solemnly, "I've been fortunate enough to have been to the town of Krakow. The folk customs are simple, kind, and warm." Admiral Ross shook his head regretfully in memory, took a sip of bitter coffee, lit a cigarette, and took a gulp, his face filled with white smoke when he spoke. He picked up Alan's information at hand, and kept flipping through his mouth and cursing, "God, I didn't expect such a perfect place to be targeted by Mutant. These damn worms are really everywhere." On the opposite side, Bronchis showed disdain on his brows, and smothered the cigarette in his hand impatiently. The original mission of the troops was to capture Banner, but they were slowed down by these damned mutants. This made the colonel very dissatisfied. "Colonel Emile, I know you're frantic, but this matter is about the face of the country and the race. We've got to do our best to deal with these damn mutants." Admiral Ross put down the cup in his hand and said sternly, "Don't worry too much, I'll get rid of them as soon as possible." Blankis sneered a little and said slowly, "Let's go to the town to lurk with your soldiers in a while, and don't act rashly without an order." Admiral Ross drew a fork on the town of Krakow, and there was a dark light in his sharp eyes. Those mutants probably never imagined that when they arrived in Clark Town, the place had already been set up with a net. Hearing this, Blankis hesitated for a moment and asked, "Don't you need to clean up the people in the town?" "Idiot, if Alan Ackerson noticed, do you think those mutants who were hiding in the east would come?" Admiral Ross had a dark face and a gloomy tone. "There are more than 2,000 mutants. If they are scattered all over the country, it will be difficult to find them again. It's just sacrificing a small town, and it's not us who made it all, it's the damn mutants. When people talk about us, they only think we are heroes. And those mutants are the real murderers. Because they shouldn't exist in this world. This is the truth, and the world will never accept Mutant. It's like X-Men has done so many things, saving mankind countless times. What was exchanged in the end was only endless scorn. Even slaughtered. On the other hand, the Avengers are human, and it is difficult to be dissatisfied even if they have great power. Even if the Sokovia incident occurs, it only needs to sign an agreement to calm down. If it was X-Men, the result would be quite the opposite. They would be targeted and accused in many ways, and many people would use this as an excuse to suppress Mutant. Yes. Hearing this, Blankis nodded, looking somewhat conflicted. But knowing that being small and big is nothing at all. Anyway, when the official comes out and splashes dirty water, the world's mouth will only point to Mutant. However, he was somewhat looking forward to what effect he would have against Mutant with his current strength. Take the next battle as a training hand, and hope that the group of mutants will not be too weak. At the same time, above the vast sky, a military plane smashed through the cloud and left behind white smoke, speeding towards the northern hemisphere at high speed. Inside the luxurious cabin, there is unparalleled tranquility. Tony Stark had a bandage wrapped around his left hand, and sat on the sofa with a low expression. His experience in Ahan made him realize that the weapon he thought made the lighthouse state has actually flowed into the hands of terrorists. Caused huge amounts of disaster to countless people, and even the family of Dr. Ethan, who helped him escape, died tragically under the fire of Stark Industries. What's even more ridiculous is that he fell into the hands of terrorists this time, and was blown up by a missile developed by himself. If it wasn't for the development of the steel battle suit, Tony probably wouldn't be back. At the moment he put his deep eyes on the laptop, which was a news story that grabbed the headlines. There are countless mutants in the Western Ability prison. Tony frowned and stared at the Oriental man in the photo, and said with some pain, "I've only been away for so long, how do I feel that the world has changed?" Then he switched to a blueprint. The picture above is the upgraded version of the Mark I armor, the new generation Mark II armor. If Alan is here, he'll find out. Although the appearance of Tony in this world is exactly the same as in the 199,999 universe. But his IQ far exceeds that of Tony in the 199,999 universe. Because the design blueprint of the new generation Mark II is very forward. Chapter 39. It may be that the environment in the world is different, and the dangers in this world are visible to the naked eye. So Tony Stark worked harder in researching weapons, and naturally his technology level also got huge amounts of improvement. The Mark II in hand is the best proof. Where's Mutant Alan Exxon? God, this world is so messy, can't we just take a good rest for a while? Tony Stark took another look at the news, and it was all about the mutant crisis. But seeing such news made him even more determined to build a battle suit. The sky was bright, and the earth was still shrouded in darkness. In the past at the moment, the bustling metropolis was silent, and most of the people were still sleeping. But today is different from the past. The streets that were supposed to be silent were noisy, and crowds like tidal waves took over the roads and streets, blocking the wide roads. The men had angry faces, many of them holding up signs and strode in front of government offices. Most of the signs held high red "Death to Mutant" in hideous scarlet text. Similar situations are taking place in many cities across the country. They were all affected by yesterday's West Desert jailbreak and were outraged by Mutant's brutal killing. Coupled with the pent-up resentment against Mutant over the years. Released after going through this. Many people tacitly organized themselves to come to the streets to parade, and the people of the lighthouse are quite skilled at parades. So just after an overnight fermentation time, in major prosperous cities, a whole street of parades appeared. There must be people from the government who are at work here, after all, the government is now thinking about it behind the scenes. How to make mutant genes completely disappear from the world. And fishing reels are one of the best means. Death to Mutant. Mutant should pay for tens of thousands of innocent lives. Those who sacrificed heroically are the most fearless warriors of the lighthouse country. To make these beasts pay a heavy price for this, they can't be allowed to do anything wrong. FK you're Alan Exxon. FK you're Mutant. The loud shouts from the parade on the street, venting the anger of mutants' disgust in their hearts, rose from wave to wave. The deafening resounding resounded through the entire street, and the voices of those protests were filled with soaring anger. Regardless of the black and white of things, Mutant, now headed by Alan Exxon, has been boycotted. Some people even subtracted the photo of Alan's head, drew a big red cross on it, and wrote extremely insulting words. Some people want to pee on Alan's photo and post it on social platforms as a provocation. But boycotting Mutant, headed by Alan, is just the beginning. In the future, many people will use this as an excuse to put pressure on other mutants in the world. This is what the government wants to achieve behind the scenes. Mutants will only give up their dirty mutant genes if they feel abandoned by the world. Inject the mutant antidote. Alan Exxon. Just an early bird. It can only be said that he was too unlucky to escape from prison at a critical period. For government officials, this is the best breakthrough. Even if it is the opportunity to change with the lives of thousands of people. Officials are very pleased with this. And while Alan provoked the military, he also became a public enemy of the whole people. Someone picked up Alan's past information for the first time, but many people saw Alan's profile information. There was silence for a while. Because there was no criminal record on Alan's resume, nor did he see any bad records. He even donates money every year and participates in charity activities with his family. And his grades from childhood to adulthood have been very good. Aside from sports, his grades in theoretical courses are a record crusher. Even after graduation, he became a deputy at a young age, with a high salary and an elegant wife and lovely daughter. Typical successful person. Coupled with the gentle and handsome face, it is simply a role model. When everyone saw such an excellent data file, they immediately felt extremely jealous. A filthy mutant living the life they only dreamed of, a life they could never expect for a lifetime. I want to ask if the owner of this INS account is Mutant? Deliberately posted this to irritate people? No matter what you post, I can only say that Mutant will never change and eat shit. It looks gentle, who would have thought that he is a devil in his heart, and sure enough, he is a beast in his bones. My god, there is no criminal record whatsoever this guy has been hiding. Fortunately, this beast has been exposed, otherwise I don't know how many people would have been killed. I heard that his wife and daughter are dead. It seems that he was shot and killed by people from the Federal Bureau of Rebellion. Really? Then I feel comfortable, this beast should pay a painful price for his behavior. To be honest, everyone should know what constitutes a woman that even Mutant can accept. Don't worry, this beast will probably only be able to survive in the future. All the netizens who left the message did not know the truth about Alan. Or that no one cares at all. Who cares if a mutant is wronged or not, they just feel good about what happened to Alan. Originally an excellent person. Not only has the family been destroyed, but now he has become a prisoner. This life is destined to live in a dark sewer, living in fear all day long. This is the treatment of all mutant criminals. What's more, the crimes committed by Alan are serious, and he is the key target of the military's arrest. Now the whole country is deployed to find his whereabouts. However, no one knew that the military had already grasped Alan's movements. A war is about to begin. At the same time, when there was a lot of discussion on the forum. In the small town of Krakow on the eastern coast, many people have already woken up early in the morning. They had smiles on their faces, unaware that disaster was coming. Today is a special day in the town of Krakow, where there will be an annual celebration. Everyone will be there then. But whose celebration will it be? Chapter 40. Clark Town. The horizon is slightly bright and translucent, and the coastal houses look out, and the rippling sea is reflected in the sun, which makes the sea crystal clear. Fishing boats are docked on the bank and drifting in the wind. Chi. In the parking lot on the coast, a media van was parked within the white line, the sliding door was slowly opened, and a shadowy figure walked down from it. This is Clark Town, right? Christine, dressed in a professional uniform, closed her eyes and opened her arms, feeling the gentle sea breeze, with a relaxed smile on her face. God, Christine, your method will definitely make us explode. After the photographer who came with the team came down, he couldn't help but sigh. Record it well, if we can send it out tonight, tomorrow's front page will be ours. Hearing this, Christine said proudly. Saw the popularity of Alan's mutants last night. So she planned to come to the town of Krakow and record an interview about Alan. People will definitely be interested in this brutal mutant boss. And Christine can rely on to take her career to the next level. The photographer behind him nodded, also with a longing look. Then the two walked towards the depths of the town according to Alan's information. However, they didn't know that coming to Clark Town would be the last business trip in their lives. Today is the town's annual celebration, so there are already many passers-by on the streets of Genius Walyong. At the moment, a passerby saw Christine and the little brother holding the camera, and immediately became interested, stepped forward and said, "Are you here to record the celebration?" Recording the celebration? It's a shame I didn't get to be a part of it. Hearing this, Christine was stunned for a moment, then changed the subject and said, "But I'm Christine from the Daily Bugle. I have something to say about Alan, and I want to interview you." "What do you want to ask Alan about?" The passerby showed disgust on his face when he heard the name, and then said with disdain, "I'm not familiar with him, but he didn't cherish the hard-won opportunity of redemption and escaped from the prison pit. The stupidest thing ever. That beast escaped from the prison this time, and Chief Josh probably won't let him go so easily. Yet, when he killed 2 soldiers, Chief Josh spared his life in order to give him a chance to reform. I thought at the time that the beast was just killing it. You see, it's doing evil now." Several passers-by who passed by also echoed, with a sneer on their faces, chuckling and shaking their heads as if they were talking about a joke. They think that Josh didn't kill Alan at the time, and wanted to give him a chance to reform. Since that day, Josh has become a model federal agent in the eyes of the town, but thinks he will never give Alan a second chance. It's just that no one knows that Josh has already turned into a monster. Perhaps at this moment, he is on his way to the town. Christine carefully recorded what they said, and then asked a second question, "How did you find out that Alan is a mutant?" In fact, she has been thinking about this problem on the way. Alan's resume looks too clean. It's not like a felon should have. More like a model husband who loves his family deeply. But Christine didn't go to find out how his family died, that's none of her business. Now she wants to quickly take advantage of the hot spot of this incident, while earning a fortune. Get a raise. It's just a mutant after all. You have to ask Chakal about this. He is now the hero of our town. When passers-by mentioned this name, their eyes were full of reverence, and their tone was obviously a lot more excited. "Just by the way, I will take you to find him." "It is good." Christine nodded. Just from the tone given to her by the person in front of her, she instantly made up a heroic deed of an ordinary person who subdued the residents in order to protect the residents from mutant and persecution. As for whether it's true, who cares? Now Alan's image on the outside is completely a devil, a murderer, and the public enemy of countless people. Even if it's fake, Christine would also make it real. People wouldn't care, all they wanted in their hearts was a hero, an image. Who's going to look into this? At the beginning, Captain Rogers was just an idol, but there are still many people in pursuit. Later, he gradually became a real hero. But people only know his bright side, and the official just wants the world to see this. But that's enough. Old Jack's Breakfast. This breakfast shop is the most famous shop in the town, and many people come to have breakfast every day. Today is the annual celebration, even if it's only after 5 o'clock. The shop at the moment was bustling with dozens of tables almost full. "He's Chuck. Hey! Captain Chuck!" At this time, Christine and others pushed in the door, and the person leading the way waved to a middle-aged man with a huge waist and a thick waist. Hearing the sound, Chakal looked up suspiciously, and saw Christine walking towards him with the photographer. "Hello, I'm Christine from the Daily Bugle." Christine reached out her hand politely, with a professional smile on her face. "Chuckle, she's here to interview you and want to know about Alan and you." Originally, Chakal was still a little confused, but when he learned that the woman was here to interview him, he immediately came to his senses. It seemed that it was the recent escape of Alan that made Clarktown become the focus. Tisk tisk. Chucker was overjoyed. Alan, you can still create benefits for me when you are gone. As long as a reporter helps him create a good image, he will definitely bring in countless money." Thinking about it, he smiled helplessly and said, "Christine, what do you want to ask? I actually know Alan very well. He is my good brother and subordinate." Saying that, Chakal's expression gradually became lost, and he didn't give Christine a chance to ask questions, as if he was betrayed, and said in a sad tone, "Alan has always been my good brother. We have been out to sea together for many years, even once I thought it would last for a long time, but I didn't expect." Halfway through, Chakal choked up. Christine didn't rush to see his sad look, but was even more excited. The good brother is mutant. It's just self-inflicted heat, and it will definitely attract countless people's attention when it is sent out. That day, the weather was not very good. I didn't want to go to sea, but Alan insisted on going to sea. At first I thought it was nothing, just thought he was too impatient for fishing. In fact, the truth is that Chucker insisted on going to sea, just to save more money, but he lied again. Not afraid of other crew members exposed. After all, this matter is good for everyone, and no one can resist the temptation to send it to the door. Alas, it turned out that he actually wanted to use the mutant ability to kill a boat of our people. Just to get the insurance I bought. There were tears in Chakel's red eyes, and his tone seemed to be unbelievable. God, I treat him like a brother, and I have treated him like this in exchange. Christine didn't care about his expression at all, her fingers leaped quickly on the notebook, and after listening to these words, the complete story had emerged in her mind. A sympathetic captain who survived the disaster and denounced the ungrateful mutant. At this time, the people around the dining table began to comfort Chakel. Chuckle, you don't have to feel worthless for that guy, he's just a goddamn beast. Yes, an ungrateful fellow is not worth tears. Mutant doesn't have a good thing, and it makes sense for Alan to do that. Fake. Mutants should die. Chakel's lowered head trembled, not crying, but grinning. Listening to the words of the people around him, he seems to be really a hero. He is a hero. What is Alan? An embarrassed fugitive can still bring benefits to him. In the corner of the restaurant, only two figures were silent, bowing their heads and eating breakfast as if they didn't want to be noticed. One of them was wearing sunglasses and holding a coffee cup in his hand. The other person seemed to be stimulated, his gloomy eyes like a beast in the jungle, and his fluffy hand clutched his fork tightly. These two are Wolverine Logan and Cyclops Scott. Chapter 41. Restaurant Corner. A bunch of idiots. Logan took a deep breath and shook his head. As he has lived from the war period to the present, not to mention how much he has done for the lighthouse country after 2 wars. Even in modern times, several disasters have been prevented. Countless lives were saved indirectly, but in the end, they were spurned by others. He might have been different if he were human, like Captain Steve Rogers, a national hero that will go down in history. But Logan doesn't hate the blood flowing in his body, but sometimes he thinks it gets in the way. For example, the powerful mutant ability makes him unable to commit suicide. Calm down, they're just kidding themselves. Cyclops Scott took a sip of coffee and said solemnly. Madness. Logan glanced at the people gathered around Chucker and let out a light sigh. The purpose of their trip was to find Alan, so they went to investigate the truth before coming. Same as previously thought. The people of the Federal Bureau made up random reasons and shot Alan's wife and daughter to death. It's a common practice for those people, and it's not much of a surprise to learn the truth, just pity and anger for Alan. Pay such a heavy price to save those scumbags. It's not worth it. At the moment Christine went on to ask a second question after recording, aren't you worried about Alan coming back for revenge? I have a strong national army behind me and they will keep us all safe. I believe they will never let Alan return to Krakow. Chakel suppressed the sneer at the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath and said slowly. Really? No one thinks that Alan can come back. After all, the distance between east and west is the farthest distance in the lighthouse country. Even by helicopter, it can take hours. Hearing this, Logan and Scott both shook their heads. They thought that Alan was more than enough to come here. It may take some time. But it is also possible that the powerful army will not return because of fear of the military. The latter is more likely. The elite troops of more than 100,000 are no joke. Looking at the world, they are completely top-notch. Few countries can compete with it. Ms. Christine, you don't need to worry, Alan's mutant ability can't even protect his family. At this time, the Black Adams who just came in next to him panted and said contemptuously, his forehead was covered with sweat and shortness of breath. Because he learned that the media was interviewing Chucker, he rushed over without stopping, for fear of missing the opportunity to become famous. Christine smelled the pungent sweat, covered her nose subconsciously, and then let go embarrassedly, resisting her nausea and asked, how did his family die? She keenly caught another hot spot, and as for Alan's strength, she didn't care at all. It was mentioned in the official information that in the mutant prison in the West, the mutant ability of most people is tasteless, and few people have the means of lethal attack. The reason for the tragic killing was the use of the sympathy of the soldiers. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape. Sivir and Avril. All the people present looked embarrassed when they heard this question, and more than half of the people in the restaurant witnessed the scene of Sever's mother and daughter being killed. They knew that the mother and daughter were innocent at all, and it was Josh's error of judgment to kill them by mistake. Everyone knows the truth, but no one is willing to defend the mother and daughter. Even in the end, no one was willing to help bury the corpse, and it was left to be placed in the morgue overnight. Later, it was Chakel who took the body away with kindness, and he didn't know where it was buried. Christine saw their hesitation, years of interview experience, and immediately saw heresy from the faces of these people. Then she took a deep breath and said slowly, "Actually, Sever is also an accomplice, and her daughter is mutant, right?" Chakel, who was in trouble, suddenly raised his head and his eyes revealed his astonishment, and he soon realized that the woman in front of him was doing everything he could for fame and fortune, which was exactly what he wanted. He pretended to be sorry and replied, "That's right." Then they resisted and tried to save Alan, and Chief Josh was forced to shoot. Christine continued without hesitation. Those who witnessed the truth in the restaurant fell into silence because the real truth was the exact opposite of what she said. Sever was not involved in any conspiracy, the so-called conspiracy no longer exists. Avril wasn't a mutant either, she just wanted to hug Daddy again. The air in the entire restaurant froze instantly, and the atmosphere gradually became weird. People who knew the truth looked at each other, as if asking each other how to answer. The only faint white light in the hearts of everyone was gradually enveloped in darkness, but they resisted stubbornly. But at the moment Chuckhurst's sentence completely drowned out the only remaining white light. "Yes, unfortunately the truth is often so cruel, sorry." When he said this, he couldn't help choking again, and tears rolled down his cheeks from the corners of his eyes. Hey, Sever must have been bewitched by Alan to do such a crazy thing. I really feel bad for Sever, but that little beast is as vicious as his father. Deserving it, she brought it on herself, and it wouldn't have happened if she hadn't mated with a mutant. Adams listened to the words of the people around him. Knowing all the truth, he had no shame on his face, and interrupted sharply, "Isn't it worth it for that BCH? She brought it up on her own." As Alan's boatmate, he had seen Sever many times before, and he coveted that beautiful face. "But I couldn't eat my mouth for a long time, and now I see the beauty being destroyed." And Alan, who was devastated. He felt in a good mood. Laugh. However, a sneering voice sounded in the quieter restaurant. Everyone's eyes were attracted by this sarcastic laughter, and they all looked towards the dining table in the corner. I saw a burly man with fluff on both sides of his cheeks sitting there, his face like a cloud covering his face, a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and those wolf-like eyes staring at them, making his whole body horrified. These people are talking about how dirty Mutant is, but their hearts are so dark. Row is that Logan can't even listen. Adams didn't care about Mutant, apparently didn't recognize Logan, looked at him and asked, "Damn out-of-towners, what are you laughing at?" A child squinted and stared for a while, then exclaimed, "Dad! He's Wolverine! X-Men!" For a while, a strange atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 42. Dad! He's Wolverine! X-Men! The child's tender voice came from the crowd, and the tone was obviously a little excited. The people around were stunned and looked at Logan carefully, then their expressions sank. It seemed that it was really X-Men Wolverine. The person sitting opposite Logan also seemed to be an X-Men, with a mild expression on his face, but his brows were frowning and cold. For a while, a strange atmosphere filled the air. X-Men's brilliant record is well known. It has saved mankind many times. The most famous one is defeating the Black Emperor and preventing the occurrence of the Third World War. However, there are many secrets that are not known during the period. At the end of the battle, human kindness wanted to take the opportunity to destroy Mutant, but was blocked by Magneto. This incident also made Magneto realize that he and Professor X did not agree with each other, and they parted ways. "Dad, he's really Wolverine." In the crowd, the little boy saw that the adults around him were silent, and he couldn't help but reminded loudly. "Fake squid, Andis pulled your baby down." Chakel stood up and glared at the little boy, then he stared at Logan with a dark face, and asked, "Mr. Logan, what's the problem with you? Sorry, you continue. Logan glanced at Scott, who was shaking his head slightly, and responded with anger in his heart. In the past, he would definitely teach these guys a lesson, but today I have a task at hand, so I will bypass them for the time being. However, the people in the restaurant mistakenly thought that Logan was afraid of them. His face was full of disdain, and his mouth was still relentless. Fake, it's hard to send Alan away, and here are 2 more mutants. How long have they been here? Didn't they hear what they said just now? Don't worry, X-Men wants to gain fame and integrate into the world, he doesn't dare to do anything. They appeared here inexplicably, and I don't know what they are thinking. Listening to the words of the people around him, Logan lowered his head and his face was covered with haze, his fists clenched and the blue veins protruded, and his breathing gradually became short. Wolverine was originally brutal, and is a typical radical anti-hero. Having experienced so many wars, his behavior and methods are very cruel. You must know that among all X-Men, he ranks first in the number of murders. Now hear the whispers of these small-town residents. It wasn't so much a whisper, it was meant to be said to Logan and Scott. This made Logan gradually angry, and he didn't expect that the guys he protected were all white-eyed wolves. Even without evidence, accuse the 2 X-Men who have fought bloody battles several times. Is mutant so unbearable in front of these guys? No matter what you do, you will not be welcomed, no matter how much you pay, you will still be excluded. At this time, Adams said with great disdain, Ghost knows, the mutants you know are all hypocritical, like the Xavier Genius Academy doesn't know what conspiracy is being planned. Well, like Alan, I can't even imagine that he would do something like that. Chakel didn't miss any opportunity to set up a character, pretending to be sad on his face. Boom! At the moment, an indignant slap of the table resounded throughout the restaurant. I saw Logan, who was sitting in the chair, suddenly stood up and stared at them with fierce eyes. The fierce eyes instantly made everyone feel that they were being stared at by Beast, and their whole body was horrified. After all, they are just ordinary people, at most talking about it. Against Logan, who had killed countless enemies and exuded viciousness, he had no power at all. At this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant is very solemn. The crowd did not dare to breathe. Mr. Logan, what are your questions? Instead, Chakel stood up, strode forward and questioned. It's not that he has the courage, or that he thinks he can handle Logan. Instead, it was decided that Logan, as an X-Men, would never dare to act in public. Besides, there is Christine from the Daily Bugle. Unless he wants to make the headlines tomorrow, then do it. No, I just want to remind some people to be self-aware and not to confuse black and white. Logan stood there, the original glint in his eyes dissipated, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. For a split second, he wondered if the professor's ideas were wrong. There can be no peaceful coexistence between the 2 races. Fake, it's you who should have self-knowledge. A moth living on this planet. Adams, the black man behind, came up and pointed at him mockingly. Who? Suddenly, the next second, Logan was furious and his body suddenly flashed and turned into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Adams with a sharp fist. Adams didn't have any chance to react. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then severe pain came, making him feel dizzy and bleeding from his nose, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, everyone screamed in shock and scattered. Chakel was also stunned. He didn't expect that X-Men would dare to attack civilians. If you know that the camera is still on, aren't you afraid of being reported out? But what he didn't know was that Logan didn't care, and he lived long enough to even feel meaningless at times. Let alone the so-called vanity, some people are not worthy of protection. Mutants have it, and so do humans. Just as Chuckle was stunned. A fist like a beast was already hitting his abdomen, and the powerful fist slammed down, causing his entire body to curl up in pain, squatting on the ground and moaning pale. Did you go? This punch was for Alan. Logan crouched down and grabbed his neck, staring at him with scarlet gnashing eyes. After a while, he threw it on the ground and said coldly, "You guys, ask for more blessings." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. Christine looked excited when she saw this scene. Today, I really got lucky to interview about Alan, and I actually encountered X-Men beating civilians. The popularity of the two things is hard to imagine. Logan. Cyclops Scott came back to his senses and immediately chased after him. He didn't expect that Logan would actually do it, which violated the principle of not harming innocent humans. Before going out, the tone of the crowd behind was full of contempt. Damn guy really takes himself seriously. Seeking more happiness? Want to be a hero and want to go crazy. There's something mentally wrong with the mutants. I'm afraid they'll go crazy. Everyone with a sneer on their faces did not know that a terrible disaster was about to come. In an alley across the street from the restaurant. Boom! Logan angrily slammed his fist on the wall, the stone bricks cracked and fell off under the angry fist, and his rough face with blue veins rested on the wall. Logan. Cyclops Scott came over, frowned seriously. You shouldn't do this. Scott, I've had enough of this. Logan interrupted mercilessly. No matter what we do, it's true, humans and mutants will never be at odds with each other, and the X-Men will not be remembered, let alone respected for it. In their eyes, Xavier Genius Academy is a wolf's den, a threat, and X-Men is the one who shelters the wolf's den. Scott, I'm almost 200 years old. For me, living is not the biggest meaning. It's the continuation of Mutant and the survival of the children of the Xavier Genius Academy. Heard. Scott fell into contemplation, and said for a moment, slaughter for slaughter, blood for blood, there will be no good results. Maybe I'll think so after I fail, but not now. Logan shook his head and turned towards the parking lot, somehow feeling that a whole new era was coming. Hey, wait for me. Scott saw him go, and quickly followed. Although Wolverine is much older than him, as a captain leader it is necessary to guide him. After the two left, a figure came out from the corner. It was Christine. There was joy on her face, and she was not at all concerned about the departure of X-Men. I came to the town of Krakow to get two best news. Looks like these two mutants are leaving. The rest of the townspeople who followed were relieved, and the presence of Mutant made them uncomfortable. But no one could have imagined that all they drove away was the superhero of the sanctuary city. However, the real danger is coming. It is also the eastern part of the lighthouse country, with rolling mountains. The early morning breeze was blowing, and the large forests swayed. Rustling. A sturdy figure stood in front of the tombstone, and the sunlight penetrating the dark clouds reflected on the heavy face. Down overnight. Alan stood motionless in front of the tomb, as if the sculpture had been ravaged by the biting cold wind. It's daybreak. The thin clouds on the horizon turned red, and the soft and fierce sun of early autumn gradually rose. Sivir, Avril, today is the town's celebration. Let it be hell. Alan's face was gloomy, and his hoarse voice was as cold as frost without the slightest emotion, as if he was Satan in hell. Chapter 43. In the early autumn morning, the light is not fast, and the sky is still dark after 6 o'clock. However, the coastal town of Krakow is very lively. The square in the center of the town is crowded with people, and tens of thousands of residents gather here. On the huge square, most of the town's residents are the residents of the town, and the other small parts are tourists who come here. At the moment there was a happy smile on everyone's face. Because today is the town's annual celebration, celebrating the establishment of the town of Krakow many years ago. Also in late autumn, it celebrates people's labor throughout the year. The celebration will last from 6:30 in the morning to 9 o'clock in the evening, during which time everyone will have entertainment in the square. The mayor organized people to build many recreational facilities in the square. And each household can also set up a stall here to exchange for items. The classic lighthouse country celebration mode, looking out from the center of the square from the high-rise building, there are countless tents set up around. At this time, on the temporary stage in the center of the square, the opening ceremony was taking place. The person on the stage was Odile, the mayor of Krakow. He had a dignified face in a suit and leather shoes with a smile. He held the microphone in his hand and said loudly to the tens of thousands of people below. Welcome to the annual celebration of the town of Krakow. Thank you very much. Today is of great significance to everyone in Krakow. Today is the 56th year since the founding of this town, thank God for giving us this sacred land and great ocean, and for sheltering us in safety for 56 years. The Mayor Odil's tone became more and more excited, and then he took a deep breath and continued, at the same time, we would like to thank one person. As he said that, he turned to look at the curtain behind him, and his tone was as excited as he was welcoming a hero. Welcome, Chakal classed. As soon as the voice ended, the curtain was lifted and a figure came out. It was Chakal. He walked to the stage with a smile on his face, took a deep breath and felt the attention of all people, and the eyes of countless audiences under the stage with reverence. This made Chakal enjoy the popularity of the crowd, and then he smiled and waved to the people below. Hello everyone! As soon as these words came out, the crowd cheered like a tidal wave, and other unsuspecting passengers were infected by the frenetic atmosphere and also shouted in unison. Deafening cries resounded throughout the town, as if the earth trembled. Chakal! You are a hero! Chakal, you are the real warrior of Krakow town! A mighty warrior! Fake squid! Let Mutant die! Let Alan die! Sheet! No one can destroy the peace of the town! Residents of the small town of Krakow shouted excitedly, holding up signs with colorful celebration words in their hands. Tourists who came to the town for a tour heard Alan's name and immediately knew Chakal's identity. It seems that, as rumored, it was someone who exposed Alan and put the damn beast in jail. It's just that the other party didn't cherish the hard-won opportunity to escape, and even hurt tens of thousands of innocent lives. That's right, many foreigners today are for Alan. They want to know about this beast, and by the way to find out if this beast has other family members. If there is, they do not recommend taking family members. Sadly, the beast seems to be an orphan. However, it did not affect the madness of the crowd. They cheered and spilled the beer in their hands, venting their anger. Indulge in the carnival. One of the advantages of the annual celebration is that on this day, almost all police officers are extremely loose. No one would come out to disturb the carnival, even the cops got caught up in it. Yet such an oversight. No one noticed some haggard, unfamiliar faces lurking in them, and their faces turned gloomy when they heard the insults to Mutant. That look seemed to tear everyone to pieces. It just seemed to be waiting for something, and he held back the anger in his heart and didn't make a move. Guys, I know you're angry with Alan. But he will never come back. Maybe at this time he is evading pursuit and killing in a corner, lingering on. Seeing the enthusiastic crowd, the Mayor Odil showed a satisfied smile on his face. As if everything was under control. In fact, it was part of his plan to have Chucker on stage to speak. As the mayor, he wanted to use this method to gain popularity for the town of Krakow and attract more tourists to come here. This will improve the overall level of the town. When Mayor Odil learned that Alan was a mutant, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. After all, mutant is synonymous with danger in the eyes of many people, and the occurrence of mutant incident has a great impact on the tourism industry. This made it difficult for the mayor to eat for a few days. You must know that tourism is one of the important sources of income in Krakow. But soon he caught a business opportunity, that is, to borrow the popularity of Alan, which is now despised by thousands of people. This will attract more people to Krakow. I didn't expect so many tourists to visit today. Then Odur, at Christine's suggestion, planned to make Chakal the hero of the town. Since ancient times, people have loved heroes. As long as it becomes a gimmick to make Chucker a hero, then the profit can be maximized. Hearing these flowers, Odilton went crazy with laughter. Originally, he hated Alan so much, but now he learned that he could bring such great wealth. Can you be crazy? There's nothing wrong with what Mayor Odur said. Chuckle, who was next to him, was full of spring, and walked to the front of the stage triumphantly, and said loudly, "That beast, Alan, will never come back." Done. He opened his arms to prepare for more turbulent cheers, closed his eyes and raised his head to let the warm sunlight fall on his face wantonly. However, the imaginary voice did not arrive as promised, but fell into a strange silence. The air around him became icy cold as he wondered, as if someone was standing silently behind him, shadows covering his whole body. Chucker's body was instantly stiff and trembling. He could clearly feel the man shoot out, and the terrifying fiery gaze made him feel as if his throat was being strangled. Breathing became more and more difficult, almost out of breath. Then, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded in the ear, "Chuckle, are you calling me?" A voice so familiar, but it was like the whisper of the devil Satan. Chuckle's pupils suddenly tightened and his scalp became numb for a while, and the surrounding environment seemed to turn into an ice-cold world, and the turbulent chill gradually covered his whole body. The beating heart seemed to rush out of his throat, and the strong sense of fear made him dizzy. Chapter 44. At the moment, on a gorgeous stage, a figure appeared out of thin air like a ghost. The man's handsome face was shrouded in haze, and his scarlet eyes were like a demon that climbed up from hell, full of endless killing intent. He just stood there quietly, exuding a surging terrifying pressure all over his body. In an instant, the revelry crowd fell into a dead silence. Everyone's expressions were frozen, and the warm sunlight fell during the day, but it made countless people's hands and feet cold and sweating. Most of them are residents of the small town of Krakow. Their hands were stiff while holding beer and cheering, their pupils shrunk and stared at the stranger on the stage, and their faces were full of horror, revealing disbelief. Because they recognized the person on stage, and it turned out to be Alan. A few seconds ago, the beasts who were cursed in the mouths of the crowd wished that the other party would be smashed to pieces. Stand alive on stage now! And it appeared out of thin air in the blink of an eye, and no one noticed it in tens of thousands of people. "Chuckle, are you calling me?" Alan's voice echoed in his ears again like a demon whispering, accompanied by bursts of cold air. "Coo!" Chuckle listened to the familiar voice. He swallowed his saliva and his head seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't turn his head no matter how hard he tried. He didn't have the courage, and he had a hunch in his heart that he might pay a heavy price for it. Who? In the next second, the person behind him didn't give him any more time. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, and suddenly lifted it into the air. The palm gradually tightened and the strength gradually increased, and the strength was very strong. Then the owner of the hand turned him back and forcibly looked at him. It was a pair of bloodthirsty eyes that revealed an endless cold light, and they could see the fiery anger that was burning like a bush of thorns. "Alan! It's really him! How could this beast appear here? Shouldn't he be avoiding the capture of the military? And how did he appear behind him without warning?" Chuckle saw the person who came into his eyes were full of shock, his face gradually turned purple under the feeling of suffocation, breathing became more and more difficult, and his throat trembled and made a slight sound. "Alan, you listen to me." "I'm listening." Alan's expression was cold and emotionless. He stared at the enemy with bloodshot eyes and purple complexion. Looking at his extremely painful appearance, he grinned into a frantic smile and said grimly, "Why don't you speak?" Chuckle was stuck in his neck and couldn't speak at all. The suffocating lack of oxygen made him dizzy, as if he would suffocate to death in the next second. At this moment, Alan's clenched hand slowly loosened, and then he was slammed to the ground before he could breathe. The severe pain in his back and the strong suffocation suddenly made him curl up on the ground and groan in pain. "Chuckle, I'm sorry to treat you like this when we first met." Alan ignored the others, his scarlet eyes always fell on the former captain, and he said sorry, but his tone revealed a terrifying chill. Every word spit out is like a sharp blade, ravaging the nerves. Cough cough cough. Chucker's mind was messy, and he felt as unreal as a dream. How could he be here? And the variant ability is countless times stronger than it was a few days ago. When the people in the audience saw this scene, their faces were extremely pale, their foreheads were covered with sweat, and the feeling of vomiting caused by their hearts beating wildly and fear flooded their hearts. It happened so suddenly, everyone couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. After all, a person who was impossible to appear in the past is now appearing in front of him in an instant. Row is unbearable for any ordinary person. But soon someone slowed down and shouted at the nearby police officers, "Quickly catch this damn wanted criminal." That man finished. Next second, a ferocious figure in the surrounding crowd suddenly pounced on the man, raised the sharp tool in his hand and plunged into the other's chest ruthlessly. In an instant, blood splattered, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Damn it! Mutant pressed on the man frantically wielding a sharp weapon, piercing the chest of the man below him. What? There's also a mutant here. For a time, the people around screamed and fled, and the fear was instantly contagious in the crowd, and everyone panicked and ran out. They were horrified and desperate to dash out of the crowd. The crowded playground of tens of thousands of people turned into a pot of porridge, and it immediately became a large-scale stampede scene. The police officer who arrived late after hearing the sound saw the chaotic scene, his expression dignified and his brows furrowed, and then he quickly locked the person on the stage, slowly picked up the pistol in his hand, and was about to pull the trigger. Call. Chi. However, what seemed to be ordinary people next to him actually shot out a long and narrow tongue, wrapping around his neck. Click. With the sound of the tongue twisting and the bones breaking, the policeman collapsed to the ground with a crooked neck. The rest of the police officers were treated the same way. Mutant, who was hiding in the crowd, rushed up and threw the remaining police officers to the ground, slashed their necks with a sharp object, and splattered hot blood on the ground. At the same time outside the square, a shadow slowly floated up, and the open arms glowed with a dark green light. The vehicles parked around seemed to be affected, trembling slightly, and after a breath, they were all wrapped in green light. Then they were forcibly held up and moved to the direction where the crowd was fleeing, and they were stacked one after another like a high wall blocking the way. Go back all of them. Lorna landed on the top of a bus and said indifferently across the terrified crowd. Someone tried to resist. Chi. As a result, the iron piece floating on the ground directly cut his throat, and he lost his breath after struggling a few times. At the moment more mutants came up from all sides. Everyone knew that they had completely lost their retreat and were full of fear, so they could only be forced to retreat to the position below the stage. Standing like a lamb to be slaughtered, he cautiously looked at Alan on the stage. Many of the residents of the Krakow town were terrified, knowing that Alan was back for revenge. And not just to one person, quite possibly everyone. What are you running for? Today is a celebration. How can there be no one at the scene? As Alan spoke, he looked around at the familiar decorations. The stage lighting layout was the same as in previous years, but without them. What Avril likes most is the celebration. She is even happier than in the recent years. Because there will be a lot of fun rides on the celebration, the little guy is tireless from morning to night, and he keeps asking him to go together. Thinking of his fists clenched, his eyes dimmed, and a suffocating chill emerged. Cough cough cough. Chakel's violent coughing on the ground interrupted his thoughts. The middle-aged man who was still high-spirited just now was pale, not injured but fearful. He raised his head and met the devilish eyes, and the bead of sweat on his forehead ran across his forehead, and his throat was extremely dry. He knew that after Alan escaped from prison, he would definitely do everything in his power to come back and take revenge. But I didn't expect everything to happen so fast. It's time to settle the balance between us. Alan came over and stomped on his head, his voice not sounding the slightest emotion. At this moment, a thin figure ran out of the crowd and shouted in a tender voice, "You devil! Let go of my father! It's Curtis! Chuck's son!" Chapter 45. Krakow Town. The huge central square is a lively annual celebration today. But the atmosphere was particularly heavy, as if a terrifying natural disaster had come to this coastal city. Tens of thousands of people stood on the square in horror, their faces pale and holding their breaths, not daring to breathe. A thin figure rushed out of the crowd, with anger on his tender face, and shouted loudly, "You devil! Let go of my father!" Chakel, whose head was trampled on the ground, heard a familiar voice, and his whole body shuddered, his pupils shrank suddenly and his expression panicked. He wanted to follow the voice to look over, but his head was stomped on and he couldn't move. He could only shout vigorously, "Kurtz! Get out of here!" Boom! The poor father had barely uttered a word, only to be slurred by the stinging pain in his head. "Chuckle is so envious that you still have a child." The corners of Alan's mouth drew a strange arc, and his eyes fell on Kurtz. His deep eyes were unpredictable, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Kurtz from below met the cold gaze, his tender face instantly turned pale, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. BD. You don't want to hit his attention. Chakel heard the emotionless voice, immediately realized something, and roared angrily. However, suddenly stepping on his feet disappeared, and the people above disappeared suddenly, leaving a slight wind blowing. Alan is gone. Upon realizing this, Chakel's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly raised his head and looked around. Immediately, he felt the breeze blowing behind him, and hurriedly turned his head to look and saw the disappearing Alan appearing with Curtis. Dad! Kirst's face was full of horror, and just now he only felt a flash in front of him. Then he was brought to the stage, which shocked a 13-year-old child. When Chakel heard his son's cry, his heart seemed to be clenched fiercely, and he wanted to rush over to hug his son in his arms. But the man who looks like a devil in front of him doesn't know what will happen in the next second. Call. Take it easy, meet Alan uncle and relax. But Alan was surprisingly calm, rubbing his hands on the little boy's head with a smile on his face. Chuckle felt suffocated with each stroke, worried that the other party would exert a little force. Let my son die. But Alan pushed him and didn't do anything, calmly making people feel weird. Don't be nervous, go and reunite with your father. Curtis hesitated, but after taking a step, he rushed out and slammed into his father's arms. Alan just looked at the father and son hugging each other, evil light flashing in his slightly narrowed eyes. A few days ago, he also hugged Avril and kissed his daughter's cheek like this, but now everything has come to nothing. All because of Chucker's ingratitude. This guy even made up lies to slander him and insult his family. He has become a hero in the hearts of countless people and is admired by thousands of people. Get money and fame. On the other hand, he has nothing and is despised by thousands of people. Chakel hugged the child in his arms tightly, and noticed the gloomy eyes looking over. Those unpredictable eyes were extremely calm, as if it was the tranquility before the storm, as if something was brewing. Finally, Alan looked back. An interesting thought suddenly popped into his mind. The real cruelty is not in the body, but in the mind, is the real cruelty. Then Alan swept across the mighty crowd below, and a few people caught his eye and lowered their heads in panic for fear of being stared at. The faces of those people are very familiar, and he will never forget them in his life. Adams. Sanchez. Sadie too. Alan pronounced a dozen names without thinking. These people used to be shipmates who had experienced countless lives and deaths on the turbulent ocean with him. And now it's the enemy. Since that incident, Alan can't wait to tear them to pieces. But that's too cheap, these beasts. Alan will not let them die easily, he will torture these former shipmates with means more cruel than Josh. The beast he once saved with his own hands. The faces of more than a dozen people who heard the sound and hid in the crowd were pale. A few of Adams knew that the reason why Alan called his name was because his actions had ruined Alan's family. Even after the tragedy, he did not let him go. I don't know how many rumors slandering him these days, all of them came from Adams's mouth. They all knew that if they stood up now, the end would be miserable. Because Alan is so terrifying now, it's a world of difference compared to just a few days ago. At that time, he couldn't even protect his family and could only be slaughtered, but now he is so powerful that everyone feels suffocated. It seems that some people don't want to obey obediently. Alan's expression sank, red-hot eyes burst out from his eyes, and a deadly beam swept across the dense crowd. Whoosh! The fiery beam of light passed by like this, and suddenly people's bodies exploded, turning into viscous blood splashes. What? Tens of thousands of spectators fled around in panic, screaming hysterically, revealing deep despair and suffocation. Demon! A few minutes first. Those who are still insulting in their mouths are now like Satan walking out of hell, wanton killing. A few seconds later, the powerful heat vision created 2 deep ditches in the square, where thousands of people died. Those who were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe were in shock, their faces covered in sticky blood. Alan's eyes closed with red light, the residual warmth of his hot vision glowed with white smoke, and his gloomy and hoarse voice sounded again, "Give you one more chance, stand up." The sound of thunder resounded through the square, making people tremble. In the crowd, Adams was pale and hesitant. The strong fear made him dizzy. He knew that standing out would be death. It's better to hide in the crowd and let tens of thousands of people die with him. Kin. The people around him did not let him wish, and one after another hideous eyes fell on him. What are you going to do? Adams swallowed and took a few steps back to try to escape from the crowd. Just don't wait for him to react. Several residents of Krakow town have grabbed him and dragged him to the stage. Fark. Do you want us to die with you? Damn NR. Go on. Don't be with us. They threw Adams onto the stage in disgust, and the rest of the crew was pulled out. Some people wanted to escape, but countless hands pulled them fiercely. Fake. Let me go. You'll pay for it. FK off, let me go. Don't hold me. Adams and the others were thrown beside Chucker like animals, and they kept cursing in their mouths. Quiet. Alan's red eyes shot out two hot gazes, and swept towards the arm of Adams, who talked the most. The intense high temperature instantly melted his flesh and blood, and the blood and water melted under the violent high temperature. What? Adams clutched his arm and let out a piercing scream. The intense pain made him look hideous. Alan didn't have any mood swings, and looked away indifferently. As for Adams, he remembers it very well. When faced with a raging storm, Adams wept in the swaying cabin, saying that he had family. The funny thing is, Alan saved him. He was asked to go back to reunite with his family, but in the end, he was reported by the kindness and revenge, causing the family to be destroyed. At this time, Lorna landed on the stage from the sky, followed by a deformed and ugly monster crawling and wriggling on the steps behind. Seeing that everyone frowned and retreated back, the disgust in their eyes was hard to hide. Shit! Seeing this, Chucker cursed in a low voice. Chapter 46. At this time, Lorna landed on the stage from the sky, followed by a deformed and ugly monster crawling and wriggling on the steps behind. Seeing that everyone frowned and retreated back, the disgust in their eyes was hard to hide. After Josh stepped onto the stage, he crawled straight towards Chucker and the others. His fat, deformed and ugly body moved like a huge amount of blob, exuding a strong and pungent stench of feces. Fake, Alan, get it away! Black Adams shouted in panic when he saw the monster walking towards him. Alan, don't let it get any closer. Chakel also quickly got up and stepped back, but he didn't know when Mutant was behind him, so he couldn't go back after a few steps. He could only watch the monsters approaching. Fake squid, Alan, let it go away quickly, or you will pay for it. The Federal Bureau and Agent Josh will never let you go easily. The tall, thin, and wretched-looking Sanchez shouted in fright as he swallowed his saliva as the monster got closer and closer. I want to use the name of Josh of the Federal Bureau to scare Alan, after all, the former caught him with his own hands. Sure enough, this sentence seems extremely deterrent. The worm-like creature actually stopped, staring straight at them with small eyes like a mouse, and a low roar came out of its mouth. Seeing this, Alan stood beside him watching this scene with interest. The curvature of the corners of his mouth was very strange. You seem to have said the wrong thing. Suddenly the next second, Josh, who was standing still, suddenly burst out with extremely strong strength, and his whole body ejected and rushed towards Sanchez. His fat body shook frantically as he ran, and his eyes revealed endless anger. Fake. Sanchez was stunned, and he didn't know why the monster only rushed towards him. This made him panic for a while, and immediately turned to run. But unlike the past, the worm-like monster seemed to be stimulated by huge amounts of money, swaying its limbs like crazy, and the speed of the attack was beyond ordinary people. Roar! With bursts of roars, Josh had already rushed to the front of him, opened his bloody mouth, and slammed into Sanchez's thigh. Chi! In an instant, in a miserable cry, blood splattered everywhere. I saw that Josh, like a fierce beast, threw Sanchez down and quickly climbed onto his abdomen, buried his head and took a bite, pierced his belly with his sharp teeth, and when he raised his head, endless pieces of internal organs splashed. It was chewing a piece of bloody meat in its mouth. My lord! Whether it was on stage or off stage, people suddenly felt that their stomachs were turning upside down and they were nauseated. They had never seen such a bloody and brutal picture. Especially the faces of Chucker and others at close range turned blue, and the pungent bloody smell mixed with the stench of feces poured into the nasal cavity. At the moment, their hearts were extremely desperate, as if they had fallen into darkness. There is no hope in sight. However, what made them more desperate was still behind. I know you must be thinking of one person right now, Agent Josh from the Federal Bureau. Alan glanced at Josh, who was eating the corpse on the ground, and the other party was obviously stunned when he heard what he said. But now Josh doesn't care so much about dignity anymore. Since eating up his parents last night, his heart has gradually become a beast, and he has gradually lost his humanity. I no longer care about the so-called dignity. Then Alan said coldly, Josh, lift your chest and show them. This sentence was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Especially those who knew Josh looked at the deformed and ugly monster on the ground and realized something in an instant. The person on the ground, is it Josh? Chakel and the others looked at the monster on the ground that looked like a beast eating. It seemed to have a soft spot for feces, and it almost took out its belly. Such a disgusting and bloody scene, couldn't think of the gentle Josh. But when the monster slowly raised its chest, revealing the face stitched to the chest, everyone's pupils suddenly tightened, and their hearts seemed to stop beating for a moment. Because that human face is Josh. Chucker shuddered, my God, what have you done to him? Fake. The entire square fell into complete silence, and at this moment they truly realized how terrible Alan was. It's like Satan walking out of hell. He actually transformed a gentle and elegant person into such a deformed and disgusting monster. This also means that similar means will also be used on them. For a time, everyone was horrified, looking forward to the army to appear sooner. You don't want to know the whole process. Alan watched the despair on their faces getting deeper and deeper, and the corners of his mouth outlined an arc like the scythe of the death god, full of mad darkness. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud sound of artillery fire from outside the town. In the sky, the engines of helicopters sounded and gradually approached here. The army is finally here. The people who were originally ashes were rekindled with new hope. Chapter 47. Boom! Violent artillery fire resounded through the small town of Krakow, and the whole earth trembled. Huge amounts of roaring like a demonstration to the mutant in town, the sound of the helicopter's engines approaching in the sky. On the square. When everyone who was already heartbroken heard the movement, new hope instantly rekindled in their hearts. The appearance of the military has undoubtedly brought them huge amounts of hope. In the eyes of the people of the Lighthouse Country, their own army is the most powerful in the world. There are countless victories in history, not to mention more than 2,000 mutants. Not at all to be afraid of. Many felt that Alan was able to escape from the Western prison entirely by exploiting the military's sympathy, as officials say. Otherwise, how can the flesh and blood be compared to the torrent of steel? Therefore, at the moment, in the eyes of countless people's despair and decadence, there is a light of hope. However, Alan on the stage did not panic at all. His body slowly flew into the air, his deep eyes were like binoculars, and he could see everything clearly. Here we go. The moment he came to Krakow, he heard the movement of the army. But he did not send someone to intercept the army beforehand. Because the next game will be fun only if there are more people, the more the better. Thinking about it, Alan's eyes swept across the crowd below, feeling a little pity in his heart, knowing that he hadn't killed so many just now. At this time, an embarrassed figure squeezed out from the mighty crowd. Her beautiful face was covered in blood, her hair was fluffy and messy, and she looked extremely embarrassed. She is Christine from the Daily Bugle. The moment Alan appeared just now, she, who was planning to interview Chakel, immediately dismissed the idea and hid in the crowd. Then she saw thousands of people turn into wreckage in the blink of an eye, and she felt regret and fear in her heart. Paying such a heavy price for a piece of news. Possibly even giving your life. However, with the arrival of the army, Christine suddenly saw hope to regain her confidence, and gradually gained enough confidence in her heart. She wiped the blood on her face and snapped in a self-righteous tone, Alan, you unrepentant beast. Obviously I gave you a chance, but I don't know how to cherish it. As soon as this word comes out, all eyes were on her, and their eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Kristen felt the eyes of tens of thousands of people focused on her, and her face was full of enjoyment. She liked this feeling of being seen by everyone. Alan frowned slightly on the stage. He didn't seem to remember that there was such a number one person in the town, but when he scanned the woman's breastplate, his previously indifferent face was instantly shrouded in clouds, and his tone was as cold as cold. "Christine, I remember you." When he was on the wake, he had heard the situation in the town, and there was a voice that made him particularly angry. "That's Christine. This damn woman actually fabricated facts to slander Sivir and Avril for profit." Alan probably doesn't care about his reputation, because he has nothing, and his reputation has long been unimportant. But he cares about the reputation of his wife and daughter. No one in the world can insult them. Anyone who violates this will have to pay the price. "Sorry, I wouldn't take it as an honor." When Christine heard the hoarse voice, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, but she resisted the fear in her heart and said, "Because you are a damn murderer, but in the end you blame everything on the victim." "Yes." Alan looked unpredictable, turned his head to look at the sweaty Chuckers behind him. "Is that Chakal?" "No. No." Chakal protected his son, looking at Christine and wishing to rush to tear it apart. He knew that the real victims of the whole incident were only 3. That's Alan's family of 3. "Mr. Zucker, don't be afraid of him. Your courage has overcome him once." Christine mistakenly thought that Chakal was in fear, and shouted loudly, "Even if he kills me and kills everyone here, the army outside will not let him go." At the moment, the woman on top of the sperm sees that Alan hasn't hurt anyone again. "In my heart, I have already decided that he is afraid of the strength of the military, otherwise the killing would have been launched long ago." But Christine never thought of it. Alan is waiting for the military to show up, and today is bound to be a crazy day. "Shut up! You crazy woman!" Chakal was so tense that the blue veins on his forehead burst, and his bloody red eyes stared at the woman below, and roared. "This woman wants to die, but he doesn't want to die yet." Then he looked cautiously at Alan in front of the stage, who didn't seem to be irritated by Christine's words. Instead, he looked out of the town, not knowing what he was thinking. "Relax, I forgot to say the game is about to start." Alan noticed Chakal's gaze, turned his head slowly to look at him, the corners of his mouth drew a strange arc, and said coldly, "If I calculate well, the army should arrive in 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Enough." The eyes of everyone in the square when they touched Alan were horrified. The man on the stage was laughing, but the smile was so bloodthirsty, and the stretched brow revealed extreme madness. The hope that had finally been born in people's hearts turned into nothingness, like falling into an ice hole. "Alan, what are you doing?" Chucker had a bad premonition, his heart beat faster, and the feeling of vomiting struck again. "Take it easy." As he said that, Alan's hands glowed with golden light, and there seemed to be a pair of small hands in the golden light that rhythmically moved, able to transform everything around. Josh, who was eating the corpse on the ground next to him, saw the golden light, his small pupils suddenly shrank, and his deformed and ugly face twitched, which was a fear of the golden light. Chapter 48. Josh looked at Jin Guang's small eyes full of fear, as if he saw the nightmare of this life, and took a few steps back in horror. Those golden lights are the culprit that turned him into a monster. But he also gloated in fear. Because he realizes that the demonic man in front of him is ready to do what he once did to him. Makeover. At the moment, Alan floated in midair with wisps of golden light radiating from his hand, and the enchanting light shone on everyone's faces, gradually wrapping them around. Chacker keenly captured the strangeness flashing in Josh's eyes, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. This made him incomparably panic, knelt on the ground with a humble trembling voice, "Alan, what are you going to do to us? Alan, please say something." Adams noticed that his body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes, realized that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, and plopped down on his knees and begged for mercy. In exchange it was still silence. Others also felt that the surrounding air was gradually becoming strange, and their expressions began to become panic. What is the scariest thing? The unknown, the most frightening. People tend to have a strong fear of the unknown because you never know what will happen in the next second. Some people in the crowd couldn't bear the fear in their hearts and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. The result was merciless killing by Mutant. Fake squid! You bloody beast! Don't pretend to be a ghost! Chakel stomped on the ground with a stern look, and slammed into the figure with his back facing him. When he exerted force, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and his face was extremely hideous, as if he wanted to smash the corpse of the person in front of him. However, just as he was about to rush in front of Alan, his head began to feel dizzy, and his vision gradually became blurred. In the end, it got dark and fell down. Before he completely closed his eyes, he clearly saw tens of thousands of people in the audience fainted at the same time, and vaguely heard Kurtz shouting from behind. And there seems to be something squirming in the body. Then he completely lost consciousness. I don't know how long ago. In the huge square, the figures who fell to the ground climbed up, and the severe headache made them sway for a long time before they stood firm. The first time everyone woke up was to check their bodies. When they saw that their bodies were intact, they looked at each other with surprise. On the ground, Chakel opened his eyes, and then quickly touched his entire body, but found no problems. Then he hurried to his son's side again, and he was relieved after reassuring that it was all right. What the hell did you do to us? Chakel looked up at Alan in the sky with some surprise, and asked cautiously. It hasn't happened, then nothing has been done. Alan looked down condescendingly. The sun's rays could not see his expression, but the gloomy hoarse voice revealed strangeness. Rao is still creepy under the warm sun of the day. Hearing that, Chuck-L froze in place, with a dignified expression and a frown. It's impossible that nothing happened. What was that squirming in the body before the coma? It feels so real it can't be an illusion. Fake, a false alarm. I think he was afraid, so he didn't do anything. The yellow-skinned pigs usually only dare to say and do not dare to do it. It is estimated that they will be released in a while. Adams next to him had the pleasure of the rest of his life, and lowered his head with contempt on his face and whispered. When looking up, Yu Guang accidentally caught a glimpse of Josh's leftover corpse on the ground. He swallowed for some reason, but he actually had a desire for these on the ground. Fake. What am I thinking? Adams shook his head vigorously, suppressing the strange desire in his heart. Josh in the corner swept across the crowd with different expressions, and the face sewn on his chest was grinning wildly. Haha, it's the same breath, all the same. All are the same. At the moment, the people under the stage also appeared strange. When they smelled the bloody smell in the air, their inexplicable longing was quietly stirred up. Definitely people haven't realized that this desire has arisen in the heart, and it is gradually deepening. It's just a reverie that sprouts from chaotic thoughts, not real thoughts. They were all rejoicing in their hearts. It seemed that the arrival of the military made Alan afraid that he did not dare to actually do it. It's just a fox and a tiger. At this time, there was a voice shouting through the loudspeaker from outside the town, and the thick voice seemed to echo in the ears of everyone like the sound of heaven. Alan. Exxon, I am Admiral Ross, you are surrounded, don't try to do any fearless resistance. Alan. Exxon, release all the hostages immediately. It was the voice of Admiral Ross, and the sound of the heavy tanks moving and the violent operation of the helicopter engine could also be heard. In addition, the sound of footsteps was clearly visible. It seems that the military attachés great importance to this matter, and dispatched such a strong lineup in order to take down Alan Exxon and save the military's previous defeat in the Western Desert. By the way, this is a warning to other mutants who are just around the corner, don't have any ideas that shouldn't be born. Otherwise, you will face the powerful army of the Lighthouse Country. At the same time, the sky outside the town of Krakow. An Apache helicopter stalled in the air, violent winds blowing from its propellers. The adjutant read out the message, Admiral Ross, Blankwith has surrounded him with his regiment. Well, let him wait for my order. Admiral Ross looked at the central square with his binoculars. The messy ground was full of shocking corpses and bones. It seemed that there had been a massacre before, and at least thousands of people died. Fake, this damn beast! He cursed angrily, then noticed the man standing on the stage through the binoculars, and looked over here. Although it is so far apart, it is extremely deterrent. Rao is Admiral Ross, a soldier who has experienced countless battlefields. When he comes into contact with him, he feels numb in his scalp and chills in his hands and feet. Admiral Ross looked solemn, and immediately picked up the loudspeaker and said sharply, "Alan Ackerson, I want you to release all the hostages within 10 minutes. Otherwise, compulsory measures will be taken." Chapter 49. Alan. Exxon, I want you to release all the hostages within 10 minutes. Otherwise, coercive measures will be taken. This extremely menacing sound resounded throughout the town of Krakow. All the vigilant eyes of everyone in the square were on Alan, and they didn't know what kind of actions this demon would make. After all, they are lambs to be slaughtered now. If Alan wants to die, can only wait to die. Perhaps it was the sound of heavy tanks outside, and their fear of Alan was greatly reduced at this moment. "Alan, you'd better let us go, otherwise the military will never spare you lightly." Christine looked at the silent Alan, thinking that he was afraid of facing such a large military formation, and said self-righteously, Who? Alan in the sky fell from the sky, followed by a strong terrifying coercion. He just stood there, and suddenly made everyone bow their heads slightly, with an urge to bow down and be a servant. Alan grinned at everyone with a frantic smile, and said solemnly, "You all want to get out of here." Heard. The people who had bowed their heads raised their heads with hope in their eyes, and a glimmer of hope gradually rose in their hearts. As long as the demons above let them out, then this hellish moment will be over. When Chakal heard this, he summoned up his courage and begged for mercy. "Alan, as long as you let us go, this thing will never happen, and we will never sue you." Yes, Alan has been a colleague for many years, after so many years of birth and death. "I won't care about this little thing anymore." Adams also agreed, hoping to use the past to impress the demon. But let it pass, they all know in their hearts that as long as this beast Alan is caught this time, never come out. Officials will never let something like this happen, and may even impose the death penalty on him. Ah! Alan smiled and let it go. Even after experiencing the edge of life and death, there is still no sense of shame. It was as if the deaths of Sivir and Avril were so trivial. Back then, he would actually save these beasts. The people around felt the temperature drop sharply in the air, and looked at the demon on the stage with horror, fearing that he would do something cruel again. But the next second, what Alan said was beyond everyone's expectations. He said calmly and coldly, "Let's go." When everyone heard this sentence, their faces were full of disbelief, and many people's faces were full of hesitation. It feels so unreal and unreal. At this time, Christine was the first to react and ran towards the exit of the town, and the photographer quickly chased after him. A bunch of idiots, still not running. After a while, this beast can't go away if he regrets it. Wait for the two figures to run several hundred meters away. Others realized that Alan had really let go. All of a sudden, everyone ran towards the town exit with a burst of joy on their faces. Fake. "Alan, thank you." "Forget it." Black Adams's tone seemed to forgive Alan's mistakes, but the contemptuous arc of the corner of his mouth could not hide the true thoughts in his heart. Then he dropped those words, rushed into the crowd and grabbed his family, and ran away without looking back. And Chakal didn't even say hello, and ran off the stage directly. The same goes for the rest of the people, for fear that Alan will go back on it later. But no one noticed that Alan saw the crowd fleeing in panic, and the strange arc of the corners of his mouth gradually elongated, like the scythe of death god. "Alan, aren't you afraid they get out of control?" Lorna fell beside him, wondering. She knew that Alan had transformed these people, and it wouldn't take long for these people to lose control of their desires. Become a man-eating monster. Definitely the appearance will become the same as Josh, and even more deformed and uglier. It's just a one-time tool. What Alan said did not include Chakal and others, but they would soon feel more painful than death. At the same time, Apache helicopter. "Admiral, Alan Ackerson has been released." The adjutant was a little surprised when he saw this scene. "Release people? Did you release people so soon?" Admiral Ross was stunned for a moment, and his eyes also revealed shock. I thought it would be a tough fight, so I came to Bronsky to follow along. As a result, the other party actually released the hostages directly. This means simply giving up resistance and surrendering. I overestimated him. Tell Bronchies to come back, and continue to hunt down Banner tomorrow. When the hostages came out, they blew up the central square. Admiral Ross's eyes flashed darkly. It was impossible to keep his promise to a murderous mutant. After giving these instructions, Ross slid from the rope and fell to the ground, then walked towards the exit of the town. Exit from the town of Krakow. It's finally time for the exit. Jack, don't drop the camera. There's something in there that will make us a hit. When Christine, who ran out first, ran wild, she didn't forget to look back and remind the photographer behind. Then he looked at the approaching town gate, where troops had already been deployed. Armored vehicles are parked on both sides, giving people a full sense of security. Christine was in a joyful mood, and the pleasure of the rest of her life welled up in her heart. Go out the front exit and you are safe. The people in the military will definitely protect them. And what she filmed today can also bring her career to the top. Chucker and Adams followed in the rear. Fake. Hurry up. Chuckle, I knew that the beast was cowardly, did you see it? Stop talking nonsense, run away. All the people who came running all the way from the square ran like crazy without gasping for breath. Because a safe area is right in front of you. But in the crowd running at high speed, a few people suddenly fell to the ground, curled up on the floor and let out a piercing scream. What happened? Chakel turned his head and looked behind him, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Immediately after, his head was dizzy, and he fell to the ground shaking a few times. There was a sharp tearing pain all over the body, as if the flesh was constantly splitting. Boom! Not only him. The people around also fell one after another. Even Christine, who ran at the front, couldn't escape. Tens of thousands of people fell down one after another, all showing a hideous look on their faces. The blue veins on the temples burst out, and the scarlet eyes revealed the most primitive animal nature. Chakel, who was lying on the ground, gradually lost his mind, and looked at the soldier who was gradually approaching with a blurred vision. A twisted lust arises from the heart, constantly irritating the nerves. Hungry. Meat. No, that's people. It's meat. In an instant, the eyes that still retained the slightest trace of humanity, suddenly looked like a hungry beast. A bloody killing is about to kick off in the town of Krakow. Chapter 50. Exit from the town of Krakow. The anti-collision fence cut off the wide road, the armored vehicle was parked at the back, and the soldiers on the roof were holding heavy machine guns with ballistic rhythm, making a click sound. As if the trigger would be pulled in the next second. A large number of soldiers on both sides were waiting, and their serious expressions were gradually surprised. Because, at the moment, I looked at the tens of thousands of people who were spoiled, and fell to the ground without warning, their faces screaming in pain. What happened? Admiral Ross saw this scene as soon as he came, his brows furrowed and his face dignified. It should be caused by some kind of mutant ability. I have already asked people to get chemical protection suits. 99. The officer in charge shook his head. But as a battle-hardened soldier, he quickly made arrangements. Be sure to deal with it. 35. Admiral Ross's deep eyes fell on the person who had passed out, and said solemnly, The residents of the town were not evacuated beforehand, which has caused dissatisfaction among the superiors. After all, if this matter spreads out, it will definitely be made a fuss, and it will also have a great impact on the military. Admiral Ross is shrewd and naturally knows this. Moreover, what happened in the town before could be blamed on Alan Ackerson, and now people have to take care of it. Soon there were soldiers in chemical protective suits who carried away all the people on the ground. Due to the excessive number of comatose people, there are tens of thousands of people, and other manpower can only be mobilized to help. However, the vigilance in the town has not been relaxed at all. After all, there are more than 2,000 mutants in it. Yesterday even an army of 10,000 people was massacred at one point. B. Alan and the others in the central square of the town did not make the next move, and seemed to have given up their resistance completely. Or more like waiting for something. Admiral, no signs of radiation have been found on the patient. No chemical substances were found, and there is nothing abnormal at present, but the brain was stimulated and fell into a coma. The soldier in the chemical protective suit took the instrument in his hand, took off his hood, looked at Admiral Ross and said slowly. The latter was a little puzzled when he heard the words. He didn't expect Alan Exxon to disarm and surrender so quickly, and he didn't even resist. Rao had doubts in his heart, but he couldn't figure out the problem. It's impossible to throw tens of thousands of living people here and blow up together with the mutants inside. To know that the military's actions are so big today, there must be many people outside who are paying attention to this matter. If something goes wrong, the general of him will probably have to be dismissed and go home. At this time, Bronchies withdrew the soldier regiment and looked at the messy crowd. Admiral Ross, what happened here? Alan Exxon didn't know what to do to them, all passed out without warning. Admiral Ross had a gloomy face and said coldly. It's a shame I didn't have a fight with him. Bronchies felt a little regretful, originally thought that he could test his strength after the second injection of serum. Unexpectedly, Alan Exxon, the coward, would retreat without a fight. He is a coward who only dares to bully the weak, go back and clean up, and find the whereabouts of the big green monster there. Admiral Ross patted him on the shoulder and said. Then just as he was about to turn around and leave, a soldier beside him startled roar and said, Admiral, there is someone in the sky. Everyone around Wen Sheng looked up. I saw that there was a stalwart figure standing in the sky under the burning sun, and the endless brilliance was reflected on it, as if a true god descended into the world. Ling ran. He looked down at the whole town from a high position, and a terrifying coercion ensued. This group of outstanding soldiers of the lighthouse country has the urge to bow their heads and obey. Fake. It's Alan Exxon. Admiral Ross took out his binoculars to see the figure in the sky, and his face was slightly taken aback. The person in the sky is Alan Exxon. The adjutant next to him changed his face slightly, and said in shock, Admiral, the air defense troops deployed around just now didn't notice how he appeared. 5. Bronsky squinted slightly, and the desire to fight was gradually awakened in the hearts of the people staring above. The other party seems to have a strong feeling for him. After the second injection of serum, the Blankies of this universe has a comprehensive strength far beyond that of other universes, and has a stronger desire to fight. Besides, he was originally a soldier who wanted to never stop fighting. Otherwise, with his grades and merits, he would have been able to advance to higher titles and enjoy his retirement. What is he going to do? Admiral Ross was a little disturbed, took out the loudspeaker and said solemnly, Alan Exxon, get down from the air immediately. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. 35. But high in the sky. Alan was unmoved, ignoring it as if he hadn't heard it, and silently reciting the countdown to himself, 10, 9, 8, 7. Below. This highly respected general stared at the man above him, seeing that the other party ignored him, and shouted with an extremely tough attitude, now, come down immediately. But the arrogance soon dissipated. He saw Alan's indifferent face through the binoculars, as if he had seen something, a slight touch appeared, and he grinned into a frantic smile. Mouth is reciting a certain number of words, as if counting. This strange scene made people tremble all over, and the ominous premonition became stronger. Let the anti-aircraft unit shoot me down, this unrepentant guy. Admiral Ross felt guilty, turned his head and shouted at the adjutant behind him. How crazy! He would be frightened by a little hairy head in his 20s. Wrong. Blankis, who was sideways, reached out his hand to stop the adjutant and looked around vigilantly. What's wrong? Admiral Ross wondered. Something's wrong. Blankis sniffed the breeze, frowned and said solemnly, there is a fresh smell of blood. After the second serum strengthening, his 5 senses are far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, keenly aware of the smell of blood floating in the air. There are so many people here who fall, and it is inevitable to get injured. Admiral Ross didn't care. Blankwith smelled a stronger smell of blood, shook his head and searched for it. At this time, not far away, 2 soldiers in chemical protective suits passed by carrying a stretcher. The black man lying on it twitched, and a drop of viscous blood flowed from the corner of his eye. "Here's a patient bleeding." 35. One of them noticed that the stretcher in his hand was put down and said loudly. The attention of everyone nearby was attracted, and several medical staff rushed over with medical boxes. The leading medic leaned over and lifted the black man's eyelids through his gloves. Immediately, the bloodshot of the eyeball exposed to the air spread, and the pupil suddenly tightened and the white of the eye gradually occupied most of the eyeball area. "The patient's condition is not very stable." The military doctor frowned and took a photo with a flashlight, then turned to look at his colleague behind him. But he didn't notice the closed eyes of the black man on the stretcher, which seemed to be stimulated and suddenly opened, and those eyes that were disjointed like beast fell on the military doctor. Next second, roar! The black man, who was still expressionless, stood up suddenly, like a fierce beast, rushing towards the person in front of him. The military doctor was knocked to the ground unprepared, and shouted in shock, "Fake! The patient is out of control." A few people around were also quick-witted, and immediately rushed up to pull the black man together, preventing him from getting close to the military doctor on the ground. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the other side. It was obviously a patient who had just woken up, but his strength was as strong as that of a cow. "Hungry, hungry." The black man was Adams, his face was grim and blue, and he kept repeating a sentence in his mouth. He is very hungry now, and his mind is full of meat. Any kind of meat can be. No, he's not a monster and can't eat human flesh. Yes, Adams is sober at the moment, he has never been so sober before. But even so, he did not suppress the desire in his heart, the crazy coveting of human flesh. Even just seeing sticky saliva coming out of his mouth. "Fake! Pull this guy away from me." The military doctor smelled the stench from Adam's mouth, and suddenly his stomach turned upside down and he vomited. Then he saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. Crack, chuck! Adams's hands were pulled by the people on both sides. He could only stretch his neck like a madman, kept his mouth open, his teeth collided and made a yarn squeak, and he tried his best to bite down. However, at the moment, somehow it was going on. The corners of his mouth were gradually torn and spread to the base of his ears, his face had a mad grin, and in those concave eyes, greedy eyes flashed. "Meat and meat. It's all meat. What happened? My body seems to be wriggling and tearing. No, I don't want to eat human flesh, what's wrong with my mouth? It's torn apart." Adams had a mental breakdown, and he couldn't control his body for what he didn't want to do, so he could only watch things happen. Powerless. Sheet. Seeing this scene, the military doctor's face turned pale, and the inside of his head was blank. Rao has seen so many incurable diseases for many years in medicine, and he has never encountered such a terrifying patient. Boom! Fake squid. 35. Bronchus jumped up and kicked the powerful Adams away, his eyes were also full of disbelief. On the other side, General Ross was also stunned, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He even forgot about the issue of the air defense order just now, staring blankly at the bizarre scene like a biohazard. Meat and meat. Coincidentally, Adams just fell at the feet of a soldier. Next second. Chi. Driven by a strong desire, he opened his bloody mouth and bit down fiercely, mutating to the point where his sharp teeth pierced through his trouser legs, digging into the flesh and pulling hard. Slightly. Laugh. A bloody piece of meat was torn off, and the tender white bones were exposed. What? The soldier felt the severe pain in his leg, let out a miserable cry, raised the rifle in his hand and suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! Adams, who was in a frenzied state below, tilted his body, dodged the sharp bullets, and then bounced up and knocked down the soldier. Then he buried his head in frantically biting the stomachs of the soldiers on the ground, and quickly swallowed all the internal organs in his stomach, together with the file-sized intestines, as if eating powdered intestines. Bang bang bang! This damn guy is crazy. Seeing this scene, Bronchus turned his stomach upside down, picked up the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. A sharp bullet spun and fired. Run through Adams, who was buried in the corpse, until he saw the other side slump to the ground. Only then did he try to calm his emotions and put the gun away, then looked up at Alan, who was in the sky, who was watching him all the time. At the moment Bronchies realizes that things are not going well, and the smell of blood grows stronger as he looks around. Those who are in a coma have a problem. He rushed in front of Admiral Ross and roared anxiously. You mean, those people will turn into monsters? Admiral Ross was stunned for a moment, thinking of what had happened before. His old face suddenly turned pale. 0. No wonder, Alan Exxon would unconditionally choose to surrender. He desperately escaped from the prison, how could he easily give up the opportunity for revenge? Yes, as a top military officer. Naturally knows the truth about Alan's events, but it's not his business. The only thing to do now is to deal with the disaster that is about to happen now. Hey! Suddenly, Adams, who had fallen to the ground, got up again, and he said to himself in horror, my God, what's wrong with my body? It seems to be tearing. See! The surrounding soldiers immediately surrounded him vigilantly, the black muzzle aimed at Adams in the middle, just when he was about to pull the trigger. Puff! Laugh! Adams suddenly lay on the ground in pain, the blue veins on his forehead burst out and his hands clenched tightly, the skin of his body was gradually tearing out the slightest cracks, and the stench and sticky blood flowed out, gradually drowning the body. As the skin on the hand ruptured and fell off, a wriggling tentacle was exposed to the air, like a swollen heart beating. Then there is face, back, abdomen, thighs. What? My hands, my body. 35. Adams raised his head with trembling hands, and let out a heart-piercing scream. At the moment, his whole person has completely turned into a deformed and mutated worm, his head is full of viscous liquid, his body is covered with dense tiny shots, and he is extremely disgusting as Roar sucks and squirms. During the whole process, his mind was awake, and he personally experienced the transformation to a monster. It felt as if he had been dissected. Painful. My lord. Admiral Ross realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately turned to look at the military transport vehicles not far behind, and at the same time the communicator on his chest rang. Sizzle. There was a sound of electric current from the other end, followed by a hysterical scream. Roar is calling the Admiral. The patient is crazy. They are biting. My God. No, they are eating people. What? Boom. It was soon unclear whether the screams were coming from the communication or resounding in the ears. Because Admiral Ross looked around, the old man who was over 100 years old and experienced 100 battles, stood there in a daze. All around, deformed and disgusting monsters rushed out of the transport military vehicles, some with bloody stump arms in their mouths, and some madly biting soldiers and eating their flesh. Horrible roars, miserable screams, and gunshots are endless. Everything happened so fast that only half a minute had passed, and the elite troops composed of tens of thousands of people were instantly defeated and unprepared in the face of the mutant patients. The orderly deployment of the army was chaotic, the military vehicles were destroyed and black smoke filled the air, and the comatose people on the ground and on the stretcher woke up one by one. At the moment, the sky is overcast, and everything is grey. Outside the whole town, like a dilapidated doomsday, everything is gradually destroyed. But, no one knows this is just the beginning. Chapter 51. At the moment under the cloud cover, the town of Krakow exits. Hoo. People who gradually became deformed frantically hunted down the soldiers of the Eastern Army, opened their bloody mouths and devoured their bodies frantically. At the moment, these people were extremely desperate, because what they did was not their original intention, but driven by the desire in their hearts. When they saw the body of a living person, they couldn't restrain themselves and rushed to bite. And while awake, he swallowed the bloody chunks of meat. Many outsiders began to regret why they came to this small town because of Alan's incident. Now it has been reduced to such an end, and it has completely turned into a monster. My lord. At the same time, Admiral Ross was also heartbroken. He stood there in a daze and muttered to himself. A few hours ago, he felt that this war was inevitable. Now it seems that he is too stupid to be defeated without a trace. You must know that the army of the lighthouse country looks at the world, but it is the top army. Admiral Ross's pupils trembled slightly when he looked at the figure in the sky. He was toyed with applause from the beginning, knowing that he would never give up on these guys. Definitely change to the past, he will definitely not take this group of people easily, but there are too many people paying attention to this war. Worried about being condemned by the outside world, he finally made the wrong decision out of frustration. The funny thing is that Admiral Ross thought that Alan didn't even have the courage to resist. Never expected that the other party would use such cruel means to turn tens of thousands of living people into man-eating monsters. Is he Satan, who would do such a morally depraved thing? Just when Admiral Ross was in a daze. Admiral, get out of the way. 35. Bronchis, who was next to him, let out a shocked roar and rushed over to push him away. Roar! Roar! A deafening shrill roar resounded. It turned out to be Adams, who was completely reduced to a monster, and now he is completely unable to suppress the desire in his heart. Lifting the fat and wriggling body as fierce as beast rushed towards Admiral Ross, his belly still stitched with a human-shaped face, which looked extremely strange. Fake. 35. Blankis cursed in a low voice, raised his leg and kicked Adams away. The powerful force given by the super soldier serum made the latter plunge into the trees like a kite with a broken string, and then the trees swayed violently, and the leaves on the trees fell all over the place. Just after finishing Adams, he didn't have time to help Admiral Ross on the ground. Roar! There was a roar from all directions, and then the owner of the voice suddenly attacked. It's a few freaks who haven't fully mutated yet. Although they haven't fully mutated, they run on all fours like beasts, wielding blue claws when they save, and the stench of blood oozing from their deformed bodies. The few surviving soldiers around immediately pulled the trigger when they saw this. The jet-black muzzle flickered, and countless bullets flew out. Only in the face of a large number of enemies, Rao has a hot weapon and is not an opponent. Soon they were overwhelmed by ferocious monsters, and dozens of hideous blood mouths devoured their bodies in the blink of an eye. Then both pairs of scarlet eyes looked at Admiral Ross and Bronchis. In the next second, they swarmed up, clearly with human faces, but in those eyes there was no trace of humanity, and some were just the desire to kill. Shit! Seeing this, Bronchis suddenly moved the anti-collision bar next to him, and then swung it towards the oncoming enemy. Boom! The heavy repulsion knocked down the monster and held it down. Stopped them temporarily. However, the monster seems to have reached the final mutation stage, and the people who were originally mad have fallen to the ground, with tear marks appearing all over their bodies. Blanquith looked at the pained expressions of those people, then glanced at the serum in his chest pocket, and then pulled up Admiral Ross on the ground. Admiral, there are too many of them, let's get out of here first. 5. Admiral Ross is someone who has experienced countless wars, and he quickly calmed down in the face of such a scene. He took out the communicator and said solemnly, all the surviving people, go to the north and make peace with Admiral Kenneth. Fortunately, at the time of the encirclement and suppression of Alan Exxon, the army was divided into two groups, north and south, and now there are tens of thousands of elite troops in the north of the table. Admiral Ross felt that the defeat this time was all because of Alan's tricks. If these accidents hadn't happened, the mere 2,000 mutants would not have been able to withstand his steel torrent. At the same time, he regretted that he should have destroyed the town of Krakow in one shot. Otherwise, there would be no tragedy. But now is not the time to regret, watching more and more so-called people around them wake up. Admiral Ross and Blankis knew that they could not stay, so they ran north in embarrassment. At the moment high in the sky, Alan sees what's going on below. His attention is not on the military at all. Dealing with the military was just the first step in his official declaration of war on the world. And what really matters now is to let the people of Krakow pay the price for their neglect. Otherwise, with his strength, why should he be afraid of this person in the military? Then he captured the figure he wanted to see. Chuckle, you finally woke up. At the same time, below, in a military transport vehicle, his Chakel woke up on the simple bed, and suddenly felt a tear-like pain all over his body. But his attention was quickly drawn to his surroundings. What's wrong with me? All he remembered was that Alan, that BD, let everyone go, and was about to run out of the town. In a coma. Vaguely saw that many people also fainted together. Thinking of this, Chucker realized something in an instant, and looked at the empty carriage. No one was there. Wife and son were not seen. What? At this time, there was a piercing scream from outside, followed by several gunshots. Kurtz, Anna. Hearing these movements, Chucker put on his shoes impatiently, got up, and walked staggeringly outside. Out of the dark carriage, the dazzling light fell. Chucker subconsciously covered it with his hands, and then when the blurred vision gradually became clear, the scene introduced into his eyes made his pupils shrink and his scalp tingled. I saw that the scene outside was like the end of the world, the air was filled with thick smoke, corpses were everywhere on the ground, and countless deformed monsters were besieging an armored vehicle. However, there were too many enemies like the tide, and it was impossible to kill them. Soon the armored vehicles were overwhelmed by the monsters, and the hard armor was crushed into a pile of scrap iron under the stampede. FK. Chakel did not dare to stay too long, for fear of being targeted by those monsters. However, after seeing the brutality of those monsters, he was more anxious about finding his wife and children. What happened now made him feel extremely uneasy. Those monsters that suddenly appeared were just too weird. Moreover, I don't know why he was a little familiar, but he didn't dare to think about that in his heart. So Chuckle leaned over and ran in a direction where there were no monsters. He only took 2 steps. A few soldiers with scars appeared in front of them, and their faces were extremely heavy. Fack! Those damned beasts! The chief sergeant leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, cursing incessantly. Originally, they were guarding the mutant in the position, but unexpectedly, there was a gunshot coming from the rear position. Everyone noticed that the situation was wrong and rushed back immediately, and they were attacked by monsters on the way. The team of several hundred people was instantly defeated by the sudden attack, and now there are only a handful of 7 people left. Those who survived escaped desperately, and now they all feel the rest of their lives. Seeing that the soldier felt a sense of security, Chakel hurried over to seek help. However, he only took 2 steps out. Click! When one of the soldiers saw him, he hurriedly raised his gun and said in horror, "Captain! There is one over there." "What? Fuck, it's not over yet." The rest of the people shuddered when they heard the sound, and made alert actions one after another. "Hey, I'm a human, not a monster." Chakel thought they had misunderstood, and hurriedly raised his hands and shouted loudly. "FKU! The people in your Krakow town are all monsters, you go back to me, or you will open fire." The Master Chief had a dignified face, sweat dripped from his forehead, and clenched the handle of the gun tightly and threatened. "You listen to my explanation, 55. Just as Chucker was about to explain, a roar came from the side. Immediately after, several deformed and ugly monsters rushed out like hungry wolves in the jungle, and they savagely rushed towards the soldiers. When they reacted, the monster had already been killed in front of them, and a heart-wrenching scream came after a while. "What? Fake? What the hell is this?" Chakel collapsed to the ground in fright, staring at the monsters with constricted pupils, for fear that they would stare at him. However, the monster over there glanced at him and then ignored it. Impossible, how could this be? Seeing this, he was not stupid enough to think that he was patient zero, and those monsters looked familiar. That's right. Much like Josh, who was transformed into a monster. Chakel sat on the spot in a daze, looked at the monster that ate the corpse, and swallowed subconsciously. A strange desire was aroused in my heart. I smelled the bloody smell in the air, and saw the shards of viscera flying. He has the urge to rush up to eat together. No, what am I thinking? I'm human. Chakel realized the crazy thoughts in his mind. He shook his head desperately, and fled in the direction of no one in horror. As long as it doesn't smell of blood, it's fine. Ridiculous, how could he turn into a man-eating monster? But when he inadvertently looked up and saw Alan staring at him in the sky, his heart tightened suddenly, and the other party's piercing eyes looked down, as if waiting for a good show to play. At this time, a familiar roar shout came from behind. "Chuckle, is that you, dear?" Chakel heard his wife's roar cry and his body froze, and slowly turned around to see his haggard wife, but there was no joy in his heart. Instead, I hope my wife can leave soon. Because he felt the desire in his body, he was ready to move after smelling the breath of living creatures. It seemed like the next second he would lose control. Chuckle? Anna stepped forward and hugged him, tears welling up in her red eyes, and she quickly soaked her clothes. God, I thought I would never see you again, a lot of horrible things happened just now. Those people have turned into monsters. Now the entire army is in a mess. There are even monsters in the town. I really don't know where to hide. And Curtis and I got lost. 35. Chakel stood stiff and stood there, smelling the fragrance. Roar's inhalation became abnormally fast. His hands wrapped around his wife uncontrollably, and tightened unconsciously. Isn't it the food that stands in front of you? No, that's my wife. It's food. You should really hug me. Anna felt his hand tighten, mistakenly thought he was worried about herself, and felt a little comforted. However, you can't hold me like this, let's go to Curtis and leave this damn place. Finish saying this. She didn't get any response, and the man who hugged her tightened his hand, as if to smash her body into pieces. You hurt me. Anna sensed something was wrong and said in shock. Sorry, Anna, I lost control. Chakel swallowed, his eyes were already flushed with tears, but he couldn't help opening his mouth. Pet. It was an uncontrollable desire. Chakel is broken, his head is clearly awake, but his body is out of control. Chuckle, what are you doing? Anna's heart trembled when she heard the tone of apology. She tried her best to break free, but was hugged tightly. She could even feel the foul breath of her husband opening his mouth. Next second, she realized something, and suddenly felt dizzy and cold. Everything was so illusory and unreal. Her husband, who has lived with her for many years, is going to eat herself. Feel sorry. At this time, Chakel's eyes were scarlet, and his tone was not at all emotional. His sharp teeth were biting on his white neck. Pissed. The boiling blood splattered and swayed in the air. Chuck you devil! 35. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes, and the pain made her beat the man's back frantically. Crazy. Totally crazy. Good to eat. Chakel just devotes himself to eating, ignoring the resistance of his wife in his arms, and his words follow the strong distorted desire in his heart. However, that is just the distorted psychology after the transformation. In fact, his brain was very clear, especially when he bit off a piece of his wife's bloody flesh. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I really can't control that urge. At the moment, for the first time, Chuckle had regrets in his heart. He definitely knew that what happened now was done by Alan Exxon. He regretted that he should not have sold Alan for money. You know, before that, they were friends for many years, even called brothers. But, not now. Chakel, who was immersed in regret, suddenly felt that the person in his arms was no longer moving, and looked down. Anna's face was pale, and Roar had stopped sucking. Chakel collapsed, he wanted to cry but couldn't cry, and the strong desire forced him to bow his head and keep eating his breathless wife. Dad! At this moment, a young and familiar voice came from behind him. Chakel's head was blank, and his scarlet eyes slowly turned away. Coates. When he saw the person who called Roar's name, he trembled. Roar. Because he didn't smell the same kind of breath on his son, but instead he smelled food. Dad, what did you do to Mom? Curtis turned pale, Roar breathed quickly, and cold sweat poured down his forehead instantly. Dad ate Mom. Moreover, now Dad's eyes seemed to eat him. Chi. Chakel's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He wanted to open his mouth to let his son run, but he was afraid that the moment he opened his mouth, his mutated fangs would be exposed. At this moment, he deeply realized how terrible Alan really is. His wife and children are not mutated. It means that he is a hunter, and his wife and children are the prey. Dad. Kurtz looked at his father's increasingly terrifying eyes, and stepped back a few steps in fear. Desperate little boy. Next second. Die. Chakel's long-suffering desire was released, and his thighs suddenly rushed towards his son. Chapter 52. Outside the town of Krakow, on a hillside. Roar! Die! Chakel looked at the sun in front of him, and rushed towards him with a frantic smile. On the surface, he looked extremely insane, but his sober mind made him extremely collapsed. This is his only son in his 50s. It is the crystallization of his beloved wife and the only relative in this world. Hungry. He is not your son, but your food. Don't eat me. Curtis stepped back in horror, turned to run but stumbled and fell to the ground, his knees frayed and bleeding. Why did the father who doted on him on weekdays suddenly become like this? I even ate my mother's belly and hollowed it out. Seeing his father about to kill him, Curtis was completely desperate. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a sharp figure like a flying sword slammed into the frantic Chakel. The latter was hit like a car, and suddenly lost its gravity and slammed into the wall. FKU, goddamn beast! It was Bronchies who made the shot. He looked at the broken Chakel on the ground and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Then he looked at Curtis and said softly, "Isn't it hurt?" "No. No." Kurtz shook his head, his icy eyes fell on his embarrassed father, his eyes were full of anger. "Boy, don't watch this thing mutate twice, get out of here quickly." 95. There are many monsters behind. Admiral Ross, who followed closely behind, panted and pointed to the small slope behind. At the moment, the former mighty admiral looked so embarrassed. Krakow is located on the coast, and there are hardly any shadows of trees nearby. So stand on the hillside and look around, either mountains or plains. However, at the moment below the hillside, hordes of deformed monsters pupae came. They can no longer be called people, but completely reduced to terrifying monsters. Full of desire to kill. Maid Fark, get in this car and go to Admiral Kennethal. Bronchies hurriedly pulled the two of them into the jeep, but luckily the key was still in the hole, and he started it without hesitation. Then drive the military vehicle to the north of the town. Chakel on the ground looked at the passing car, and in a trance he saw his son showing his head and looking back. Those eyes that looked at him were full of endless hatred, as if they were going to smash him into pieces. 110. The light in Chucker's eyes completely dissipated, and he collapsed weakly to the ground and thumped the ground with his fists angrily. Even if the sand and stone rubbed the flesh and stained it with blood, he didn't feel pain. A happy family of 3. Gone. His wife was killed and devoured by his own hands, and his son regarded him as a monster, even an enemy. In just over 2 hours, he experienced a hell-like experience, and Rao was the veteran captain who couldn't hold on no matter how firm his willpower was. Chuckle, how are you feeling now? At this moment, the black eagle above Chakel's head shrouded him, followed by a suppressed suffocation, and his hoarse voice was like a demon whispering. The familiar voice is creepy, as if falling into an ice hole. He heard the sound and looked up stiffly, and a pair of cold bloodthirsty eyes came into view, overlooking him condescendingly. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, tremblingly begging for mercy. "Alan, please let me go, I will take my son to hide in a faraway place." "Tisk tisk tisk, Chuck, this can't be done. I want to destroy not only Krakow, but the whole world. Where are you going to hide?" Alan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he grinned with a strange arc. "Destroy the whole world." Hearing this sentence, Chakel felt that the man in front of him was not joking, and for a moment it seemed that everything could happen. He is so terrifying, it makes people feel hopelessly suffocated in the endless darkness. "Don't be nervous, you'll have a new partner soon." Alan looked at him gloomily, his eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. "What?" The words fall. There was a tearing pain from Chucker's body, and the severe pain made his eyes bloodshot. The mutation has begun. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The original skin was broken and peeled off, revealing a foul-smelling soft body. His hands also turned into tentacles covered with viscous liquid, which fell to the ground drop by drop. With the physical double torment, the only remaining humanity in his heart was annihilated. Slowly, it became a real monster. "It feels a bit mean." Alan stood on the side and witnessed this scene. When he was transforming Josh, the other party fell into a coma, so he couldn't see such a pleasing sight. But after experiencing what happened in the small town of Krakow, there was an idea in his mind, that is, to transform all the people in the whole world into monsters. But the idea was quickly dismissed, since this is the Marvel Universe after all. And it's still a big integrated Marvel Universe, and I don't know how many old monsters are hiding in the dark and peeping at everything. It's better to be cautious until you're not sure. Moreover, transformation is his variant ability, and there is still a lot of potential that has not yet been developed. There are caps when transforming organisms. Like Lorna Dan is the strongest organism he can transform at present, and the rest are transformed in a large area. Of course it can't be perfect. And this variant ability has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot be disturbed at all when it is cast. Otherwise, it will be forcibly interrupted. Roar! Boom! At the moment, the tidal wave of monsters swarmed under the hillside, and they rushed frantically to the last remaining position of the military. There will be the last step in their mission. Your partner is here. Alan sneered and slowly flew high into the sky, looking behind him. What catches the eye is the crowd of black people rushing towards this side, and everywhere they go is shrouded in darkness. The temporary camp built by the military for long-term battles has now turned into ruins after being trampled by monsters. On the undulating earth, only the ruins left after being trampled on, the wreckage of vehicles and ruins smoked black smoke, and there were corpses everywhere. As the wave of deformed monsters approached, the entire land trembled violently. Chacal on the ground stood stiffly like a walking corpse and joined their array. The tide of monsters is like a surging tide pressing to the horizon. At the same time, Hwaju Sanqui Building S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. SHIELD Director's Office. After Nick Fury sent the email in the early morning, he had been sitting in his office, waiting for news from the military. At this moment, the Hill agent pushed in the door, and she said solemnly, "Admiral Ross's army was annihilated in 10 minutes. What?" Hearing this, Nick Fury slammed on the table and stood up, looking full of disbelief, and asked, "Are you kidding me? Fury, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now." 99. Hill agent looked heavy and said coldly. "How did the old guys in the military react?" 35. Nick Fury sat in the chair frowning, pounding the tabletop with tense fingers. Although he looks younger than Ross, they are actually the same age. It's just that he took a body anti-aging agent, and as long as he takes this agent continuously, the aging speed of his body will become extremely slow. So for General Ross, he can be said to know everything. A war madman on the battlefield, he was invincible and almost without defeat in his life. And this time the military not only dispatched nearly 100,000 troops, but also an experimental body of a super soldier. In addition to being unstable, that experimental subject is far superior to Captain Steve Rogers in all aspects of physical fitness. Unexpectedly, it collapsed in less than 10 minutes. Alan Exxon seems to have used some means to transform everyone in the town into monsters. But the military has already taken countermeasures. The Hill agent hesitated for a moment, then continued, "They're going to blow up the town of Krakow directly with missiles." As she spoke, she handed over the intelligence information stolen by the informant. These cold-blooded old people. After Nick Fury took the file and checked it out, he sneered on his face, but he was terrified in his heart. As a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he naturally knew what it meant and realized the power of Alan. Even the military of the Lighthouse Nation was afraid, and even did not hesitate to blow up a coastal town, which shows how terrifying the strength it displayed. JB, but this has nothing to do with him. Nick Fury, he didn't show up the whole time. The trouble is that the top military officials dispatched elite troops in front of their houses, but they were unable to take down more than 2,000 mutants. He was even beaten to death by others. Finally forced to use missiles. This time it can be said that it is a shameful loss. But the current situation is a good thing for him, and he thought that the people in the military would be entangled with Alan for a long time. After all, judging from the combat power shown in the video, those mutants are not weak. "I didn't want to solve it so quickly, only a few hours passed, revenge Alan Exxon, and the military was disgraced. Just a double happiness." However, the super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. never thought that what happened now was just the beginning. At the moment, north of the town of Krakow, a ditch and trench cut off the main road leading to the inland at the rear. The front of the trench was filled with fences to prevent horses, and the muzzles of several tanks in the rear were aimed in the direction of the town. More than 10,000 soldiers in the trenches looked tense and heavy, holding their guns and holding Roar's breath. The whole space was filled with a tense atmosphere, and it was unreasonably quiet. Standing in the back, Admiral Kennethier frowned, his face was solemn, and his piercing eyes stared at the south. A minute ago, he received the order. No matter what, we must stick to the front line until the last moment, and we must not let the monster escape into the interior. Tens of thousands of crazy cannibal monsters, if scattered and escaped, would undoubtedly become huge amounts of hidden dangers. Finally, the sound of an engine came from the calm south. Immediately, everyone's hair stood up and they clenched their gun stocks nervously, and then a military jeep appeared in the field of vision. "Don't shoot, it's Admiral Ross." Kennethier's sharp eyes saw Ross, the co-pilot, at first sight. He was slightly relieved, and immediately stretched out his hand to stop his subordinates from firing. The next second, however, something came rushing from behind the jeep. It made his face turn pale, and he was so shocked that cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he subconsciously swallowed hard. "See you." At the moment, on the south side of the scattered town, the dust and fog covering the sky swept up, and the position of the trenches was swept up. The dust mist that covers the sky covers half of the sky, like a sandstorm in the desert. The densely packed black shadows ran on all fours in the dust mist, rushing in at a speed visible to the naked eye in an extremely frantic posture. "My lord!" When the soldier witnessed such a terrifying scene, his pupils shrank suddenly, his expression was beyond shock. Roar! Then the deafening roar resounded through the sky, and the earth trembled under the violent movement. "Come on! The beasts are chasing after them." Admiral Ross in the car looked behind his eyes, suddenly felt a tingling in his scalp, and kept urging. "It's the fastest speed." Blanquise gritted his teeth and slammed on the accelerator, the blue veins on his forehead bursting out and his face gradually became hideous. "There are trenches ahead." Admiral Kennethel saw the tide of monsters approaching, his heart was beating wildly, he felt a vomit, and his fists were clenched white. Finally, roar! The high-speed jeep rushed to the front of the trench, and like a runaway beast, it swept across the trench and rushed to the rear. Seeing this, Kennethel was able to let out a mouthful of his chest, and then shouted without hesitation, "Fire!" 99. Boom! The pent-up emotions of the soldiers who received the order were released, and they pulled the trigger without hesitation. At the same time, the muzzles of several tanks in the rear also shot fiery shells. In an instant, endless gunfire and gunfire resounded throughout the world. The turbulent rain of bullets instantly drowned the incoming monster tide, and the powerful cannonballs fell into the tide and instantly caused a monstrous air wave, and just Yu-Wei sent large swaths of deformed monsters flying. For a time, the originally calm space was filled with a boiling heat wave. Such a powerful fire power will soon have obvious effects. The wave of monsters that was like a ferocious ocean wave was slowed down by the fierce attack, and in just 10 seconds, tens of thousands of monsters fell. "It works, beat me to death." Admiral Ross got out of the car and saw this scene, his expression gradually became arrogant. He knew that the previous failure was completely unprepared for such a tragic situation. If it was head-on, how could those flesh and blood be able to withstand the bombardment of the steel torrent? The rest of the soldiers saw that the situation had reversed, and their faces improved. "Don't give these beasts a chance to breathe. Alan Exxon, your means are nothing more than that, and I will never spare you lightly when I finish dealing with these guys." There was anger in the eyes of Admiral Ross, and his tone was extremely cold. He has fought for so many years, and he has never been so unbearable. This defeat undoubtedly engraved his word Ross into the humiliating history of the Lighthouse Nation. "Was beaten like this at my door. I'm afraid it will be laughed at by the world." But the next second, the arrogant look on Admiral Ross's face dissipated. "Because The corpses of the fallen monsters in the distant dust mist actually climbed up again and devoured each other. In just a few seconds, they integrated into a behemoth several meters high. Roar! The huge monster raised its head and screamed, forcibly blocking the tide of monsters, letting the endless bullets hit him, and there was no intention to retreat. On the contrary, after being stimulated, he became even more excited and rushed towards the trenches frantically. Huge amounts of body are like mountains, the ground shakes when moving. Fuck! Our weapons won't do him any good. Admiral, what should we do? Many soldiers turned to look at General Ross, and some of them were already afraid and wanted to drop their weapons and run away. At this moment, what a great beacon country, what a mountain of military orders. Everything is not worth mentioning in the face of life and death. Admiral Ross also froze in place, his aged body trembling uncontrollably, and his face twitched in extreme fear. Let me do it. Emergency moment. Blankis walked slowly in front of the crowd at the back, took off his coat, and took out the serum that had been placed on his chest. The faint blue serum shines brightly in the dim light. That serum is tempting and dangerous. But that's everyone's only hope. Chapter 53. Let me do it. Behind him, Blankis slowly walked in front of the crowd, took off his camouflage jacket, and took out the serum previously stored on his chest. He looked at the blue crystal clear serum in his hand, and then looked at the big man who was bursting with fire, with a complicated expression. This serum contains Hulk's blood, and after injection, you can get unparalleled power. Originally this serum was prepared to deal with Hulk dash. It's just that things are unpredictable, I didn't expect it to be planted here. Alright, let's take a knife on you bastards. 35. Saying that, Blankwis's expression sank, and he rolled up his sleeves. At this time, Curtis came out from behind, hatred in his eyes and a cold tone, Uncle Colonel, can you kill my father? The one who was going to eat me earlier, his damned devil also ate my mother. The monster advancing under the hail of bullets in the distance seemed to have heard Kurt's words, and paused obviously, its deformed and ugly face panting. The core of this gigantic monster is Chakel. After integrating with other people, his physical qualities have reached the peak, so Rao is so far apart that he can still hear what his son says. Kill my dad. When Chakel heard such a hateful and cold and ruthless tone, he suddenly felt heartbroken. The son who used to be obedient, would actually say such a thing. How desperate he was, after all, his father was a man-eating monster, and he even devoured his wife himself. The trench is here. Okay. Blankis nodded in surprise, how could there be so much time to pay attention to this in a critical moment? Anyway, for a while whether it's a monster or a mutant. Must die. Then he slammed the needle into the vein on his arm, and the blue liquid in the serum flowed and injected into the body at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, severe pain surged into his heart, and the two discordant blood in his body blended together, like a severe pain ravaging the heart of 10,000 ants. What? Blankis knelt on the ground in pain, raised his head and roared, the blue veins on his neck burst out, his eyes gradually went scarlet, and his open mouth began to tear. Immediately afterwards, his body began to undergo changes, the cervical spine and the entire waist arched, and the body gradually became swollen and enlarged. As the roaring sound became rough, Blankwitha's whole person has changed into a different appearance, his appearance looks huge and extremely ferocious, and his open eyes reveal endless killings. This is the monster that Super Soldier Serum and Banner Blood integrate, Abomination. What? Blankis felt full of strength now, his stout hands suddenly stretched out to tear the jeep in half, raised his head and roared at Alan in the sky. As if to say that after these people are dealt with, they will deal with you. Roar. Boom. Then Blankis jumped up abruptly, his huge body like a heavy truck, the ground trembled when he fell, and he immediately took his strong legs and rushed towards the monster ahead. The soldiers in the trenches stopped shooting when they saw this, and stared blankly at the rushing big man. My God, he has the power of the Hulk. When Admiral Ross saw this scene, hope lit up in his eyes again. Only by witnessing the strength of the Hulk can you truly appreciate the power that is so powerful that it is suffocating. How terrifying! Even a heavy tank is in front of him, and it is like a toy. High in the air. Abomination? Alan looked down at the scene below, his eyebrows frivolous and a little surprised. He really didn't recognize that the colonel was Blankwyth before, and it seemed that the hatred in this world might be different. But no matter how the ants resisted, the end result was the same. At the same time. Lighthouse Eastern Missile Command. At the moment, the entire headquarters hall was very busy, everyone's expressions were extremely serious, and their eyes were always on the big screen, which showed the real-time battle situation in Krakow. Sir, Bronchus seems to have been injected with some kind of serum mutation. When a staff member saw the fierce hatred, Roar said in shock. That's a product of the super soldier serum. The commander of the headquarters recognized the person in the picture and said solemnly. Sir, are there any more Jericho missiles fired? The adjutant next to him wondered. Not yet. The commander of the headquarters waved his hand, and a different kind of light flashed in his eyes. The reason why they had to launch missiles before was that even their own army was not spared. It's not that people in the organization are cold-blooded, but to take care of the overall situation. Because the above people think that the monster that appears now may be related to Alan Exxon creating some kind of virus. Therefore, seeing that the military was defeated and prepared to retreat, it was forced to take this last resort in order to prevent the virus from leaking. But now seeing the hatred seems to have the strength to defeat these monsters. This is good news for the military. As long as you can get rid of Alan Exxon and the monster, and then extract the pathogens inside. Then, there is another big killer in the hands of the military. Wouldn't it be able to enhance the military strength of the lighthouse country on the battlefield? Just as the officer was thinking. On the big screen far away in the small town of Krakow, a big battle has already begun. At the moment, south of the town of Krakow, a huge figure shuttled through the dense tide of monsters, and his amazing physique made him invincible, and the vicious monsters could not stop him from advancing. And his ultimate goal is a giant monster of the same size. Roar! Death to me! 39. Blankwyth roared and raised the half-car in his hand, waving his strong arms and making a real hissing sound, slapped the monster hard. The huge body stepped on the fragile monster's body, directly trampling the latter to a pulp, and countless wreckage splattered blood. Bang bang bang! All to die! He watched the enemy being crushed into pieces, and the desire to kill was aroused in his heart, and he felt inexplicable joy in his heart. The tide-like monsters around them shifted their targets one after another, no longer attacking the trenches, but swarming towards Blankwyth. They fiercely wrapped around the large body from all directions, opened their mouths frantically and bit the rough skin, trying to bite it through with their sharp teeth. Soon tens of thousands of monsters completely overwhelmed the huge Bronchies. In the trenches. When Admiral Ross and others witnessed this scene, their faces suddenly became a little bad. The number of those monsters is simply too many, even if nearly 10,000 of them are annihilated, there will still be more coming up later. Because no one spared that demon, and he transformed the entire town. But after a few seconds, even the monsters that piled up on Brown's body were blown away in a sudden explosion. Immediately, the big man raised his head and roared with ferocious eyes, grabbed half of the body on the ground, and violently threw it towards the tide of monsters. Driven by a powerful force. The half of the body was like a cannonball, bursting out with surging power. Boom! In an instant, the oncoming monster was hit in an instant, and the flesh and blood burst apart under the violent impact. What? Blankwyth thumped his chest, his blood-stained blurred vision quickly locked on the target, and the muscle fibers on his sturdy legs were tensed. Then his legs sank and stepped out abruptly, accompanied by a sonic boom. Next second, the entire body flashed and disappeared in place. The speed was as fast as a high-speed heavy truck, swept out the biting gale, and even the ground cracked, and the sand was flying. Go straight towards the giant monster formed by Chucker. Roar! Boom! Die! 35. See. Chakel's desire to kill could not be suppressed. Seeing that the enemy was so fierce, he did not want to be outdone. Although his stature seemed larger than his hatred, under his strong and powerful body, the action is galloping. Two pairs of huge amounts of arms swayed as they swayed, and the deformed face was ferocious. Wherever he went, the dust and mist covering the sky swept up, and the violent movement made the earth tremble unceasingly. Soon the two behemoths collided with each other like cannonballs, a deafening movement resounded throughout the world, and a fierce wind raged in the surrounding space. This turbulent wind ripples and spreads outwards visible to the naked eye. Roar! The dust mist that had permeated the whole body was instantly dissipated, and the rest of the power quickly rushed out wherever it went, setting off the fine sand on the ground and rolling up the sandstorm. Roar! Bronchus collided with it and his arm was numb, but his offensive continued unabated, throwing a huge fist on Chakel's head. The huge fist hissed as it slammed out. Boom! An obvious dent immediately appeared on Chucker's sticky body, and he received a heavy punch no less than the impact of a truck. It directly caused him to fall more than 10 meters away like a kite with a broken string. Weak. Too weak. 99. Blanquise clenched his fists and felt the increasingly fierce power in his body. He gritted his teeth and his feet suddenly burst out, and the large area under his feet shattered into many tiny cracks, followed by his huge body piercing the sky. Like an anti-aircraft gun, it charged straight at Chakel on the ground. The power exerted this time is far stronger than any time before. Die! Blanquith carried the strong wind of roar, like a giant beast, slammed his fists, aiming at Chakel who had just got up and slammed it down. Boom! For a time, an unmeasurable force smashed it into the earth, and then the surrounding earth cracked and flew sand and rocks, endless dust and mist filled the air, and countless cracks spread to form a circle. Good Bronchise, beat me to the death. Admiral Ross felt the aftermath of the battle blowing across his face, and felt that victory was at hand. Although he didn't know what exactly Blanquith injected, he would suddenly gain such powerful power, but as long as he could tear these monsters to pieces. Catch Alan X on, nothing else matters. 0. The other soldiers who were originally ashes also showed smiles on their faces, raised their guns and cautiously fired at the few remaining monsters. The previous Blanquise outbreak directly killed nearly 10,000 monsters. Definitely they have been baptized by bullets from the beginning, and their bodies have become fragile, and naturally they can't stop the powerful hatred. At the moment, Chakel, who fell in the pit, can no longer be himself, and his mind is extremely clear. The pain in the body is also so obvious at this moment, constantly irritating the nerves, as if the whole body is gradually being torn apart. Boom! At this time, Bronski's face appeared in front of him, he grinned showing sharp teeth, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth seemed to be provocative. Roar! Seeing this move, Chucker's inner manic desire was ignited again, and his body suddenly got up uncontrollably, waving his fist and slamming his abomination on his stomach. Boom! The powerful fist made a loud noise when it touched it. However, Blanquise stood in the same place and did not move at all. At the moment, he has become a complete hatred. The super soldier serum in his body is completely integrated with the blood of Dr. Banner. Those eyes with green pupils are the best proof. You are too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Abomination suddenly raised his hand and restrained his neck. Huge amounts of strength all over his body gathered on his arm, and then he violently smashed it towards the ground. Boom! The land that had already suffered many injuries was once again hit by such a powerful bombardment, and suddenly it was torn apart, causing countless fine stones to splash. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, Abomination pressed him firmly to the ground, waved his strong arms one after another, and slammed on Chucker's head, the fists carrying terrifying power. When they swept out, the airflow surged and hissed. Every time it fell, it was accompanied by a splash of Chakel's blood. Until this huge amount of monster's face was bloody and completely lost its movement. It was only in hatred that he stopped the movement of his hand, and he grabbed his neck and lifted it up. The monster in his hand was half a head taller than himself, but it was like a dead dog without the slightest resistance to resist. Then, his eyes full of murderous intent looked at Alan in the deep space defiantly, his fingers suddenly strangled the monster in his hand. Boom! After dropping the monster in your hand, Alan's hatred eyes locked on the high-altitude Alan, and the desire to fight in his heart has not faded away. Rush up and kill the damn guy. This damn mutant is the culprit. Next second, driven by a strong desire, he stomped and ran in the direction of Alan. As the speed of the sprint became faster and faster, the billows of sand and dust surged up behind him. When he approached directly under Alan, his feet suddenly slammed into the huge body. Rise! Straight into the sky, the figure standing under the sky rushed towards the sky. Small. Chapter 54. Roar. Abomination's huge body ran wildly and swept out gust of wind, rushing to the bottom of Alan, and his feet suddenly burst out with extremely strong power, like a cannonball shot out. When this behemoth stepped on the ground, a cloud of dust filled the air, causing the ground to tremble. Just a simple takeoff brought him to an altitude of more than 10 meters. Roar! He growled and waved his strong arms toward the figure above. However, at the moment, a slender tentacle at the rear suddenly wrapped around the heel of Abomination, and a strong pulling force followed. Smash him to the ground like a meteor hammer. Boom! Pulled by the powerful force, Rao Shi hated the huge body and was powerless, and the fierce wind swept through the air and smashed it straight down. The earth then cracked, flying sand and rocks, filling the sky with dust and fog. FK. Disgusting the humanity in his mind, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice, turning his head to look back with fierce eyes. But the scene behind him really made his scalp tingle for a while. I saw that the huge monster did not die. Its original head was broken and slanted, hanging above its neck, and a human face was sewn on its chest, which seemed to have become a new head. The viscous liquid dripped from all over his body, and his face stuck out his tongue and licked the foul-smelling liquid. The corners of the mouth draw a mad grin. Chakel did not have a tenacious physical function, so after he lost his head, he could still rely on the original humanoid head to move. However, this made him feel extremely painful. Everything his body does now is the instinct of desire in his heart. At first he wanted to live, but now he just wanted to die quickly. Because he was tortured all the time, like 10,000 ants eating his heart. -0. Shit. Abomination slowly got up from the ground, and out of the corner of the eye glanced at the man above his head, knowing that it was all about him. Roar. At this time, the huge deformed monster on the opposite side suddenly stepped on the ground with a strange posture and the ground shattered. Immediately afterwards, it grinned and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the hatred, and the ground trembled as it ran so fast. Then let me kill you first. 35. The look of disgust sank and shot out at the same time, and the muscles of the open strong arms were tense, looking extremely strong and full of power, and acting like a wild beast out of control. When they are about to collide, he suddenly pushed hard on his feet, stomped hard on the ground in 2 steps, and slammed his fists into the giant monster to fall asleep. This punch he gathered incomparably powerful force, blasting bursts of tearing air sounds. Boom! Roar! The gigantic monster that attacked turned into a fist and turned into a palm, with a heavy punch like a cannonball bombardment. In an instant, another fierce hurricane formed a shock wave. Chi! Wherever the strong wind went, the sand was flying, and the surrounding corpses were shaken to pieces. Rao was the soldiers who were hundreds of meters apart in the trenches, and they were also ravaged by the biting gale. My God! Can't imagine that the human body can develop such terrifying potential. Admiral Ross straightened his crooked military cap, his face full of disbelief, and his eyes stared blankly there. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect Chucker's vitality to be so tenacious. Above the sky, Alan looked down at the scene below, with surprise on his brows. Definitely Chuckle doesn't die, which means he'll be tortured all the time. At the time of the transformation, Alan intended to keep everyone sane after the mutation, and would experience extreme anxiety and depression. It's torture both physically and mentally. This undoubtedly makes all the transformed people experience purgatory-like torture all the time. The only way to get out is to die, and you can only be beaten to death by the enemy. In the empty battlefield below, the lawns that used to be everywhere disappeared under the fierce battle, and a large area turned into a yellowish desert. At the moment, the battle on the ground continues. Roar! Chakel's huge monster arm caught the BG fist, and suddenly felt a tingling shock. However, he still firmly grasped the fist of hatred, and then swung his heavy left arm and suddenly hit the blue-veined head on the opposite side. Roar! The tearing air sounds of a punch resounded, and there were bursts of miserable neighing. What? With a roar of disgust, he grabbed the punching fist and clenched his teeth to stimulate the power from the gamma rays and super serum in his body. His legs tightened, and he pushed the truck-like fists with all his might. However, at this time, the opponent's original single deformed body actually spawned a hand to beat the hated head. Boom! Under the bombardment of the huge fist force, Abomination's skull vibrated, and he staggered back a few steps in a dizzy manner. Then, a more violent attack came. Roar! Boom! Before the hatred could be relieved, the bone-piercing fist wind roared, and the fist as hard as iron slammed on the forehead, abdomen, thigh, back. Suddenly, several hands fell like a storm. Roar roar roar! Rao's Abomination with a powerful physique couldn't resist, and the giant monster slammed with a heavy punch. His huge body suddenly flew out dozens of meters away like a high-speed truck, shoveling deep trenches on the ground wherever he went. My lord! Are you kidding me? Admiral Ross Lang Lang stood there, muttering to himself. The hope that ignited in my heart was gradually extinguished. All the people around were pale, their pupils shrunk, and they stood there in a daze. The distant scene is brought into view. On the huge monster's body, blue faces appeared, all of them were human faces and were grinning strangely, and there were arms with blue veins on the back and sides. It seems to be a monster that integrates together. Those are my dad's friends, 35. And Agent Josh. Curtis, who had been hiding behind the crowd, trembled. The faces were familiar to the little boy, many of whom met every day. There was even a face that was his father. Hearing this, everyone felt horrified with cold hands and feet, and looked up at the figure in the sky, with fear in their eyes. At the moment they were deeply aware that it all seemed to Alan Exxon. It's just a game of revenge. He turned all his enemies into monsters and devoured his relatives himself, and now he has made his enemies integrate into each other, experiencing pain and torture all the time. Mad. He's a devil. Admiral Ross swallowed, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Rao is a madman who has experienced countless wars, and he is also a little frightened. Suddenly, there was a movement from the communicator that had not been ringing for a long time. Admiral Ross received a reply. Mr. Ellis wants you to win this victory no matter what means you use. I'm Admiral Ross, when will the reinforcements arrive? When Admiral Ross heard the voice finally coming from the communicator, he immediately grabbed the communicator and said anxiously, Admiral Ross, please believe that the Great Beacon Country will never give up any soldier, please stick to the last moment. 99. Far to the east the missile command. The commander of the headquarters conveyed the words of his superiors, looked at the battle screen on the screen, and his excited expression revealed a little regret. Those monsters are literally walking war machines. As if you can't kill you, you can fight endlessly. It's just a pity. Super Soldier Bronchus doesn't seem like a monster's match. People in the military want to get this pathogen, but they are not stupid enough to waste so many troops on this incomparable monster. You must know that before this, tens of thousands of elite soldiers died in the Battle of Krakow. Originally, it was an extremely tragic blow to the army. So, hope is entirely pinned on hatred, or success. Or fail. Anyway, even if it fails, the military will not let any creature in Krakow go out alive. After all, it's shameful enough to be in front of your own door today. If the culprit is allowed to escape, it will not only cause panic, but even be ridiculed by people all over the world. At the moment, Krakow town. FK. Admiral Ross had a gloomy face. He had been a soldier for decades. How can you not hear what that means? He had said similar things to his subordinates before, and the final result can be imagined. This means they have been abandoned. Roar. In times of anger. In the distance, the gigantic monster slowly turned towards them. The face and eyes all over his body were scarlet, and it looked so eerie and terrifying. Just when everyone thought the monster was about to rush over. Roar. Boom. The abomination that had just crawled out of the trench in the back, like a berserk beast, yanked one of the monster's legs. Then he dragged it with all his strength and threw it out. The moment the huge monster was thrown out, the gale force wind raged and neighed, and under the strong thrust, it seemed to tear the air to produce a loud sonic boom. Bang! 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 After the huge monster smashed to the ground and bounced several times, it slowly stopped. The body was severely impacted and the wound was torn open, and the viscous liquid flowed, exuding a choking stench. Roar! The monster, integrated by more than a dozen people, raised its head and roared angrily, then stooped down and rushed out, its sturdy legs shaking the ground, and the faces all over its body laughed hideously. In fact, their consciousness is very clear. Even the stinging pain on the body was multiplied, irritating their nerves. What they hope most in their hearts now is to die quickly and end such a painful torture as soon as possible. Boom! In the groan of pain in the heart, the huge body is already fighting with hatred. The two big men rolled over each other on the ground, raising their huge fists towards each other, and each time they punched the ground beneath them. It has already broken down under the fierce battle, and under the more violent means of attack. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Roar, roar, roar! Driven by the strong desire to kill, the power that the giant monster burst out became more and more powerful, and the fists that it threw out became more and more ferocious. Coupled with its multiple arms, it quickly took a big advantage. He even directly pressed his hatred to the ground and threw it frantically, his fist like a pile driver falling heavily, not giving the slightest chance to breathe. The hatred that used to think victory was in his hands was now dizzy from the blow. What should I do? In the trenches, Admiral Ross looked at the tragic scene, knowing that if he didn't save himself, he would really fall here. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Alan in the air. The opponent's attention seemed to be always on hating the battle with monsters, and he never looked directly at the trenches from beginning to end. The old admiral looked at the tank with a dim light in his eyes. Moment. The muzzle of the tank parked behind the trench moved slowly, making a slight friction sound, and aimed at the figure in the sky. As the so-called catch the thief first catch the king, anyway, it is also a death. Why don't you get a back pad? The artilleryman in the cockpit looked solemn, swallowed, and narrowed his eyes nervously for fear of deviation. After all, there is only one chance, and there is no room for mistakes. So he took a deep breath, stepped on the pedals, and slowly adjusted the direction accuracy. Yet at this time, this tank weighing dozens of tons was wrapped in green light, as if two invisible hands were slowly tightening. Under the strong pressure, the heavy tank made of steel was gradually squeezed and twisted, shape-shifting, and the steel plate was folded like paper. Roar! Then the entire tank was lifted. In an instant, the airborne tank was instantly flattened and turned into a pile of scrap iron and was thrown several hundred meters away. Admiral Ross, who witnessed all this, collapsed to the ground. Steel tanks can be crushed, what else can't 1.4 do? He's in total despair now because he's deeply aware that Alan has been playing with them from start to finish. People can easily kill them all. But it didn't, but kept torturing them. At this time, the initiator of the destruction of the tank appeared. It was Polaris Lorna. Her body glowed with green light, and her palm slightly opened the green light to cover the remaining tanks. Afterwards, the 5 fingers retracted forcefully, and several steel giants on the battlefield were instantly flattened. At the same time, this scene was transmitted to the big screen of the missile command in real time through the miniature camera on the chest of Admiral Ross. Magnetic control? Magneto. No, scarier than Magneto. The commander's pupils suddenly shrank, and he muttered to himself. As a member of the military, of course, he has seen the strength of Magneto. When he escaped from prison, he killed the entire prison guards alone. Even the elite guards can't stop Rao. It can be said to be an invincible existence, but now another mutant as terrifying as Magneto has appeared. This made the chief look dignified and said to himself, anyway, there is no room for recovery. As he said that, his eyes turned to the order report sent by his superior earlier, which contained a simple and clear sentence: blow up the town of Krakow if necessary, coordinates. Weird zombie virus. Level 5 mutant. Mysterious Alan. There is always a strong premonition in my heart. They must not be allowed to live, otherwise the entire lighthouse country, and even the entire world will be threatened. Chapter 55. Missile Command. The entire command room was immersed in a dignified atmosphere. The front line in Krakow had brought too much impact to them. Originally, they thought it was just to deal with more than 2,000 mutant fugitives and save face for the military. However, I never imagined that the nearly 100,000 elite troops dispatched would disintegrate in just 10 minutes, not even posing the slightest threat to the opponent. This makes the lighthouse military who have dominated the battlefield for this century feel extremely ashamed. Being so humiliated at his doorstep, the world hegemon felt a slap in the face. "Sir, there's a new situation on the front, it's Colonel Blanquez." At this time, a staff member reminded loudly. Then there was a deafening roar, accompanied by the roar of fists. The officer of the Wenzhung headquarters looked up, and suddenly he felt a tingling in his scalp, his pupils tightened suddenly, and his expression was full of disbelief. The picture he saw made him hesitate about the decision to launch the missile. In the dim environment, the large screen with dazzling white light constantly flashed, and the bloody and brutal picture it presented made the people in the command room subconsciously hold Roar's breath, and some nausea and vomiting hit their throats. I saw the front-line battle situation that was sent back in real time at this moment. On the flat ground outside the town of Krakow. Roar. The hatred that had fallen to the ground and was beaten crazily, his eyes were ferocious and scarlet, and his sturdy hands suddenly burst out, like a sharp sword inserted into the broken neck of a huge monster. The powerful force made his arm plunge into the body along the monster's sticky esophagus. Rough fingers scratched the fragile and soft inner wall. Roar. Next second. Under the huge amount of thrust, the hands penetrated into his chest. And the force is stretched to both sides, such a ferocious and terrifying force seems to tear its body in half. Roar. The gigantic monster felt severe pain and raised its head to let out a deafening roar. The huge sound waves generated by the roar rippled outward and spread across the vast Krakow plain. His face all over his body also showed a painful expression, and he vaguely let out a hysterical moan. They feel the whole body constantly breaking apart, unlike the previous mutation. The terrifying power erupted from the hateful hands, violently tearing the body apart, and the body was extremely dense. Rao was torn by this force, but it never cracked. But you can clearly feel the flesh being torn apart, and the heart-piercing pain ravages the nerves. 99. Just at this time, accompanied by the roar of disgust, the muscles of the whole body suddenly burst into flames, the blood boiled violently, the hands pierced into the monster's body, and tightly grasped the rib that was touched. Those blue-veined arms suddenly pulled outward. Boom! The hard ribs cracked, and a crisp sound sounded. Roar! The huge monster suddenly seemed to be drained of its strength. Its thick waving arm lost its strength and drooped down, and a heart-piercing scream came from its throat. But under the support of the hands of hate, it did not fall. Just can clearly feel the 5 fingers of the hands in the chest cavity, suddenly slammed into the flesh and blood on both sides. Die! The expression of hatred is crazy, and the ferocious eyes are full of endless killing intent. Bang! Chi! Immediately after, the body of the giant monster was torn to pieces directly under the pull of extreme strength. All of a sudden, the flesh and blood flew across the spine and burst, and countless internal organs splashed and spewed, showing a state of tearing and disgusting. There was an indescribable stench in the air. What? With a burst of piercing screams spread. I saw that the body of the huge monster burst like a falling watermelon, and more than a dozen heads were scattered on the ground, and its expression was ferocious and painful, as if it had been tortured inhumanly. These heads. It was the Chuckers, even if they lost their huge body. They are still not dead, always awake. The multiplied damage ravaged the nerves from start to finish. My lord! Admiral Ross looked at the bloody mess everywhere, his stomach turned upside down, and a strong sense of vomiting welled up in his heart. Everyone around looked pale when they saw this scene. Even if he knew that hatred was on his side, he felt fear and palpitations. But far away, a more frightening scene happened. Abomination did not leave after tearing the enemy, and he experienced a fierce battle in his heart. Coupled with the abnormal blood vessels formed by the super soldier serum and gamma rays in the body, the only remaining human nature was gradually erased. He picked up the head on the ground and held it tightly in his hand. The head was that of Black Adam's, and he slowly opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. At the moment, he only had a trace of consciousness alive, and the shared body had long been torn apart. Bang-chi! The hated eyes stared at him, and then the palm of the hand tightened without hesitation, and the head in the hand shattered. The sticky, foul-smelling blood stained his hands and fell to the ground drop by drop. All must die. Disgusted eyes swept across the other heads on the ground, raised their sturdy thighs and stomped them down abruptly. One turned to the other, and frantically stepped on the fragile heads. On the ground. A few hours ago, Chakal, who was still looking forward to great ambitions, had no light in his eyes, and his heart was ashes as he was quietly waiting for death to come. At this moment, he regretted extremely in his heart, what he did in the past created today's tragedy. Now he can't even ask for mercy. Boom! At this time, the huge solace of the hatred had already fallen, and in an instant, Chakal's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the trench. His son Curtis was staring at him with hatred. The anger in those eyes can't wait to rush up personally and smash him into tens of thousands of pieces. But for a second, his eyes darkened. A wisp of consciousness was completely erased from this world. Waste. Abomination slowly raised the solace of his feet, watching the disgusting blood splashing under his feet, his rough and hoarse voice like a fierce beast. He was covered in blood and stood on the scarlet ground. At the moment all monsters have been resolved. Look around. Originally, the grassy plain was covered with an indescribable layer of thick black blood, and there was a pungent stench everywhere, and the broken bones on the ground were everywhere. Who? Alan Exxon. Come down and die. Hate wiped the blurred vision, raised his head and roared at the figure in the sky. The clenched fists made the muscle fibers all over his body tensed, and the roar from his throat resounded throughout the plain. In the trenches. Admiral Ross stared blankly at this scene, and hope rekindled in his heart. After all, hating the power that is displayed now is really terrifying. At one point, he felt that he could compete with that ferocious green monster. Under a strong desire to survive. His dry throat trembled, and he was about to open his mouth to let the hater stop wasting time, and quickly kill the beast above. Kin. At this time, a shadow swept across the back, and upon closer inspection it was Polaris Lorna. Her deep beautiful eyes flickered with a faint light, her whole body glowed with a strange rhythm of green light, and the turbulent green light penetrated into the sky. Then there was the sound of metal dragging in the ear, and the breeze in the surrounding air disappeared. It seemed to be suddenly cut off by someone, like the tranquility before the storm. Everyone felt that the atmosphere became strange, and they looked up in tacit understanding and their pupils suddenly shrank, as if they had seen something unbelievable. In the next second, the sunlight on everyone's faces dissipated, and their faces were quickly stained by shadows. Under the influence of the magnetic field, the ground under your feet vibrated violently, and the surrounding air was also folded and distorted visible to the naked eye. My God! Admiral Ross looked terrified, and his voice trembled. Rao was an old man who had experienced many battles, and his legs couldn't stop getting weak, if there was something supporting him. I'm afraid he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Because, at the moment, over the boundless sky, a huge stadium flew towards this side under the wrapping of green light, and the shadow of the behemoth instantly swallowed the sunlight. With a strong sense of oppression, the entire earth is shrouded in darkness. Seeing this scene, everyone below is like seeing the end of the world. This is the level 5 mutant. At the same time missile command. She really is a level 5 mutant. The commander's expression changed greatly. He frantically flipped through the information about the Western prison, and soon found the name Lorna Dane. The information on the Western prison clearly states that Lorna Dane's variant ability level is only level 2. And only 17 years old. How could such a powerful mutant ability suddenly evolve? Get it, you must know that Magneto at this age, the strength shown is not even Lorna Dane's average. Now a 17-year-old girl has increased her strength to the level of a 5th-level mutant in a short period of time. This is simply impossible. Wait, monster, integrate, make over. The commander of the command realized something, his face suddenly turned pale, and Roar's breathing gradually became faster. If the virus is replaced by modification, then everything makes sense. The mutants who escaped from the Western prison yesterday were far more powerful than what was recorded in the data. And that's what started to change when Alan Exxon got in. That is to say, the second derivative of Alan Exxon, or the variant of the second awakening ability, is transformation. Modification of living organisms. Even created a powerful 5th-level mutant. No wonder, these powerful mutants are willing to surrender to Alan Exxon. It turned out to be his strange variant ability. It will bring faster evolution to these damn mutants. Alan Exxon must die. The commander of the headquarters said solemnly. Such a dangerous mutant ability, must not let him continue to live. Then he said gloomily. Fire Jericho missiles. Chapter 56. Shoot Jericho missiles. The commander of the missile command realized Alan's terrifyingness, and issued an order with a solemn expression without the slightest hesitation. As an admiral-level character, it can be said that he climbed to this position with difficulty step by step. During the period, he has seen many mutants. Naturally, he is very resistant to the existence of this alien race. Now seeing Alan Exxon's weird and terrifying variant ability, he can create a level 5 mutant that surpasses Magneto. This was his visual assessment, but had seen so many mutants. The older officer believed that Lorna Dan's strength had definitely reached the 5th-level mutant. Equivalent to a walking weapon of war. Extremely dangerous. To know that Rao is Magneto's rating is only 4, and Lorna Dan is only 17 years old, and has reached such a terrifying level. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. Admiral, the aircraft carrier will arrive near the coast of Krakow in 1 minute. The adjutant next to him looked at the monitor, his brows revealed concern and said solemnly. Jericho missiles are submunitions and cannot be fired directly from the launch pad. After all, when Stark Group developed this missile, it was to achieve precise strikes in a small area and exert its greatest power. Therefore, the missile's range is simply not enough to launch directly to Krakow. 1 minute. Wen Yan's face was very solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the big screen. If these beasts find something wrong and escape, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find them in the future. He felt that the reason why Alan Exxon was so reckless this time was that he still chose to come back and seek revenge for his former enemy in such a crisis. It is because the anger of hatred cannot be suppressed. Now that all the enemies are dead, the anger in my heart should have dissipated, and I am afraid that they will hide after escaping this time. This is the usual method of mutant, and the mutant Brotherhood is like that. Magneto took people to hide, and every attack was unexpected, which caused a headache for the military and politicians. Compared to the former, Alan Exxon is more painful and scary. Because with his variant ability, he can hide in any place in the world until he builds a powerful mutant army in the world. Come out and declare war on mankind. Well, that day is definitely the end of the world. So, no way can Alan Ackerson be allowed to leave this place alive today. Otherwise, for human beings, it will definitely cause irreversible consequences. Then the officer of the command looked up at the big screen. The huge stadium had taken up the whole screen. My God, I hope Colonel Bronchies can hold on a little longer. At the moment, over the town of Krakow, a huge stadium towers into the clouds, and the majestic green light wraps the behemoth. Under the powerful thrust, it smashes through the clouds and strikes the earth full of blood and debris. Roar! The huge amounts of buildings were like giant beasts that covered the sky and the sun. The moment they appeared, the terrifying and oppressive feeling that followed, suddenly put pressure on everyone, and the strong suffocation made them dare not breathe. Many people were heartbroken after seeing this scene, and all thoughts were destroyed. At this moment, the heart is like the darkness shrouded above, as if falling into the endless darkness, without a trace of light. They've never had a moment when they were so desperate. What would happen if this tens of thousands of tons of buildings fell? It goes without saying. At the moment, a green figure floated under the building, Her arms were stretched out in a heroic manner, her long hair was flowing backwards in the wind, and her green eyes trembled. Unbelievable. The strength in my body seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Lorna. Dane was filled with emotion, deeply feeling the mutant blood surging in his body, as if full of surging power. That power seems to be growing. To be precise, the mutant bloodline in her body is still evolving subtly. What is this concept? The strength she has shown at this stage is already one of the few strong people on Earth. Rarely are mutants capable of delivering such huge amounts of potential. However, this is not her limit. The improved mutant gene seems to have opened a shackle, and it seems to be evolving towards a higher existence. It seems that as long as she is given enough time, JB can constantly grow and evolve. Because that feeling is not something that can be seen with the naked eye. If Magneto Eric was here, it would be a surprise. The magnetic field in the surrounding space is controlled by Lorna Dane, almost all of it is controlled by her at will, not only the control of the metal magnetic force. It has even been extended to the atomic level, converting electromagnetic fields into chemical bonds. It once affected the four forces of nature. Yesterday she found it hard to lift hundreds of pounds of objects, but now she directly lifts a stadium weighing tens of thousands of tons. Lorna Dane knows that he has such terrifying power, all because of Alan Exon's genetic modification. That mysterious and powerful man. Far away. Alan looked at the mutant ability that Lorna had unleashed, and there was no hesitation in his heart. After all, it was the transformation he personally carried out, and the strength that Polaris Lorna exerted was completely expected. After all, Lorna is his most perfect biomorphic yet. A big factor is definitely related to the potential of her own genes. Alan is just genetically improving it and evolving it in the right direction to maximize its potential. If you replace it with other mutants, it may not be able to transform to the strength of the 5th level mutant. The mutant genes are also divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on. Not all mutants have inherited good genes, and most people have weak mutant abilities. This is also the original intention of Professor X to create the Xavier Talent Academy. Protect the mutant from harm to your compatriots. In the trenches. Admiral Ross couldn't bear the huge amounts of pressure any longer, his aged body with weak legs suddenly fell to the ground, and his dim eyes looked at the high-altitude scene. Although he is a battle-hardened warrior, many outsiders call him a war madman, who is invincible on the battlefield and never backs down. But in fact, he is not afraid of life and death. Anyone will be afraid of death in the face of death. What's more, the enemy faced this time is stronger than ever before, and it even makes people feel extremely suffocated. The previous battles were nothing compared to the present. After all, the previous enemies were vastly different from the Lighthouse country's military strength, and few were their opponents. This time the enemy completely played them with applause. Perhaps, Alan never took them seriously, just as toys for revenge. The funny thing is that they also came here with tens of thousands of elites, but they were almost wiped out in the past 10 minutes. Not even Alan can get close. Admiral Ross, hasn't the support dispatched by your superiors arrived yet? Kenneth's face was pale, and he looked at Ross sitting on the ground and asked in a deep voice. He has been a soldier for decades and has been extremely loyal to the country. Even in the face of such a desperate situation, he is still thinking about the orders issued by his superiors. Let him stick to the last minute. The poor admiral didn't know yet that he had been abandoned by the country. Now they are helpless ships in the storm, and they may be smashed to pieces at any time. Hearing that, Admiral Ross sat on the ground with his head bowed in silence, with a helpless and ironic smile on his face, and then shook his head with a smile. Not a word was said. Ross. Kennethel was slightly taken aback when he saw that he didn't speak, and seemed to realize something. However, the roar of hatred of the shaking planes in the distance interrupted his thoughts. Roar. Disgust looked up at the stadium that was several hundred meters above his head, his hideous face showed a look of fear, and his rough forehead was covered with a large amount of cold sweat. Rao, the fearless Gamma monster, was horrified in the face of this scene. The figure above made him feel an unprecedented fear. Now, standing under a gigantic building with tens of thousands of tons, the abomination is extremely small and ridiculous. This monster, whose head is full of fighting desire, has already retreated, and those turbid eyes swept around to find an opportunity to escape. Then his feet burst out suddenly, the ground under his feet cracked and dust flew, and his huge body was like a big truck running at high speed, suddenly shot out and fled towards the back. The powerful force made him jump a few times, and he jumped more than 10 meters away. But just at this time, the huge building on the top of the head crashed down, and the speed of the fall produced a surging air pressure, falling from the sky. Huge amounts of pressure ravaged the space, making it suffocating. Roar! Boom! The behemoth avoided the manipulator and slammed into the fleeing hatred, and the big man was too small to be drowned in the blink of an eye. When a huge building with tens of thousands of tons crashed down, in an instant, an endless gust of wind raged, and the violent wind swept up the sky and filled the sky with dust and fog. The earth collapsed and collapsed under the violent impact, splashing countless rock fragments and flying sand and stones, and the endless small stones directly turned into dust and scattered everywhere. Roar! Feeling the pressure of the giant object in disgust, he stretched out his hands to support it with all his might, just like the weight of the 5 mountains and Mount Tai. Under the terrifying weight, his muscles were congested, and his whole body was bulging with blue veins. The ferocious face let out a deafening roar. But, how could it be able to withstand the weight of tens of thousands of tons? Less than a second. Boom! The 10,000 ton heavy building slammed into abomination mercilessly, and deep cracks appeared in the surroundings in an instant. The people in the trenches were not spared, maybe some people hid in the ditches to escape. But the vast majority of them died. At the moment, on the originally boundless plain, there was a dilapidated stadium. Boom! In the midst of the ruins, a sturdy arm struggled to break through the thick cement board, grabbed the edge with force, and crawled out in embarrassment. The figure was lying on the ground, breathing greedily, his body was covered with torn scars, green sticky blood flowed out of the wound, exuding a strange fishy smell. Obviously not the smell of human blood. This figure is absolutely hateful. However, he can't use the slightest strength now, and the impact of tens of thousands of tons almost shatters the bones of his body, and his body is as weak as cotton. The eyes of hatred are full of despair, and he has been enjoying the battle all the time for the past 10 years. Following in the footsteps of the Beacon Country to other countries, he won countless merits on the battlefield, and was promoted to colonel at a young age. Dissatisfied with this, he still seeks to fight. Today he finally fell. But he was not reconciled, this warrior with a strong desire to fight, longing for a powerful force. Roar! Boom! At this moment, 2 figures fell. Alan, do you want to kill him? Lorna's pretty face showed a ruthless look, the 5 fingers that were open were wrapped in green light, and the faint green light was full of danger. Leaving him here, I want to surprise the military. As he said that, Alan looked at the hatred on the ground and grinned with a sinister smile, and the golden light in his hand wrapped around the big man's body. The moribund hatred on the ground felt the heat flow into his body, and then his eyes blacked out. Before closing his pupils, a worm-like creature swept past. Lorna didn't know what he was going to do and didn't ask. At the same time, missile command. The previously bright screen had fallen into darkness, and Admiral Ross did not hide in the trenches. He seemed to have despaired of the world, and let the giants fry it into meat sauce, along with the frontline battle scenes. Roar! Has the missile been fired? When the officers of the headquarters saw this scene, they immediately reacted nervously and asked. It's fired. The drones above have acquired a new picture of the battle. 55. Hear the lieutenant's answer. The military sighed in relief and clenched their palms, squinting slightly to find Alan's position through the drone's high-altitude perspective, and soon saw that they were still where they were. Did not leave. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Alan Exxon, the mutant, is going to disappear from this world no matter what. He must not be allowed to escape, otherwise, it is very likely to be a disaster for mankind. Meanwhile, outside the small town of Krakow, the ocean on the horizon flickered with dazzling fire, followed by huge amounts of roaring sounds. Boom! On an aircraft carrier equipped with a missile system, the jet-black muzzle fired a burst of Jericho missiles with turbulent energy in the throbbing crackle, piercing the sky and attacking the town of Krakow. Hot, white flames emerged from the tail of the missile, leaving thick smoke wherever it went. A surge of turbulent airflow. The terrifying temperature formed by the Jericho missiles entered the air visible to the naked eye. At the moment of launch, the ocean below set off violent waves. Roar! The military is bound to raze Krakow to the ground. Chapter 57. Hum! Boom! There was a roar from the horizon, and the sound became more and more intense. The owner of the sound was already at a super high speed, and the flight rotated and swept across the sky, causing bursts of tearing air sounds. Soon several faint black spots appeared on the skyline, and gradually enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever they went, billows of white smoke swept up. White smoke covers the sky, and the scorching temperature distorts space. Oh, people in the military are really willing to spend all their money to deal with me. 95. Alan's eyes narrowed slightly to see the appearance of the incoming missile, and a contemptuous arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth. The missile says Jericho missile, which is a product of Star Industries. It is also the arms that Tony Stark sold to Ahan this time, and one piece is worth $500 million. It seems the military is determined to kill him. Alan, let me try it. Lorna Dan next to him looked at the approaching missile and said solemnly, I want to try it. How far has the mutant ability been developed? Alan didn't panic in the face of missiles. Anyway, wanting to kill a Superman with a missile is simply wishful thinking. Moreover, the massacre feast held in the small town of Krakow today relieved his gloomy mood. Let's see how the ants struggle first. It's not too late to take action against them. Meanwhile, missile command. Don't run. It's fine if you don't run. The commander of the command had previously seen in the data that Alan had a super speed of action, and he was always worried that he would run away after he noticed it. Unexpectedly, he did not run. And judging from the real-time screen, not only did he not run, the magnetic field-controlled Lorna Dan seemed to be planning to take the bombing of the Jericho missile. Totally stupid. The commander of the headquarters sneered and sneered. The Jericho missile is the product of Tony Stark, a well-known arms manufacturer. The missiles he designed and developed have never disappointed anyone. When the missile test was conducted in Ahan a few days ago, it directly shocked countless non-commissioned officers who came to visit. Jericho missiles are also, like Tony said, he likes to solve things with one shell, because no one can survive the second under advanced missiles. What's more, in order to destroy Alan Exxon, 5 Jericho missiles were launched at one time. A full $2.5 billion. The reason is very simple. After the superior Alan's strange variant ability, he realized the seriousness of the matter and increased the bombardment. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Boom. Hearing the roaring sound from the big screen, the commander seemed to have a chance to win, and said contemptuously, God gave you mutants a chance, but it's a pity you filthy bastards don't know how to cherish them. 35. Whereas Alan Exxon escaped from prison yesterday and found a hidden place to move. Wait for the time to come out. Then the situation of the whole world will change accordingly. But he didn't, he came out to die. Outside the town of Krakow. Dark sky. The 5 Jericho missiles, under the strong push, carried surging energy, and attacked the plane fiercely. The huge steel cannonballs fly like rockets, forming a terrifying airflow that ravages the space, forcing constant ripples in the air. Everywhere you go is the boiling heat, which instantly distorts the space. Just the distortion visible to the naked eye can make people feel the extremely hot temperature, making all things sigh. Roar! Lorna took a deep breath with a dignified expression, and stood in front with her arms outstretched without the slightest fear. She gritted her teeth and her face gradually became hideous, her eyes flashed green light, and her whole body exuded a strange green light that spread all around, forming an invisible magnetic field. The sand on the surrounding land was affected and trembled. Endless rich green ons rolled up in a vortex, frantically ravaging everything within a few dozen meters. Alan, who was standing behind, saw this scene and quickly thought of the corresponding information in his mind. The Magneto family with the ability to control any form of magnetic field. All seem to be able to use ability to create a stance that isolates matter and energy, and this stance is strong enough to withstand several thermonuclear strikes. Definitely the current Lorna is not proficient with the magnetic field ability control, but it should be enough to deal with the Jericho missile. Moreover, Lorna's variant gene can be more stable after being improved. The performance of the variant ability will naturally be better. Hi. Above the sky. The Jericho missile shell automatically disintegrated and fell off, and in an instant, the missile cylinder appeared densely packed with small bombs. It contains extremely terrifying destructive power, and if it explodes, it will definitely cause devastating damage. The hard steel shells of the 5 missiles fell one after another, revealing the extremely deterrent Scarlet bombs. Each shot has 4,000 terrifying Scarlet bombs. Roar! At this moment, such a terrifying missile has come to the sky above the Krakow plain, and then the dense small bombs automatically slide down. Look up! In an instant, the dense bombs in the entire sky enveloped the plains of Krakow like a goddess scattered flowers. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky. The scarlet bomb shone with dazzling rays of light, dyeing the earth slightly red, and bursts of extremely strange aura followed, spreading over the boundless plain. The atmosphere is rendered more tense and heavy, as if the end of the world. Buzzing. At the moment, the bomb detonator spinning in the air made a slight buzzing, and the device with monstrous destructive power inside was triggered. Finally, after touching the huge energy position formed by the green light, the small scarlet bomb was ignited. Boom! The terrifying impact generated by the explosion suddenly slammed on the energy stand, causing violent ripples to spread. The whole energy stand shielded, but trembling like jelly. Lorna gritted her teeth and held her hands firmly, her palms shot out surging energy, constantly pouring into the surrounding space. Abruptly blocked the bombing of missiles. But just now was just the beginning, as more and more scarlet bombs fell, hitting the ground and immediately blooming dazzling white light in the remote area. I saw that the earth, which had no stand to protect, was instantly torn apart by the terrifying impact of the explosion, and countless cracks in the fuselage were torn apart in an instant. The rock layer collapsed suddenly, and countless pieces of deep rock were directly turned into dust, flying everywhere. The stadium that had moved in earlier was also destroyed by a violent bombardment, and it was completely turned into a dilapidated ruin. Roar! The huge gust of wind generated by the explosion ravaged the audience, setting off a billowing cloud of dust covering the sky. What followed was the high temperature distorting the air, and the hot air surging. The endless rise in temperature made the grass that had turned yellow in autumn lit up with a blazing fire. The terrifying and hot breath spreads over the plain, as if there is fire burning in the air. The surging fire, the mighty spread. Like a flood. Looking at the curved strands from the sky, the remoteness of the entire Krakow has turned into a sea of fire. However, this is just the destructive power of the first Jericho missile. Boom boom boom. With more scarlet bombs falling, endless terrifying power madly erupted from it. It directly caused the monstrous heat wave to swell the sky. At this moment, in this small town of Krakow with a history of more than 50 years, the scattered houses were washed away by the falling bombs in an instant. Countless building debris soared hundreds of meters high. The town that originally seemed peaceful and warm, was scorched by the cannonballs, and all the houses were wrapped in flames, and some even turned into ashes. Boom! The surging aftermath of the explosion raged and spread from it, aggravating the tremors of the whole earth. Row is that the nearby mountains gradually cracked slightly after being affected. As if it could collapse at any time. Missile command. Everyone was staring at the earth on the big screen as if a boulder fell into the sea, causing dust and fog to rise into the sky, and the scene shocked countless people speechless. Even if you are not at the scene, you can feel the strong impact of the Jericho missile. At the moment, the entire Krakow plain has experienced a turbulent artillery attack, and it is already filled with billowing dust and fog, making it impossible to see the scene. But, just from the huge amounts of damage, I am afraid that the town of Krakow, which is not the main bombing site, will be directly razed to the ground. Foolish mutant! The officers at the headquarters were full of contempt. Do you really think a Tier 5 mutant alone can withstand the bombing of Jericho missiles? What a foolish idea! But this is a good thing for the military. Alan's death means that the crisis that has just emerged has been completely resolved. It's just a pity that Alan's special variant ability is found in mutant prison. They may be able to use this ability to break through projects that have been slow to progress in the biological field. After all, human beings do not hate mutant, but are afraid of mutant's powerful ability, and also have a desire for this ability. However, just as the officer was thinking, the adjutant's startled roar voice came from his ear, "Sir, there seems to be a green light in those fogs." "What?" Officer Wen Sheng looked up, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his scalp became numb in shock. "I saw a strange green light appearing in the rolling dust mist, gradually infiltrating the thick fog that covered the sky and the sun, as if something was about to rush out of the fog. Those green lights are the energy emanating from Lorna Dane. Let the aircraft carrier continue to attack." Seeing this, the officer's proud face instantly turned gloomy, and he quickly shouted to his subordinates. "Sir, their Jericho missiles have been fired." The lieutenant responded. At this time, there was a roar from the big screen, the drone was affected and the camera shook violently, and another batch of Jericho missiles hit with bursts of hissing. Soon appeared in the camera, and blasted to the plane with an offensive that penetrated Changhong. Boom! Chi! It's just that this time I didn't see the scene that I wished for. Because those Jericho missiles were entangled by the faint green light that appeared out of thin air, and even with powerful thrusters, they could not move even half a point, as if they were clamped by a pair of invisible hands. "Ask for flowers." The cylindrical missile made of steel trembled violently, as if trying to break free. But it didn't work at all. Fark! It's that damn magnetic mutant. The atmosphere of the officers of the missile command was so red that their eyes were scarlet, and they clapped their hands on the table and said through gritted teeth. He thought he would never meet Magneto in his life. Is not encountered. But met an even more disgusting guy. And there is a mutant with the ability to transform, that is, he created a 5th level mutant. Damn coward, if this BCH wasn't protecting you, these missiles could blow you into bolognese. The officer cursed. The next second, the expression on his face froze, and the words were stuck in his throat. At the moment, the 5 Jericho missiles in the high altitude of the Krakow plane actually lowered their heads under the control of Lumang and turned towards the position of the aircraft carrier. Suddenly, the officer looked nervous, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although the lighthouse country's military strength is very strong, there are only 10 aircraft carriers everywhere. Many of these aircraft carriers are old-fashioned, and the ones that happen to be off the coast of Krakow are the products of the past decade, equipped with missile systems. Now that the Jericho missile is launched, it is very likely to blow up this valuable aircraft carrier. As the dust and mist in the big screen dissipated, the scene on the plane came into view, which further deepened the shock in everyone's heart. On the plane, Alan and Lorna were unscathed, and the ground within a dozen meters of their feet was also intact, and they were not affected by the Jericho missile at all. 0. How is this possible? 99. The officer stood there in a daze, but what he was proud of was so unbearable in front of others. Boom! At this time, the Jericho missile, which had been suspended for a long time, was propelled. Then the green glow of the package dissipated, and only the green light at the end was pushed, leading the missile to launch in the direction of the aircraft carrier, and swept through the deep space at a faster speed. "Have you notified the Los Angeles fleet?" The officer subconsciously held Roar's breath and asked in a hoarse voice. The adjutant stared at the big screen with a complicated expression. Krakow coast. Several fighter jets hovered over the sea. Boom! The dignified captain on the Los Angeles aircraft carrier stared at the sky with his binoculars. The huge aircraft carrier under his feet slowly started to drive towards the rear, and the sea water caused huge waves and surging under the impetus of the giant object. Countless people on the deck looked nervous. The short-range anti-aircraft missile system on the side of the aircraft carrier, as well as the confidential 3-row close-range anti-aircraft guns, are on guard. Boom! At the moment, the densely packed scarlet missiles appeared on the horizon, and a layer of green light floated up and down, and its existence made the bombs that should have fallen. It flew straight towards the Los Angeles aircraft carrier like a rocket, and it contained endless energy until it was released and exploded. Don't wait for the captain's order. The orderly personnel on the aircraft carrier immediately entered a combat state, and the air defense system on the side launched a series of interceptor missiles. The dense muzzles near the air defense also flashed fire, firing sharp bullets. The fighter jets also went up to intercept them. But a scene that surprised everyone appeared, and those scarlet bombs seemed to come alive. Skillfully dodge incoming missiles. Rao was a nimble fighter and was directly hit by a bomb that was turned into a tracking weapon, sending up billowing black smoke and crashing into the ocean. Then the scarlet bomb dived more violently towards the aircraft carrier. Surrounded by Lorna's powerful energy, it landed on the aircraft carrier in just 1 second. Next second, it crashed down under the terrified eyes of countless people. Huge and bulky aircraft carriers simply cannot be avoided. Then, boom! With the fall of the bomb and the explosion, the monstrous and scorching waves rolled. At the moment, the impact force generated by the tens of thousands of bombs covered the entire aircraft carrier. The surrounding sea water was ravaged by hot waves and began to boil. Looking at the high altitude, the huge Los Angeles aircraft carrier is like floating on the sea. A city of fire. Boom! At this time, the carrier's arsenal was ignited. Then an explosion roared through the sky, and the endless wreckage of the aircraft carrier shattered and splashed. The huge aftermath of the explosion caused huge waves on the sea. The people of the missile command were stunned, unable to return to their senses for a long time, not knowing what to say. But they know. A war between mutants and humans will officially begin from this moment. This terrible battle. The strange variant ability shown by Alan Exxon. Transforming the almost perverted mutant. It will definitely shock the entire Lighthouse country, and even the high-level personnel around the world. And the name Alan Exxon will become the target of countless people. Bulletin. Chapter 58. Missile Command. At the moment, the dim command room fell into an eerie silence, and the big screen flickered with dazzling white light, reflecting on the heavy faces of everyone. A drone in the sky, overlooking the ocean below. The huge Los Angeles nuclear aircraft carrier on the sea was washed away by tens of thousands of scarlet bombs, with terrifying destructive power. The huge explosion caused by its burning munitions directly shattered the maritime overlord, turning it into countless pieces of steel wreckage and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Row is that the explosion of the Jericho missile has ended, and the high temperature generated by it makes the sea water boil. The burning wreckage floating on the sea gave off a dazzling fire that did not go out for a long time. No one survived the entire nuclear aircraft carrier, and even the fighter planes hovering above were bombarded. Fall into the endless sea. Seeing this scene, the entire hall fell into dead silence, and everyone looked solemn. The commander's complexion was shrouded in gloom, his brows revealed anger, his clenched fists and his teeth were tightly shut, all suppressing the anger in his heart. The one that was blown up was a nuclear aircraft carrier worth tens of billions of dollars. Tens of billions of dollars are just the carrier of the Los Angeles aircraft carrier, not counting other equipment on the aircraft carrier. And this aircraft carrier is currently the most advanced in the Lighthouse country, and it took several years to build it. It's not just money, it's time. And they not only failed to solve the crisis at their doorstep, but even paid a heavy price. Definitely the biggest problem is not face anymore. Although the top management of the Lighthouse country is very concerned about face, but they also understand the biggest problem in front of them. It's Alan Exxon. Just now, they had already seen Lorna Dan's strength at 19. They had completely reached the 5th level, mutant, alpha level. The most daunting thing is that Lorna is only 17 years old and still has the potential to grow. There may be other existences that reach a higher level. Above the 5th level. It is the top existence at the top of pyramids, Omega level. It is equivalent to a god in the mutant race, with the ability to control the synthesis and decomposition of matter, and even control the molecular structure. And the Omega-level mutant represents infinite potential and infinite possibilities. Sir, do you want to continue sending troops? Seeing the gloomy expression on his own father's face, the adjutant asked a question out of nowhere. Let our people go to die. The officer said angrily, and then he took a deep breath and said solemnly, a mutant of this level is no longer something that ordinary troops can deal with. 99. Even the missiles didn't work against them at all. He frowned and rubbed his brows worriedly. The most difficult enemy ever faced was Sebastian Shaw, but Magneto and X-Men solved it. It was just the wrong decision of the military that created another Sebastian Shaw, also known as Magneto of the Mutant Brotherhood. And now there's another Alan Exxon, who's tougher than the previous two. As long as he exists in this world, it is a huge amount of threat to humans. If he hides this time, we may have a hard time finding him. The officer took a deep breath and looked at the picture presented on the big screen. I know in my heart that a powerful mutant, if he chooses to disappear and hide, it will be harder to find them than to go to heaven. Alan Exxon has avenged his revenge, and may do so next. At this time, the operator of the drone controlled the fuselage to fly towards the Krakow plane, and the scene below came into view, and I saw the original two figures standing there. However, the man in the suit below seemed to notice the drone in the air and raised his head to look at the drone. Those bloodthirsty and icy eyes are unfathomable, like an abyss that makes people feel horrified when they look at them, and the strange arc outlined by the corners of the mouth seems to be contempt for the military. Then his deep pupils glowed red. The next second, the camera shakes violently and the screen goes black. Fake, he is provoking the majesty of the lighthouse country. The commander of the headquarters slapped the table angrily, his face somber that water was about to drip. Sir, President Ellis call. 99. The adjutant next to him reminded. Hearing this, the officer was slightly taken aback. It seems that this incident has already alarmed the damn politicians, and there is a high probability that someone will use this incident to make a fuss. After all, the interior of the lighthouse country is not harmonious. But he heard that Trask Industries, which cooperates with the official, is developing Sentinel against Mutant. Perhaps, the future will be a key step to turn the situation around. At the same time, the Krakow plain was almost turned into ruins, and the earth cracked and scattered, forming deep cracks that spread. Looking around, the hot land has not yet dispersed, and the heat wave that emerges distorts the air. The only intact land left on the plains. Alan stood there frowning, staring silently at the devastated town in the distance. Lorna, who was next to her, turned away without being disturbed. She had already learned about Alan before. She knew in her heart how fragile and painful this man, who looked like a devil in the eyes of countless people, was in fact. Although he has such a powerful strength, he can't protect his family. This also aggravated Lorna's hatred of humans, especially those who seem to be sanctimonious, but are doing morally depraved things behind their backs. Even innocent little girls are not spared. A problem with one person means a problem with the entire system. How could the official people not know what Josh did, and they just condoned him? After all, in the eyes of official personnel, Mutant will eventually be sent to the cold operating table, and after making the last contribution to mankind, he will completely disappear from this world. Thinking that Lorna was already wrapped in green light, he soared into the air and flew towards a forest in the distance. Wait for the girl to leave. Staring at the town, Alan took a deep breath and suppressed the gradually unstable emotions in his heart. But his expression seemed to be numb. But countless past memories flashed through his mind like slideshows, and the fragmentary images were so fresh in his memory, which made his eyes redden unconsciously, and Roar's suction gradually became heavy. Once, the town of Krakow was the place where he and his family lived happily and left many good memories. Until now, Alan still remembers that, because of his mutant status, he hardly left the town after marrying Sivir. And his wife did not complain at all, and only hoped to grow old with him in this beautiful coastal town. But now it's all in vain. Alan hates Josh, hates Chakel, hates this dirty world, but he hates his wrong decision even more. If the ship is left to be torn apart in the wind and rain, then nothing will happen. But all repentance is too late. He stared blankly at the town in front of him that looked like the ruins of the apocalypse, and his red eyes were full of complicated expressions. What's the use of revenge? Rao is because he has the strength to destroy this planet, but he is also useless and has nothing. Family is everything to him. Roar. Alan's long roar tone, strong negative emotions stimulated the nerves. Rao is because he has super strength, and he feels extremely powerless at the moment, as if huge amounts of celestial bodies are falling on him, and he can't breathe. Boom. Next second. His eyes sank, his strong feet suddenly stepped on the ground, and a deafening roar sounded, and the ground within a dozen meters of his feet burst apart, raising endless dust and mist. Huge amounts of movement resounded across the plains. Immediately afterwards, the whole person disappeared in place in an instant, and the dark clouds that had shrouded the sky suddenly dissipated. Above the atmosphere, a figure like a meteor pierced through the thick layer of air, sending out bursts of violent sonic booms, blowing a fierce and incomparable wind raging. Everywhere you go, there are turbulent waves. Roar. In just 1 second, the figure disappeared from the earth and appeared in the vast universe. He is exactly Alan who was in the Krakow plain just now. Alan tried his best to calm down his irritable emotions. Facing the golden scorching sun, he closed his eyes and slowly opened his arms, feeling the rays from the fixed star and the interlaced radiation in the universe. These things are deadly to ordinary people. But after he absorbed it, he was able to convert it into energy, constantly expanding the Kryptonian cells in his body. But even so, Alan was still not satisfied with that. Slow, too slow. Rao came to outer space to absorb the energy of fixed star, and the speed of growth and evolution is still too slow. This body with infinite potential seems to never be able to reach saturation, nor can it be satisfied with endless absorption. Alan couldn't have waited so long for the growth of Krypton's bloodline. There was a strong sense of loneliness in his heart, and he was extremely eager to resurrect his family, but he didn't have the patience to wait. System, how can we speed up the growth rate? Only then did Alan remember the system, and roar called out in his heart. Then the system's icy prompt sounded in his mind. The host only needs to complete the 110 tasks issued by the system to get the way to improve the super template. The short mission was completed while in mutant prison. At that time, Alan had no intention to manage the system reward at all. After all, at that time, he had already been swept away by the anger of hatred, and he was not in the mood to care about other things at all. He now remembered to open the system warehouse, which contained 2 things. Item, Utopia Artificial Island. Brief introduction: this is a huge artificial island of science and technology, with the advanced level of science and technology leading the world, and living on it can avoid many troubles. This seems to pave the way for the long-term task that follows. Alan just swept away, and then his eyes fell on the second reward, and his dim eyes suddenly flickered. Item, Absorption Multiplier Enhancement Card. Brief introduction: use this card to speed up energy absorption for half an hour. Compared with the previous rewards, the absorption of multiplier cards is the most important. In Alan's eyes, the establishment of the so-called mutant kingdom is purely for the purpose of obtaining system rewards. As for whether to keep this world in captivity, he doesn't care at all, anyway, after he has enough strength. What about a planet? Even the entire universe can be reshaped. It's just that the multiplier card only has half an hour, which is too short. However, it is reasonable to think about it. What he has completed is only a short-term task. Use the multiplier card. Thinking about it, Alan used this card without hesitation. The fixed star energy that was shot in the face instantly became extremely turbulent and pure, and was poured into the body frantically. The Krypton cells in the body were also intensifying absorption and division, constantly compressing and enhancing the strength of the cells. In an instant, he could clearly feel the stronger power gradually condensing. It was born from the surging of the strongest Kryptonian bloodline. However, in front of the bloodline of infinite potential, it seems so insignificant. I have to say that just the effect of an enhancement card has allowed Alan to achieve a level that far exceeds the level of growth in the previous 2 days. He wants more. At this time, Alan slowly opened his eyes, turned to look at the blue planet in front of him, and a dangerous light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 59. At the moment, after the Battle of Krakow, which lasted for several hours, in the White House far west of Hwaju, the current President Ellis called an emergency meeting. The meeting caused a sensation among the top leaders of various departments and organizations in the Lighthouse country. Everyone was shocked by this. The person who made the giant of the Lighthouse country tremble before seemed to be the Black Emperor more than 10 years ago. Later, when they learned about the Battle of Krakow, they realized the importance of the meeting. Mutant, who escaped from the western prison yesterday, started a massacre in the coastal area of Krakow, killing more than 100,000 people. Among them, there are tens of thousands of elite troops. And the meritorious old General Thaddeus E. Ross. They all died on the battlefield before they could wait for support. Hundreds of thousands. Such a brutal massacre and indifference to life, how can one not feel angry? Moreover, the battle took place in the Lighthouse country, and many of the older generation could not accept it for a while. After all, the Lighthouse country has been firmly in the position of world hegemon for a long time, and such a tragedy has not happened for a long time. White House Conference Room. The center of the rectangular conference table. President Ellis sat in the chair with a solemn expression and said solemnly, "Everyone, I'm sorry to hold this meeting at this time. But this meeting concerns the safety of the Lighthouse Nation, and even the safety of all mankind." He took a deep breath and said in a very heavy tone, "Mutants' indifference and trampling on life caused hundreds of thousands of innocent lives to fall on the land of the Lighthouse country." 35. Hearing this, the faces of the people on both sides of the rectangular table were gloomy, and their brows revealed solemnity. Originally, many people hated Mutant in their hearts, and now they know what happened in the Battle of Krakow. He already hated Mutant to the core, and wanted to smash Mutant into thousands of pieces. "Mr. Ellis, there is one thing you need to understand, it's Alan's cause, not the entire mutant race." The person who spoke was Mutant with hair and blue skin. He elegantly wore a pair of glasses. Those piercing glasses looked towards President Ellis and said slowly. He was Beast, Hank McCoy, Director of the Mutant Affairs Division. "Sorry, Mr. Hank. Today's events have affected me too much, maybe you can understand after watching this video." Ellis looked at an officer on the side and said, "Admiral Cousins, please." The officer was clearly the head of the Eastern Missile Command. He received a call from the president and immediately flew to Hwaju to attend the meeting. "Yes." 35. Hearing the sound, Cousins stood up and put the computer screen on the big screen. At the moment, everyone's eyes are looking at the big screen, with doubts in their eyes. In the screen, there were still 2 people standing on the Krakow plain, and then several Jericho missiles fell, causing an earth-shattering explosion, and the drones in the sky trembled. Everyone vaguely guessed that the 2 were mutants, and immediately became interested, and they felt much better when they saw the tragic explosion. But just as the explosion created a cloud of dust that covered the sky, one after another, a faint green light penetrated out. "Are they still alive?" After seeing this scene, an official's pupils suddenly shrank in surprise. Roar said, How is it possible? Tens of thousands of bombs can raise the mountains to the ground, how can they withstand such a terrifying bombing? My God! Originally thought that the Jericho missile would kill Mutant, but under such a violent bombardment, he still survived. This made the high-level officials present gradually become more solemn. Although the Black Emperor had shown the same ability before, they did not forget how much effort they had put into killing the Black Emperor when they were dealing with him. And that's with the help of Magneto. Now Magneto has become the enemy of mankind, and stands in the camp of the opposite of mankind. Another powerful mutant appeared. Boom! At this time, the roar of missiles continued to be heard on the big screen, and another group of Jericho missiles attacked violently. Everyone subconsciously held Roar's breath and looked tense. Knowing that this video appeared here, it must be that Mutant in the video did not die. But their psychological effect is looking forward to the death of these 2 mutants. Boom! Suddenly, another outrageous scene appeared on the screen. I saw that there was a Mach 2 missile on the flight that was suddenly intercepted by the green light, and the green light wrapped around the whole body of the missile. Then it seems that there are a pair of invisible hands, moving the missile and hitting it back. The next screen. That is, the Los Angeles aircraft carrier was destroyed in a terrifying explosion and turned into a city of fire on the sea. End. In the place where the Jericho missile bombed, the two stood there intact, as if they were not affected at all. For a moment, the video goes out under black. My lord! Oh, God! After watching this video, many people couldn't calm down for a long time. They repeated the same words back and forth in their mouths, and their faces turned pale and seemed extremely heavy. The strength shown by Lorna Dan in the video really made the scalps of countless people numb. Rao is also stunned by Beast Hank, who is also a mutant. Her energy is magnetically controlled like Eric, but she is far stronger than Eric. Cousins closed the monitor and swept across the crowd with different expressions, said solemnly. FK, one Magneto was enough of a headache, now another goddamn BCH. An official couldn't help cursing. This matter should be left to the X-Men, who are good at dealing with mutants. That's right, let the X-Men handle it, these are all their compatriots, didn't those goddamn guys say they want to protect humans? Anyway, this mutant must never be allowed to grow up. How old is she? 20 at most, fake, this is the worst news of the day. A number of senior officials have expressed their opinions. After seeing such a powerful mutant, their mood now is equivalent to being poured 2 buckets of cold water in a row. One is the massacre of the Battle of Krakow, and the other is Lorna Dan. The most terrifying thing is not that the enemy is strong. Often the most frightening thing is that the enemy has infinite potential, and it is never possible to imagine how far she will grow. So many people feel that they must find Lorna's whereabouts as soon as possible and eradicate it completely. Sorry, I meant to say Lorna Dan wasn't the most dangerous. Cousins shook his head and cast a new video on the big screen. Afterwards, he fixed the video on an oriental face and continued, you should all know him, Alan Exxon, who put him in the C position on the Daily Clarion last night. He is the most dangerous. When the high-level executives heard this, they looked at each other with puzzled expressions, and the people present were naturally Alan Exxon. What happened in the Western prison yesterday also caused a stir in the entire military. They all got to know each important person for the first time. And checked the tapes of the time. It's just that a large percentage of the tapes were intentionally damaged. Therefore, the surveillance video I saw is somewhat defective, but I have a preliminary judgment on the strength of most of the mutants. 18. Didn't see Alan Exxon excelling. He almost never took a shot in the battle, and even when Jericho was bombed by missiles, he was hiding behind Lorna Dan. It doesn't seem to be strong. Admiral Cousins, are you sure you're not mistaken? An official couldn't help but wondered. Don't worry, I had someone repair a video just now, and you'll understand after watching it. Saying that, Cousins pressed the play button. A dim picture appeared on the big screen, and if you look closely, it was the scene of the Western Prison Laboratory. Many people stared at the video with curiosity. Although the surveillance camera is a little blurry, it is still clear that Alan Ackerson is standing in front of Lorna, with golden light from his hands wrapping around the girl's whole body. Immediately after, the weak girl was baptized by golden light. Immediately, the green light emanating from it became more intense, filling the surrounding space, and then the girl lightly held a piece of equipment, and the equipment weighing thousands of pounds was easily overturned. The video is fast, flickering off after a few seconds of rendering these important clips. You think Alan Ackerson transformed Lorna Dan? The officer next to him realized something, his face changed drastically and he stood up, pointing to the big screen and asking. Yes, Alan's mutant ability is modification, which can improve mutant genes to make mutant more powerful. Lorna was changed because of the defective video. But judging from the abilities shown by the mutants, they should have all been transformed, but not as powerful as Lorna of 5. After listening to what Admiral Cousins said, everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the gaffe. What is the concept of having the ability to transform and transform? Alan's ability can continuously improve and modify mutant genes, and repair unstable genes. Even let the mutant gene evolve, like Lorna. Dan's previous ability is just a fledgling. If following previous growth, it would take at least decades for her to have such a powerful ability. It is also possible that she will be stuck in a bottleneck, limiting her growth. But with Alan's help, she simply skips the growth phase and stimulates the potential in her genes. The existence of Alan means that the entire mutant race will be turned upside down. All in all, the strength of the entire race will be greatly improved. The original mutant, which is already superior, will be even better. Admiral Cousins, you clearly know Alan's danger, why did you let him go? God, his ability is a huge amount of disaster for mankind. Several seconds of things transformed into a powerful mutant, can't imagine what will happen next. At this moment, Rao is a high-level official who has been ups and downs for many years, and he can't calm down and show panic. With Lorna around, I'm afraid it will take hydrogen and nuclear bombs to stop them. Cousin's dignified face was full of helplessness, he shook his head and sighed, also, that damn coward of Alan Ackerson, now his revenge has been avenged. It may have been hiding like a mouse. Heard. The entire White House conference room fell into a strange silence, and everyone frowned. I understand in my heart. If a rat hides in the sewers, you'll be hard-pressed to find it even if you rummage all over the lighthouse country. Moreover, this world is not only the lighthouse country. If Alan, the goddamn mouse, escaped to a remote area and refused to come out, then it really didn't work. Ladies and gentlemen, don't frown so much, it's not without good news. 99. President Ellis's majestic voice sounded, and those sharp eyes swept across the crowd, as if he had full confidence in this so-called good news. He saw that all eyes fell on him, and said slowly, Mr. Worthington, he has successfully developed the antidote for mutant. 99. Mutant antidote? What it is? Everyone, including mutant beast Hank, expressed doubts. Accurately speaking, it is an antibody that can inhibit mutant genes and make them completely ineffective. Worthington, who had been silent, explained with a smile. How is this possible? Beast Hank stood up suddenly, incredulous. Mr. Hank, nothing is impossible. President Ellis smiled and responded unhurriedly. That is, as long as the antidote can be ingested by the mutants, their mutant ability can be suppressed? The rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief, finally hearing good news. The emergence of mutant antidote will undoubtedly become a great tool for mankind to reverse the situation. But there is another big problem ahead. An officer asked, will mutant take the antidote? That's why I called Mr. Hank here, and I hope you will be able to convince Charles. 35. Besides, he's in charge of Alan, and that damn guy is mutant. President Ellis looked at Beast Hank next to him with an unpredictable expression on his face. I'll go. Knowing that people had to bow their heads under the eaves, Beast Hank nodded. However, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Alan's photo on the big screen, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Also, I'll get the PR people to make it public about what Alan did, and the culprit who deserves to die can't be taken lightly. The meeting is dismissed. 35. President Ellis' eyes flashed darkly, and his tone was extremely gloomy. Definitely what he said about publishing crimes would naturally distort the facts, anyway, this method is a commonplace in the lighthouse country. And Alan was made public so that the whole world would understand that dealing with mutant now is not just a matter for the lighthouse nation. It's about all mankind. It will definitely attract the attention of the world at that time, and perhaps it has already attracted attention now. Moment. Wait until everyone in the conference room has left. Admiral Cousins next to him hesitated for a while, then asked doubtfully, Mr. Ellis, why don't you talk about Sentinel? The original intention of creating Sentinel is to hunt mutant. If we say Beast leaked things out, will Charles still listen to us obediently? Ellis sneered. Another part of the reason is that Sentinel is in the research and development stage and does not yet have the ability to fight against powerful mutants. Trask is working on Sentinel that replicates the mutant ability. That's right, the Trask of this universe has accelerated the progress of his research and development under the fierce friction between mutant and humans. It won't be long before the last piece of the puzzle is put together. Create a powerful Sentinel. That's why Ellis wasn't so touched after learning of Alan Exon's existence. Because that Sentinel, Rao, is Magneto and not a rival. It will be the end of Mutant. However, Hwaja White House was in an emergency meeting. The men of S.H.I.E.L.D. came to Krakow to take their moribund hatred away. Originally, Alan left the military gift. It flowed into the mouth of Nick Fury, the old man, but he didn't expect it to be this greedy move. Another huge amount of damage to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 60. Hwaju S.H.I.E.L.D. Tri-Wing Building. The Jericho missile didn't kill Alan. Nick Fury's eyes are full of disbelief. He has been waiting for the final result of the war. But I never expected to wait for such news. This is a video from Admiral Cousins saying there's something you need to know. 99. Hill handed the tablet in his hand to the table, looking a little tired. Phil Coulson was on the brink of death, and most of the task now fell on her shoulders. Because there are not many people in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. that Nick Fury can trust. Except Phil Coulson is Hill. As for Black Widow and Hawkeye, the former is a two-faced female agent, while the latter is a brutal killer. Neither is fully trustworthy. Alan's variant ability is alteration. At the moment Nick Fury has finished watching the video, and his shocked expression gradually became solemn, as if he saw something very devastating. The video was carefully edited to bring out all the important content. After watching it once, people will know the message of the whole video. Alan Exon has the ability to modify organisms. The mighty mutant Lorna. Dan is the product of his hands. And hard against Jericho missiles is the best proof of strength. Rao is the destructive explosion that can't kill her. What could be more convincing than this? Mommy fake. Nick Fury looked gloomy and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Originally, I wanted to use the military's hands to get rid of Alan, so that I could avenge Phil Coulson. Rao, this wily super agent, did not expect that the strength shown by Alan Exon was not very strong. But he actually has the transformation ability as his trump card. It means that the previous assessment of Alan is completely wrong, and he is extremely dangerous. And its ability has threatened the safety of the entire human race. As the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, it's been dealing with similar supernatural events or things that threaten the safety of the planet. This brings to Nick Fury's mind a plan from many years ago, the Avengers plan. The reason why he had this idea is that he came into contact with Captain Marvel Carol and saw the existence of powerful civilizations outside the Earth. Now look at this plan ahead of schedule. These days, this super agent has a bad feeling in his heart. Boss. While thinking about it, Hill's roar shouted in his ears, how to solve Alan's matter next. If I were him, I wouldn't be there anytime soon. Nick Fury thought about it. After all, for Alan, his revenge has been avenged, and the military has paid a heavy price. Next, you just need to recharge your batteries and wait for the opportunity. However, almost everyone thought so, but no one knew that Alan didn't want to wait for a moment. He will use the fastest speed to finish what he has to do. Nick Fury then continued, but try to find him. Hill nodded, knowing the importance of this matter in her heart, and then she thought of something. Boss, the bronchus you asked us to pay attention to has been found. However, he was seriously injured, and he was dying when he was found, and the bones all over his body were shattered by the huge impact, but the miraculous thing is that he is still alive until now. Alive? Nick Fury's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he got up quickly and said, take me to see it. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been working on the research and development of super soldier serum for so many years, but there has been no breakthrough for many years, and many serums have side effects. Like the super soldier serum injected by the military into Blanquith, his body will gradually deform and deform. After the second serum injection, the colonel's spine has bulged. And it will subtly distort people's psychology. In fact, this problem has always existed. It was only when Captain Steve Rogers had a great sense of justice that he did not reveal the ugly scene of serum. But Bronchi's incarnate hatred. It really surprised Nick Fury. After all, the strength and physique displayed by the abomination far exceeded the mutation brought by the super soldier. Perhaps, it will bring a new breakthrough to the super soldier serum that has not progressed for many years. What Nick Fury didn't know was that the hate that was sent had already been transformed, like a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment. Xavier Academy of Giftedness. Today's academy is the same as usual, everything is calm and peaceful. The kids went to class as usual, carefree, but an uninvited guest knocked on the door of Charles's office. The person who came was Beast Hank, who had just left the White House. In fact, he was also one of the earliest X-Men and still kept in touch with the Academy. But Charles didn't welcome him. As the director of the Mutant Affairs Department, Hank is quite busy with his affairs compared to the cabinet members, and he has no spare time to come to the college at all. As the saying goes, if there is nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall, he will definitely have something to do when he comes. However, Charles still expressed joy to his old friends, knowing that they had known each other decades ago, and their feelings were naturally very deep. "Charles, I'm actually here to tell you something." 35. After chatting for a while, Hank went straight to the point and said solemnly, "There is a pharmaceutical company that has developed an antibody that can inhibit the mutant gene, which can permanently inhibit the mutant gene." The big man with blue skin and elegant demeanor, with a long roar tone, said slowly and solemnly, "It is an antidote that can cure mutant." Just finished speaking. The atmosphere of the entire office became very strange, everyone's faces were frozen, and there was a slight anger in their eyes. They all know that the so-called antidote for mutant is actually an excuse for human beings to suppress and deal with mutant. Before Charles could react, the storm next to him said coldly, "We are not patients, why should we be cured? There is danger in the words. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Perhaps, this will be the only chance for peaceful coexistence between the two races. The government wants the support of the X-Men." Hank swallowed and looked at Charles, who was sitting across from him, and said slowly. Hearing this, Charles knew in his heart that even if X-Men did not support it, the inhibitory antibodies would still be listed, and he came to the Academy just to give them a notice. "I also understand in my heart. Once the so-called mutant antidote is on the market, it will not resolve the conflict between the two groups. On the contrary, it will intensify the friction between the two ethnic groups, and may even cause a large-scale war." Boom. Fake. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly opened from the outside, and a fierce figure rushed in. It was Wolverine Logan, who had just returned to the Academy. He was already angry in the small town of Krakow, but he didn't expect to hear what Hank said when he came back. Immediately, the JB fire in the chest was more difficult to suppress, and he asked angrily, "The mutant ability is our only weapon, it brings us safety, but if we really lose it, can we really be safe? No, human beings will only hurt us even more, studying us all the time." The more Logan spoke, the more excited he kept flashing through his mind in the small town of Krakow. He understood that between the two races, either you died or I died. From that moment on, his heart has undergone a subtle change, causing the Wolverine of this universe to grow in another direction. "Logan? Aren't you supposed to be in Krakow?" Seeing that he was so irritable as soon as he came back, Storm immediately thought of the task of the two and wondered. "Logan, calm down." Cyclops Scott, who followed closely behind, arrived, with distress and irritability between his brows. He persuaded Logan to go all the way, and also heard explosions from Krakow. Originally wanted to leave Logan and go back to check on the situation, but the military had blocked the way at that time. "I had to go back to the Academy with Logan." "Have you been to Krakow?" Hank was a little surprised to hear this, and the Alan Exxon thing came to his mind. "Actually, I came here for another thing." 35. "You say?" Charles smiled bitterly in his heart. Everyone has developed inhibitory antibodies, but he still has to bow to the government. "Mr. Ellis, I hope you can catch Alan Exxon as soon as possible. He is now listed as the most wanted man in the entire Lighthouse country, and..." Hank hesitated, but finally said, "This morning he massacred more than 100,000 people in Krakow." For a time, everyone in the office felt some scalp tingling. What is the concept of slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people in a few hours? Never before in the history of the Lighthouse War have so many people died at one time. Moreover, now is the modern society. It is rare to see such large-scale casualties. And the man who had just escaped from prison yesterday, in a blink of an eye, went to the east and started killing hundreds of thousands of people. Is he the devil? I'll leave this to you. Beast Hank got up and tidied up his suit, then walked straight to the door, leaving the crowd full of disbelief. Just after we left? With hindsight, Logan remembered that he heard a roar not long after leaving. It seemed to be the army, and he was so angry that he didn't notice what was going on there. Yes. Cyclops Scott on the side nodded. And Charles looked at the departing back, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he could clearly perceive that the second half of the sentence was not what Hank wanted to say. What made him change his tongue temporarily? But the professor didn't go into it, and now the government is treating Mutant more and more severely. Perhaps Hank also has something to hide. But that Alan Exxon deserves attention, a mutant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Even the government is deterred. Charles tapped his fingers on the chair, wondering what he was thinking. At the same time, Hwajus.H.I.E.L.D. Tri-Wing Building Laboratory. A tank of green form Alan contained a ferocious behemoth, with an oxygen tank in his mouth, his chest rising and falling from time to time, proving that he was still alive. Director, this is the latest test report result. The researcher's test report was projected into the air, and a string of data blinked in front of him. How is it possible? Is he still alive? Nick Fury's pupils contracted suddenly after reading the report. His tone was extremely shocked. It said that all the organs of his body were broken and damaged, and the bones of his whole body were also shattered. Director, he's still alive but his consciousness is a little blurry. But the cells in his body are very active, as if they will never fail, like Bronchies himself. The researcher opened another piece of data excitedly. He's going to be a good experimenter. Nick Fury heard these words with a look of satisfaction on his face, but first you have to figure out what makes the super soldier serum work so well. I don't think any of the experimenters would experience such a situation as hatred. Moreover, the strength and hatred of those experimental subjects are too far away. We found some kind of radiation in the blood, but there are no results yet. The researcher stood in front of the huge amounts of formalin jar, shook the serum tube in his hand, and explained. Radiation, it may be the key. Hearing this, Nick Fury had a big man who had also undergone radiation transformation in his mind. But at present, no one has found his whereabouts. Yet at this time, no one noticed the behemoth soaked in formalin, and slowly opened its ferocious scarlet eyes. Chapter 61. Roar, who? The behemoth soaked in the formalin jar slowly opened his eyes. Those ferocious scarlet eyes revealed endless danger, and countless tiny reptiles passed by. His fingers trembled slightly, fluctuating the viscous liquid, making slight ripples. But outside, Nick Fury and others did not find any abnormality, and their attention was on the disgusting sampling report, which was shocking. With such a serious injury, it is difficult for anyone to survive. But the hatred still had vital signs. It's just a curious phenomenon that the body of Abomination doesn't show any self-healing. This is very puzzling. It stands to reason that he has such a tenacious physique. Its self-healing ability should not be bad either. Moreover, he has been injected with super soldier serum, which is supposed to have super function and metabolism, and will automatically heal the injury. But no, the current hatred is like a vegetable. He is a big man who has completely lost the ability to move, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to wake up in the future. Boss, there's an email from Mr. Ellis. At this time, the Hill agent came in from outside. Go outside and talk. Hearing this, Nick Fury put down the report in his hand, turned around and walked out. Just as he walked out on his back, the jar full of formalin cracked quietly. In the corridor outside the laboratory, Worthington Pharmaceuticals is preparing to market an antibody that inhibits the mutant gene 5. Hill's eyebrows were furrowed, his expression extremely solemn. It looks like it won't be peaceful for a long time to come. Nick Fury stroked his beard and said solemnly. If the Battle of Krakow is mutants' official declaration of war on all mankind, then the so-called antidote for mutant will be the fuse that will completely detonate the entire racial riot. This also means that the two races have embarked on a road of incompatibility since then. An unprecedented war may break out in the future. Ellis seems to be winning. Just when the two exchanged, the sound of huge amounts of explosions came from the laboratory, resounding through the entire floor. Roar. 39. An angry roar followed, and the basement trembled with the violent trampling. It seemed that a behemoth woke up. Fuck, what's the matter? Hearing the movement inside, Nick Fury realized that his face suddenly changed greatly. He quickly took out the pistol on his waist, turned and rushed towards the laboratory. Hill behind also showed vigilance and followed closely. Sure enough, the screams inside confirmed the thoughts of the director. Colonel Bronchus. He's awake. What? Accompanied by the heartbreaking screams of the scientific researchers, the heavy door of the laboratory was smashed open, and the half-broken body was drenched in blood. Taste. Which is mixed with the odor of formalin. Made fark. Seeing this, Nick Fury cursed in a low voice. He did not choose to enter the laboratory, but leaned against the wall beside the door and pressed the alarm button. In an instant, the sirens of the entire Tri-Wing building blared loudly. When everyone heard the siren, they immediately entered the combat state, and their faces were solemn. The sound of the siren meant that someone had invaded the headquarters. You must know that this is the headquarters of the most powerful intelligence organization on Earth, and it stores the most top-secret information in the world, and those materials are all retro archives. There must be no loss at all. Now someone has invaded. Definitely they didn't know it was the greed of their own director who led the wolf into the house. But soon the S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Service team rushed to the basement, and S.H.I.E.L.D. also attached great importance to the basement. After all, there are many scientific research projects there, which can even be said to be one of the important parts of the future development of mankind. At the moment. Basement. After Nick Fury pressed the alarm, he waved to Hill in the back, motioning to leave the place. Although he was curious about how he managed to stand up again when his hatred was shattered all over his body, he also knew that two people alone could not deal with the big monster inside. Hill in the back understands. However, at this moment, when she turned around and was about to leave, there was an abnormal sound from the laboratory wall on the side. Next second. Boom. A huge arm suddenly pierced through the hard concrete, and suddenly grabbed the Hill agent's head, holding it tightly and unable to move half a minute. Hill, 99. Seeing this, Nick Fury's heart tightened. He quickly picked up the firearm in his hand, aimed at the blue-veined arm and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang! The jet-black muzzle flickered, and a sharp bullet swept out, hitting the rough arm of Abomination. It's just that the bullet doesn't seem to have any effect on it, as if it hit the steel plate without leaving any traces. Rather, it provokes hatred. Roar! With the deafening roar, the hand that was holding Hill's head suddenly tightened, and strong pressure gathered on the fragile head. Boom! Immediately after, Nick Fury saw the heart-shaking scene. The only trusted subordinate in front of him, his head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Endless blood swayed in the air, reflecting a crystal-clear luster in the shimmering light. During this period, a lot of viscous and hot blood splashed onto the face of the super agent, and slid down the ground along his face. Rao is Nick Fury, who has seen many big scenes. At this moment, he also stood there in a daze, and the blood was stained on his blurred face, and he couldn't see the slightest expression. Boom! It wasn't until Hill's headless body fell heavily to the ground that the loud noise brought him back to reality. Looking at the bodies of his subordinates on the ground, his eyes were full of grief and anger. Hill died. The only person he could trust in the end died tragically in front of him. As a boss, he is powerless. Moreover, I am afraid that even the Tahiti plan will not be able to revive it this time. That plan could only revive those with intact remains. Boom! Inside the concrete wall, the blood-stained arms ripped apart the wall with great profit, revealing half of his body from the inside. However, he was full of formalin hatred, and when he saw Nick Fury, his eyes were full of endless murderous intent. Roar! With a roar, the huge body of hatred smashed the wall and rushed out, like a runaway beast rushing towards the director. When both feet stepped on the ground, the floor tiles cracked. Due to the size of the hated, when he appeared in the corridor, his body directly hit the ceiling, but under the powerful force, the concrete ceiling was forcibly washed away. Everywhere it went, it was broken, and the tiles were flying. FK. Nick Fury came to his senses, reacted immediately and rolled to the side. That big man was like a heavy truck running at high speed, rushing past him and swept out a biting gale. All the way to the thick iron door at the end of the corridor and then slowly stopped. A huge crater appeared directly from the iron gate that was slammed violently. See? Rao is the super agent who also broke out in a cold sweat. I can't imagine what would happen if I was hit by this beast. Roar! Abomination did not hit the target with a gloomy face, turned his head and spat out the broken teeth in his mouth, and those ferocious eyes were full of rage. Click! Boom! Yet at this moment, coincidentally, the side door next to it opened, and the Secret Service members who had just arrived from upstairs came out, and they were full of hatred like a beast. Shit! The leading Secret Service team cursed in a low voice, before they had time to hold their guns. The huge arm that hit him directly grabbed his body, and then his flesh and blood was torn apart under the powerful force. Pissed! The internal organs in the stomach were scattered all over the place. Bang bang bang! The rest of the team members turned pale and quickly pulled the trigger, and the turbulent bullets fired like a storm hit the big man. Unfortunately, ordinary weapons are no longer a threat to the big man, and they can't even hurt the slightest fur. Roar! Abomination roared and dropped the half of the corpse in his hands, waving his huge arms across them. A dozen or so weak human beings, like paper figurines, were lifted several meters away and smashed against the wall, and cracked traces appeared. However, the big man who had lost his humanity seemed not satisfied with this. He strode up to pick up the dying person on the ground, opened his bloody mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, and smashed his head into pieces as if it were pulp. Then he swallowed hard into his abdomen, and the corners of his mouth exuded a thick fluid. Meat! That's right. The transformed hatred is no longer human, but a man-eating monster like Chacal, full of cravings to eat that never ends. Until the stomach bursts, the brutal behavior will stop. It's just that this gift was originally intended for the military, but it ended up in the hands of SHIELD. Chi. 39. After hating greedily nibbling on a few heads, Beast in the Dark turned and stared at Nick Fury behind him. Next second, his legs suddenly erupted like cannonballs shot towards the director, and the violent impact wherever it went, destroyed everything. The walls on both sides of the promenade crumbled and collapsed, raising endless dust and mist. Boom! As the huge body smashed through the permeating fog, the ferocious monster had already come to Nick Fury, waving huge amounts of arms and swept out the fierce wind, and slammed towards the Black Chief below. Facing the bone-chilling winds of ferocious hatred, Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly leaned out of the corner of his eye to catch a glimpse of his split legs, and he slid across the ground with force under his feet. Boom! As soon as he left the rear, the tonnage-level punching power slammed down, sweeping the wind and ripples that were visible to the naked eye. It formed a violent gust of wind roar. This damn beast! 35. Nick Fury felt the strong impact and his face became more dignified. He got up without any hesitation and rushed outside in a hurry. Roar! Seeing that the prey escaped, the hatred became more and more violent, and followed closely. At the moment, the building of this promenade has been turned into ruins under the impact of the behemoth. The valuable advanced equipment in the laboratory, as well as the test samples, were destroyed, and sparks were emitted from the short-circuit wires. In the blink of an eye, a roaring fire erupted, covering the entire laboratory violently. Rao has a fire-fighting device and still can't put out the fire. In an instant, the flame spread in this underground area completely turned into a sea of fire. Boom! The equipment burned to produce a violent explosion and the roar shook the ground, and the powerful destructive force slammed into the concrete building. Mommy fake. Nick Fury's face was full of anger when he heard the explosion behind him. Under normal circumstances, hatred is impossible to wake up at all. Even after awakening, it is impossible for him to have the ability to act due to his physical condition. But the fact is right in front of you, this fierce big guy directly makes the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. feel powerless. But Nick Fury has vaguely guessed that this matter may have something to do with Alan Exxon. The opponent has the mutant ability to transform living organisms, and the man-eating monsters that appeared in the Battle of Krakow before must be his handwriting. Now, Krakow's condition appears on Abomination. Damn Alan Exxon! Nick Fury is now writing down old and new hatreds, originally wanting the military to deal with Alan's affairs. He concentrated on implementing the Avengers plan. But now, Alan Exxon will also be one of the big targets for S.H.I.E.L.D. Roar! While thinking about it, hatred was already approaching. You can even feel the vibration of the opponent's footsteps. What should I do? Nick Fury looked anxious. He was now in the basement and the fastest way to rescue was blocked again. It would take at least 20 or 30 seconds for the Secret Service to pass through other passages. By then, it is estimated that it will have been smashed into thousands of pieces. The S.H.I.E.L.D. super agent knew he had to find a way to save himself. At this time, when he was running wildly, Yu Guang caught a glimpse of a heavy mechanical door, his eyes sank, and he turned and ran towards the door. There are weapons that can kill abominations. To be precise, it's not just a weapon, but... Click! The heavy mechanical door opened, and the dark blue tesseract in the huge scientific research room came into view, and its interior glowed with a strange light, as if it contained the energy of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. At the moment Tesseract is placed on a device connected to a huge, technologically sounding ring that seems to be activated by infusing it with energy. That's the truth. Damn it! Come at me! 35. Nick Fury rushed to the Tesseract-loaded device, held the start lever in his hand and looked at the rushing hatred, showing a defiant look on his face. Roar! His mind was full of hatred and slaughter. He was like a beast on all fours. His blurred vision locked on the target, his feet suddenly stepped on the ground, his figure suddenly flashed, and bursts of fierce wind roar whistled. Every fall made a loud noise, shattering the laboratory's unique steel floor. Leaves dented footprints wherever it goes. Damn BD, try this! Nick Fury saw that he was about to get to the middle of the ring and pushed the lever without hesitation. In an instant, the originally calm Tesseract was stimulated to vibrate, glowing with endless dazzling blue light, and the strange and turbulent energy source was constantly injected into the mechanical ring. Chi! Immediately afterwards, the mechanical ring sent out a strong sound wave, which was visible to the naked eye and scattered around. Roar! Abomination was forced to stop by the sound wave, and it was difficult to move forward. The strong sound wave made the rough skin tremble. It seems that there is an invisible force breaking down this behemoth. Afterwards, a dazzling light condensed in the middle of the mechanical ring and gradually drowned the hatred, and the light seemed to have magic power and continued to ravage the space. Roar! Next second. Under great pressure. A space crack suddenly tore open, and endless turbulent strong suction was generated. Everything around was affected, and many items were involved in the cracks in the space and disappeared instantly. The hatred next to him was also affected, unable to withstand huge amounts of suction, and half of his body was instantly involved. No matter how he struggled, it would not help. For a moment, his entire body was sucked into the crack. Fake. 55. Seeing this, Nick Fury was wearing huge amounts of suction, and quickly closed the switch, the moment the Tesseract stopped running. The mechanical ring stopped running, and the strong suction suddenly dissipated. Boom! He fell to the ground panting after sitting, sweat dripping down his forehead, and the scene of Hill's tragic death in front of his mind kept flashing, and his dark face became even more gloomy. Then Nick Fury took out the BB machine on his chest. Although he knew that this was not the time, he felt reassured every time he saw the Captain Marvel logo. Then his eyes were cold and he gritted his teeth angrily. Alan Ackerson is waiting. Chapter 62. S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered heavy losses from the rampage of hate, destroying most of the underground laboratory. Among them are many rare and valuable research equipment, and many top scientific researchers in the industry were killed, causing immeasurable losses. Nick Fury, the director of this incident, has a great responsibility. He was the one who brought the hatred back to the headquarters. CAI will cause this tragic tragedy. Nick Fury was furious at the rampage of hate. If he hadn't used the characteristics of Tesseract to send the violent big man away, he might have died long ago. For the first time in so many years, he was so embarrassed. Not only did Phil Coulson's revenge not get paid, but even the only trustworthy Hill at the moment was sacrificed. And the two most powerful assistants were killed because of Alan Exon's accident. This makes Nick Fury's hatred for Alan deeper, and blames all the fault on the latter, and is determined to avenge the other party. After all, he is also one of the strongest agents on Earth. Otherwise, it will not be able to achieve the position of SHIELD. If it can't even deal with a mutant, isn't it a waste of time for so many years? At the moment Nick Fury had a plan to deal with Alan Exon in his mind. At the same time as the tragedy at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Tri-Wing building, White House PR has prepared a press release 127 about Alan. It details the crimes that Alan has committed these days. However, there is a big discrepancy between the content and the truth. White House PR did not explain the previous rumors that slandered Alan, but started to describe it on the basis of his previous plans to murder the captain. White House PR is trying to turn Alan Exon into a total demon. Let the world realize how dangerous the existence of Mutant is. Besides, this matter will definitely attract the attention of the whole world. Naturally, people like Josh cannot be exposed, it will only smear the Lighthouse country. But very few people care about mutants' past, and no one cares about a race they hate. In addition, this press release only exposed Alan's crimes and explained to the world what happened at the Battle of Krakow. It is not pointed out that Alan has the mutant ability. After all, this matter is of great importance, and once it is exposed, it will definitely cause an uproar. In particular, it will affect the listing of mutant antidote, causing many mutants to choose to defect. The reason why most mutants inject antidote is that their ability seriously affects their normal life. If someone can solve these kinds of problems, the antidote will no longer make sense for many mutants. At the moment, Times Square in the Big Apple. Under the impetus of the White House Public Relations Department, the major newspapers began to report about Alan Exon almost at the same time. The Clarion Daily is the largest newspaper in the Big Apple. Jameson naturally appeared on the big screen again, and he said solemnly, "Everyone urgently insert a piece of news. This morning there was a brutal massacre on the coast of Clark, and more than 100,000 people were killed, including 2 meritorious generals. They failed to hold out for the support of the Lighthouse Army, so let's take a moment of silence for these people." Then he paused and said angrily, "And the people who caused all this were the prisoner Alan Exon and his gang from the West yesterday. If Alan Ackerson was a man, he should have come forward and confessed to the crime, not cowardly hidden." Similar words came out from the mouths of the hosts of major newspapers. In fact, they don't know whether the information is true or false, but hundreds of thousands of people died of unfortunate things, but it really happened. That alone was enough to convict Alan Exon. Hundreds of thousands of people. Row is a large-scale battle during the war, and it is rare to have such a huge massacre in just a few hours. Moreover, this is a time of peace, or it is happening in the Lighthouse country. Undoubtedly, while making people angry, they also felt scalp tingling, and their hatred for mutant intensified. Or rather, the fear of mutants. But no one has ever understood what really led to Alan's killing spree. Because those who know the truth are almost dead. But who cares? Soon after a short hairspray, the story of the Battle of Krakow spread throughout the country and was known to almost everyone. Even the rest of the world is getting to know about it. High-level officials in many countries know the meaning of the Lighthouse State, and they directly broke this matter to tell them. Now, mutant both outside and inside. It is no longer a matter of one country, but a common cause of the whole world. Mutant may threaten the safety of human beings at all times, and must be suppressed together. The events of the Battle of Krakow were strongly promoted by the White House Public Relations Department of the Lighthouse country. Things are up and running. Caused numerous criticisms. In particular, the ordinary people in the Lighthouse country were extremely angry and riotous on the streets and on the internet after learning the news. Alan Ackerson has to pay for this. He must not be spared, this damned devil. My God! Hundreds of thousands. Is this a hell of a joke? Yesterday, I killed 10,000 prisoners, and today I killed more than 100,000 people. I can't believe what will happen in the future. Isn't that the death of the family? He actually did something that was morally depraved in the play. He caused countless people to lose their close relatives and friends, unforgivable. Damn the family, don't spare him. Let him know that the masters of the world are us, not Mutant. Mutant doesn't have a good thing, they all deserve to die. The streets on the internet are full of abuse against Alan and Mutant, with anger and fear in their eyes. The Mutant massacre took place 2 days in a row. Many people are panicking and realizing that something big is about to happen. Otherwise, with the urgency of the Lighthouse government, it would be impossible for the matter to be made public. In fact, the sound of guns in Krakow had already made the residents living nearby vaguely guess. The high-level officials of Hawaja White House were not at all flustered by the public's reaction. Everything is going according to plan, waiting for the public sentiment to ferment for a few hours. Worthington Pharmaceuticals held a high-profile press conference in downtown Hawaju. People from almost all major media and newspapers came to the scene. Countless flashing lights shone on Worthington Keder's face, and he smiled at thousands of cameras. Hello everyone, welcome to this special conference. I'm Worthington Curtis. Our company recently developed a novel mutant-inhibiting antibody that effectively and permanently cures every mutant. You heard right, mutant is a patient who can be cured. As soon as these words came out, the crowd at the scene burst into disbelief, knowing that the Battle of Krakow was only known not long ago. The so-called mutant antidote was released not long after the back foot. Isn't the purpose clearly in front of you? The government is going to declare war on Mutant. Although it is not directly pointed out, but the discerning person knows the meaning. The antidote is just an excuse to suppress Mutant. Hundreds of thousands of reporters present worried in their eyes, knowing that a battle was imminent. But there is also good news. The government dares to support the listing of Worthington's antidote openly and aboveboard, which means that they have full confidence to fight against Mutant. The people who were originally worried about this have eased a little, and the fear in their hearts has also weakened a lot. I knew the mutants were sick and they deserved to be healed. Actually, I think the antidote for Mutant is the only way for peaceful development between the two races. Whether or not Mutant is healed, Aaron Exxon must pay the price. Alan Exxon reckons he's been hiding like a mouse for now. Coward. However, they didn't know the target of the abuse in their mouths, not because they were afraid to hide. At the moment, Alan has just returned from outer space, he has an important thing to do, and he has no mind to pay attention to this group of ants. And it won't take long for this to turn the world upside down. At the same time, in a villa on a coastal cliff in the Big Apple, Manhattan, the mutant thing has been flying all over the place lately, and their shadows are everywhere. Tony Stark sat on the sofa, watching the news on the TV, frowned slightly, and took a sip of wine unhappily. Tony, you should be thankful that the mutant thing overshadowed the news of Stark's weapons division. Pepper Potts sat next to him, with a distressed expression on his eyebrows. The stock dropped 40 points in one day. Actually, I would say, Mutant stole my show. 35. Hearing this, Tony didn't care too much and made a joke, and then noticed Little Pepper's complaining look, and quickly added, "Don't worry, it's only 40 o'clock. I'll save it." As he said that, he got up and walked towards the laboratory below, leaving Little Pepper to worry alone. Back to the lab. Tony frowned into the development of the Mark II. When he saw the events of the Battle of Krakow, he deeply realized that he had to quickly build a battle armor that could protect the people around him. J.A.R.V.I.S. Simulation of the Mark II thrust system. Tony pulled up his sleeves and said solemnly. However, he did not hear J.A.R.V.I.'s voice for a long time, and shouted again, J.A.R.V.I.s, 35. Stop shouting, your security system is obviously not enough. 39. A leisurely voice came from behind. Hearing the sound, Tony turned around and looked around. A bald black man came into view. Who are you? A stranger appeared in the house, and his eyes were full of vigilance. SHIELD Director, Nick Fury. Nick Fury slowly walked out of the shadows, his eyes fell on the half-finished steel battle suit, and he looked surprised. As I guessed, you used some kind of technical means to escape. S.H.I.E.L.D? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of 1.4, please get out immediately. Tony blocked his view, and the hand from behind quietly touched the wrench on the table. Don't worry, I know your father Howard Stark, one of the founders of SHIELD. Nick Fury came prepared, pulled out a document and a CD, you'll know when you look at it. Tony was dubious, but checked the disc anyway. After a few minutes. After reading the contents of the CD, his eyes turned red involuntarily. The CD contained the indifferent father before his death. But what he said touched him. His father left him a key to the future. What did you find me for? Tony believed and turned his head to look at the black man next to him, wondering. Tony, your father established S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect humanity. With a serious face, Nick Fury said slowly, now, Mutant has threatened the safety of mankind, and I need your help. Hearing this, Tony Stark fell silent and nodded for a moment. Since then, the first Avenger of this universe was born. Also a much more talented and powerful Tony. And at the moment, the devil in the mouth of countless people, Alan Exxon also came to the Big Apple. The battle ended in the morning. At the moment, another bloody storm is about to start. Chapter 63. Hell's Kitchen in Queens, Big Apple. This small but most dangerous place in Queens is often haunted by gangsters. And at the moment, in an older-looking building, the Mutant Brotherhood was holding a meeting in the room upstairs. Hi, patient. This Worthington Pharmaceutical Company treats Mutant as a patient. Magneto Eric's eyes gleamed dangerously, apparently furious when he saw the release of Mutant's antidote. They are declaring war on Mutant, and the antidote is just a cover. Mystique's tone was cold, and she said solemnly, it looks like this antidote will be available soon. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were solemn. Once this inhibitory antibody is launched, it will definitely cause a fatal blow to Mutant. Because mutant ability is their biggest reliance, leaving the mutant genes in the body is like a lamb to be slaughtered without any strength to fight back. They are afraid, after all, we mutants are the true heirs of Earth. The figure appeared in Quicksilver Pietro's mind and sneered. The rest of the people were slightly taken aback when they heard the second half of the sentence, and looked at the 18-year-old in surprise. They know that the reason why Mutant is not treated specially is because of the powerful mutant genes in the body. Make Mutant have a stronger and smarter brain and a stronger body. And it will continue to evolve. However, because they were despised and bullied by the people around them since childhood, they never really looked at themselves in their hearts, and now hearing the words true successor, it is inevitable that they are a little touched. Pietro, who taught you this? Nightcrawler Kurt next to 19 gave no face at all, revealing with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It really wasn't me, it was Alan Exxon who said it. 95. Quicksilver Pietro didn't care either, and said with reverence in his eyes. Everyone shuddered when they heard the name. Today, the incident of Alan in the Battle of Clark can be said to be quite noisy, and the news of the massacre of more than 100,000 people is well known. Now he is arguably a celebrity in mutant circles. Some see him as a role model, others as a demon. Rao is Magneto. Eric also showed admiration, he is very optimistic about this rising star. The opponent not only has a powerful variant ability, but also has a decisive heart to kill, and is not soft-hearted in the face of the enemy. And his variant transformation ability is very likely to change the fate of the entire race. It's a pity that Magneto wanted to recruit him into Brotherhood before, but after experiencing this incident, Alan doesn't expect to appear again anytime soon. But he habitually asked, Mystique, Do you have any clues to find Alan? Luo. As soon as he finished speaking, Mystique Raven next to him didn't have time to answer. The curtain in front of the open window rippled, and a slight breeze blew past. Immediately afterwards, a ghostly figure appeared behind Magneto, and the temperature in the room seemed to be affected and suddenly dropped. The people around the conference table were frozen in place, and Magneto also sensed that something was wrong. There seemed to be a dark shadow behind him, which made his chest feel a little depressed and suffocated. At this time, the person behind him spoke, his voice hoarse like a demon whispering, "Are you looking for me? Alan Exxon." Everyone recognized the man who suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden trembled, a little creepy. Without even realizing it, Alan appeared in front of them out of thin air. However, it was not the mutant ability that restrained them. After all, there were many mutants with strange teleportation. What made these people tremble was that the man in front of them in the morning caused hundreds of thousands of deaths. Standing in front of you now, how can you not be frightened? Quicksilver Pietro also stared blankly at Alan, with admiration in his eyes. He felt that Alan seemed to be getting stronger again, and he could still detect a movement in the prison before. But now Rao is that he can't even notice it. Indeed, Alan absorbs more rampant power to make him even stronger. The instinct displayed has also been greatly improved. Alan Exxon. 35. Magneto was horrified when he saw him, and he really admired him. After all, the person in front of him hates human beings as much as he does, and he can't wait to slaughter them all. But it's also the Mutant Brotherhood's territory. The tone of his speech was unconsciously tougher, his sharp eyes stood up at the other side, and he asked, "What are you doing here?" 99. However, Alan ignored him, swept the others and said coldly, "I give you two choices, either surrender to me or die. Or surrender. Or die." Everyone looked at each other. Such domineering words reveal a full chill, and the temperature plummets in an instant. The warm sun is shining outside the window, but it makes people feel like they have fallen into an ice hole, and a cold sweat breaks out from behind. Those bloodthirsty eyes are like Satan crawling out of hell, as if once they make a wrong answer, they will immediately pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Magneto opened his hands to release the mutant ability, which shocked Alan. However, he did not expect that his fingers had just opened, and he was about to lift the surrounding metal objects. A faint green light appeared and wrapped around all the instruments that could be manipulated, restraining him to no avail. No matter how hard Rao tried, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the green light. How is this possible? Magneto was shocked. A figure wrapped in a faint green light flew in, it was Polaris Lorna. Seeing this familiar and unfamiliar girl, Magneto was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed the green glow all over her body, and the shock on her face became even stronger. Because he felt more powerful than himself in his little daughter. The energy that manipulates the magnetic force not only affects the metal, but the real magnetic force control, even if he has mastered the variant ability for decades, he can't compare. Understand that his ability is the magnetic force that manipulates one of the four fundamental forces. It is really used to the extreme, and it can use the magnetic field of the entire planet for its own use. Then Magneto thought of the previous transformation that Alan had done to Lorna, and immediately reacted. The other party actually stimulated the potential of the girl in just a few seconds. Let her have such a powerful mutant ability. A time. Magneto seemed to see a real god, the one who could lead mutant into the future. The next second, he knelt down on one knee without any hesitation and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to surrender." Seeing this, the rest of the people quickly knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads, for fear that they would be killed by the demon in front of them if it was too late. "You made a wise choice." Alan said that his hands radiated golden light and penetrated into everyone's bodies, and soon a unique contract mark appeared on their hands. The contract ends. He just got everyone up. Then Magneto next to him thought of something and said, "Mr. Exxon, I don't know if you heard about Mutant's antidote." Alan sneered and didn't respond. After contracting with Magneto, he could perceive what the other party was thinking. He knew the aging mutant wanted a makeover. Alan doesn't have any exclusions for this. You must know that Magneto's potential is much higher than Lorna, and was once called one of the strongest mutants in the comics. Even an Omega-level existence can manipulate the magnetic field at will to create a ferocious tsunami. Then Alan said slowly, Eric, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry about the mutant antidote, it won't work for you anytime soon. 99. Hearing this sentence, most people were puzzled, but Magneto's vicissitudes face was full of hope. He has been eager to improve the variant ability, and now it is finally realized. With a burst of golden light enveloped everyone. Immediately, Magneto felt the surging blood of the mutant genes in his body, and the whole body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. In the past few seconds, he had already vaguely felt the presence of molecules. It's just that I just got this power, and I haven't been able to manipulate it proficiently. That's a molecule. What is the concept of manipulators? That can distort space. As long as you can fully control and use it freely in the future, in fact, the power that comes out of battle can definitely destroy the world. A few people next to him also noticed the change in Magneto Eric, perhaps saying that the change was too great. After the transformation, the old man was several decades younger and looked like he was in his early 30s. Restored to its former appearance. It's a pity, however, that Alan seems to only focus on the transformation of Magneto. But also 127 is far stronger than before. And it is obvious that the mutants in the body become more stable after genetic modification, which is what they want, because as long as the genetic defects are repaired, it means that the mutant antidote has no effect on them. Mr. Exxon, we will follow you forever. Never betray. Never break our promise. Magneto Eric kneels reverently on one knee, hands on his chest in standard knightly manners. The people around them immediately followed suit. Get up, I have something very important for you to do. When Alan checked the mission, he found that the establishment of the mutant kingdom cannot be accomplished by placing an artificial island, and to be precise, it needs the support of mutant. And gain faith. Having enough subjects at the same time can be considered as establishing a mutant kingdom. That's why he came to get Magneto, a man in his 70s who has been around for many years and has a lot of followers who can help him. Alan looked out the window, and the high-rise building overlooked the chaos of Hell's Kitchen, and finally landed in the bustling city center in the distance, and said solemnly, I want to build a country that belongs to mutant alone. 99. Building a country. Magneto Eric couldn't believe it when he heard this. He had had similar thoughts in the past, but finally dismissed them. The reason is simple, building a mutant kingdom is impossible, and those people can't make you do it. But he didn't want to dispel the grand ambitions of the people in front of him. Where will the country be founded? 99. Right here, on this land. Alan looked at the bustling lighthouse, the National University of Apple City, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. The lighthouse state is not ignoring mutants' life. Do you condone people like Josh to do evil? Then he let the mutant country take root from here, in the most prosperous metropolis in this lighthouse country, the World Economic Center in the minds of countless people. Outside. In a bustling city full of traffic, people don't know that a disaster is coming quietly. Chapter 64. Evening. The weather was cool and the rain stopped. In the dense forest in early autumn, the leaves are yellowish and falling, and the silt trails in the forest are scattered, reflecting the dim yellow sprinkled by the treetops. The forest is damp and raindrops slide over the leaves. At the moment, in the open space where the dusk and sunset fall, there are tens of thousands of people who are not tourists in this forest, but strange mutants. Their solemn eyes fell on the figure on the hillside, and their eyes were full of hope. Everyone, Worthington Pharmaceuticals has released an antidote, and he wants to cure us. But we're not patients, and we don't need a cure at all. It's all just their fear of our power. They want us to be extinct. Under the loud speech of the man on the high slope, the expressions of everyone below gradually became excited, and many people couldn't help shouting excitedly, protest, we are not patients, we do not need to be treated. Fight them together. Let them know that mutant has always existed and will never be lost. The emotions of the people rose from wave to wave, and gradually became warm and high, and their eyes were full of anger and hatred. The best cure for a mutant is his own ability. If there is no variant ability, then everyone will be reduced to lambs to be slaughtered, and human beings will not let them go. Many people understand this. That's why I came here to protest. The man on the hillside showed a satisfied smile on his lips, and he was Magneto Eric. It's just the appearance of rejuvenation, so many people don't recognize the young man in front of him, the old man who gave a speech in the church some time ago. However, his passionate speech still incites the emotions of the crowd. Some things are innate. I understand how everyone feels. Magneto Eric opened his arms to signal silence, and then said solemnly, but the opportunity for mutants' redemption has come, and there is a person everyone is familiar with who will lead the race into the future. Hearing the words, everyone below looked at each other in dismay. At this time, a figure came out from the back of the hillside, and the shadow of the trees above covered his face, until it gradually reached the front and fell on his face. When people saw his face clearly, their pupils shrunk and subconsciously held Roar's breath. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was Alan Exxon who came out on the hillside. No one at the scene did not recognize this face, or almost did not recognize him. One killed hundreds of thousands of people. Criminals wanted by government agencies around the world. Almost everyone thought that Alan would not appear again. After all, he is now the target of the Beacon country and even the whole world. However, he was standing in front of him now, and his deep voice echoed in his ears, "Everyone, you all understand how dangerous your situation is, and they want to exterminate us." Alan's sharp eyes swept over the people below. When these people saw him appear, their emotions fluctuated greatly. It was their reverence and belief in a powerful mutant. The current situation has many mutants trembling, and they need an organizer leader. So, he continued to guide everyone's emotions. If we keep ignoring these signs, one day, when the air is still and night falls, they will come to the door. You have to understand that while the resistance is still being organized, the extermination has already begun. They will attack first, and they will force us to heal. Hearing these words, everyone fell into silence, frowning, revealing unease and anger. A daring mutant couldn't help but ask, "What should we do? I'm going to build a kingdom that shelters the mutants, and now the question is, you're going to join us in the fight?" Still sitting still? 39. Alan's deep and gloomy eyes swept across the people below, and asked sharply, "Which side do you want to stand on? Humans? Or us?" His last sentence was aggravated, full of threats and dangers. The invisible coercion emanating from his whole body shrouded him, causing everyone to bow their heads and fall into silence, with changing expressions on their faces. Alan is not in a hurry. He clearly perceives that most people are already excited. Because they are fed up with the days of hiding and being spurned by others, what all mutants long for is a peaceful life. Moreover, after the events of the Battle of Krakow, he is already very prestigious in the mutant circle, and many people admire him. Sure enough, someone from below soon came out. "I choose to be on your side." 35. If there is the first, there will be the second. The third, the fourth. I believe in Mr. Exxon, who will lead us into the future. Anyway, they want to exterminate us, so why not resist? 95. In just a few minutes, only a few dozen of the original tens of thousands of mutants stood in place. Some of them are struggling with the risk of this decision, while others feel that the solution will allow them to return to normal life without taking such a big risk. Alan glanced at these people. His tone was cold and unpredictable. "It's a pity, you missed a great opportunity." As he spoke, his whole body glowed with golden light, covering mutant who stood up. Everyone subconsciously wanted to resist, but this idea was quickly dispelled because they found that Jin Guang was transforming their bodies. The powerful golden airflow swept through the whole body, the blood in the body surged wildly in an instant, and strands of golden light quietly changed the mutant genes in the body. "Close your eyes comfortably." After a few roar sucks, they opened their eyes in disbelief, watching their original deformed parts disappear, and the mutant ability became stronger, and their faces were full of shock. You must know that no one who was present a few seconds ago had reached level 3 mutant or above. That is, tens of thousands of mutants inside. All people have physical defects, but that has now been eliminated. Or, the gene stem flowing in the body has been modified. My God, no, Alan Exxon is our God. He is our God. I think my mutant ability is much stronger than before. The people around him are completely refreshed, their appearance has completely returned to normal, and the side effects of the original ability have disappeared. This brought them down to one knee in reverence almost simultaneously, to the new god of the race. At this moment, the beliefs that once and have disappeared. They are deeply aware that the man in front of them will lead the race to create a new era. The dozens of people who didn't make a choice beside them regretted seeing this. At this time, they noticed that Alan's eyes swept over, but those bloodthirsty eyes were like abyss, making people dare not look at him. Then his hoarse voice sounded like Satan. I almost forgot to say, I am very xenophobic, and anyone who is not on our side will be regarded as an enemy. The voice just fell. Magneto Eric next to him raised his hand knowingly, and the metal necklace on one's chest floated up. Immediately after. Whoosh! The metal necklace turned into a sharp arrow and burst out, directly piercing the necks of dozens of people. In an instant, blood splattered on the muddy ground. Come with me. 35. Alan withdrew his gaze indifferently and slowly turned to leave. Next is the main event. What we're doing now is just laying the groundwork. The people around looked at the corpse on the ground without showing any pity, but looked at the murderous man on the high slope with a more respectful expression. The peace of all races from ancient times to the present is based on brutal slaughter. And now, in the mutant race, finally someone dares to stand up and declare war on mankind. Means, the world will be turned upside down. Thinking, the mighty mutant excitedly followed Alan's footsteps. Western Lighthouse Country, Air Force Air Defense Command. Air Defense Command Hall. All the staff and technicians are sitting at their posts, always investigating the safety situation in the high altitude in the west, and any abnormality in the airspace in the west cannot escape detection. Peel is one of the staff members. He stared at the monitor and watched the normal aviation trajectory, but did not find any abnormality. Just as he was about to look away, a huge amount of red dots appeared on the radar without warning. Colonel Rhodes, come and see. Peel's heart tensed, and he hurriedly said loudly, an unregistered unit has appeared over the Big Apple, and, it's huge. What? Hearing that, Colonel Rhodes hurried over. He squinted for a while and his face changed greatly. He quickly turned around and dialed the phone, and dispatched the nearest fighter to check. The Big Apple is an important economic center in the Lighthouse Nation. There was an unknown flight object appearing, which immediately caused the entire Air Defense Department to sound the siren. However, when patrolling fighter jets appeared high above Queens, the flight attendant was dumbfounded. I see. At the moment, over the prosperous city, a behemoth that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air, completely shrouding the entire Queens district, and the bright city instantly fell into darkness, as if the night was coming. The people on the street below looked up into the deep space, and all they could see was the size of the gigantic creatures, and they could not see the end at a glance. 55. Colonel Rhodes looked at the picture displayed on the big screen, cursed in a low voice, and ordered, fly high. 99. Then the flight crew's camera moved and came to the sky above the behemoth. Its true face also caught everyone's eyes, which made people tremble. It is a floating island that integrates technology and magic. It has a variety of ecological environments. There are mountains and rivers everywhere. It is like a utopia in a fairy tale. It is extremely beautiful. Just when they were a little confused. Boom! A powerful beam shot out from the island and hit Zhangji. Click! Cha! The lens then plunged into pitch black. Sheet, hurry up and inform President Ellis. 99. Colonel Rhodes came back to his senses and his scalp went numb. This scene looks similar. I'm afraid this thing is not alien technology. He can guarantee that humans at this stage cannot have such powerful technology. This gave the colonel an ominous foreboding, which intensified. At the same time, in the Manhattan area of the Big Apple, the roads are blocked with water. Almost all transportation systems were down, not only in this area, but in the surrounding area of Queens in chaos. Because in the distance, a huge floating island soaring into the sky appeared. Many people were deeply shocked after seeing it, and stopped their cars to look at the strange island, their faces full of disbelief. My God, did ET invade? It seems to just appear out of nowhere, without any warning. Earth will not really be targeted by aliens. Fake. Does anyone want to check out Queens? This is definitely the coolest thing I've ever seen. 5. In a noisy crowd. Nick Fury looked at the floating island in the sky, and his eyebrows revealed concern. He was one of the few aliens on Earth who had seen aliens. Therefore, I know that there are not only human beings in this world. Nick Fury always felt that the floating island seemed to have nothing to do with the so-called outsiders, and he couldn't help cursing in a low voice, "Mommy Fark." Not only Queens, but President Ellis of Hawaja White House and other high-level officials immediately held an emergency meeting. Everyone felt extremely panic about the island that appeared out of thin air, and the appearance of this thing was far beyond their comprehension. At the moment beside the long table meeting, the faces of the high-level executives were full of solemnity. Everyone. However, President Ellis was just about to speak. Tsitsize. The loudspeakers in the entire conference room were emitting electromagnetic sounds, followed by other loudspeakers in the White House. This situation spreads rapidly around the world like a virus, and even all communication devices are affected. What happened? Ellis took out his sizzling phone and looked up at the officer who was also in the same situation. In doubt. An unfamiliar low voice came from inside, "Humans on Earth. I'm Mutant Alan, Got Zhao, Exxon, and I have a good message for you." This sentence sounded all over the world, the military headquarters in the building on the street, and even the space station in outer space, almost reached everyone's ears. And when I heard the name Alan Exxon, I was terrified. The sound continued, "No matter what you did, it didn't stop it. In the next few days you will witness the rise of the most powerful race on the planet. Yes, a new era is coming. It may be a disaster for you, or it may be a relief." 35. But I once thought that the two races could live in harmony, but unfortunately I was wrong. You taught me a harsh lesson. 35. It was a dream, it was a lie. As you can see, there is absolutely no peaceful coexistence between the two races. I only hope that you can struggle a little. 95. One more thing to announce, from now on, the Big Apple Queens will be the territory of the mutant utopia, where all mutants will receive utopia resident status from birth. And the citizenship of utopia will be above any race. Definitely this is not to ask for opinions, but to let you know how to surrender and see the reality clearly. If you question it, who does Mutant think he is to say such wild words to us? I can only say that we are the future, the inevitable evolution, and the true heirs of the earth. You closed your eyes last night and thought the world was yours forever. It was your dream, but like mine, it was a lie. 9. Here is the new truth, the world has changed while you slept. While you slept, the world has changed. The last sentence always echoed in my ears. Only then did people deeply realize that a real battle has officially begun. Chapter 65. While you slept, the world has changed. These words echoed in the minds of everyone like a nightmare, and all adults and children heard it. Alan, who thought he would never appear again, is now in the most visible place for everyone. He had no intention of hiding at all, and even after being wanted by the world's major powers in the morning, he announced the establishment of the Mutant Kingdom in the afternoon and evening. And it is still in the Lighthouse Country, dividing Queens into territory and occupying it for itself. That place is the world-famous Big Apple, no doubt rubbing the face of the superpower of the Lighthouse Country on the ground. It can be said that it was just a simple remark, which made people all over the world feel a sensation. Definitely no one will gloat over the misfortune, but will feel fortunate in their hearts that the place where the country was founded is not in their own country. After all, the founding of Mutant is related to the fate of the entire human race. It is related to the pattern of the whole world. After this time, it may cause human beings to fall into crisis. In other words, the crisis has appeared from the moment Alan Exxon announced to the world that the mutant utopia was established. Because as Alan said, follow the laws of nature in the universe. Mutants are the true successors of the Earth, they have stronger bodies and smarter heads. Even has the super ability of destroying the sky and destroying the Earth. That's what people hate about mutants. No, it's time for a change. Fear of them. All human beings with discerning eyes know that a huge amount of crisis is at hand, to know what Alan Exxon has done before. He will never do things that he is not sure about, which means that he has the strength to wrestle with the world. And, most dreaded. He was cold-blooded and cruel, even his compatriots would not let him go. The Battle of Krakow was the final proof. Therefore, countries all over the world entered a state of combat alert almost at the same time. Be ready for any attack from the mutant. Also ready to wage war on mutant. At the moment. Lighthouse Country Hawaja White House Conference Room. After hearing Alan's words, the faces of the senior executives in the conference room turned dark, and they sat in their chairs with their brows wrinkled in silence. I don't know how many years, I haven't let these guys show such an expression. After all, the Lighthouse Country has always been a world-class hegemon, and no one dares to break ground on Taisui, even if it is as strong as Magneto. But now, in just 2 days, they were swept up and down by 127 rounds. It was a situation where they were beaten but couldn't fight back. Everyone, what do you think? President Ellis was the first to speak to break the silence, and his tired eyes swept across the crowd. I didn't expect Alan to show up so soon. Cousins of the Missile Command had a gloomy look on his face, and his tone was full of disbelief. In the morning meeting, he also said that Alan would hide like a mouse to recharge his batteries, but he didn't expect it to be dark in the afternoon. The mouse in the mouth. The mighty appearance appeared in the Big Apple City, and a mutant kingdom was established on the top of the Lighthouse Country. These two must have come too fast. At the top of the job, I was a little bit out of my guard, and I haven't recovered for a long time. This damn guy is so mad. An official slapped the table angrily, in a very angry tone. This damn robber just took our territory so openly. President Ellis, aren't you making a statement? An official also became more angry the more he thought about it, and angrily said with a red face and a neck stuck in his neck. The other officials vented their anger, believing that Alan had trampled on the dignity of the Lighthouse Nation. A complete robber. Simply ignore them. However, they seem to have forgotten how the Lighthouse state came to be. Calm down, everyone, and think about it from another angle. Isn't Alan just throwing himself into the net by setting the location of the country in the Big Apple, 99? President Ellis clapped his hands on the table and stood up, his sharp eyes swept over everyone and said solemnly, the one who should be worried now is not us, but him. His kingdom is surrounded by us, and there is nowhere to escape. This sentence obviously had an effect, and the high-level faces of the people who heard the words were slightly better. Yes. The location of the Big Apple City belongs to the middle of the continent, and the mutant utopia country can be said to be completely surrounded. At present, the situation is not too bad for the Lighthouse Country. Instead, Alan's madness will pay for what he does. Well, there's a lot to deal with now. 35. President Ellis rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, not understanding why this happened during his tenure. But the psychological quality of being the president is not bad. He took a breath and continued, the first thing, let the people in the Queens district of the Big Apple City and its surrounding areas be evacuated as quickly as possible. There must be no negligence. Yes. An official in charge of the matter nodded. Mr. President, JB, I have a proposal. 39. Worthington, who developed the antidote to mutant, also attended the meeting, and he stood up and said, "Say." President Ellis knew in his heart that the antidote was 80% useless. How many people would take the injection with Alan? However, Worthington's answer was unexpected. My inhibitory antibodies can be assembled on weapons and ammunition. Borrowing weapons to restrain mutant. Hearing that, President Ellis's eyes lit up. The most painful thing at the moment is mutants' powerful ability. If there is a way to make them lose the mutant ability, we'll have the upper hand in the war. My lab is already working on it, and it will be ready for use in a few days at the earliest. Hear Worthington's answer. President Ellis's hazy face was much better, and then his eyes fell on an empty seat. Where's Beast Hank? I don't know, he hasn't returned to the White House since he left. An official with a relationship with Hank responded. I have something to tell you. Trask has developed a Sentinel, a military weapon designed to hunt mutants. And in the not-too-distant future, into War. 35. Seeing Hank's absence, President Ellis spoke of the new project of Trask Industries in order to stabilize the trembling hearts of the senior executives. It will be the greatest enemy Mutant has ever faced. The high-level officials softened their faces when they heard the news, knowing that although the president was hypocritical, he would never lie to them about this kind of thing. This means that the human side is not unsure of facing Mutant. At present, the two sides are evenly matched in terms of surface strength, so there is no need to be too afraid of Alan and the others. Besides, the human side has X-Men to help. The children under Charles's hands are not weak, and for now, they are still willing to obey humans. Afterwards, there was an hour-long meeting in the White Room. After all things were arranged. All the talents will leave, and the emergence of the mutant country has caused a great impact on the Lighthouse country. These officials have a lot of trouble to deal with. It's just that they think they are evenly matched in war, but in fact the scale of victory has never been tilted in their favor from the beginning. At the same time, Hwaju S.H.I.E.L.D. Sanqui Building Headquarters. Chief's Office. The two sat on the chairs face to face with solemn expressions. One was the director Nick Fury, the other was Tony Stark. Announce the establishment of the Mutant Kingdom to the world in Alan. Nick Fury realized the seriousness of the matter and went back immediately, and brought Tony to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to discuss the next countermeasures. Why has the name Alan Exxon never heard of it before? Tony looked at the information in his hand with a puzzled tone. He's just come to prominence these days. Nick Fury replied slowly. In a few days, will the nation be established? 5. Tony was stunned for a moment when he heard this answer, and then said in shock to Roar, are you kidding me? 35. No, it's true. Nick Fury was equally shocked in his heart. One person made the whole Lighthouse country utterly embarrassed in a few days, and even caused a sensation all over the world. It seems that this is a very difficult question, but I take the liberty to ask. Tony glanced around, put down the information in his hand, and said doubtfully, the Superboy group you said, am I the only one? Well, there will be new people joining soon, you're the first. 35. Nick Fury leaned back awkwardly, but he already had a list in mind. And get everyone together in no time. There is also an old guy who has been frozen for decades and has only been discovered recently. Hopefully, I don't want to go to the battlefield alone. Tony took a sip of wine and suddenly felt the illusion of being a white wolf with empty gloves. Actually, I asked you to come here. There is one more thing. I have something to show you. Nick Fury got up and motioned for him to follow him. Afterwards, the two took the elevator and went straight to an underground laboratory, where a piece of equipment was placed with blocks glowing with dark blue light. As soon as he walked in, Tony, the genius scientist, was drawn. What is it? Tesseract, it might help you. After careful consideration, Nick Fury decided to let Tony take over the Tesseract research. After all, a long time ago, Howard Stark was also one of the leaders of the Tesseract project. Hope his son can make progress. God, it's so beautiful. Tony walked over to the Tesseract with a look of amazement, letting the faint blue light shine on his face. The blue light of the square in front of him surged, as if it contained endless energy. Maybe, do some research. It can inspire him to develop a more powerful Mark II. At the moment after the news of the establishment of the Mutant Kingdom came out, Xavier Genius Academy also began to be turbulent. After many students heard Alan's domineering words, their young minds yearned for a utopian kingdom. Most of them thought of living on that floating island. Because they have had enough of being spurned by others, even their daily life is usually in the academy, and there is not much time to go out. So now many people in the academy are discussing the possibility of a utopian kingdom in private. Especially when I saw the photos of the floating island that appeared in the news, I was immediately attracted to this island where technology and magic are integrated. The island is so beautiful and has a variety of complex topography. Compared to the single boring life in the college. Many children yearn for that island even more, and can't wait to go to Utopia now. However, everyone knows that the person who protects them from the outside world is Professor X Charles, so they are only talking about it in private. No one has acted yet. But, after learning the news, someone decided to go to Utopia in Queens. Professor's office. Logan, calm down. You don't know that Alan Ackerson at all, it's too dangerous to go like that. Cyclops Scott grabbed Logan and shook his head to discourage him. Sorry, I just came to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. 35. Logan turned his head determinedly, and there was nothing left in his eyes. Logan, can you tell me why? Charles twisted the wheelchair to face him and said solemnly. Charles, only violence against violence, killing for killing, can keep the race alive. 55. Logan said it truthfully without any disguise. Then he broke free of Scott's hand, turned and left, and the two behind him didn't stop him. Professor, you just let him go? There will be more people leaving the academy after that, haven't you noticed that the kids are talking about Utopia, about Alan? Cyclops Scott was a little puzzled, and the tone of his speech gradually became excited. Scott, some things are out of our control. Charles glanced at him, twisted his wheelchair to look at the children playing under the big tree outside the window, and said solemnly, some people say that when parents have children, they can no longer sleep well. 99. I have countless children and I haven't slept well for decades. I may never sleep again, but I will do my best to make the children sleep peacefully, on the soft grass, staring at the stars, dreaming of the future, so that they can hold the stars in their hands. This is one reason that has given me a heavy responsibility for decades. Speaking of this, the old man didn't say any more, but he could hear that his tone was not as soft as before. Instead, it was a bit more cold. Hearing this, Cyclops Scott's eyes showed surprise, and finally he chose to remain silent and walked out. He knew that Alan's behavior also affected the old professor's mentality. The world is about to change. And at the moment, in the utopian country above Queens in the Big Apple, a conference room that combines magic and technology is surrounded by plants and vines, and metal devices are embedded in the walls. Alan Exon sat in a chair, his fingers tapped on the table, as if waiting for something. The host has completed the long-term mission, build the mutant kingdom. Quest rewards have been distributed to the system warehouse. Hearing the sound of the system, his dark eyes flashed brightly. System rewards are finally here. Host's new mission has been released. Then the system released 2 new main tasks in succession. Short-term mission, Lord of the Nine Realms. Content, the Nine Realms are just a part of the universe, but it is not easy to rule the Nine Realms. After all, there are many so-called gods in this universe, but I believe that the host will soon become a more powerful existence. Reward, rating based on task completion. Second task. Alan's mood fluctuated, and Roar's breathing gradually became a little faster. Long-term mission, redemption. Content, you regret what you did at the beginning, and think that you killed your wife and daughter, so after you complete the revenge of the world, go to complete the real redemption as soon as possible. Reward, rating based on task completion. Redemption. Alan's pupils trembled slightly and he knew that if he wanted to complete the redemption, he must have enough strength, otherwise everything would be an illusion. Then, he immediately opened the system warehouse interface, and soon the items rewarded by the task came into view. But the rewards are inside. Rao is the indifferent Alan's eyes with frenzy. Chapter 66. A piece of news spreads. Alan Exon builds the mutant nation in the Big Apple Queens, which will be a big test for humanity. President Ellis made a statement at the White House in Hwaju, saying that the mutant utopia is not recognized by the international community, and that a country that is not recognized will cease to exist. The Lighthouse State Security Agency said that Alan Exon's robbery is about the whole world, and he calls on more people to pay attention to this. After the establishment of the Utopia Mutant Kingdom, it brought huge amounts of influence to many people. Among them, the most affected area is undoubtedly the Queen's district of the Big Apple City. This once prosperous metropolis is now empty on the streets, and the entire area is empty, as if the end of the world has no vitality at all. After Alan Exon's declaration to the world, soon the army will clear everyone as fast as possible, for the simple reason that they are worried that the mutant will take the citizens hostage. After all, Alan is so cruel, he doesn't know what will happen in the next second. But most people in Queens are willing to leave, and no one wants to live under the shroud of fear. Utopia. The emergence of the mutant kingdom is a big blessing for the mutant hidden in the dark sewers in Queens. They do not have any hesitation options to enter the Utopia mutant realm. Just below the floating island, several huge vines intertwined with each other fell from the sky to the ground and took root, exuding bursts of plant-specific fragrance, which made people feel intoxicated. At the moment before the vines, a group of mutants looked at the huge island overhead, with hope in their eyes that seemed to be waiting for something. And Logan was among them, standing at the back of the crowd. I just learned on the way to join the Utopia mutant country, just need to wait in front of this vine. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the intertwined vines to slowly split apart, glowing with endless dazzling green lights, reflecting on everyone's faces. Then the girl Lorna walked out of it and smiled. Everyone, welcome to join Mutants Utopia, as long as the mutants here will be sheltered. Please follow me to register. 35. She turned around and walked towards the green light between the vines behind her. The people behind her looked at each other with a look of anticipation on their faces. Everyone came to a spacious square through the green light, and looked around curiously. Countless vines are entwined around it, and one side is hundreds of meters high in the sky. In front of it is the slate steps, and there are several radiant portals on it. Full of fantasy. Is it technology or magic? Surprise appeared on Logan's face, and Wolverine, who was nearly 200 years old, had never seen such a fantastic sight. It's like a utopia in a fairy tale. Technology or magic? Does it really matter? At this moment, a familiar and unfamiliar word came from behind. Logan followed the sound and looked behind, clenching his fists subconsciously, and roar, the steel claw hidden in flesh and blood, was about to come out. Because the person standing in front of him turned out to be Magneto Eric. A young version of Eric. This made Logan puzzled a bit, and the vigilance in his heart has not been let down. Don't be so nervous, I'm now the ambassador of Utopia. With a smile on his face, Eric looked at Lorna beside him and said solemnly, you bring others to register, I will bring Logan to see Alan. Since Logan's identity is X-Men, he must be distinguished from other mutants to prevent unnecessary chaos. Besides, Eric and his old friend Charles fell in love and killed each other for years. Who can guarantee that Logan is not here to find the way? But no matter what kind of person, as long as they meet Alan, they will obediently surrender. Eric looked at Logan, who looked alert, and smiled. Logan, let's go. Hearing this, Logan regretted that he really entered the wolf's den, and the person in front of him was the mortal enemy of X-Men. But it's already here, and there's no way to go back. I had no choice but to follow Magneto to a portal made of pale cyan vines. The magic portal glowed with gorgeous shimmer, reflecting on the skin and making people feel extremely warm. Logan couldn't help but reach out and touch it, but it didn't have the shuttle effect when he came up earlier, but went straight through. Not everyone can use the portal, only the inhabitants of Utopia can identify it. Eric said, passing his hand through the portal, and said with great emotion, this artificial island is not dead, it is alive, so it must be accompanied by residents to ask for its approval. This is Utopia's strong desire for protection. It will never let anyone harm the residents of the island. Anyone who threatens will be punished. Surprising, right? I was also surprised when I first walked in here, not knowing where Mr. Exxon got this fantastic island. His tone was full of admiration, and he couldn't help shaking his head slightly when he spoke. Just spending an afternoon together made him admire Alan so much. Logan next to him was curious when he heard these words. What kind of person would this old guy admire so much? Okay, now it's time to go through the door and let you see what's really going on the island. At this time, Eric walked into the portal first. Seeing Logan followed closely. Then the two entered a whole new world, and what caught their eyes was the dusk of the early autumn evening. The setting sun on the horizon is like blood, and the clouds are surging. The lush, fantastic colored woods shine brilliantly under the sunlight. Huge amounts of silhouettes were silhouetted against the grotesque giant trees at the end of the horizon, which seemed to be inhabited by islands. Clap la la! And right behind, a strange colored waterfall fell. My God, this place was created by magic. Logan was deeply shocked to see this scene. This place is the utopia of the real world. It's Mutant's utopia. The kids at Xavier Academy will love this place. It's shocking, right? The Grima gathering place is only a part of the island. This island gathers a lot of landforms, and it grows every year. Eric looked at the shocked expression of his former enemy, and a proud smile formed on the corner of his mouth. If Charles can come, he will definitely give up his bullshit ideas. Charles, he just hasn't figured it out yet. 99. Logan said that the professor couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. If those humans really wanted to coexist peacefully, they wouldn't have developed a mutant antidote. Eric tossed his cape dismissively. Then he opened his hands to cast mutant ability, holding up the two and flying towards the living place in the sky. After passing through the dense fantasy forest, it didn't take a while to come to an uncle in the sky. This tree is majestic and majestic, which makes people deeply shocked. This is the administrative center of the Utopian Kingdom. 35. The meeting room is inside. The two walked into the magnificent tree and came to the spacious conference hall. Alan's figure stood in front of the window overlooking the beautiful scenery below, with a complex expression between his brows. He noticed the arrival of the two of Eric and turned around slowly. Eric, you came just in time. In the next period of time, you will become the agent of Utopia, in charge of all affairs in the Kingdom 5. Mr. Exxon, are you leaving? Eric looked surprised, knowing that this is the beginning of the founding of the country, and there are many people in the outside world who are eyeing the utopian country. Leaving at this time may make the people uneasy. I have business at hand, but will be back soon. 35. Alan does have very important things to do, which is related to the rewards given by the system. And this reward is related to his strength improvement. Item, Travel Growth Card. Brief introduction. To become a real powerhouse, you need to learn to gain more experience and broaden your horizons, so use this Travel Growth Card. The Travel Growth Card is exactly what the name suggests. That is, you can travel to the countless small universes in the card. The world in the card is 100 times as much as the outside, and the flow of time is far slower than the outside. Although the small universe is virtual, the things obtained and the fixed star power absorbed are real. In other words, he traveled the world for 1 day, compared to the 100 days of fixed star energy absorbed by the real world. And his death while traveling the world will not be affected. This made Alan can't wait to leave. He knew what the travel card meant and could quickly improve his own strength. Moreover, he can travel between various small universes to learn. With the super brain of the Kryptonian bloodline, he can accumulate countless knowledge in this regard. As Jian Shao said, a real strong man needs to keep learning. Ask for flowers. Gold Superman is just that. With tens of thousands of years of growth and knowledge reserves, he has become an all-knowing and almighty being. Well, I will try my best to maintain order and safety in Utopia. Eric knew he was not qualified to intervene, so he bowed his head reverently. Logan next to him felt a little complicated when he saw that he respected this young man in his 20s so much. However, after seeing him with his own eyes, he didn't seem to feel as terrible as the rumors. More like a heartbroken child. Are you Logan? Alan looked at the burly man in front of him. He was impressed by the tragic Wolverine, but did not expect that he would choose to join his own camp. However, for those who did not stand on the opposite side, he naturally extended his hand politely to express his support. Congratulations, you made the right choice. Nice to meet you, Mr. Exxon. Logan was a little surprised. He thought the other party would be tortured to extract a confession. After all, he just came out of the Xavier Genius Academy. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, he also politely extended his hand. However, At this time, a wonderful golden light wrapped around his body, and then a contract mark appeared on his arm, and the blood in his body was inexplicably surging. It is subconscious to resist. Don't be nervous, this is a gift for your loyalty. Eric noticed the contract mark on his arm, and then he believed that this X-Men really took refuge in the utopian country. Moment. Alan sent the two away and returned to the empty room alone. He looked at the empty room with mixed emotions, never before had such a lonely, desolate feeling. There is a saying that a family with relatives is a home, and a house without relatives is just a house. Alan sighed and looked out the window like a falling sun. The sky was getting dark, and the thin clouds were slightly dimmed. Then he looked back and took out the travel growth card in the system warehouse. It was a card with golden lines all over it, glowing with a faint shimmer. Reaching out and touching it lightly, it made a humming sound. Use travel growth cards. Roar. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling golden light drowned Alan, and the surrounding space shook and tore, ripples visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, as the golden light dissipated, Alan's figure disappeared. As if no one ever existed. Meanwhile, far in the Himalayas. At the moment, it's only early autumn, the mountains are already full of snow, and the endless raging cold wind roar howls. And on the towering mountain, the ancient Kamartaj dojo stands here, like a lone ship in a storm, making people feel crumbling. But in such bad weather, a thin figure in a yellow robe appeared in the blizzard, and even if the blizzard got stronger, it couldn't affect her. What's the matter? He disappeared. Ancient One felt that the figure in the world disappeared, and there was surprise in his eyes, and he quickly stretched out a golden line. It is the timeline of this universe. Countless tiny golden lights that flicker above are what will and have happened in the future and the past. No one else can see anything from this. But Ancient One, as Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme, she can clearly see everyone's future and past. Naturally, she was also paying attention to Alan Exxon, but after seeing that he would die at some point in the future, she stopped paying attention. She borrows the power of Dimension Mephisto to spy on the timeline, which will cause great harm to her body. So when it was deduced that Alan would die at some point in the future anyway, there was no further spying. But just now, Ancient One's clear perception that Alan is gone. Even if I look for the time now, I can't find any signs. Past, present, future. All are so. Either the opponent's strength is higher than her, and everything is hidden. Or the other party is already strong enough to escape the timeline. So far, she has only seen one enemy who can escape the timeline. That man is Dormammu. At this moment, the Sorcerer Supreme is deeply aware that a cosmic crisis is about to happen. An unpredictable crisis. Small. Chapter 67. As Eric said, the Utopia artificial island will grow. In the past few days, the island has extended out by more than 10 meters, and it has gradually exceeded the scope of Queens. As long as it never stops, there is a real possibility that it will take over the entire Beacon country one day. Even the whole world. This unnerved many residents near Queens, and some moved out of the city overnight. However, at the beginning of the Utopia mutant state, there was a large-scale relocation phenomenon in the area around Queens. In a few days, the surrounding area was almost wiped out. Only a few stayed behind. This also made the high-level officials of the Lighthouse country speed up their plans for the mutant kingdom. They knew that mutant must not be allowed to run wild. 5 days after the establishment of the Utopia mutant kingdom, under the shadow of the huge island on the border of Queens, in front of the intertwined vines of the sky, several black sedans with special government license plates drove slowly and parked on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a group of high-level government officials in suits and leather shoes walked down. They looked at the magnificent building above their heads, their pupils trembled slightly in shock, and then their expressions gradually became solemn. "Admiral Cousins, can you fly all the way smoothly?" One of them is Alexander Pierce, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director who is now the head of the Security Council. At the same time, he also has a hidden identity, that is, the leader of the Hydra organization in S.H.I.E.L.D. But so far he has been well hidden, and no one has discovered his true identity. It's okay, but the bad things about 127 in Mutant country have made me unable to sleep these days. Admiral Cousins looked up and stared ahead, his tone was a little tired. The appearance of the Mutant country in the past few days has further aggravated the emotions of the people of the Lighthouse country, and now crowds of people can be seen marching on the streets all day long. The gates of government agencies were also blocked. Some crazy guys even started attacking the staff, and many wanted the government to act fast. Not so many days without a formal plan. But finally got in touch with the folks at Utopia this morning and are now preparing for the first meeting with Mutant. I guess you should also find it unexpected, Alan Exxon actually decided to build a country above the Lighthouse country. This thing is really beyond most people's imagination. And above Queens, there's a new nation-state sovereign, whose name I just heard a few days ago. Alexander Pierce mentioned this tone with great emotion. A budding person actually established a country within a few days, and shocked the Beacon country. Hum. At this time, the intertwined huge vines hummed, and then gradually split. A familiar and unfamiliar person walked out, his face gloomy like a haze, and his silver-white armor set off the shining luster. Those cold eyes saw their hatred and sneered, "What does the old saying say? May you live in interesting times." Magneto. Admiral Cousins was very old and had seen Magneto in his youth before, so he recognized the man walking out at a glance. It is the mortal enemy of mankind. Magneto. A few bodyguards next to him froze when they saw this, and hurriedly pointed the dark muzzle at Magneto. But the next second, "Chi!" The firearm fell to the ground in an instant. "Please, call my agent to applaud." Eric slowly put away his left hand and said solemnly, "Mr. Exxon is not coming today, he has something to do elsewhere. I admit that I am not a very good agent, but I hope to handle the matter well. Come with me and I'll show you around and talk about the purpose of your interview by the way. 35. He knew that this group of hypocritical politicians would never do anything good, and the tone of his speech was naturally full of threats. Besides, Alan isn't here now. He had to deal with everything well without the slightest mess. Several high-level officials of the Lighthouse country looked at each other, and then quickly followed in the footsteps of Magneto Eric, passing through the portal and the spacious square that followed. There are many portals intertwined with plant vines in front. These plants are your portals? I have seen similar things in other cities, and they are very similar to yours. Admiral Cousins frowned at these portals. He had seen it in Hawaja before, and it took root overnight and formed a ring the next day. He didn't expect it to be a portal of utopia. Another threat to the Lighthouse nation. Yes, we have this plant in a lot of places for the convenience of transportation, and they are able to reach this hub. And through the hub we can join other gathering places and portals, each with huge amounts of portals, interconnecting the ecosystem of the island. 99. Saying that, Eric waved it casually. Snow-covered peaks and mountains emerged from a portal. They were all in the same environment, but the cold wind roared on the peaks. Looking at another portal, the image that emerged was a city located on the bottom of the sea. The marine roamers are rich in biological groups, and some are even endangered species on Earth. The officials of the Lighthouse Nation looked emotional. They saw a building that was not bound by distance. Not bound by altitude, or even an island that is not bound by ecological environment. At present, just showing the tip of the iceberg has already shocked people, and the inner turmoil has been turbulent for a long time and cannot be calm. I think we should talk about some other issues, talk about this, on the military side. Admiral Cousins, as the representative of the White House, came here to test Mutant's attitude. It's just a pity that I didn't get to meet Alan Exxon. However, he was very curious about what Alan was doing. I don't know what that damn demon is planning. You say. Hearing this, Eric turned to look at him, his deep eyes unpredictable. Your portal can transport anything, even troops, regardless of distance. This advantage is too, well, it can be said that you have abandoned the military strategy that has evolved over thousands of years. But I want to make it clear that these things cannot appear in the Lighthouse state without permission. Cousins looked around the portals and said solemnly. As a general-level officer, he naturally knew how important transportation was to the military. and it is more able to achieve a concealed and high-speed uniform way. It is simply a powerful means during the war, which can silently transport everything that is not bound by distance. It's scary just thinking about it. Sorry, in your opinion these are tools of war, but I only see unquestionable refuges. When Eric heard these words, a sneer formed on his cold face. He liked to see the look of horror on the faces of the group. But, it seriously undermines the rule. When Alan Exxon declared to the world, he said it would only divide Queens into territories. Cousins clenched his fists subconsciously, and anger welled up in his eyes. You may have misunderstood Mr. Exxon, we will no longer fear anyone, nor will we just cower in this small city. Eric looked at him contemptuously, his tone icy as if he had fallen into an ice cave. However, the people present had been ups and downs in the officialdom for many years, and naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. Utopia, the mutant kingdom, will not be satisfied with this. They will continue to expand outward. As Alan said, they hope that human beings can struggle longer. For a time, everyone fell into silence, and felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. A race that was once spurned has now climbed over their heads, trampling on their dignity and humiliating their country. But they couldn't stop it. Guys, it's nice to meet you all, but now it's time for you to run home and tell your masters what you've learned and seen. I want you to tell them that Mr. Ackerson's words had no room for bargaining, and the world has been turned upside down. The sooner you realize the end you face, and the inevitability of our rule, the sooner you will learn to appreciate our generous rule. Eric turned around and put his hands on the stone pillar, overlooking the bustling city below. His voice was full of irresistible majesty. Do you know what your tone sounds like? Admiral Cousins heard what he meant, and there was no way Mutant would back down. But neither do humans, and the so-called interviews are just for testing purposes. I know, it feels great to finally say that. Hearing this, Eric looked back at him, in a very good mood. So, you agree that our interviews are meant to threaten us? Alexander Pierce, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. This sentence just finished. Ekri, who was overlooking the bustling city, couldn't help laughing, and he turned to face the officials. Rear. The setting sun on the horizon fell, and the clouds surged. Endless dim light shines. His shadow was slender and shrouded over everyone. Those vicissitudes of life and deep eyes are as unpredictable as his master, making people feel creepy. You mean, you're here to make peace? No, you're not. If it's not a bad thing, I'm calling you here for a superficial reason. Mr. Exxon, a new word will be added to the lexicon of mankind, utopia mutant. In the future, when you say this word, make sure it's soft and with due respect. Because, we're listening. The White House of Hwaju, the Lighthouse Country, the office of the President. The delegation to Utopia has returned, but their faces are extremely gloomy, obviously they have encountered something bad. Boom. Fack. Those damned beasts. They really think they're gods. President Ellis was furious when he learned about the attitude of the utopian state. The mutants were originally a group of beasts hiding in the sewers, but now they are so rude to them. Do you really think of yourself as a god? Mr. President, what should we do now? Admiral Cousins frowned, and he now had trouble sleeping and eating at the thought of a utopia. As long as the mutant country exists, or as long as Alan Exxon is alive. So for human beings, it is a 1.4 time bomb that may explode at any time. When I met Magneto Eric today, he had seen the horror of transforming ability. Not only rejuvenates the aged Magneto, but also makes it more handy to control the magnetic field, when dismantling advanced and complex firearms today. The opponent will be completely disassembled in one breath. It can be seen how consummate the control of the magnetic field is. In addition, Admiral Cousins believes that the Fantastic Island is also related to Alan's ability, which is even more outrageous. That utopian island has advanced technology, as well as a more favorable natural environment and ecosystem. And, it is growing all the time. Inform the Security Service, the Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Service, and have them get ready. 55. A dark light flashed in President Ellis' eyes, and he said solemnly, "We can't let these beasts run wild anymore, they have to pay the price." Soon the top leaders of the major organizational departments received the same instruction to attack the Utopia mutant country. Huge amounts of sirens rang out from several military bases in the western part of the lighthouse nation, and the empty airstrips were crowded with people, all of them with dignified faces. Everyone's eyebrows revealed excitement. These days, they have been paying attention to the events in the mutant country, and they wished their superiors could issue orders quickly, so that they could teach this group of mutant beasts who don't know the heights of the sky. Now finally the moment has come. Chapter 68. When President Ellis's notice was issued, the top leaders of major departments and organizations soon received the news of attacking the Utopia mutant country. For a time, this news caused an uproar like a boulder smashed into a water pool. All the high-level people are excited to know that at the moment, know that they have been waiting for this moment since the mutant kingdom was announced. After all, human beings have always been the hegemons on the earth, and it's okay if you mutant come out and show off your power. But I dare to see it in the lighthouse country, and the location is the Queen's district of the Big Apple City, an important economic center in the country, and a city that attracts attention from the world. It is undoubtedly trampling on the dignity of the lighthouse state, for a superpower. Absolutely intolerable. It's just that after the establishment of the Utopia mutant country, although the White House executives and the president came out to make a statement, they did not take any practical actions. But now, finally decided to attack the Utopia mutant country. As soon as the lighthouse country's internal news came out, the military people couldn't wait to call all the soldiers back, even those who were on vacation were not spared. Anyone who is in service must return to the team. This is an irresistible order. As the saying goes, military orders are like mountains. Coupled with the fact that the soldiers learned that it was a battle in the Utopia mutant kingdom, many people returned to the team overnight, and some people definitely did not want to participate in this battle. After all, the person who is about to face is a mutant who can reach the sky, and some are even strong enough to resist the bombing of missiles. For example, the previously exposed footage of the Battle of Krakow. The Lorna Dan in it alone blocked the bombing of 5 Jericho missiles, and then counterattacked and destroyed the Los Angeles aircraft carrier. The terrifying combat power is really outrageous. Even if Rao is an enemy that missiles can't deal with, anyone would be afraid. However, until the soldiers quickly returned to see the sophisticated weapons and equipment, they regained their self-confidence. In order to deal with mutant more effectively, Worthington Company 19 cooperated with the military to develop a bullet containing inhibitory antibodies. Just hurting a mutant will disable their ability. This is undoubtedly the most deadly for mutants. Mutants without ability are like lambs to be slaughtered, and there is nothing to fear at all. Therefore, the soldiers of the military have confidence in this battle. They felt that they had a great chance to win this battle, and as for the reason why Admiral Ross was pale before, they believed that it was Allen who pinched the weakness of Admiral Ross, which led to the defeat of the battle. This time there is a lesson from the past, and I will not make the same mistake again. Moreover, the location of the Utopia mutant country can be described as embattled. As long as the army surrounds the entire island, the mutant inside cannot escape. Many people think that Allen is too arrogant to make such a stupid decision. No wise military strategist or qualified monarch would put his country in danger. He obviously isn't. I think the victories are already tilted in our favor, and it won't be long before mutant pays the price. The ignorant mutant would actually choose to place the floating island in the Big Apple City. Isn't this the equivalent of throwing himself into the net? They will soon know the fate of offending the Great Beacon Country. The huge amount of airstrip was crowded with soldiers, and everyone laughed and chatted with each other. After a while, there would be nearly 100,000 soldiers at the scene, and they would go to the Queen's district of the Big Apple City to participate in the battle. At this moment, huge amounts of roaring sound came from the sky, followed by a violent gust of wind that swept downwards, making people feel piercing. Everyone subconsciously bent over to suppress their hats and looked up. It's just that it's clearly empty deep space above, but it makes people feel depressed as if there is a giant appearing, and looking around, the thin clouds in the sky are smashed by an unknown gale. FK. Just when everyone felt weird. The black shadows flickering in the sky gradually condensed and overlapped, and a huge aircraft carrier that covered the sky and the sun appeared, and the huge aircraft carrier that looked like a giant steel city appeared instantly. The whole world was shrouded in darkness, and almost the entire airstrip fell into darkness. Fuck, what the hell is this? A flying aircraft carrier, are you sure it's not a spaceship? God of generous gift crab, when did the technology of the lighthouse country become so developed? This is the great beacon country, what are those goddamn mutants fighting us? 35. The soldiers raised their heads and looked at the behemoth above, their pupils trembling slightly in shock, full of disbelief. What is the concept of an aircraft carrier with tens of thousands of tons flying in the sky? That's the equivalent of a moving steel city. So far, it has only been seen in science fiction literature, and no matter who it is, it will be deeply shocked. At the same time, the main control room of the huge aircraft carrier. The big shots from the military and the political circles gathered here. They felt the operation of the aircraft carrier and looked at the passing scene outside, and their inner emotions were full of waves. Rao is a well-informed big man in the military who couldn't help but sigh. The technology displayed by this aircraft carrier is far beyond imagination. You must know that the aircraft carrier on the bright side of the lighthouse country is not to mention flight. Even driving in the ocean is strenuous, and the speed of sailing is like a target. Director Nick Fury, how long have you been organizing the development of this aircraft carrier? Admiral Cousins looked around at the advanced equipment and wondered at Nick Fury next to him. A long time. 35. Nick Fury didn't seem to be in a good mood, and then responded. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only spent a lot of money and time to create this aircraft carrier, he originally used it as a backup plan to prepare for the Avengers plan. I didn't expect to be forcibly requisitioned by this group of people. This is also out of frustration. S.H.I.E.L.D. is still an organization of the lighthouse country no matter what. The upper echelons and even President Ellis put pressure on it, and even Nick Fury, the SHIELD chief, couldn't resist. Moreover, he could not even refuse the order of the Security Council. Not to mention the high level of lighthouse state. As a super agent, he still works for them in the end. This is the real SHIELD. Although the protection of the human earth is one of the blames, if the country is in danger, they will still take action. After all, this organization is a lighthouse country. I heard Trask sent a batch of sentinels, which is good news. Admiral Cousins didn't pay attention to his face, and turned to pick up the sentinel file on the desktop. This has an advantage for us, but unfortunately it is the first generation, and the second generation cannot be put into use. The officials around who knew about the matter spoke up. This sentinel is different from what President Ellis said before. It is the first generation sentinel that can be put into use at present. Although there is a big gap in technology, it is also a weapon of war designed to deal with mutant. The combat ability displayed is not inferior, and it is equipped with a flight system and a powerful firepower system. A battlefield that can adapt to multiple complex terrain environments. It is very suitable for the upcoming battle on the floating island. And with Sentinel, they can reduce casualties on the battlefield, which is even more their advantage. Where's the X-Men? Nick Fury, who was silent for a moment, remembered the question from the mutants at the Xavier Talent Academy. They have been notified. 35. Admiral Cousins responded. I need to remind you that Wolverine Logan of X-Men joined Utopia the other day. Nick Fury remembered Alan's insidious cunning, and said coldly, that group of mutants is not a good thing. 99. Don't worry, Logan has always been disobedient, but Charles won't. 35. Admiral Cousins did not take things to heart. He felt that Charles had been committed to maintaining the peaceful development of the two races for many years, and it was impossible to give up halfway. Besides, the agent of the Utopia mutant kingdom is Magneto Eric. It is Charles and even the mortal enemy of X-Men, and the two sides are incompatible. I hope so. Nick Fury said solemnly, call your people up and get ready to set sail. The role of this aircraft carrier is to send soldiers to the floating island, which is why the military requested requisition. After half an hour, Nearly 100,000 soldiers who are ready to fight in the interior of the aircraft carrier, but this does not have any pressure on the huge aircraft carrier. Boom! Moment. The huge amounts of aircraft carrier engine start the thruster to rotate, slowly expand to both sides and rotate downward to form a hurricane, dragging the tens of thousands of aircraft carrier to fly high into the sky, which produces a raging wind that is visible to the naked eye. Then the stealth system was activated, and the behemoth gradually faded away. Blend in with the blue sky. Big Apple Queens. In the gathering and living area of the main island, forests with fantastic colors stand up. After a few days of containment in the originally clean residential area, the country has more than 100,000 mutant residents, and it gradually becomes lively. Huge trees and houses stand among them. Children can be seen everywhere lying on the soft grass, bathed in the sun, with smiles on their faces that have not been seen in a long time. Come to the mutant in Utopia. Not long ago, he still lived in the dark sewers. In order to avoid the arrest of special organizations, he almost lived a dark life. There are very few opportunities to enjoy the warm sunshine. 18. Now they can finally enjoy everything like a dream. On the balcony of the big tree conference room. I feel like I'm one step closer to my goal. Eric looked down at the scene below, feeling very emotional. His goal for decades has been to make Mutant the ruler of the planet. Now that the multi-year goal has been progressed, and now is only the first step, the utopian state does not stop there. One day, the mutants will be the only race on Earth. When Eric also understands that there is everything in the moment thanks to Alan Exxon. If it weren't for him, there would be no existence in this country at all, and now he is almost regarded as a godlike existence in the race. Countless people admired him immensely. Where's Mr. Exxon? Lorna, the girl next to her, couldn't help asking. I'm not qualified to intervene in his affairs, I just need to do my agent's duties well during this period. Eric currently doesn't think he has any problems during his agency, but it's just the beginning, the delegation from the White House that came yesterday. You won't give up easily when you go back. Then he looked at his little daughter and hesitated, until now he hadn't recognized Lorna. And so does Quicksilver. It's just that he didn't know how to speak. Yet at this moment, roared she. A gust of wind rushed in suddenly in the conference room, and then stopped firmly in front of the two of them. It's Quicksilver Pietro. He gasped for breath and said with a panicked expression, I just went outside and found that all the residents in the surrounding area have been cleared away. 35. Isn't this normal? It's been happening a lot in recent days and they're afraid of us. Lorna raised her eyebrows, feeling that he was making a fuss, and there was disdain in his beautiful eyes. It's a massive migration, completely different from before. Quicksilver Pietro's tone was anxious, and his speech was a little slurred. Wrong. Hearing this, Eric noticed something was wrong. Thinking of the delegation that just left yesterday, he frowned and flew towards the location of the portal. Seeing this, Lorna and Pietro quickly followed. Soon, Magneto Eric went through the portal to the high sky outside the island, and the silver-white armor was exposed to the scorching sun, reflecting the endless dazzling light. His sharp eyes stared at the sky. The empty sky was as calm and dead as the city below, with only a slight breeze blowing. 1. Next second. Looking closely, a strong wind suddenly blew from the calm high sky, blowing away the thin clouds around. As if something was flying in the invisible. Sir, Magneto is out. In the main control room of the invisible aircraft carrier, a staff member noticed a black spot over the island, and after zooming in, he found that it was Magneto. A young version of Magneto. It seems that Alan's mutant ability is very effective. Nick Fury pondered, and then said, Don't go over, this aircraft carrier can't stand his toss 9. He should have spotted us. Cousins on the side quickly looked at the adjutant next to him, activate Sentinel. The lieutenant commander immediately activated Sentry. At the moment, the eyes of the purple and white robots in the aircraft carrier's arsenal glowed red, and then the propellers on the soles of their feet were activated, holding up their steel-cast bodies and shooting out of the open hatch. Roar! Wherever you go, you leave behind billowing hot white smoke. At the same time, Magneto on the island squinted and stared at the sky. A huge black shadow flickered in the empty sky. Then the aircraft carrier in the invisible state is exposed. Fake. 35. Eric couldn't help but curse in a low voice when he saw this. Roar. In this huge amount of steel sky city, silhouettes swept out from the open hatch, rushing towards this side like a goddess scattered flowers. It's a plethora of sentry robots that keep pouring out of the arsenal. Their scarlet and hideous mechanical eyes lock on the target, and the instructions are written in the program to clear all the mutants on Utopia. Chapter 69. Admiral Cousins in the aircraft carrier looked at the sentry fleet that swept past, with a satisfied look on the face of the vicissitudes. When Trask Industries developed the Sentinel, Magneto's magnetic manipulation was in mind. At the time of manufacture, the material used is not metal, but carbon nanomaterials. And its hardness is no less than that of metal, even harder than most metals. That means, Magneto's magnetic manipulation is useless. This Sentinel is simply a weapon against him. At the moment. Roar. Above the vast sky, in the open hatch of the huge steel giant city, one after another sharp silhouettes swept out, and they rushed towards this side like a goddess scattered flowers. Hundreds of sentinels are like a torrent of black clouds covering the sky and covering the sun, occupying the entire skyline. Buzzing. Their red lighting mechanical eyes are ferocious like beasts, and instructions are written in the program to clear all the mutants on Utopia Island. Boom. In the power of powerful thrusters, the speed is fast. Wherever he went, billowing white smoke formed a scorching hot and distorted space. Far away. Not metal. Magneto looked at the sentry fleet swept across the sky, and a dark light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He didn't feel the presence of metallic properties on these sentinels. It seems that the enemy has learned to be smart and wants to use this advantage to restrain him. But, in other words, he would have felt jealous before, but now his mutant gene has been transformed by Alan. Already reborn. Its variant ability has also become a true magnetic manipulation. Just not yet proficient. But it's more than enough to deal with the sentry fleet in front of you. Thinking about it, Magneto's face sank and he opened his hands, his body instantly exuding a terrifying coercion. Afterwards, weak energy fluctuations were generated around the body, and the raging atmosphere gradually became strange. His open palm trembled slightly, and the surging airflow around him gradually slowed down. As if there was a wall blocking the wind. The calm high above was like the brief silence before a storm, save for the sound of the engines of the sentry fleet. He didn't move. Nick Fury squinted slightly, looking at the motionless Magneto. Oh, it looks like this old friend of ours will be torn to shreds soon. Admiral Cousins sneered. At the moment, a swarm of thousands of sentries swarmed over Magneto's head. The steel body revolved, exuding hot air waves, sweeping around and dispersing, after they locked the target in front. Roar! Immediately, it was like a violent wave rushing down from the sky, black shadows shrouded the entire lower part, they dived at an extremely fast speed, and with the help of powerful propellers, bursts of fierce wind raged. The figure turned into an afterimage like a sharp arrow, causing bursts of sonic booms. During the period, the weapon device on the steel body recognizes the enemy and activates, and the mechanical arm extends out the dark muzzle. The rhythm of the bullet track attached to the firearm made a rattling sound, and the muzzle flashed with fire. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the sharp bullets washed down like a storm. This scene. Looking from a distance, it is like a place where dark clouds are concentrated, and a violent storm is falling. And it's still a dense rain of bullets. A real hail of bullets, like the end of the world. Full of suffocating despair. At the moment when the sentry group fired, Rao could see the flashing dazzling flames even thousands of meters away, pulling up a slender light in the sky. It's like dividing the world into two. The brightness of the sky is distinct from the darkness below. It was a group of thousands of aircraft, and the moment the bullets were fired at the same time, huge amounts of gunfire resounded through the sky, shaking the surrounding clouds. The heat spread through the air with clearly visible ripples. Such a violent attack. It's all for one person, and that's Magneto alone. Everyone on the aircraft carrier was staring at the battle ahead, tense and subconsciously holding Roar's breath. This is the first battle of the original Sentinel. In the face of the powerful Magneto and Mutant, everyone naturally hopes to solve this big trouble. This will make it easier to attack Utopia next. However, this time, they noticed that Magneto, who was standing still, raised his hands. A simple action disturbed everyone's mind, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Immediately after, a scene that made countless people numb their scalps appeared. Only seen in the distance. Magneto's raised hands suddenly tightened, and a terrifying substantive killing intent erupted from his entire body. That aura full of endless monstrous murderous intent, with the momentum of chi penetrating the rainbow, conflicted, shocking the quartet. The only remaining thin clouds around the sky seemed to be attacked by killing intent, and they collapsed and scattered in an instant. Roar chi! The surrounding space is affected by the energy and begins to vibrate slightly. Rao is the distortion of the air visible to the naked eye. The entire sky was instantly rendered with an extremely eerie atmosphere. Along with the tremors of space, the original aggressive Sentry fleet instantly slowed down, and the carbon nano-bullets fired seemed to be bound by invisible hands. Suddenly, the sharp bullets stagnated, and Rao was unable to move forward even though he was trembling. The rear Sentry aircraft group is also controlled by Magneto's powerful magnetic field. It is difficult for the Sentry aircraft group to move forward, and the body that dives straightly becomes extremely slow. Like an invisible wall ahead, blocking them. Everyone in the aircraft carrier saw an incredible scene, and their pupils suddenly shrank. How is that possible? That is Sentinel made of carbon nanometers, he should be out of control, how could this be? Admiral Cousins stared blankly, murmuring in disbelief. What happened now had a severe impact on his worldview. You must know that Magneto can only manipulate metal magnetism from beginning to end, so even the prison where he was previously imprisoned is made of glass. Now looking at the restricted Sentry fleet. Once again, he had a profound insight into the power of Alan's transformation ability, and he transformed the aged Magneto to such a degree. It is important to know that carbon nanometers do not contain metallic properties. That said, at the moment Magneto is no longer limited to manipulating metal. He's even able to manipulate other things associated with magnetism. The thought of this is creepy. You must know that magnetism is the four major forces of the universe. If it is used well, it can even overturn a planet and cause disasters like tsunamis in mountains and roar. FK, get those sentinels pumped up, the damn guy can't quite control them yet. Nick Fury next to them saw them stunned, and hurriedly reminded them angrily. The person in charge of dispatching Sentinel did not dare to neglect, and immediately pulled the values of all Sentinel devices to the maximum value. Boom! Then Sentinel in the distance received the command, and the propeller behind it suddenly increased its horsepower, spewing a turbulent crimson light. The surrounding hot air intensified the distortion, and the tail generated a heat wave. Buzzing! Thousands of Sentinels are propelled with maximum horsepower at the same time, generating a huge thrust of tens of thousands of tons, making the surrounding airflow frantically surging. The whole sky was filled with the sound of the wind blowing from the thrusters. Under the increased thrust, the wall formed by the invisible magnetic field was pushed, and the steel body of the Sentry group dived straight down. Finally, they gradually break free from the shackles of invisible magnetic field. Approach towards Magneto's position. It works. It seems that Magneto has no control over his ability. Admiral Cousins breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It seemed that Magneto was not skilled enough to control the new ability. For carbon nanometers that do not belong to metals, it is impossible to completely manipulate them. Yet at the moment, looking ahead, his expression changed suddenly. I see. At the moment, a strange black line appeared on the horizon, surging from all directions towards this side. The eerie black line is like a curtain, dividing black and white, and the sky covered by white clouds is stained by the black line into a black haze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the sky, a sudden change. A turbulent gust of wind raged and swept across, and the originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in black clouds. The world around him sank into darkness. The black clouds swept away layer by layer like ocean waves, and the whole scene was very strange. The extremely gloomy and eerie quiet atmosphere is scattered everywhere. As if the end of the world is coming. Damn bastards! Let's show you real magnetic manipulation. 35. Boom! Dark clouds spread all over. The figure wearing silver-white armor stood between the heavens and the earth, and his face was low and grim and his eyes revealed endless ruthlessness. Goddamn BD! Let you see the real Magneto. See the real magnetic manipulation. A bunch of damn bastards trying to get past him. Go and attack the utopian kingdom behind you. As an agent of the state, he will not tolerate such a thing happening, otherwise what will he do to face Mr. Exxon in the future? What? Magneto let out a roar, and the energy emanating from his body suddenly exploded. Affected by the energy, the surrounding magnetic field began to surging, and the space even appeared folded and distorted. Today. Don't even want to leave. In Magneto's eyes full of scarlet blood and endless hatred, a unique purple light flashed. Soon the purple light gushed out of his body and wrapped all the sentry robots in an instant. Next second. Boom! Along with the sky covered with dark clouds, there was a flash of thunder that ripped apart the sky. The endless dazzling light shines on the silver-white armor, and it immediately sets off a dazzling light like the burning sun. The burst of purple mutant energy seemed to be the occasion, and it burst out suddenly when it was stimulated. Torn apart thousands of sentry fleets overhead. This move is like a precursor to Magneto's power, which intensifies the vibration of the surrounding magnetic field. The black clouds in the entire sky condensed turbulently, like a Hellshura's face looking directly at the earth and all things. Everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. What followed was the pressure formed by the bursts of magnetic fields, and the scattered high-rise buildings on the ground trembled violently. Under such a strong movement, the ground was also torn apart by endless cracks. The tremors intensified and the winds grew stronger. The silver-white figure that shredded tens of thousands of sentry ups and downs in the dark sky, as if a god had descended. My god! Is he a god? The thought came to an officer's mind, his mouth trembling, and he muttered to himself. How is his mutant ability not magnetically manipulated? Admiral Cousins felt the sudden surge of terror and the surging killing intent across the kilometer. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he swallowed his words a little bit inarticulately. That fierce and raging killing intent makes people shudder. Just feel the breath of death, spreading from the head to the whole body. Even after seeing countless tragic wars, the hands and feet can't stop the cold. Is it death? FK. He's not a magnet, he's a magnet. Nick Fury caught a glimpse of the chaotic radar system out of the corner of his eye, his face suddenly changed greatly, and he immediately shouted, "Quick! Activate the remaining sentinels. Then retreat. His strength is far beyond what we can imagine." The voice just fell. Bang-chi! The tens of thousands of sentinels in the arsenal rushed out, and the person in charge of the manipulation without waiting for the order was already frightened by Magneto's body, and he could not wait to pour out all the weapons to confront the terrifying figure in front of him. Roar Chi! The innumerable sentry fleet obscures the sky and the sun, and Wang Wanxi, Hez Zhao, rushed forward, and the violent wind swept up wherever he went. Return! Nick Fury's sweaty palms clenched tightly, and nervous veins popped up on his forehead. The strength shown by Magneto will simply exceed the predicted levels. He's more than 5th grade. Perhaps, it is approaching the Omega level. The so-called Omega level is the existence of the 5th Alpha level, and all Alpha levels are not necessarily Omega. But the Omega level must be Alpha, they have infinite possibilities. Director, the aircraft carrier can't move. It seems that something is holding us, and the thrusters don't work. Director, the communication equipment has also responded to the magnetic field interference. Almost all the staff in the huge main control room turned pale and raised their heads to report one bad news one after another. Hearing these words, the expressions of all the officers including Nick Fury changed greatly. What a joke! This is a special aircraft carrier of more than 200,000 tons. It was directly restrained and unable to move. And Nick Fury knows the technical source of this aircraft carrier, but the mighty Chris planet. With the support of its propellers, it can have a thrust of nearly 300,000 tons. That is to say, Magneto actually restrained a 300,000-ton behemoth across nearly a kilometer. Is he a god? What kind of monster is Alan Exxon who created a god? Boom! Affected by the magnetic field outside, there is a tsunami in Mount Roar, and thunder is everywhere. For a time, everyone looked forward with numbness on their scalps. The clouds are dense, there is no light penetration, only the lightning flashes. The figure standing between heaven and earth slowly opened its arms. It seems to indicate that the real horror has just arrived. Chapter 70. At the moment, high above the utopia, the dark and turbid deep space surged, and the dazzling thunder light flickered. A huge aircraft carrier was caught in the endless hurricane, and the strong wind raged, making this steel giant city like a crumbling ship in the storm. The black clouds surging in layers above are like ocean waves, as if they will be pressed down in the next moment. Roll the massive steel city to smithereens. Looking at the chilling scene outside, the faces of everyone shining with lightning flashed fearful expressions, their brows were full of worry, and many people even had their hands and feet cold and wet on their backs. They feel so suffocated and hopeless now, as if someone is strangling their throats and can't roar. Rao felt that the air was filled with the breath of death. The atmosphere of the entire space is overwhelming. Nick Fury was covered in cold sweat on his forehead, his clenched fists never loosened, and then he asked slightly hoarsely, "Is the communication equipment working?" It has always been in a state of no signal due to magnetic field interference. The S.H.I.E.L.D. staff shook their heads. Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned and his face became extremely gloomy. This aerospace carrier is the property of SHIELD. It is very expensive to build and uses technology from the Kree Empire. Far beyond the technological level of the Earth at this stage. If the aerospace carrier is destroyed here like this, the loss is unpredictable. Moreover, this is the first time the aerospace carrier has left the station, he does not want it to end like this. Boom! Hum! At this time, the entire aircraft carrier shook violently, and the magnetic field formed by the surrounding air pushed it, as if to overthrow the huge steel city. The soldiers of the Lighthouse Kingdom who did not know what to do in the cabin below showed doubts on their faces. But many people are still looking forward to the battle with Utopia, and some of them can't wait to go out and teach those damn mutants. However, they don't know that at the moment the aircraft carrier is in danger of dying. Outside, the wind is roaring, the lightning is thundering. The space between heaven and earth is completely plunged into endless darkness, filled with invisible magnetic field. Roared she. Magneto saw another sentinel swooping towards him, and a contemptuous smile formed on the corner of his mouth, which looked extremely sinister under the light of thunder. Fearless struggle. 35. Then he looked at the incoming Sentry aircraft group with a gloomy expression. A dazzling purple light glowed behind Double 127, and the surrounding space was affected, trembling and distorting. Intensified the raging wind. The purple light poured out with a terrifying power, and in the blink of an eye, multiple beams were formed like snakes intertwined and entwined, rushing towards the Sentry machine group with the momentum of chi penetrating the rainbow. Everywhere it goes, the magnetic field is turbulent and distorted, as if the entire sky will collapse at any time. The terrifying energy drives the magnetic field on this planet, and instantly entangles the Sentry fleet that covers the sky and covers the sun. Boom! In the next second, the raging magnetic field directly decomposed tens of thousands of Sentry robots into parts at the same time. Parts scattered all over the sky. Like a torrential rain pouring down. Under strong pressure, the hard carbon nanomaterial is instantly squeezed into pieces. In the main control room of the aircraft carrier, everyone saw this scene as if they fell into an ice cave and fell into despair. Magneto's strength is far beyond any expectation, and he can even manipulate the magnetic field at will. It wasn't magnetism that crushed Sentinel just now, but the huge pressure formed by the surrounding magnetic field. Even the hard carbon nanometers can't resist. At the moment they were deeply aware of Magneto's horror. This is stronger than Magneto at any time before, and it even makes people feel incomprehensible for a while. Can't figure it out. Suffocating. They can't think of any way to solve the current situation now. Is it not only necessary to return without success today, but even to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? You must know that this ship can carry nearly 100,000 lighthouse soldiers, and the entire domestic army is only 500,000. In addition to the more than 80,000 slaughtered in the previous Battle of Krakow. The entire War Department can be said to have suffered heavy losses, and the military once wanted to increase the number of service members and recall the veterans. When everyone is silent. Boom! The huge amounts of steel aircraft carriers shook violently again. 1. This time is completely different from before. Director, the surrounding magnetic field is disintegrating the aerospace carrier, I'm afraid it won't last long. A staff member said worriedly. Fuck, this damn beast is going to kill us all. Admiral Cousins froze behind his back when he saw this, and his tone was extremely angry. But there is nothing you can do. The only thing that can be done now is to break free from the shackles of the magnetic field before the aircraft carrier is disassembled. Otherwise, the entire aircraft carrier will be destroyed. Thousands of people will die here. So everyone on and off the aerospace carrier rushed to deal with things on their posts. They might have a few minutes left, or they might be dismantled in a minute. But fortunately, the technology of the Kree people, as well as the materials used to build the aircraft carrier, make it last a while longer. Boom! The magnetic field outside is getting stronger. The magnified ground seemed to be afraid of the powerful magnetic field, and it trembled for a while. This is my true mutant ability. Damn bastards! See. Magneto feels the mutant genes surging in his body, which contains endless energy, making the 70-year-old man excited. He hadn't been so high-spirited in years. And when he is manipulating the surrounding magnetic field, he can clearly perceive that this is not his limit. This body has unlimited potential waiting to be tapped. Magneto realized this, and the frenzied light in his eyes grew even stronger. I also understand in my heart that all this is bestowed by Alan Exxon. There would be no such powerful Magneto without him. A group of sinister villains, delusional to hurt any utopian people. Mr. Exxon, let me act as an agent, it must not be to let him down. Magneto muttered to himself, his eyes shone with cold light, his open palms tightened forcefully, and the blue veins suddenly burst out. Immediately afterwards, bursts of energy like tigers erupted all over his body, filling the entire scene with him as the center. Covered by dark clouds. The terrifying gang wind swept in, causing ripples visible to the naked eye in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the intense purple energy spread wildly outward like a beast, rushing into the surrounding cities. Wherever he went, he was submerged in purple light, and soon he melted into the air and dissipated. But soon the huge amounts of pressure formed by the magnetic field suddenly fell to the ground like mountains. Boom! I saw the violent vibration of the Earth's crust, and chunks of thick rocks burst out in an instant, slamming into the surrounding buildings suddenly. Huge amounts of impact slammed into the building recklessly, forcing the building to crack open countless cracks. Row is that heavy high-rise buildings are shaking. Countless building groups burst apart, and various reinforced boulders slammed heavily on the ground, instantly setting off a terrifying wave of air. Thick smoke and dust swept the sky and covered the earth, and immediately invaded the entire area. The wreckage of the building fell, sending out huge amounts of roar. Vehicles left on streets near Queens were smashed under terrifying pressure. Some lighter vehicles were blown away on the spot, and the metal was folded and bent under the distortion of the magnetic field, turning it into a pile of scrap iron. Roar! However, this is only the beginning of Magneto's release of a powerful magnetic field, and the surging and endless purple energy is still spreading out wildly. And flood the surrounding area as much as possible. Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx. None of the three areas closest to the surrounding area were spared. Wherever the violet light affects, huge amounts of magnetic force are generated, and distortions are visible to the naked eye in the air. Although it was only the aftermath, it still washed away the basic buildings on the street, causing countless cracks. The glass windows of high-rise buildings burst, and endless glass fragments flew. Raised dust. Looking at the whole, city from above, the streets and alleys are full of dust and fog. The cracks from the cracks left a peripheral light, which could not be dissipated for a long time. On the street, in the border area of the city, countless citizens live here temporarily. Temporary tents are scattered here and there. At the moment, countless citizens gathered on the streets. They heard the huge roar from Queens and looked over there. 1b. When the sky-covering dust mist rose from their skyline, and the dust mist continued to spread to this side, their faces were suddenly filled with horror. At the same time, they also clearly noticed that the rock formation under their feet was shaking violently. This made them react immediately. The war between the military and the utopian nation in Queens will soon spill over here. Feeling the shaking more and more intense, many citizens suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in their hearts. At this moment, the same thought appeared in their minds. That is, escape. At this time, several soldiers stationed on patrol in front of them noticed that something was wrong and immediately turned around and shouted to everyone, "Quickly evacuate to the basement. Quick!" But when they shouted this sentence, the dust and mist that covered the sky and the sun from the rear had already swept in, carrying a strong impact and rushing into this area. Boom! For a time, all the citizens and patrolling soldiers on the street were instantly blown away by the terrifying impact. 1. The most desperate thing is not the strong impact, but the building fragments swept by the dust and fog, and the hard and sharp steel bars. Those sharp steel bars instantly penetrated the fleeing citizens, the thick steel bars pierced the human body, and countless large intestines spilled out. The bloody pieces of viscera are swept by the wind. The military vehicle parked on the street was also pushed and slammed into the person beside him. The shards of glass shattered where the strong impact passed, and pierced into people's skin with the wind. In an instant, the whole street was full of piercing screams. The soldiers stationed in the room noticed the strangeness and suddenly rushed out of the room. The dust and mist outside covered them. The strong pressure in the space suddenly made their chests feel tight. Gift crab. 99. An officer looked at the dusty and foggy streets like a sandstorm raging, and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. He narrowed his eyes slightly and walked into the dust mist, and when he saw something clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Fake, hurry up! Hurry up! Call the military doctor! After hearing the sound, the soldiers looked terrified after seeing the scene in the dust and fog. Looking around, there were people lying on the ground groaning, most of them fainted, and some people had their stomachs open and their large intestines exposed, and the air was mixed with the smell of blood and heavy dust. This is how it looks from the beginning. Seeing this, the soldiers did not dare to neglect and immediately took out the stretcher to save the people. At this time, the subordinates in the room rushed out and said anxiously, "Sir, all the communication equipment is useless." 35. What? Hearing this, the officer frowned, knowing that modern warfare communication is extremely important. In many cases, emergencies require immediate reporting. Could it be that something happened in Queens, and should we send the army to see it? The subordinates stared at the sight of the wind roar whistling in the sky, and swallowed hard. "Idiot, you dare to leave your post without your superior's order? And the wreckage of this place, you don't think it needs to be cleaned up?" The officer slapped him on the head angrily. Does the idiot want to die so much? However, at the moment, there was a slight trembling sound of metal around the crowd, attracting all eyes to look over. I saw the surrounding and even the metal-related things in my hands seemed to resonate, and a violent tremor appeared and floated up. Psst! Even the metal blocks in some people cracked and the flesh flew out. The humming of the metal echoing in my ears is incessant and intensifying. The metal in these areas trembled. Fake, what kind of characters are they facing? The officer looked at the quivering metal block, and Roar couldn't help but gasp. And at the moment, Queen's Junction. Boom! The sky was dark like a stormy night, and the deafening roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire dark sky is twisted and shattered under the influence of the magnetic field. The aircraft carrier Aerospace is crumbling like a city that is about to be destroyed, and the raging magnetic force around it has begun to frantically ravage the steel giant city. In an instant, the thick steel skin was torn apart. Fly away! Touching more intense pressure suddenly twists the folds. Next up, another piece of steel parts fell off, and the fighter jets assembled on the deck have long since been turned into scrap iron. At the moment, it flew with the strong wind and smashed into the empty city. Collision on countless buildings, those buildings collapsed. Prepare the parachute, prepare to evacuate. Nick Fury looked gloomy and heartless as he watched the huge aircraft carrier gradually falling apart. He knew that it was impossible to drive the aircraft carrier away today, so he could only take a step forward. As the saying goes, keep Aoyama Station and not be afraid of burning out. Then he glanced at Magneto, who was immersed in the dark cloud, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he turned and ran towards the escape route. Roared she. Only a few seconds later, the hatch opened, and a group of soldiers who had not yet figured out the situation jumped out of the sky one after another. They only know that they are here to participate in the Battle of Utopia. I didn't expect to be evacuated early now. This left many people confused, but when they saw the apocalyptic scene outside and the gradually split aircraft carrier, they figured it out in no time. My heart is full of turmoil. What kind of existence can have such terrifying means? And at the moment, the object of suspicion. Magneto also noticed the difference. Through magnetic induction, he found the small fish hiding behind the aircraft carrier and escaping. He grinned and showed a contemptuous smile, "Don't even want to leave." Chapter 71. Boom. The door of the spacious aircraft carrier was open, the darkness outside was in stark contrast with the interior, and the endless raging winds rushed in and ravaged everyone like a flood. Lightning flashes and thunders in the deep space, and dazzling white light flashes from time to time. One after another dazzling thunder light reflected on the anxious and pale faces of everyone, and many people stared at the apocalyptic scene outside, and their hearts were turbulent for a long time, they could not calm down. The thunder that resounded in the sky suddenly appeared, like a heavy hammer hitting the heart. Every time it flickers, people's hair tightens. It seemed that a strange figure would emerge from the dark clouds surging like hell. Shura. Boom. Huge amounts of roars. The officer in charge of the hurricane was wearing a rope around his waist and shouted loudly to the people inside, "Hurry up! Hurry up! If you don't want to die, please hurry up for me." Hearing the sound, the soldiers in the front row did not dare to show any negligence. They put on their parachutes and jumped down without hesitation. Skydiving is a required skill for all eligible countries in the world. Therefore, the first group of members was very skilled, tightening the straps and wearing protective glasses and jumping down like this. No hesitation at all. Many people dare not have the slightest hesitation. When they see the apocalyptic terrifying scene outside, the desire to survive in their hearts is instantly picked up. When faced with life and death, few people make a melancholy decision. People usually first respond to their true desires. Roar! The people in a row jumped towards the ground 7 or 8 kilometers below. Due to the sudden change of weather, the fog below made it dark and turbid, and the biting cold wind violently ravaged the bodies of everyone. In such an anxious situation, many people don't even have time to wear a professional windbreaker, so they can only immerse themselves in the endless darkness and let the cold wind roar. Biting winds raged, making the exposed skin hurt. When will it be our turn? Admiral Cousins, who as one of the commanders had seen Magneto's horror firsthand, had the vicissitudes of life on his face. They were barely noticed by Magneto by taking advantage of the carrier's blind spot and the dim weather. It's just that over time, it will definitely cause Magneto's doubts. Moreover, the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier aerospace couldn't last long, and it simply couldn't last until everyone retreated. This made the usually calm general seem so anxious. With a gloomy look on his face, he swept over a group of people who were jumping down one after another, and out of the corner of his eye glanced at the parachute left by the wall and picked it up. Due to the large number of people, to prevent confusion, the parachutes are distributed uniformly for safekeeping. After all, there are always people who do crazy things in the face of life and death. You'd better not go there yet, or it will cause confusion. Nick Fury leaned against the wall with a calm expression on his face. This super agent, who had seen strong winds and waves, was not afraid of even powerful alien races. Therefore, it seems unusually calm now, as if the chaos around him has nothing to do with him. The lives of officers are worth more than their lives, not to mention that I am a meritorious general. 35. Admiral Cousins pointed to the rank on his shoulder with dark eyes, and said that he turned and walked from an exit with fewer people. There are 2 hatches on the side of the air carrier. Holding his parachute bag in hand, he stepped towards the passage where the wind was pouring in. The strong wind blew the admiral's cap and fell to the ground. Instead of picking it up, he walked straight towards the passage. The eyes of some people around him fell on him, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Admiral Cousins didn't care, he pulled the parachute bag on his back and put on his goggles and helmet. Admiral, you broke the rules by doing this, and there are still 2 groups of people in your turn. The person in charge of the guards stepped forward to stop Shen Sheng under huge amounts of pressure. Step aside. Admiral Cousins had seen Magneto's terrifying methods, and his desire to survive was extremely strong. That urges the endless magnetic field between heaven and earth, surging black clouds of 10,000 meters, and moves hundreds of thousands of tons of ability. Rao is unbearable for anyone. Whenever he thought that Magneto could appear at any time, his heart seemed to jump to his throat, and there was a sense of nausea and fear. I couldn't stop sweating all over my body. Thinking about it, he pushed aside the soldiers who were blocking people with a grim expression, and rushed straight towards the empty hatch. The quality dives down without hesitation. Hey, Mr. Cousins! 35. Several soldiers hurriedly chased after them, standing by the door and looking down. I saw that the figure of Admiral Cousins was already submerged in the turbid fog, as if it fell into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Some are just endless gusts of wind raging. As well as the military cap that was blowing in the wind from the rear, it also fell. Under the dark and turbid fog, the endless turbulent airflow surging due to the magnetic field, bursts of fierce cold wind roar. A figure fell straight down, and the passing wind seemed to turn into strands of sharp thorns, causing its face to turn blue and purple. It hurts just to look at it. However, there was not the slightest bit of pain on his face, on the contrary, there was happiness. Fake, I'm finally going to escape from here. Admiral Cousins' tensed heart was slightly relieved, and his mind was now full of getting out of this damned place. As for what a damn mission! Not even the slightest mood to pay attention to it. Since seeing the desperate mutant ability displayed by Magneto, he has long lost the ambition of the previous trigger. Ling Yun's adverbial phrase, which had previously vowed to destroy the Utopia Kingdom, has long since disappeared. He just wanted to get out of this place quickly. We'll never be half a step closer here. Now the great lighthouse country is no longer inviolable. Because it's not the most important thing. After this war, Admiral Cousins deeply realized how serious the current situation is and what kind of behemoth human beings are facing. Those mutants are too powerful. The strength of Magneto alone is enough to match a huge army. Countless people pointed to it. Not to mention that there are other mutants in Utopia. And the most important thing is the existence of Alan Exxon, who will constantly produce mutants with superior genetics in the future. The special antibodies in their hands have never even had the opportunity to use them. The more I think so. Admiral Cousins felt more and more chills in his heart. Now that he wanted to escape from here, he took his family away. Leave the lighthouse country and try to stay away from this bunch of damned beasts. At the moment, he saw the outline of the building in the fog through the windshield, realized that he was about to land, and pulled the pull-down ring with both hands excitedly. Suddenly, the backpack behind him swelled, and then the orange-yellow umbrella bag burst and opened the umbrella section. The raging wind rushed into the umbrella section. Immediately after that, the body that was diving at high speed was immediately eased and the speed gradually slowed down. Roar! The aged Admiral Cousins finally breathed a sigh of relief. He rubbed his stiff face and his face gradually turned red, and his tense emotions were eased. But the next second, when he lowered his head and looked down, his ruddy complexion suddenly turned pale, his pupils contracted and trembled slightly. Because I saw a mountain of corpses piled up below. Those people were dressed in the uniforms of the military of the Lighthouse Nation. Their abnormally dead necks had savagely torn wounds, and steel bars in their abdomens pierced through their bloody large intestines. Even the human head was split, the sharp steel pieces were cut off from the middle, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This scene appeared in an empty, dark, and foggy city, full of a strange aura of apocalypse visual impact. In the sky. What's going on? When Admiral Cousins saw this, his heart suddenly tightened, his scalp tingled, as if tens of thousands of insects were crawling through his body, and his face was pale and terrified. The strong sense of fear made him dizzy, his lips were chapped and white, and the violent beating of his heart made the feeling of vomiting flood his heart again. Despair. There was only suffocating despair in his heart now. At this moment, Rao is the old general who has experienced countless battles and has been ups and downs for many years. He can no longer withstand the continuous shock of fear. It's not that he is cowardly. This is how most people react to death. Even Admiral Cousins did not want to die because he still had family to accompany him. Moreover, many people cherish their lives as they get older. He is an old man in his 70s and nearly 80 years old. Even if you have to endure the raging cold wind, you have to jump down to escape from this place. But everything fell apart. Admiral Cousins was completely desperate. After all, for a guy who could kill so many people, he wanted to see the silver-white figure standing under the black cloud not long ago. At this time, the breeze floated from the rear, followed by a cold and hoarse voice like a demon. It's not good for this general to be a deserter. Magneto's gloved hand rested on his shoulder, eyes full of murder. The terrifying pressure emanating from his body suddenly felt like a mountain pressing down on him. Don't hurt me, it's not what I meant by attacking Utopia, it's President Ellis. Admiral Cousins had a painful face. He had experienced the baptism of the cold wind just now. His skin had been frostbitten and had strong willpower support before, but with the hope in his heart collapsed. The stinging pain of the wound became obvious, and under the raging wind around, the frostbite exposed to the air also aggravated the piercing pain. Sorry, I hate cowards, and this is not my intention, you forced me. Magneto's mind was exactly that, he just wanted to manage the situation in the country while he was acting. Will not take the initiative to provoke anyone. I didn't expect these guys to be so impatient, and they went to war directly in a few days, and planned to attack Utopia with despicable and insidious means. This. Magneto can't tolerate it, and now he seriously Utopia is the last piece of pure land that belongs to Mutant. Besides, Alan created it. To destroy Utopia is to trample on Alan's dignity. Roar. Thinking, Magneto ignored the struggling Cousins, and the purple energy surging in his body burst out with a slight force. The whole person's purple light wraps around and reflects the silver-white armor, shining even more dazzling light. Roar. Boom. Next second. He dragged Admiral Cousins' body under the push of energy, and suddenly burst into the sky, causing a sonic boom when he took off. Huge amounts of wind and waves rippled, and the purple afterglow was faintly radiated wherever it went. At the same time, the aircraft carrier Aerospace. When someone saw Admiral Cousins breaking the rules without authorization, he performed a parachute jump first. Immediately caused a lot of dissatisfaction and panic. Even the veterans who were calm and experienced countless battles on weekdays were so frightened that they scrambled to jump first. They felt strongly dissatisfied with this. Many soldiers in the lower ranks wanted to jump first, and some people, who had been occupied by fear, went straight to grab the parachute. Fake. Give it to me. Come on, jump one by one and let us die here. The blue veins on the soldier's forehead burst out. At the moment, he couldn't care about the collision caused by skydiving with too many people at the same time. He just wanted to get out of this damn place quickly. 0. Besides, there are still tens of thousands of people ahead, and I don't know when I will be able to get to myself. He can't wait. Soon they too can't wait. They rushed to grab the parachute. Some people who were standing beside the hatch and were about to jump down did not wait for an order when they saw this. For fear of being robbed of the parachute, they jumped straight ahead with a ruthless heart. It doesn't matter whether it will hit the teammate who just jumped down below. As soon as the group jumped down, a burst of gunfire came from behind. Roar roar roar! Calm down for me! Have you all forgotten your military training? A bunch of damn bastards, is the country training a bunch of trash? An officer raised the gun in his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. His burly body stood on a high place and shouted in a strong and angry tone, "Go back to me, 5. The country never misses an opportunity, everyone has a chance to get out of here." Several shots were fired, making everyone sober their brains a lot and realize what stupid things they were doing. They threw down the parachutes they had snatched and retreated. 1. When they just dropped what was in their hands, there was a violent commotion from the rear hatch. Boom! Only to hear the heavy objects falling on the deck, making a crisp sound. Hearing the sound, everyone's eyes looked mighty and mighty. An old man covered in blood was lying on the ground dying, as if he would die in the next second. "It's Admiral Cousins." Someone recognized the old man with a bloody face, and Roar said in shock. This sentence is like a boulder smashed into a water pool, setting off a shocking wave. Everyone's alarm bell rang out, and they hurriedly picked up the weapons in their hands to hold Roar's breath and stared at the door. Rear. Seeing this, Nick Fury hurried to the depths of the aircraft carrier, looking down at the communication equipment with a signal. It was a BB machine, which looked retro but actually used the powerful technology of the Kree people. Be able to send faxes no matter how far you are. He was slightly relieved to see that the faxes he had sent to Stark Industries had already been answered. "Tony, it's all up to you this time," was thinking. At this time, sudden boom. When he turned to leave, there was a turbulent sound from outside the rear hatch. The entire giant steel city swayed violently in the wind, as if the magnetic field that bound it had dissipated. However, dissipation of the magnetic field does not mean the crisis is lifted. Rather, it represents the emergence of a bigger crisis. Boom! I saw below the hatch. Pissed. Hundreds of corpses of soldiers who had just jumped off were rushed up by powerful energy. The strange purple energy wrapped around his body. Bang chi! Next second, in the terrified eyes of everyone, countless pieces of corpses exploded and the internal organs were scattered. It was like a rain of blood pouring into the cabin with the wind, washing the pale faces of everyone. Then, in the raging wind, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Let them fall into another layer of hell in an instant, and the whole body is extremely cold in an instant. It's time to end." Down. Chapter 72. Roar roar roar. In the sky, the endless turbulent gust of wind blew into the cabin door. The blood residue swept along with the biting cold wind, like a strong spike across the skin, attacking the faces of everyone head-on. But the tingling sensation on his face is no longer important than what he sees in front of him. The corpse exploded in a twisted posture, the spine was exposed to the air, and most of the visceral mutilation splashed into the cabin. Others were caught up in the wind and disappeared. But just the deformed and unspeakable distorted death of defective, just one glance makes people feel creepy. It's like seeing an evil spirit crawling out of hell. But, in fact, what everyone is more afraid of is not the tragic situation in front of them, but the initiator of such a terrifying picture. What a bloody terrifying existence that could kill hundreds of people at the same time into such an unspeakable tragic appearance. Just by seeing this scene, they can imagine how desperate these people were before they died. That despair needs no explanation, it is written on everyone's faces. His whole body was trembling, his hands and feet were icy cold, cold sweat poured down his forehead in the gust of wind, and his madly beating heart seemed to be knocked out of his throat. It seems that countless dead souls are entangled around them, and they will be swallowed up at all times. It's time to end. At this time, a terrifying voice came from the gust of wind, followed by a pressure like 10,000 mountains. Originally, the air was thin at high altitudes. When that voice came out, everyone felt the suffocation from Tianlinga's heavy brushing, and the feeling of suffocation could not be expressed in words. A time. Tens of thousands of soldiers clung to the firearms in their hands, their faces twitching with fear and not breathing. Immediately after, they saw the owner of the voice. In front of the 140 square, the thick and rolling turbid black clouds spread out, and a silver-white figure sinking in the dark and gloomy, bathed in dark clouds, slowly floated out. The darkness of the light made his face seem to be dripping with water. Boom! With the influence of the magnetic field, a dark blue thunder and lightning suddenly tore apart the black cloud without a half-ray of light. The silver-white armor flashed against the thunder, and the endless dazzling light made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. Open your eyes in the next second. The silver-white figure in the distance has already descended above his head, and he lowered his head and looked down with sharp eyes. The contemptuous eyes seemed to be looking at a group of insignificant ants. Rear. When the officer who had previously stayed in the main control room saw the silver-white figure coming in, his face was covered in horror, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Because, the person who came in was Magneto. The demon that destroyed tens of thousands of sentry fleets and stirred up the turbulent weather with a magnetic field. Rao is an aerospace aircraft carrier with hundreds of thousands of tons, and it is like a toy in his hands. Let it play. The officer subconsciously panicked. Quick, fire. He's a mutant. Hear this. The soldiers who were stunned before pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sound of gunshots resounded like thunder. The pitch-black muzzle flickered into the sky, and tens of thousands of people fired at the same time, firing hundreds of thousands of special bullets, intertwined in midair to form a huge mesh. The fierce passing caused bursts of nays and flew towards the Magneto above. These bullets are also a product of carbon nano. Does not contain half a millimetallic substance. This group of soldiers, who didn't know the truth, also thought that these specially made bullets were a weapon against mutant. So when the bullet bursts out from the muzzle, they felt that in the next second, this mutant would be beaten into a sieve. Roar! However, the next scene. Not as they wished. I saw Magneto's expression sank above, and he slowly raised one hand to face the bullets that came like a tide. The seemingly innocuous action contained endless might. A powerful magnetic field spreads and covers the incoming bullet tide instantly, as if entangled in invisible hands. Violent wang fame with quivering shells. The hundreds of thousands of bullets intertwined to form a huge mesh were instantly frozen in the air. Rao is how much momentum he had before. There is no way to move forward at the moment. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with panic, and their eyes were full of disbelief, and they suddenly pulled the trigger again. Roar, roar, roar! A burst of intense gunshots filled the entire space. The surrounding dim environment was illuminated, and the air was filled with the smell of hot gunpowder. White smoke wafts visible to the naked eye. But the result is the same. The bullet seems to hit the invisible wall and stops moving. The piled-up bullets are like dark clouds covering the sky, trembling and floating above the heads of everyone, as if they will fall in the next second. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at the dense bullets above their heads and felt their scalps go numb. The fear that emerged in their hearts instantly spread among the crowd, their stiff faces gradually turned a huge color, and beads of sweat the size of beans fell on their foreheads in the gust of wind. Not long ago. This group of soldiers is still full of fantasies about invading the utopian kingdom with advanced and specially made weapons. However, the imaginary picture in his mind was instantly shattered when he saw the pile of bullets piled up like a mountain. Now Utopia's mutant is overhead, and only one person. The advanced weapons they used to be proud of in their hands are like a burning stick. Can't do anything. The deep sense of despair is layered upon layers, suffocating. End. At the moment the swarms of lacquered sunspots surging above their heads, sharp bullets slowly towards them. Just a simple picture. When everyone realized what was going to happen next, there was a strong sense of fear in their hearts, and the thoughts that appeared in their minds spread wildly in the crowd like a plague. That is, escape. Run. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted. This sentence is like a boulder smashed into a water pool, rolling up white waves and lifting the sky. Hearing the sound, all the faces turned pale, and at this moment they couldn't care about the others and just wanted to escape. In an instant, tens of thousands of people all ran to the rear in horror. The officer who stood at a high place and reprimanded the soldiers before had disappeared into the crowd and disappeared. At the moment, the crowd like a tidal wave stepped on the ground at the same time, and the whole huge steel aircraft carrier trembled for it. This already crumbling steel giant city has been shaken by such a big impact. A bunch of cowards. Magneto looked at the chaotic crowd, his indifferent face showing contempt, and his raised hand pressed down gently. Shhhhhhh. With the strange energy surging in the space, the large net made of countless bullets was instantly pushed and fused. Roared she. Violent tearing air sounds rang out as the bullets swept out. In an instant, the high-altitude dark special bullet instantly carried a stronger impact and shot towards the fleeing crowd. Group of bullets. Cover the sky and the sun, densely packed. The turbulent magnetic field frantically ravages the surrounding space, and the space becomes distorted visible to the naked eye. The bottom of the entire huge aerospace aircraft carrier is covered with a strange atmosphere. The lacquer sunspot projectile carrying the terrifying power of the magnetic field swept through the air, making a fierce hissing sound. It seems to be going through together with the thick steel plate. What? Those fleeing soldiers turned their heads to see this scene, and they had no chance to react at all, they were already penetrated by bullets like rain. The bullets with powerful magnetic force are far more terrifying than the previous force of the gun chamber. Under the violent scouring of the bullet, the whole body was directly smeared, and countless festering wreckage splattered on the ground. The tiny bullet suddenly pierced the body with hideous blood holes, and the huge and terrifying wound was exposed in the air. Hot blood spurted out madly. Sway on the cold steel plate. All the soldiers are running hard, and they have never had a moment as desperate as they are now. This sense of despair. Just like the death god of hell chasing after him, he will die here if he takes one step slowly. But no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't escape the killing. Because now it is not the weak, but a real strong. There is a world of difference from the previous enemies. Then, many soldiers only ran out a few steps. In the next second, the eyes turned black, and the whole person completely lost consciousness and fell into a pool of blood. The internal organs in the body splashed out together with the bullets, and the last picture before his death was frozen in the scene of the teammates falling next to him. The despair in my heart gradually disappeared. There is a sense of relief. Around. The soldiers of the lighthouse country fell one by one, the expressions on their faces frozen in panic. Many people die without knowing what kind of character they are facing, and even have no chance to resist. It was directly penetrated by the hail of bullets. The tearing pain has already made them unable to think. But the funny thing is, those things were meant to be used against mutants. Unexpectedly, it became the murder weapon to kill them indirectly. Bang bang bang! With all the bullets washed away. At the moment, the bottom of the entire aircraft carrier is already a sea of corpses and blood. Looking around, the corpses on the ground are covered in blood holes, and they are in an extremely festering state after being baptized by bullet rain. The viscous, crimson blood flowed all over the icy floor, making it look like hell in the dark environment. There was an indescribable smell of blood in the air, and even the strong wind could not blow it away. Corner. Some of the people who survived by chance were shivering against the wall, and their eyes were full of despair. The atmosphere of the whole space is extremely hopeless and suffocating. Some people even shivered with red eyes, and clenched the rifle in their hands tightly, but they didn't feel the slightest sense of security in their hearts. The weapon that once helped them carry out countless kills on the battlefield. At the moment, in the face of a terrifying enemy, it is like scrap iron. There is absolutely no way to protect them. It might even be a weapon to kill them. The only thing they can do now is to pray that the demons outside are gone, but the silver-white figure did not leave. He was flying deeper into the aircraft carrier, and soon appeared in the sight of everyone. There are a few more slippery fish here. Magneto's icy gaze fell on them, his gaze like a scorching terrifying ray. Just a look. What followed was a terrifying and powerful coercion that made people tremble. See. The soldiers' pale faces were no longer bloody. Their cold sweat soaked their whole body with fear, so they wanted to scream, but they didn't have the courage to scream. Please, don't kill me. I have family to take care of and they are praying every day that I can come home safely. Please, I don't know what will happen if I don't go back. A few soldiers couldn't bear the huge amount of pressure and fell to their knees, begging for mercy in a low voice. Sorry, I hate cowards and wars, and I hate people who like to provoke wars. Magneto sneered. When he was a former member of X-Men, he devoted himself to the protection of human and social order. The result was the danger of death. If anyone started the war, it would not be Mutant. Then, he waved his hand indifferently. A thick steel plate was lifted from the floor, and it suddenly shot out like a sharp sword slashing across the group of soldiers. Pissed. The poor ants didn't even have a chance to resist the screams. The entire body was instantly cut into two pieces by the steel plate, and countless bloody internal organs were scattered on the ground. It was cut off from the abdomen at the waist, and the two bodies fell to the ground. Several people who collapsed on the ground had their necks broken and their heads tumbled on the ground for a few laps, and those dead eyes, which were wide open, reflected the silver-white figures above. Boom! At this time, another huge amount of impact resounded. It turned out that the thick steel plate did not stop under the strong thrust after it penetrated through these, but plunged into the extremely hard steel wall with huge amounts of impact. Only a few dozen seconds passed. The entire aircraft carrier fell into a strange calm in an instant, and there was only the endless whistling of the wind roar. And the smell of blood filled the air. Magneto flew in the air and looked around at the scene, and there were corpses everywhere. He saw such a bloody and cruel picture without much emotional fluctuation. As a Zibarai who survived from that war period, he had seen more bloody and brutal massacres. Compared with the group of people who died of crimes in front of him, not a pity at all. Moreover, the war between the two races is destined to be a horrific slaughter. This is unavoidable. After all, it was himself who was hurt when his hands were soft, and Magneto knew this well, withdrew his cold gaze, turned around and prepared to walk out of the aircraft carrier. 1.4. However, at this time, his magnetic field detected that there was still a person alive in the aircraft carrier. I didn't expect it to be so deep. Magneto's ray quickly locked behind a huge amount of cargo box, and said coldly, "Come out." The cold and powerful voice echoed in the huge space, which was extremely deterrent. However, most of the people behind the cargo box did not respond, but looked down at the BB machine in their hands. Stark, hurry up. Nick Fury looked anxious, his dark forehead covered with sweat on the cargo box, holding roar from time to time to listen to the enemy's movements. Sigh. Smack. At this moment, there was a crisp sound of metal bending in his ear. Immediately after, chi! A sharp steel bar shoots out from the steel plate on the ground, slamming into Nick Fury's thigh. Ah! Mom fuck! Nick Fury suddenly had blue veins on his forehead and cursed angrily to relieve the severe pain in his thigh. What a tough guy! Magneto slowly flew towards the cargo box, and his hand slowly lifted the steel bars on that side and inserted deeper and deeper. Fake! Nick Fury slumped limply against the crate, pale in the intense pain. He could hear Magneto approaching, and getting closer. This made the super agent anxious. If he doesn't come again, he will really be planted here. Finally, a roaring sound in his ears dispelled the emotions in his heart. I saw the horizon, a steel-red shadow rushing towards this side at a very fast speed, causing huge amounts of sonic booms when it swept through the sky. Wherever he goes, there are circles of white smoke rolling. The strong wind will disperse the dark clouds. Tony Stark. Chapter 73. Roar! Roar! In the deep space, black clouds overwhelm the sky. The turbid dark clouds on the horizon rolled up, and the strong wind raged roar-howl. The billowing black cloud is in a fierce and turbulent state, as if there is a fierce beast hidden in it, and it may swoosh out of it at any time. The raging wind is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly at the moment, in the storm of masterpieces. Roar, boom! A short roar resounded through the sky, followed by layers of black clouds and steel-red shadows passing by. The red shadow smashed through the thick clouds and charged with the momentum of the Changhong. When it swept out, there were bursts of sonic booms, which generated strong winds and dissipated the black clouds. Wherever you go, there are billows of white smoke. Tony Stark. Magneto put down his sharp eyes and looked in the direction of the roar. He had just heard Stark from Nick Fury, the only person he could think of to have a relationship with the government. There is only the famous Stark group leader, Tony Stark. Boom! At the moment, the steel-red shadow broke through the layers of black clouds, and its true face came into view. It is a brand new red and yellow battle armor, which is diving at an extremely fast speed, and the thrusters ejected at the tail generate hot air waves. Once twisted the cold air. From the red shadow point in the sky gradually enlarged, gradually become clearly visible. Its purpose is clear, and it is clearly aimed at Magneto. Looks like we've found the black marinated egg, and he's on this aircraft carrier. A leisurely voice came from the eyes of the Iron Mark battlesuit flickering. When the mechanical eye locked on the huge aircraft carrier, the grand visual impact made even the owner of the battle armor sigh. But Tony Stark is not in the armor, but in the basement laboratory of the coastal villa in Malibu, Los Angeles. Although this is an improvised battlesuit against mutants like Magneto. Not the original Mark II. It is the Mark Anti-Magneto battlesuit No. 1 built on the original basis with attachments. The part where its back is hunched by 19 is a built-in backup solution. But Tony didn't think the battlesuit would work against Magneto. Even if it is made of carbon nanomaterials with extremely high purity. He wouldn't be so arrogant and block his own life. That's not worth it. Okay, J.A.R.V.I.S, let's see how to deal with this magnetic guy. Tony Stark rubbed his hands together, put on the wristband that manipulated the armor, and stared at the automatically enlarged target on the big screen. A whole bunch of information about Magneto jumped out. During this time, he had also heard about Magneto's escape from prison. So he knew about this powerful mutant and had designed coping strategies. After all, before the weapons department was closed, he cooperated with the military, which was a business opportunity for the group. However, recently, I have also thought about creating a pair of battle armor that is specially matched with it. It just hasn't been forged yet. However, the current Mark battlesuit, the outer armor attachment device should be able to cope with it. With Tony pumping up his horsepower, the jets on the solace of Mark's battlesuit's hands and feet shone a dazzling white light. Boom, chi! The steel body turned into a red afterimage, rushing out with fierce power. Roar, it's finally here. Nick Fury caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, leaning back against the cargo box and sighing in relief. Interesting, another one. Magneto looked outside the cabin where the gust of wind was raging, and a steel-red shadow in the raging gust of wind rushed towards this side at a very fast speed. Due to the high-speed flight, the airflow around its body produces air ripples visible to the naked eye, which ripple outward in circles. Boom! The violent sonic boom is also incessant. Do you really think you can deal with me without metal? Magneto sneered and raised his hand to cast the variant ability. The blood in the body was boiling, and the strange energy radiated out. Rao is a variant ability that has been used for so long. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired either. To know that a few days ago, he was still an old man, and it was impossible to achieve a lasting battle. However, not only has it not weakened now, rather stronger. Roar! As Magneto lifts up, the surging purple energy turns into several beams, which are intertwined and entwined like enchanting snakes. Carrying the fierce energy like a tiger, it rushed forward. The surrounding space trembled, forming huge amounts of energy fields. The whole air is twisted and broken. That serpent-like purple light is approaching the red shadow of steel. Sir, strong magnetic movement detected. The voice of the Villa Laboratory Artificial Intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S sounded. Hearing the sound, Tony Stark stared at the big screen and said solemnly, "Wait for the opportunity to activate the backup plan." 35. Okay, sir. The other side. Roar. The purple energy had already hit the steel body with a bang, and the violent force gradually disintegrated the steel shell. The original aggressive Mark battlesuit was immediately restrained and stagnant. The terrifying forces generated around, constantly raging. Under the strong pressure, the hard carbon nanoshell gradually emerges with obvious dents and folds, and makes a crisp sound of ka-ka-ka. If it weren't for this carbon nano battlesuit, the purity would be relatively high. I am afraid it has already been crushed and torn apart. It's not very good, the opponent's strength seems to be a bit beyond the standard. Tony Stark stared at the increasing magnetic field value, frowning, when he saw the data showing that the other party had not exerted his full strength. My heart suddenly surged. This Magneto is nothing like the previous one. There are two people who describe and witness before and after. What gave him such terrifying strength for a few days? When Tony frowned, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S in his ear pulled him back to reality. Sir, do you want to activate the A backup plan? 35. Start up. Tony Stark said without any hesitation as he watched the damage to the battlesuit increase. Sir, backup plan A has been activated. The voice just fell. In the video, the mechanical back of the steel mark battlesuit is hunched, the nut is turned and spread outward, and a device shaped like a box is slowly raised. Tony looked at the screen with hope in his eyes. That's a sonic cannon. He thought that special bullet weapons would not work, so he thought of sonic. Before this thing, even the Hulk could hold back. Besides, the current version was improved by Tony himself. Shouldn't disappoint. At this time, the sonic cannon vibrated, and the reactor mounted in front of the battlesuit flickered, constantly transmitting energy to the sonic cannon source. The airflow in the space also trembled. The surroundings gradually became eerie. Next second. Boom! The silver-white sonic cannon with a built-in ring suddenly shot out, and the surging sonic waves were linked one by one, constantly spreading out and rushing. Immediately afterwards, a deafening hum rang out, covering up the roar whistling from the high-altitude wind. A strong sound wave swept away the thick black cloud ahead. Everywhere you go, the fog that diffuses and dissipates touches and dissipates. Magneto's pupils tightened suddenly, knowing that he was careless, but he didn't even notice the other party's actions. He quickly raised his hand to destroy the sonic cannon. But a turbulent sound wave like a giant wave has come, and it has formed a violent gust of wind. Boom! That sound wave carried a harsh hum and a ferocious impact. Directly forced Magneto to the ground, his hands subconsciously blocked in front of him, his 5 fingers tightened suddenly and purple light wrapped around his body. Instantly forms an energy stance to wrap the whole body. Offset the shock from the sound wave. Looks like you can't take it lightly. Magneto shook his dizzy head, the blue veins on his forehead burst out, and his eyes flashed cold light, and his raised hand bent slightly. Directly smashed the Mark battlesuit into the ground. Boom! The terrifying pressure is like a mountain crashing down, smashing hard on the steel body. All of a sudden, the Iron Mark battlesuit flew like a cannonball, smashing into the ground several kilometers below the sky at an air-breaking speed. The terrifying coercion in the space made the flight engine and thrusters completely useless. It can only be pushed down by the huge pressure. Thousands of meters high in the sky, the cold wind raged, and the steel battlesuit shell formed a layer of frost. And gradually produce a crystal ice layer. Bang bang bang! Then it fell into the empty and prosperous city, running through dozens of floors of buildings. The concrete building was subjected to a terrifying impact and crumbled. Looking at it from a distance, it looks like a red missile is bombing. The nearly 100-meter building collapsed suddenly, sweeping up the sky with dust and fog. Flying sand and rocks, rock formations are broken. Tsitsize. Point of fall. The Iron Mark battlesuit was completely submerged, presenting a very deep pit. The original brand new and bright red battlesuit burst and was crippled, leaving only the mechanical skeleton billowing black smoke. The reactor embedded in the chest was also torn apart under the shock of terror. Fake. 55. Tony Stark angrily threw off the ring on his wrist, looking 3 parts angry and 7 parts horror. It was originally thought that this Mark battlesuit would be able to hold Magneto and buy time for the execution of the remaining backup plans. Unexpectedly, the sonic attack could not restrain him. Even the newly built Iron Mark battlesuit is scrapped. Roar! At this time, the only remaining mechanical eyes captured the scene. In the sky covered with dark clouds, a figure descended from the sky into the ruins of the building, causing ripples of dust and mist. Magneto frowned at the scrapped battle suit. When he released the variant ability just now, he felt that the battle suit was not solid. I thought Tony was wearing this battle suit. The result is empty. At the same time, in the Malibu Villa laboratory in Los Angeles, Tony looked surprised when he saw the enemy coming to the ground, and quickly said, J.A.R.V.I.S, activate Plan B. Yes, Mr. 35. With the sound of the J.A.R.V.I.S machine, there was a violent humming in the deep space of the battlefield over there. It was as if something swooped down from the sky, and the roar of its explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. Loud bangs are heard incessantly. Put a heavy dark cloud above the head to deepen the shadow. Next second, a huge red and yellow object crashed through the clouds and fell, under the strong push and the kinetic energy of falling thousands of meters. This behemoth is as unstoppable as a meteorite. Fake. Magneto's expression condensed, and purple light energy erupted from his body, wrapping his body, and he raised his hands to form a powerful magnetic field in an instant. Invisible's magnetic field is like surging ocean waves, extremely distorting the entire space. The atmosphere was eerie in an instant. Roar! The object that originally carried a huge impact suddenly seemed to be wrapped and pulled by the invisible hand, and there was a violent tremor. Want to fall? But he is bound by a strange force. However, Magneto, who caught this behemoth, had doubts in his eyes. Immediately after I noticed the object cracked and disintegrated. Click! Cha! A dazzling light bloomed from it, filling the dark and gloomy space around it. It is impossible to see directly, and the naked eye hurts. Magneto realized that it wasn't an ordinary metal object, it was a huge bomb. Also wrote a few words Stark made. This made his pupils shrink suddenly. Next second. Boom! The detonator inside the huge bomb ignited, and the object containing extremely violent power exploded. All of a sudden, a burst of white light suddenly appeared at 140, and the roar of the explosion resounded. The surging destructive impact riot spreads, and the surrounding concrete buildings are destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hot waves, rolling and sweeping. Magneto's figure was also completely drowned in the explosion. This is only the first wave. When the bomb split, it also cracked and scattered countless tiny bombs. Dispersed with the rolling wind. When it landed, it burst into a golden light, producing a violent explosion. Its power shakes the world. In an instant, the rest of the microbombs exploded almost simultaneously, sending smoke and dust everywhere they hit. High-rise buildings suddenly collapsed. The empty city was bombed on a large scale, and the ground cracked and collapsed. The heat wave generated by U-wave swept the whole area. Endless black smoke shot straight into the sky, covering the deep space above. The air is filled with heat waves, and the ground is full of hot air. The black clouds that were high in the sky have already been impacted and disintegrated, and there are no clouds in the sky. Some are just thick smoke that covers the sky. At this moment, the entire area was completely turned into ruins, shrouded in the black smoke of gunpowder. Under such a terrifying bombardment, lives burnt. There is no way that any living thing will survive. J.A.R.V.I.S, activate Mark II to go to the scene for detection. In the Malibu Villa laboratory in Los Angeles, Tony Stark hacked into the surrounding surviving cameras to check the scene. But the gunpowder smoke was so thick that it was impossible to see its situation clearly. At this time, the screen switched to high altitude. It was the steel Mark II that had just arrived at the scene, overlooking the bottom from the perspective of God, and the mechanical eye scanned the center of the entire bombing. Tony Stark clenched his fists subconsciously, knowing in his heart that Magneto would never die like that. However, I was already very nervous. Drop, drop, drop. Sure enough, the scan detected signs of life. J.A.R.V.I.S, I'll handle it. Tony Stark put on the control bracelet again and got used to the feeling of remote control. He clenched his fists and slid through deep space to the side of the explosion. Come and try this. Tony looked at an emergency device on the data panel. That was the killer he made by combining the energy of Tesseract, the terrifying energy that came from Tesseract. It has always been stored in the reactor. He intends to use this to avoid future troubles. At the moment, in the thick smoke of gunpowder, a silver-white figure came out bathed in black smoke, and he was Magneto. After coming out, the first sight is to look at the steel Mark II in the sky. Eyes full of endless killing intent. At this time, the Iron Mark II also had a calming heart, and the reactor circle on its chest was condensed with a dazzling white light. As if the terrifying energy roar is about to come out. The air is slightly distorted.